Chapter 1, Awakening the Tailor. Lin N, tailor, living occupation, rank, none. The head teacher looked at the information on the awakening stele and stated it in a disappointed tone. In the classroom, more than 40 students were crowded in talking. Tailor? Life occupation? Ha ha ha. The next second, laughter filled the entire classroom. Is this the job of a top student? What's the point of getting a perfect score in theory? In the end, I awakened to a profession. A yellow-haired man sneered, "Ha! I failed every theory class, but I still awakened the rare sun night class." Another bespectacled man jokingly said, "Not even as good as my ordinary level slinger class." Countless ridicules and mocking voices fell into Lin's ears. He placed one hand on the black stone tablet, narrowed his eyes, and looked at the information on it. What's going on? Aren't you selling stockings at the Y market? How did you get yourself into school? Could it be time travel? The next second, countless pieces of information flooded into my mind. Ah! Lin screamed in pain, covered his head, and collapsed to the ground. Tianlong Continent, Xia Country, Shengcheng, Class 2, Grade 4, Lin N, Alien Beasts Invade, and Professions Awaken. At this moment, he finally confirmed that he had traveled through time. Traveled through time and space to become a senior high school student with the same name and surname. Full marks in all theoretical knowledge subjects. It's just that this school, or rather this world, does not respect knowledge, but respects profession. When everyone reaches the age of 19, they must use the awakening stone to awaken their profession. Occupations are divided into 5 levels from high to low: mythical, legendary, epic, rare, and common. The higher the grade, the stronger the growth potential, and in the future they will all become kings, princes, generals, and ministers who rule a region. He will lead the soldiers to resist the invasion of alien beasts and become a hero who saves the world, which can be said to bring honor to his family. However, life professions have no grades and their combat effectiveness is 0. Can only serve those senior professionals. As a person with full theoretical knowledge, Linden was favored by teachers. Now that he has awakened to his life career, he will definitely have no chance of being on the battlefield. No wonder other students are laughing at me. Student Lin N, are you okay? The class teacher Wang Dihai hurried forward and asked with a worried look on his face. Huang Mao snorted coldly, "Humph, this endurance is too poor, isn't it? Lin N, you can't be so sensitive." In the past, Wang Dihai took care of him in various ways, which made many classmates jealous. Now that this business has become a livelihood, naturally there are many people who will take advantage of it. Shut up, everyone. Lin N is your classmate after all. Didn't your elementary school teacher teach you how to write the 4 words unity and friendship? Wang Dihai shouted angrily, glaring at the other students. Tisk. The yellow-haired man looked disdainful and didn't take Wang Dihai's words seriously at all. Lin N waved his hand, "Thank you, teacher, I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while." He slowly stood up and walked back to his seat. Wang Dihai looked at Lin N's back and sighed helplessly. It's such a pity that such a motivated child has awakened to a life profession. Even a scout profession would be fine. I hope he can withstand the blow. Next student. Wang Dihai called out indifferently. Lin N was not frustrated at all. He felt pretty good because he used to make a living by setting up stalls. Now that I've traveled through time and have a job that allows me to survive, it's pretty good. As soon as he sat down on the chair, a translucent data panel suddenly appeared in front of him. Personal panel, Linen. Occupation, tailor. Grade, ancient god level. Strength, 10. Spirit, 10. Health, 10. Agility, 10. Level, 0. Professional skills, clothing making. You can create any clothing item, and each item will be given a corresponding ability. The higher the customer's overall score in appearance, figure, and temperament, the stronger the clothing ability effect. Professional talent, aesthetic eyes. You have a pair of eyes that can discover beauty and can see the comprehensive ratings of customers. Professional passive, material return. When a customer wears the clothing you crafted and kills any creature, they will receive creature materials for their next craft. The higher the customer rating, the more they will receive. Professional passive, mutual improvement. When customers wear the clothing you crafted, they will receive experience points when they kill any creature. Use this to level up, and after leveling up, they will gain a large number of attribute points. The higher the customer's rating, the more experience points they will receive. Initial rewards. Black ice silk fabric 1M1M. Special reminder, the materials used by ancient god-level tailors to make clothing must be biological materials returned by customers. Ordinary materials cannot be used to make clothing. Lin was stunned, his face full of disbelief. Tailor? And even ancient god level? What grade is this? I've never heard of it. He turned around and looked around, and found that it seemed that only he could see the data panel. Lin frowned and looked carefully at the introduction on the panel. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Customers can improve their abilities just by wearing the clothes they make. Not only that, by killing any creature while wearing the clothes you made, you can obtain materials and experience points. As the level increases, attribute points are given. With attribute points, can't you become stronger? It's against the will of heaven. This is absolutely a job that goes against the will of heaven. The corners of Lin En's mouth rose unconsciously. Who says there are no emperors among tailors? I wonder who would dare to look down on a tailor from now on. What should I do first? Lin looked at the initial materials and thought about it carefully. Black, ice silk. Then make black stockings. There is no such thing as stockings in Tianlong continent, so I have to fill the gap in the industry. To make the clothes, Lin En doesn't need to do anything by himself, he just needs to consume his mental energy. Crop on panel. Consume 5 points of mental energy and a pair of black stockings will be ready. Product of an ancient god-level tailor black stockings. Identified as a leg-mounted item, when worn by a customer, this item allows them to accumulate strength in their legs, unleashing a powerful kick that delivers a fatal blow. The higher the customer rating, the greater the power. This is a creation of the ancient gods. It is a combination of beauty and power. Lin En was a little bit unbelievable. The stockings rubbed by her own hands were so strong? But I have to find a suitable customer for the stockings. Otherwise it's useless to rub it out. Jiang Shui, healer, auxiliary profession, grade, ordinary. Teacher Wang's voice sounded again. Jiang Shui let out a long sigh, it's good that it's not a job for me. Lin En looked at Jiang Shui on the stage. The little girl was thin, had triangular eyes, and a face full of freckles. Eye of aesthetics, activate. Client, Jiang Shui. Appearance, 50. Body type, 40. Temperament, 30. Overall score, D. Materials will be returned 30%, and experience will be returned 30%. Lin En frowned slightly, the overall score is only D, which is not good. Wang Defa called out again, next student, Tang Xuehui. Lin En's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten Tang Xuehui? Tang Xuehui is the second most beautiful girl in Shengcheng, so her overall score must be high. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Tang Xuehui. A tall girl stood up from behind. Her eyebrows are as dark as distant mountains, and her almond eyes are clear and bright. The corners of her eyes are slightly raised, with a bit of unconscious agility. Her lips are as pink as cherry blossoms, and she looks stunning even without makeup. Her long, smooth, black hair falls on her shoulders, with the ends slightly curled inward. The blue and white school uniform on her actually highlights her elegant and refined temperament. The loose coat could not hide her slender waistline, and the collar of her shirt was slightly open, revealing a section of her snow-white neck. The legs under the skirt are slender and well-proportioned, with soft lines, which are neither overly ostentatious nor exude the unique lightness of youth. Chapter 2 is too strong. Hiss. Lin En took a breath. She is worthy of being the school belle, with such beauty, figure, and legs. It would be a shame not to wear a pair of stockings. Eye of aesthetics, activate. Client, Tang Xuehui. Appearance, 97. Body type, 98. Temperament, 97. Comprehensive rating, SSS. 100% return on materials and 100% return on experience. Lin En was suddenly shocked, 100% return? She is indeed an SSS level beauty. Hiss, I wonder what profession Xuehui awakened to. Everyone's eyes turned to Tang Xuehui. Wang Dihai pondered in his heart, this is the last student, whether an epic profession will appear depends on her. Tang Xuehui walked slowly to the front of the stage with light steps. He placed his hand very calmly on the awakening steel. The next second, a burst of energy burst out. A few large characters appeared on the black stone tablet. Tang Xuehue, Ice Bloodline, Combat Occupation, Rank, Epic. Tang Xuehue suddenly felt the awakening of her bloodline. In an instant, the temperature in the entire classroom dropped sharply. When he breathed through his nostrils, a cold air surged out, and the black awakening steel was covered with a layer of frost. Oh my god, is this an epic profession that controls elemental power? As expected of an epic profession, there's a chill in every breath. Linen's eyes twitched slightly. Damn, it seems that I am the only genius who has fallen. Wang Dihai slapped his thigh excitedly. That's great. Finally, there is an epic profession in my class. Tang Xuehue's brows were indeed slightly furrowed. Is it just epic? Shengcheng Hai's top beauty is a mythical class. Is he still one step behind her? Wang Dihai smiled and said, alright, the awakening ceremony is officially over. At 1 p.m. sharp, attend the hunting test. During lunch break, you can form teams of 2. As soon as the words fell, countless classmates came to Tang Xuehue and surrounded her. The yellow-haired man's name was Chen Kai. He squeezed through the crowd and said with a smile, Xuehue, there will be an assessment this afternoon. Let's form a team. I'm a Sun Knight. The 2 of us will definitely be able to kill everyone. Jiang Shui smiled and invited, Xuehui, team up with me. I am a healer and I can help you with treatment. A chubby kid also came forward and shouted, Xuehue, team up with me, team up with me. I'm a shield man and can help you hold the shield. Linen wanted to go forward to sell stockings, but it seemed that there was no way he could squeeze in. I can only temporarily give up this idea. Forget it, let's eat first. I just came here and haven't even eaten a mouthful of food yet. He stood up and walked out of the classroom. Tang Xuehue's mind was not on forming a team at all. She was still trying to care about Linen. When she turned around, she found that Linen had already walked out of the classroom. Everyone, let's talk about forming a team this afternoon. Everyone should go and rest first. Excuse me, excuse me. Tang Xuehue squeezed out of the crowd and ran quickly out of the classroom. I chased him all the way to the cafeteria entrance and finally saw Linen's back. Lin, please wait a moment. Ha? Linen turned his head and didn't expect Tang Xuehue to catch up with him. Student Linen, are you okay? Tang Xuehue asked with concern. Linen scratched his head, what can happen to me? Tang Xuehue said seriously, Linen, although you have awakened to a life profession, please don't give up hope. Tailoring is also a great profession. She is a neighbor of Lin's family. The 2 can be said to be childhood sweethearts, growing up together. Every time there was a difficult problem in the textbook, Linen would patiently explain it to me. She was also very sad to see that Linen had awakened to a life profession. Linen nodded repeatedly, that was quite great. By the way, Xuehue. Seeing that there was no one around, Linen quickly started selling her stockings. Xuehue, I just rubbed a pair of socks with my hands. They feel especially suitable for you. He reached into his trouser pocket and took out the stockings from the space. Tang Xuehue's pretty face instantly flushed, and she lowered her head and said, is this a gift for me? Linen shook his head repeatedly, you think too much, the labor cost of this thing is very expensive. We're all honest neighbors. I won't cheat you. Just give me 20. Tang Xuehue staggered and looked at Linen awkwardly. After 12 years of friendship, he actually asked me for money for a pair of socks. 20 more? What kind of socks are so expensive? Oh, you can't say that. Linen immediately unfolded the stockings and said, Xuehue, please look. I named them stockings. They are unique and there is no other. Put on these stockings. They're not tight and can show off your long, beautiful legs. It can also increase your strength, allowing you to perform a powerful kick, dealing a fatal blow to the enemy. I'll charge you 20. I'm absolutely fair to everyone. Tang Xuehue's eyes twitched slightly. She felt that Linen had changed. He had become smooth-talking and slick. He was not like this before. Is it because the awakening of life and career was too much of a blow? Forget it, don't hit him anymore. Okay, I'll buy it. Tang Xuehue took out 20 yuan. Linen took the 20 yuan and handed the stockings to Tang Xuehue. She instructed, when you take part in the hunting test this afternoon, you must wear my stockings. Tang Xuehue nodded. Seeing Tang Xuehue agreed, Linen felt much more at ease. But no matter who she teams up with, she just needs to kill monsters and collect the rewards. Bye bye. Lin En waved his hand and turned to go to the cafeteria to eat. Tang Xuehui stared blankly at Lin En's back. He just left like that? Everyone wants to team up with him, and he doesn't even ask himself? Could it be that he has given up on himself? Forget it, I'll just take care of his business from now on. Tang Xuehui turned and walked towards the training ground. I spent $50 to open a single practice room. There are various exercise equipment inside. She must fully master this power before the assessment begins. Not only can you use your mental power to condense ice blades, you can also cover your fists with ice to attack. Bang, bang, bang. For a full half hour, she continued to pound the steak. Not only can he use the power of ice, but his strength has also been greatly enhanced. She analyzed breathlessly, her strength now is more than twice that of an ordinary person. Passing the assessment should not be a problem. Who? Tang Xuehui let out a breath. Prepare to change back into school uniform and go to the cafeteria for dinner. As soon as I opened the wardrobe, I saw the pair of stockings. She held it gently in her hand and stroked it carefully. The texture is soft, comfortable, and very elastic. Is this a sock? How on earth did this guy Lin En come up with this thing? Feeling the soft and smooth fabric, Tang Xuehui couldn't help but want to try it. She immediately took off her training clothes and white cotton socks, revealing her fair feet. It took me a long time to finally put the stockings on my legs. In an instant, she felt a force gathering towards her legs. What's going on? Tang Xuehui opened her eyes wide and stared at her legs. Is it true, as Lin En said, that these stockings can increase strength? She couldn't wait to get to the wooden stake and try it out. The left foot stood on the ground like a steel spike. She twisted her slender waist and kicked her right leg hard at the wooden stake. Bang! There was a loud noise. The wooden stake broke in half, and debris flew everywhere. The half of the wooden stake spun rapidly and with a bang, it was nailed firmly to the wall. Tang Xuehui staggered back and sat down on the ground. The whole person was stunned and shocked beyond words. With trembling hands, he stroked the stockings on his legs. Isn't this too strong? Chapter 3 Pants Ribbon. 12:30 noon. All the senior high school students came to the playground. In front of the playground, there are 4 stone tablets forming a magic circle. In the afternoon, all students will enter the teleportation circle to participate in the hunting assessment. Lin sat on a rock and planned to use the remaining fabric to cut a new outfit. Chen Kai looked around, searching for Tang Xuehui. Brother Kai, Tang Xuehui is here. A younger brother said hurriedly. Chen Kai looked in the direction his younger brother pointed. Tang Xuehui looked anxious and walked quickly towards the playground. Wherever she passed, the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Chen Kai immediately came to Tang Xuehui and said, Xuehui, I haven't teamed up with anyone else yet, just to wait for you. I think you should have thought about it. We 2 teams definitely have a chance of winning. Get out of the way. Tang Xuehui, who was always calm, looked impatient this time. Pull Chen Kai aside. Chen Kai lost his balance and almost fell flat on his face. Oh shit. This Tang Xuehui has no respect for herself at all. Xuehui, let's team up together. Xuehui, come with me. Xuehui, you can't not form a team, right? You can't participate in the hunting assessment alone. Tang Xuehui looked at the crowd that had gathered around her and said coldly, I already have the team members selected. Hearing this, everyone looked surprised. Already have a candidate? Who is it? Everyone was very curious. Neither Chen Kai's Sun Knight nor Zhang Shui's healer caught her eye. Who on earth could team up with Tang Xuehui? Under the gaze of everyone, Tang Xuehui quickly walked in front of Lin En. Lin En, please team up with me. We will participate in this hunting assessment together. Tang Xuehui invited very sincerely. What? Xuehui wants to team up with Lin En? What's the use of that, Lin? At least we are still of some use. That's right, that's right. A group of classmates were extremely jealous. Chen Kai was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Damn it, you don't choose the Sun Knight, you choose a tailor? This Tang Xuehui more or less doesn't take herself seriously. Lin En slowly raised his head and looked at Tang Xuehui. Oh? Why do you want to team up with me? I'm sorry, Lin En. I was ignorant before. I just realized that you are the real master. Tang Xuehui said sincerely as she carefully pulled up her trouser legs, revealing the black stockings underneath. Being able to create such powerful equipment, Lin's future is limitless. Moreover, stockings are small and portable, and extremely comfortable to wear. I wonder how many times stronger they are than the armor made by blacksmiths. Fuck, silken pants. Linen stared at Tang Xuehui's calves covered in black stockings. It seems that she already knows the power of black silk. Since you have invited me sincerely, I will accept it reluctantly. Seeing Linen agreed, Tang Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Kai walked over at this time and said sarcastically, Xuehui, if you team up with such a loser, you might not even pass the assessment. Tang Xuehui smiled and said, don't bother the sports committee member with that. They should just hurry up and form a team with the other students. Oof. Seeing that Tang Xuehui refused to budge, Chen Kai snorted coldly and left. I kept cursing in my heart, damn it, I wonder how you can pass the hunting test this afternoon with a piece of trash. When the others saw Tang Xuehui and Lin En teaming up, they could only leave in disappointment. Lin En looked at everyone's eyes and said, "Hiss, looks like we're being targeted." Tang Xuehui clenched her fists and said immediately, "Don't worry, Lin En, I will protect you." She is now quite confident in her own abilities. At this time, the principal of Shengcheng No. 1 High School and the head teachers of each class came to the stage. "Classmates, please be quiet." The old principal's voice was like a bell, and all the students fell silent in an instant. Today is the quadrennial hunting assessment. This will be a test of your theoretical and practical skills over the past 4 years. No matter what profession you awaken, I hope you can do your best and achieve good results. Bring glory to our school and to our country. I now declare that the hunting assessment officially begins. Lin En and Tang Xuehui stood in the crowd, and a golden light appeared in the teleportation array in front of them. All the students were divided into pairs. After receiving the wristbands, they walked into the teleportation array. "Lin En, let's go too," Tang Xuehui said. Lin nodded. The two came to the head teacher and received the breaking rings. This thing will record the time they enter the hunting ground, all the monsters they kill, and also show the current score ranking. "Xuehui, have you and Lin En formed a team?" Wang Dihai asked in surprise when he saw the two of them forming a team. "Well, teacher, Lin En, he is very strong." Tang Xuehui nodded. Wang Dihai looked at Tang Xuehui with satisfaction. Lin En was just a tailor, so what kind of fighting power could he have? It was probably because Tang Xuehui was kind-hearted that she wanted to take Lin En with her. Take him through the assessment together. He was very happy to have such a student. "Xuehui, you did a great job." Wang Dihai looked at Lin En with a serious expression. "Lin En, if you encounter danger, don't be stubborn. Quit when it's time. You'll have another chance next year." "Don't worry, teacher. I know." Wang Dihai watched the two of them walk into the teleportation array. "These are the two students I am most optimistic about. I hope they can achieve good results." "Teacher Wang, is this the epic professional in your class? How dare you team up with a life professional with no rank? It looks like your class will be at the bottom of the test this time." At this time, a beautiful woman in professional attire walked up to Wang Dihai and joked with a smile. This person is the head teacher of Class 1, Xiao Hongmei. "Oh, it's too early to draw a conclusion now, right? Maybe the two of them can get first place," Wang Dihai said with his arms folded. "First? Teacher Wang, you didn't know this yet, did you? Lin Ning from our class has awakened the mythical class, Seraph. First place in this assessment must go to our class." Xiao Hongmei looked very proud. "Humph, there are countless examples of people making a big profit with a small investment since ancient times. Who can really say anything about it until the end?" Wang Dihai said with difficulty. Xiao Hongmei rolled her eyes at him and said, "Just keep pretending. You'll be eliminated later, and I'll see what you can do to pretend." At the same time, Lin En and Tang Xuehui walked into the transporter hand in hand. A golden light flashed, and the two were immediately teleported to a primeval forest, which was the hunting assessment site. Lin En looked at the bracelet. The countdown was 3 hours. Score, 0. The full score of this assessment is 750 points, and the assessment results will directly affect which higher education institution they can attend in the future. "Xuehui, hurry up and hunt the exotic beasts." We'll try to get a perfect score. Tang Xuehui nodded seriously and stretched her limbs. Don't worry, the two of us will definitely be admitted to Hongshan Vocational and Technical College. Hongshan Vocational and Technical College is the highest institution of learning that all professionals in Xia country dream of. Chapter 4. You don't have to move, the school beauty is fully automatic. Lin Nen thought for a moment and said, then, let's go deeper into the forest. Stronger monsters always appear in the depths, this is basic knowledge. To earn higher points, you naturally have to hunt more powerful monsters. The two immediately set off into the depths of the forest, hunting some monsters on the periphery along the way. A few big white rabbits were chewing on the grass. When they saw Lin Nen and the others coming, their eyes instantly became fierce. Tang Xuehui raised her hand to solve it. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gain 44 shared experience from Tang Xuehui for killing the snow rabbit. Materials, ordinary snow rabbit skin 4. After taking just 2 steps, he encountered another hungry brown-haired wild boar. When the huge wild boar saw Lin Nen and the others, it immediately rushed over, panting. Tang Xuehui subconsciously protected Lin Nen behind her, pointed her green jade fingers into the air, and then ice cones condensed and turned into sharp arrows and shot out. The wild boar had thick skin and flesh, but was pierced instantly by the ice spike. It fell directly to the ground, dead. Gain 80 shared experience from Tang Xuehui for killing the thick-skinned wild boar. Materials, ordinary pigskin 1. This forest is indeed dangerous, Lin Nen, you should be careful. Tang Xuehui remembered at the right time, although these monsters on the periphery don't have much experience, they are relatively weaker. My experience bar is almost halfway filled now, and I'll be able to level up soon. If we go deeper, the monsters there will be higher levels and more dangerous. You'd better hunt more monsters now, otherwise you won't be able to level up. Although the dungeon is participated in as a team, the experience is not shared, but distributed according to contribution. In other words, if Tang Xuehui always took action, Lin Nen would not be able to gain any experience. Certainly. This is just in theory. Lin quickly glanced at his career panel. Personal panel, Lin Nen. Occupation, tailor. Grade, ancient god level. Strength, 20. Spirit, 20. Health, 20. Agility, 20. Level, 160-1200. Unallocated attribute points, 40. Because Tang Xuehui's system evaluation was very high, more experience points were shared with Lin Nen, even more than Tang Xuehui herself earned. Tang Xuehui's experience bar was not even halfway up, but he had already reached a level and made a breakthrough. He noticed that after the upgrade, there was an additional item on his attribute panel. Unallocated attribute points. Lin's mind moved. Could this be the more attributes mentioned in the professional skills? In this world, the differences between professions mean that the initial attributes and upgraded attributes are also different. The assassin profession has higher agility, the warrior profession has higher strength, the elementalist and mage professions have higher spirit, and each profession has specific attribute growth. His professional passive skill, joint improvement, in addition to the basic attribute points increased by upgrading, actually has extra free points to allocate. In other words, every level up of Lin Nen is equivalent to 2 levels up of other professions. Be good. If he continues to upgrade at this rate, the gap between Lin Nen and other professions will only widen. In the end, he didn't even need any combat skills, he could crush everyone purely by relying on his attributes. He was in a good mood and waved his hand. What are you talking about? You're a combat profession, so what's wrong with gaining experience? It's your job to gain experience. You don't have to move, it's all automatic. If you can upgrade so easily, why do you have to worry about yourself? Tang Xuehui had no idea what Lin Nen was thinking. Hearing Lin Nen say this, her heart was even more touched. In order to upgrade himself, Lin Nen even said such words. I think he must feel that he owes me too much. Lin, you're such a good person. Lin blinked, what's good about it? He was clearly slacking off, so how did Tang Xuehui come up with this inexplicable summary? Never mind, the details don't matter. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xuehui's expression suddenly changed. Careful. Swish. There was a slight rustling sound, and then a dark shadow jumped out from the bushes. The black shadow was incredibly fast and rushed straight towards the two of them. Tang Xuehui's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her dark pupils suddenly burst into blue light. The air around the black shadow began to condense into ice, directly restricting its movements. It's Windfong Wolf. Lin had just recognized the monster that attacked the two of them when a small fragrant breeze suddenly blew around him. Swish! Tang Xuehui instantly condensed 3 ice cones and shot them at the Windfong Wolf. The Windfong Wolf was hit by 3 ice spikes, but its movements were only hindered. The ice spikes did not even penetrate its skin. So hard. Tang Xuehui's face was slightly solemn. The penetrating power of the ice cone could even pierce a wild boar with thick skin and flesh, but it was ineffective against the Windfong Wolf. She wanted to raise her hand to control the ice, then quickly retreat to create distance. This is generally how an elementalist fights. However, the Windfong Wolf did not give Tang Xuehui any chance to operate. It lay low to the ground and pounced on her rapidly. Tang Xuehui was not at all panicked when she saw this. Facing the aggressive Windfong Wolf, she nimbly dodged its attacks. Then she seized the opportunity and turned around and did a roundhouse kick. Accumulate strength. The god of war kicks hard. The posture is extremely beautiful. The momentum is also extremely huge. Bang! A crisp sound of bones breaking came from the Windfong Wolf's body, making people's scalps tingle. Nice legs! Lin secretly gave a thumbs up. Tang Xuehui has a slim figure and a pair of beautifully shaped legs that are longer than Lin En's life. Combined with her skillful movements, the battle scenes are very pleasing to the eye. Tang Xuehui didn't hear clearly. What? I said, well, good to kick. The Windfong Wolf was almost knocked unconscious by this kick. Before the Windfong Wolf could recover, Tang Xuehui leaned forward, raised her right leg high, and her body was able to form a split. Her flexibility was quite amazing. Then he kicked down with his long, thin right leg and stepped hard on the Windfong Wolf's head with his heel. Boom! A loud noise was heard, and the Windfong Wolf howled, then lay on the ground unable to move. Tang Xuehui waved her hand, and several ice cones condensed instantly, nailing the Windfong Wolf to the ground. Lin, now's the time. Tang Xuehui was a little anxious because there were not many opportunities for Lin En to earn experience points. Unexpectedly, Lin En remained indifferent after hearing this. After the Windfong Wolf struggled for a while, it could no longer withstand Tang Xuehui's frost attack and died instantly. Tang Xuehui gained all the experience points of the Windfong Wolf. She looked at Lin En anxiously and angrily. Lin En, why don't you listen? Lin En smiled slightly. It's enough that you can upgrade. Tang Xuehui was stunned. What a great spirit of dedication. She refused to take the experience points that were right in front of her, and only wanted her to level up. Lin, you're so nice. So what's the good thing about it? Lin glanced at her own panel. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gain 500 shared experience points from Tang Xuehui for killing the Windfong Wolf. Obtain Windfong Wolf Skin 1. Obtain Windfong Wolf Hair 1. Oh, good, it's good indeed, he is about to be upgraded again. Chapter 5, What to do if the school beauty still wants you. Tang Xuehui also noticed that she had gained a high amount of experience points and was directly promoted to a higher level. While feeling excited, Tang Xuehui gained a better understanding of Lin En's equipment. If she hadn't been wearing black stockings, and only relied on the power of her ice bloodline to deal with this Windfong Wolf, she would have been able to defeat it, but it would never have been so easy, and she might even have been injured. She suddenly had higher expectations for the exam. Lin, your equipment is really amazing. Lin En nodded. Of course, the things I make can't be wrong. But, Lin paused, you're using the wrong method. Tang Xuehui's pretty face froze. Wrong use? What was wrong? Lin En pretended to be thoughtful. Have you ever seen a skilled kickboxer wear such thick pants that hinder their leg movements? If it were in his previous life, when Lin En said this, 9 out of 10 girls would slap him, call him a hooligan, and then turn away. But in this world, what Lin En, the originator of black silk stockings, said is the truth. Tang Xuehui blinked her beautiful eyes again and again, biting her lip lightly. If I take off my pants, will it be bad? Nonsense, this is exactly the effect we want. Lin En had a deadpan expression. Your theoretical scores are not bad, and your practical skills are even better. Think carefully about what I said. Can. Tang Xuehui pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed. The black stockings were thin and shiny, sticking close to the skin and even transparent. Can that thing really be worn outside? But seeing Lin En's serious expression, Tang Xuehui felt that she was overthinking it. What Lin En said seems to make some sense. Then, should I take it off? Lin nodded vigorously. Tang Xuehui was a little shy, but, taking off my pants, wouldn't that be too revealing? Lin En suddenly remembered that this was not the way to wear black stockings. Even if worn outside, at least you had to wear a skirt. If I take it off, it will not only be revealing, but also be immoral. After thinking for a while, he called up his personal panel. Personal panel, linen. Occupation, tailor. Grade, ancient god level. Strength, 20. Spirit, 20. Health, 20. Agility, 20. Level, 160-1200. Unallocated skill points, 40. I just leveled up and haven't added any attribute points yet. Lin En did not hesitate and added 10 points to each of the 4 dimensions. Lin En didn't understand what specialization points were. He can't miss any of them. The bucket number is the strongest. After clicking on the attribute points, Lin En felt that his body was lighter and more powerful. Afterwards, he consumed another 5 points of mental energy and made some adjustments in the career panel. A work is completed. Product of the ancient god level tailor black slit hip wrapped leather skirt. Identified as a waist-mounted garment, it can increase kicking strength by 20% after being worn by the customer. This is an ancient god-level creation. It seems to contain the truth of the world. How about this skirt? Ah, it's better with this. Compared to a normal skirt, this skirt is too tight and too short. But Tang Xuehui's acceptance actually increased, but it seemed that she had completely forgotten that she had never wanted to wear this kind of skirt before. Of course, she didn't want to take off her pants and reveal a large area of black stockings. The broken window effect is like this: Brother Sun is not lying to me. She was about to take the skirt when she saw Lin En extending a hand. 20. No deception for children or adults. You still want to charge money? Tang Xuehui pouted subconsciously. Lin En nodded. I can't work for nothing, and you know the quality of my clothes. Besides, if I were to sell clothes of this quality, the price wouldn't be this high. Tang Xuehui thought about it and found that it was true. If she put that piece of black silk on the market, there would be countless people fighting for it. Selling her for only 20 is a deal with no capital investment. Good. Pay the money and get the goods. In fact, Lin En didn't need the $20 at all, but that's how his code was written. Only those who spent money to buy clothes from Lin En would be considered Lin En's customers, and only then could Lin En get the bonus. What are you standing there for? Lin, huh? Tang Xuehui tilted her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her pair of clear autumn eyes looked at Lin En with a smile. Do you still want to watch me change clothes? Don't worry, I definitely won't look at it. Lin En turned his head away. Seeing this, Tang Xuehui's smile froze on her face. Is she really that unattractive? After changing into the skirt, Tang Xuehui's instinct told her that it seemed a bit inappropriate to wear it like this. But there is no way, the bonus is real. Tang Xuehui tried it and was surprised to find that her kicks became stronger. Not only that, after putting on the skirt, Tang Xuehui actually felt that each of her attributes had increased slightly. Is this also the effect of Lin En's clothes? She was so surprised that she felt a stronger sense of identification with Lin En. Tang Xuehui had a hunch that Lin En was not just a professional living person. Although changing her job to the Epic Ice bloodline is not that bad for Tang Xuehui, it is definitely not the best. At least it is far behind the first mythical profession. But now with Lin En's presence, Tang Xuehui suddenly felt that the gap was not that big, and even within reach. After changing into her skirt, Tang Xuehui slowly walked out of the bushes. How about it? Lin En was even stunned for a moment before he reacted, thinking that a 98-point figure was indeed a 98-point figure. When she wore a loose school uniform, she could only vaguely see the whole picture. Now this outfit, a black hip-hugging slit leather skirt, paired with tulle black stockings, sets off Tang Xuehui's already proud figure even more perfectly, and her waistline is almost murderous. Yes, more suitable for fighting. It's also more pleasing to the eye. Lin had a blank expression on his face, but added something in his mind. It looks good, it's damn good looking. But Lin En swore that he definitely did not intentionally turn the innocent school beauty into this state. Black stockings already add to the combat power, and they match well with hip-hugging leather skirts, and they are even more unique when paired with the blue and white school uniforms. There is nothing wrong with the logic. The highlight comes next. Lin En looked around and said, there seem to be some monsters around here. Let's go and clean them up. Around here? There should only be some monsters like snow rabbits and wild boars around here. There aren't many points. Well, kill 2 more. Lin En said expressionlessly. He wanted to try what would happen when Tang Xuehui wore 2 pieces of equipment. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gain 54 shared experience points from Tang Xuehui for killing a snow rabbit. Tang Xuehui killed a few more snow rabbits. Lin En glanced at the panel and found that the experience he gained had indeed increased, but unfortunately it was only a little bit, without any qualitative change. Based on this calculation, the most reasonable distribution is 1 pair of stockings per person? Wrong. Well, it is most reasonable to give each person a piece of equipment. Lin. Can you still make clothes? Tang Xuehui's eyes were full of anticipation. Your clothes are amazing. I want more. Lin En's mouth curled up. Now you know how precious my clothes are, right? Tang Xuehui nodded obediently. You wish. Chapter 6, The Legendary King of Kick Resistance. Ha! Tang Xuehui was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin En to refuse so quickly. Do you think such amazing clothes don't cost anything to make? Lin lied without blushing or beating her heart. Although the cost is indeed high, because no one in the world except Lin En can obtain the raw materials to make these clothes. But for Lin En, it was just a matter of waiting for Tang Xuehui to kill a few more monsters. I can pay. Tang Xuehui quickly said that she was very rich. Damn, I forgot Tang Xuehui's family is super rich. Lin En recalled from the memory of this body that the Tang Xuehui in front of him had a family business that was not small. In short, she was quite wealthy. Seeing that Lin En was still hesitant, Tang Xuehui had an idea. Yeah, Lin, you probably don't know my shirt size. I'll take it off and measure it for you. Tang Xuehui's action ability was beyond ordinary people. As she spoke, she began to unzip her sportswear. The light pink t-shirt was bulging and was exposed to Lin En. Lin was stunned. No, why did you start taking off your clothes? Tang Xuehui, what are you doing? This is bribery. I am a tailor with principles. Wait, don't take it off. Lin struggled to look away. Seeing Tang Xuehui's puzzled expression, he cleared his throat and responded, we'll discuss the clothes later. Finish the assessment first. Oh. It was right to stop Tang Xuehui. If things continue to develop like this, it would be strange if nothing happens. Going deeper into the forest, the trees become more lush, their branches and leaves blocking out the sky, with occasional sunlight filtering through the gaps. Tang Xuehui sniffed and said, it feels like the moisture in the air is heavier. After hearing this, Lin En leaned down and poked the ground lightly, and his fingertips were stained with wet mud. The ground is getting muddy and there's fog ahead. We should be heading into the swamp soon. Tang Xuehui glanced at her watch. Countdown 1 hour and 30 minutes, score 246. That Winfang wolf should be a small boss. Taking into account the odds and ends they had killed before, the two of them also earned a lot of points. At this moment, a noisy sound came from not far away. Explosions rang out in the sky, mixed with some howling and screams. There seems to be a battle ahead. Tang Xuehui looked at Lin En, should we go over there? Somehow, even though she was the one in control, she always felt that Lin En was the captain of this team. Of course I have to go and see it. Lin En continued, those who dare to go so deep must be confident in their team's strength. But now they are in a difficult battle. I'm afraid they have encountered some difficult troubles. For us, trouble equals a lot of points. Lin En has confidence in Tang Xuehui. If Tang Xuehui can't solve the problem, he is still there. Tang Xuehui nodded, and the two of them immediately rushed to the scene. After walking for about half a minute, the moisture in the air became heavier and visibility dropped sharply. Tang Xuehui was worried that if Lin En was attacked in this situation, it would be difficult for her to react immediately, so she thought about slowing down. But when he slowed down, he couldn't catch up with Lin En. No, why is he faster than a combat professional like me? At the same time, snake-inhabited swamp. Huangmao Chenkai was about to collapse. Relying on the fact that he had awakened the Sun Knight profession, he first found Jiang Shui to form a team and also recruited 2 good players. Before entering the examination venue, Chen Kai was full of confidence. Who says only mythical and epic professions are powerful? I, Chen Kai, will make sure those who look down on me are trampled under my feet. Damn it, didn't Tang Xuehui awaken an epic class? If she didn't team up with me, she would be blind. Regardless of the physical strength of his team members, Chen Kai insisted on going deep into the forest. Then the nightmare began. The black-scaled snake was so huge that it could walk on the swamp as if it were flat ground, and it could even hide its body. It killed a combat member of Chen Kai's team in one encounter. Chen Kai was shocked. While fighting the black-scaled snake, he asked Zhang Shui to treat him. But reality slapped him hard in the face. With Chen Kai's current strength, he is no match for the huge black-scaled snake in front of him. His attacks couldn't even cause any damage to the black-scaled snake. On the other hand, the black-scaled snake casually swung out a blow and knocked him away, causing him to spit out blood. Zhang Shui, heal me quickly. Zhang Shui's frightened and trembling voice came from not far away. Brother Chen Kai, didn't you let me save the injured people first? Are you stupid? You can't judge for yourself. Chen Kai growled in pain, I'm the best fighter in the whole team. If you don't heal me, what's the point of treating those losers? You have no brains. He was about to curse, but suddenly fell silent. A fishy smell came from above his head. Chen Kai was stunned for a moment and subconsciously raised his head. It just happened to meet the huge orange-yellow eyes of the black-scaled snake. The black-scaled snake opened its mouth wide and bit towards Chen Kai. Fuck! Chen Kai was unable to dodge, and although he avoided the vital points, he was still bitten on the thigh by the black-scaled snake. The sharp snake fangs left 2 bloody holes on his leg. It hurts, it hurts. Someone, help me. Before he finished speaking, a frost suddenly struck. The temperature in the entire area seemed to drop sharply, and a lot of white frost suddenly condensed on the huge body of the black-scaled snake. Hiss! The black-scaled snake roared, and then a beautiful figure flashed above its head at an extremely fast speed. The black-scaled snake could only barely keep up with the figure with its eyesight, but its body could no longer react. Tang Xuehui twisted her body and smashed down, kicking the black-scaled snake's scales with her long black silk legs. Boom! Roar! An explosion sounded, followed by the miserable howl of the black-scaled snake. Chen Kai's face lit up with joy, and he was about to say thank you, but he froze when he saw Tang Xuehui's figure. There is no other reason. Tang Xuehui's appearance and figure are already top-notch, and her outfit is very lethal to a young man like Chen Kai who is still wet in the water. Tang Xuehui naturally didn't care what Chen Kai was thinking. This black-scaled snake was a leader-level monster, so she had to be careful. However, it was obvious that Tang Xuehui was too cautious. She kicked the black-scaled snake but did not pursue it, and carefully kept her distance. Little did they know that this kick made the black-scaled snake stagger and almost faint. Fortunately, Tang Xuehui quickly realized the predicament of the black-scaled mystic snake. She raised her hand and aimed the ice spike at the place where she had kicked and smashed it hard, piercing through the concave snake scales and into the body of the black-scaled mystic snake. Roar! The black-scaled snake suddenly jumped up in pain, roaring and twisting its huge body violently. Tang Xuehui was extremely fast and dodged the black-scaled snake's tail swings one after another. Chen Kai obviously didn't have such good luck. The black-scaled snake whipped him away with its tail and embedded him in a huge rock, making it impossible to get him out. Hit the snake at its most vulnerable part. Tang Xuehui took a deep breath, gathered her strength, and rushed forward, lightly tapping the toes of her left foot while exerting all her strength on her right foot. Kick the black-scaled snake in its weak spot. Now, the black-scaled snake curled up in pain. Tang Xuehui seized the opportunity and started kicking hard while releasing ice cones. This black-scaled snake is quite true to its nature and doesn't say a word. When I turned around, I saw that he had been kicked unconscious and was about to die. Chapter 7, First, Team Lin. Chen Kai woke up slowly under Zhang Shui's treatment. The next second, he saw Tang Xuehui fighting the black-scaled snake alone. The situation is even one-sided. Chen Kai was dumbfounded. Could it be that the fried meat with mushrooms he had for lunch was not cooked enough? What the hell did he see? Tang Xuehui, how can she kick so hard? At this moment, the rest of the team also widened their eyes, with disbelief written all over their faces. Is it because I'm not good at studying? Could it be that the ice bloodline is a melee-enhanced type of profession? Zhang Shui murmured. Oh, I envy the black-scaled mystical snake. No, buddy, that's too stupid. No, ahem, what I mean is that the black-scaled mystical snake's defense couldn't withstand Tang Xuehui's attack. They don't understand what black see-through stockings or hip-hugging leather skirts are, they just feel it instinctively. Whoever invented this combination is a genius. As for what is instinct, then don't ask. The black-scaled snake persevered for about 3 minutes with its perseverance, and finally fell down. Gain 1800 shared experience from Tang Shuehui for killing the black-scaled mystic snake. Materials obtained, Black Snake Scale 1. The experience and points provided by boss-level monsters are quite considerable. Is it difficult to fight? It's not difficult, it just takes some physical effort. Tang Shuehui smiled slightly and brushed off the corner of her clothes, which was slightly dirty. Then he took out a piece of black scale armor that was completely black. This is the equipment dropped by the black-scaled mystic snake. I give it to you. Linen held it in his hand. The scale armor felt nice and slightly cool. Black scale armor, a light armor with good defense. Wearing it does not affect movement and can slightly increase defense capabilities. You are not allowed to refuse this time. Tang Shuehui pretended to be angry. If you refuse again, I will be angry. Then I'll wear it. Linen was not polite at all. He had been wanting to steal this equipment in the first place. It's speechless. I'm a tailor, but he can't wear the clothes I made. After Linen put on the black scale armor, he looked down at his watch. Countdown 1 hour and 26 minutes, score 396. There's still plenty of time left, but if we want to get full marks, we have to hurry. Tang Shuehui nodded slightly. After crossing this swamp, we should reach the core area of the forest, which should be the location of the level boss. Let's go. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Chen Kai's lips moved with an extremely complicated expression. Tang Shuehui is so strong. No, it should be said that she is too strong. The monster that the 4 members of their team were helpless to deal with was easily suppressed by Tang Shuehui alone, without even getting hurt. The powerful figure took his breath away. For a moment, Chen Kai actually felt relieved that the gap between him and the epic professionals was so huge. But when he realized that this was probably the moment when the gap between him and Tang Shuehui was the smallest, a feeling of despair arose. What surprised Chen Kai the most was, although Lin En had never taken action, he had a vague feeling that the leader of this team was Lin En, not Tang Shuehui. I must have been beaten stupid by the black-scaled mystic snake. Chen Kai shook his head in self-mockery. Lin En is a professional in the field of life. How could Tang Shuehui possibly obey him? At the same time, the playground of number 1 middle school. A huge screen displays the points of each team in real time. First place, Lin Ning team, 331 points. Second place, Team Chun Feng, 281 points. Third place, Xian Sanxiang team, 275 points. Fourth place, Team Lin Ning. Is that the team of the mythical professional Seraph? That's right, it's worthy of being a mythical profession. This score, wow, it's first by a huge margin. Yes, it seems that a good seedling has emerged from number 1 middle school this year. This ranking is exactly as I expected. Xiao Hongmei glanced at Wang Dihai. Just as I expected, Lin Ning's team from our class ranked first. Except for the larger gap between the first and second place, the gaps between the following places are much smaller. Wang Dihai took a look at the ranking of his students. 17th place, Lin team, 246. He was a little anxious in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He just curled his lips and said, "It's not over yet, why are you in such a hurry?" At this moment, the ranking on the leaderboard suddenly changed. Look, the rankings on the leaderboard have changed. That's quite a commotion. I'm afraid some team has killed a boss monster. Sure. The question is, which team? All the teachers' eyes were focused on the big screen. I saw that the teams ranked higher in the rankings were dropping in position. The name of one team is rising rapidly. Team Lin? Isn't that from Wang Dihai's class? I remember there's an epic class in this team. Yes. It seems to be the Ice Bloodline, and her name is Tang Shuehui. They killed the boss monster? That should be it. Everyone chatted for a while, then looked at the rankings. Boss-level monsters are harder to defeat, and generally command higher points, but I don't know how high they can be. Unless it's a high-level boss in the depths, he'll probably only rise 5 or 6 places. At this moment, a scene that surprised everyone appeared. Team Lin's ranking continues to rise, and there is no sign of stopping. No, why is it still rising? What kind of monster did they hunt? Already in the top 10. Jiang Shui and others took the opportunity to assemble a team, and then dug out the unconscious and seriously injured Chen Kai, and Jiang Shui began to treat him. Chen Kai slowly woke up, feeling pain all over his body. But when he saw the scene in front of him, Chen Kai felt that he must be crazy. A girl who is 1.72 meters tall kicks the giant snake hard. He saw everything, but his mind could not comprehend the scene. Is this Tang Xuehui? Isn't Tang Xuehui the one who has awakened the ice bloodline? Who is this long-legged beauty wearing a hip-hugging black leather skirt and black stockings, who can kick a black-scaled black snake to pieces with one kick? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the name of Lin's team skyrocketed like a rocket. After a while, it finally stopped. It finally stopped. No, it didn't stop. It's the top. First place, Team Lin N, 396 points. Once you reach first place, of course there is no way to go any higher. Could it be that Team Lin defeated the dungeon boss in the trial? Impossible. Not to mention that the dungeon boss is definitely not something a two-person team can take down. The points for that dungeon boss alone are 200. The dungeon boss has 200 points, and the black-scaled mystic snake has a full 150 points, making it one of the strongest regional bosses besides the dungeon boss. Impossible. How could a two-person team possibly kill a regional boss? And don't forget, there's also Lin N, a professional in this team. What? Doesn't that mean Tang Xuehui alone defeated the regional leader? What a joke! Chapter 8, Major Colleges Come to Snatch People? A group of teachers started to analyze the situation one after another. But looking left and right, this result doesn't seem like something that Lin N's team can achieve. Xiao Hongmei's eyes widened, and the disbelief on her face was almost overflowing. Teacher Wang, you didn't ask Tang Xuehui to cheat with Lin N, did you? Wang Dihai could hardly contain the pride on his face, but when he heard the teacher's arrangement, he immediately frowned. What the hell? The first thing you do when a student gets his grades is question it. What the hell are you talking about? Everyone was speechless, and the voices of doubt became much weaker. But this result is unscientific. Wang Dihai was furious. Which eye of yours saw them cheating? Could it be that those professionals who stand at the top of the pyramid in our Xia country can only be professionals of mythical quality? Indeed, the higher the grade, the stronger the growth potential. Almost everyone in the mythical profession is as powerful as a dragon, but the professional grade cannot represent everything. There are also some geniuses who break the rules and join the ranks of the strong with professions that are not mythical. Could it be that they are going to witness such a scene today? Just then, there was a sudden commotion at the school gate. The teachers all turned around and saw several people in uniform walking towards them. Who are those people? Some teachers have already recognized the identities of these people and said in surprise. Those are admissions officers from top universities. Why are they here? What's going on? Wang Dihai was also a little surprised. Normally, the admissions teachers from top universities would be too lazy to come down, but this time it seemed a little different, and even these teachers didn't get the news. Of course they're coming for Lin Ning, Xiao Hongmei said excitedly. How many years does it take for Shengcheng to produce a professional of the mythical rank? Of course she was happy. Lin Ning had shown his talent, and as the class teacher, she would definitely receive a reward. What's important is to have face. Hello, we are the admissions teachers of Zhongbei Battle Academy. We heard that a mythical professional appeared in Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School, is that correct? We are the admissions teachers of the Imperial Guard Academy. The teachers at Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School had never seen such a scene before. At this time, a man stood up. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Mingyuan. He is tall, with regular features, full of righteousness, but with a somewhat gentle temperament. I'm the admissions officer for Hongxiang College. I'm here to recruit the legendary professional from Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School. Could you please tell me which of you is this student's homeroom teacher? Xiao Hongmei immediately stepped forward and said excitedly, I am. This is a good opportunity to show off her prowess in front of others. Although she is not the real person, it is already an honor to be a teacher of a mythical professional. What about normal times? I'm afraid even the teachers of Hongxiang College won't even look at them straight in the eye. Zhao Mingyuan nodded slightly. We already understand the general situation. Thank you for your hard work in teaching such a student. It's not hard, it's not hard. I'm serving my students. Xiao Hongmei said with a smile, my outstanding student is taking an exam right now. Zhao Mingyuan smiled and nodded, we came here specially. Although Hongxiang is a top vocational and technical college in China. But every year, there are always a few old 6th class colleges that promise generous rewards in advance to lure promising young talents over. For example, someone here. Under normal circumstances, Hongxiang would just turn a blind eye. This mythical professional is different. He is determined to win. Thinking of this, Zhao Mingyuan decided to learn more about the situation and said, so, classmate Lin En, is he the mythical professional? After hearing this, Xiao Hongmei was stunned for a moment. Lin? No. No. Not him? Zhao Mingyuan paused, who are the other members of Lin En's team? Why do you always pay attention to Lin's team? Xiao Hongmei realized that Zhao Mingyuan probably saw the exam rankings and mistakenly thought that Lin En's team was the team of legendary professionals. She had to explain. Wang Dihai, who was standing by, chuckled and immediately continued, Lin En is my student. His team only has 2 people, and the other one's name is Tang Xuehui. Zhao Mingyuan understood after hearing this, then, this Tang Xuehui must be your school's legendary professional. Not really. Xiao Hongmei said hurriedly. Zhao Mingyuan frowned slightly, Team Lin En, neither of them is a mythical professional? Xiao Hongmei's smile froze as she gritted her teeth and explained, Lin En is a life professional. Tang Xuehui, who is on the same team with him, is just an epic ice bloodline. Actually, the mythical professional is Lin Ning. Lin Ning? Zhao Mingyuan saw the second-ranked, Lin Ning team. He was stunned for a moment. Zhao Mingyuan had heard that Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School had produced a legendary professional, so he came all the way from Hongxiang. He was afraid that other colleges would intercept him, as this had happened before. A team of mythical professionals was actually surpassed by a team of only 2 people, one of whom was a life-type professional? Is this correct? Thinking of this, Zhao Mingyuan couldn't help but frown, are you kidding me? Xiao Hongmei blushed a little and was still trying to make amends for Lin Ning. The exam isn't over yet. Team Lin En might have just happened to encounter a group of monsters that weren't very powerful. They relied on numbers to temporarily surpass Team Lin Ning. In the end, the first place in this assessment will definitely still be from Lin Ning's team. Wang Dihai snorted coldly, I've seen how good Tang Xuehui and Lin En are. They're not the kind of people who would be constrained by their rank. Even if Lin Ning were at the mythical level, Lin En and the others wouldn't lose. The corners of Xiao Hongmei's mouth twitched. Wang Dihai, did I dig up your ancestral grave? I was just showing off a little bit just now. Don't rush to step on my face at a time like this. She observed for a moment and found that there was a hint of anticipation on Zhao Mingyuan's face. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhao Mingyuan. Of course he was looking forward to being able to defeat the team of legendary professionals. To be honest, he was more interested in the 2 people in Lin's team. Lin glanced at her watch. Their team's points have reached 512. The monsters in the depths are indeed more difficult to deal with and are of higher levels, providing a lot of experience and points. As for the dungeon boss, Lin En and his team haven't found it yet. However, with the help of the 2 pieces of clothing on Tang Xuehui, Lin En also gained more experience points. Tang Xuehui has just been promoted to level 4. Lin En's level has directly reached level 5. Personal panel, Lin En. Occupation, tailor. Grade, ancient god level. Strength, 100. Spirit, 100. Health, 100. Agility, 100. Level, 5. Unassigned points, 0. Chapter 9 What does it mean to give yourself PUA? The experience bonus is terrifying, the leveling speed is too fast. Lin En couldn't help but be shocked. At this rate, I'll reach level 10 and unlock my first advanced class skill pretty quickly. In addition to bringing attribute bonuses, the level increase of professionals can also gain professional skills. When a professional reaches level 10, also known as the first transformation, he or she can obtain the first professional skill. Next are level 25, level 40, level 55, level 70, level 85, and level 100. Level 100, 7th level, is the pinnacle of professionals. In the entire Xia country, masters who have reached the peak of the 7th level are rare. However, these are still too far away for Lin En. He was just looking forward to what the first professional skill of this ancient god-level tailor would be. Lin, you really don't need experience? Tang Xuehui killed the 3-meter-tall firewolf and gently wiped the sweat from her forehead. Even if you're a professional, you should have some self-protection skills. After hearing this, Lin En suppressed his laughter. Self-protection ability? Some brothers, some. I have more self-protection ability than you. Lin En coughed lightly and said, don't worry about this kind of thing in the future. Just get enough experience. The more experience you gain, the faster my level will rise. Lin En said seriously, your level is my level. Even more than you. After hearing this, Tang Xuehui was stunned for a moment and then saw Lin En's serious expression. Suddenly, she smiled, her smile as bright as a newly opened flower bud. Lin, I understand. Although, she herself is just an epic professional. But Lin En actually believed in herself so much, believing that she could become the strongest professional, so she treated herself like this. This is Lin's recognition of himself. At this moment, she was happy from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, Tang Xuehui secretly made up her mind. She will protect Lin En for the rest of her life. Lin En? What do you understand? What are you laughing at? Tang Xuehui, don't do this. You look weird and scary. It feels like you want to eat me. Lin En shuddered, feeling that this smile was not healthy. At this moment, the sounds of several quarrels and conversations reached their ears. Lin En and Tang Xuehui looked at each other. Apart from them, is there anyone else who dares to come to this core area? Who? A delicate cry suddenly rang out, followed by chaotic footsteps. Several figures jumped out from the bushes. The leader was none other than Lin Ning, the most beautiful girl in Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School, who had awakened the mythical class Seraph. She has cherry lips and pearly teeth, skin as delicate and clear as jade, facial features as picturesque as a painting, a slender waist and graceful curves. Her long black hair was tied up high, her eyebrows were like willow leaves, and her eyes were as clear as ice and frost. She was beautiful, but she looked like a fairy who had come down to earth, giving the viewer a sense of impropriety. Lin Ning's face is top-notch, otherwise she would not have defeated Tang Xuehui and become the No. 1 campus beauty of Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School. In addition, her successful job change to Seraph gave her an even more divine aura. Tang Xuehui, why are you here? Lin Ning looked Tang Xuehui up and down, his expression becoming even more strange. What are you wearing? She had never seen anyone dressed like this before. And just looking at the two boys in her team, when they looked at Tang Xuehui with stupid expressions, she knew that this was not a good outfit. Tang Xuehui said calmly, how I dress seems to have nothing to do with you. Lin Ning continued, that's not what I meant. It's just that this is the dungeon boss's patrol area. It's very dangerous. Why don't we let our team escort you out of here first? Tang Xuehui sneered, you can stay in this place, but I can't? Something is wrong. There's something absolutely wrong. As soon as the two women met, Lin En keenly smelled something. The smell of gunpowder. As the saying goes, kings don't meet each other. Now that the two most beautiful girls on campus are gathered here, I'm afraid something is going to happen. At the same time, Lin En looked at Lin Ning. Eye of Aesthetics, activate. Client, Lin Ning. Appearance, 99. Body type, 96. Temperament, 98. Comprehensive rating, SSS. 100% return on materials and 100% return on experience. There are slight differences. But this panel is worthy of being the woman who can outshine Tang Xuehui and become the No. 1 campus beauty in Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School. Lin En was a little excited, thinking, I need to give this woman a pair of stockings. No, he has to make Lin Ning his client. Thinking of this, Lin En looked at Lin Ning and smiled slightly. We came here to hunt the dungeon boss, and I think you are the same. However, we have no intention of causing conflict. Let's go our separate ways and rely on our own abilities. You are Lin En. I heard that you have awakened a life-related profession. What about life-related occupations? Tang Xuehui took a step forward, blocking Lin En behind her, staring straight into Lin Ning's eyes like a kitten guarding its food. He's my captain, I can protect him. As she spoke, Tang Xuehui gently held Lin En's hand. Captain, let's go. There's no need to go so fast. Lin En felt a little sorry that she couldn't put stockings on Lin Ning. But there will probably be such opportunities in the future. Tang Xuehui snorted softly. Ever since Lin Ning became a seraph, she's become even more disregarding of others. I'm afraid if I say a few more words to her, she'll be tempted to hit someone. I must defeat her in this test. Lin En glanced at Tang Xuehui. He wanted to say that you have actually defeated her to some extent. This is not something Lin En proclaimed himself, it is recognized by the system. Lin Ning, body size 96. Tang Xuehui, body shape 98. That's 2 points. As the saying goes, 1 extra point is worth 1,000. Tang Xuehui's heavy weight weighed on her for 2,000, and she won. Moreover, although Tang Xuehui's facial features are not as extremely beautiful as Lin Ning's, she is actually naturally charming, which is in stark contrast to the White Lotus beauty Lin Ning. The strange thing is that the two most beautiful girls in Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School are as incompatible as ice and fire. But what does all this have to do with Lin, a small tailor? He just wanted equality, and they all wore stockings made by themselves. Tang Xuehui wears black stockings, while Lin Ning wears white stockings. It just so happens that white suits Lin Ning better. Just as Lin En was thinking about it, a roar that reached the sky suddenly rang out. Roar! The sound came from not far away, and it was so loud that it almost penetrated the eardrums of Lin En and Tang Xuehui. You don't need to look to know that the sound comes from an extremely powerful monster. It must be the dungeon boss. Tang Xuehui's face turned stern. Lin En, what should we do? Lin En smiled and said, of course I have to meet it. After saying that, the two figures disappeared from the spot in an instant. Chapter 10 Can I, for a lifetime. Meanwhile, on the other side. This roar, I'm afraid, can only be made by a dungeon boss. Several people looked at Lin Ning. Captain, what should we do? Let's go. We must kill the dungeon boss. Lin Ning said firmly. A red-haired boy smiled after hearing this and said, Captain, we don't have to be so anxious. In the entire Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School, besides us, is there anyone else capable of killing the dungeon boss? After hearing this, several people started laughing. Nature. Captain Lin Ning is a legendary professional. There's no one like him in Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School. After hearing this, Lin Ning remained silent. Really? Why did she have a hunch that Team Lin was on par with her? Intuition, woman's intuition. Lin Ning suddenly felt a little inexplicably irritated, but at this moment, the ground where the entire team was standing suddenly cracked. Snap. Lin Ning's expression changed. Disperse. Boom. The dust cleared and a huge figure emerged from the ground. This is the leader-level monster, the thorny terror bear. When the rest of the team saw its appearance clearly, they couldn't help but gasp. The thorny bear is over 2 meters tall and looks like a giant bear. Its body is covered with bony barbs. On its huge head, there is a pair of orange-yellow eyes that are full of wildness. Captain, are we still going to hunt the dungeon boss? Lin Ning frowned slightly. Of course we should fight. Exposing our back to a leader-level monster is tantamount to seeking death. She raised her hand, and a light red light gathered in her palm. Seraph's professional skill, fiery judgment. Boom! The light red light turned into a sharp arrow and hit the thorny bear head-on. Then, the corner of Lin Ning's eye twitched slightly. The fiery judgment did hit the target, but it only left a scorch mark on the thorny bear's body. How could that be? Although Lin Ning's team has a high score, they have never encountered a boss-level monster. The thorny bear is the strongest monster they have encountered. The physical strength of the leader-level monster far exceeded Lin Ning's expectations. Everyone, put away your contempt. Lin Ning took a deep breath and looked stern. The boss monster's power far exceeded our expectations. This dungeon boss is indeed more than a level stronger than the boss-level monster. Forest core area. Lin En and Tang Xuehui stood on a giant tree, their eyes fixed on a gorilla with dark brown skin and golden hair. Dungeon boss, the tyrannical giant ape. This is a creature that usually lives deep in the forest. It is the king of the forest and is extremely irritable. When angry, the hair on its body will turn golden, and it can spit out extremely destructive charged yellow light beams from its mouth. One look at Lin was enough to draw a conclusion, but he wasn't panicking at all. With Tang Xuehui's current strength, this brutal giant ape would only take a few more kicks. Many people want this kind of opportunity but can't get it. Lin's interest in it lies only in how much experience it can provide him and what kind of equipment it will drop. Lin, hide here. Tang Xuehui took a deep breath, and her dark eyes were tinged with a hint of ice blue. Ice bloodline professional skill, Icefall. Huge blocks of ice condensed in the air, and after taking shape, they smashed madly towards the tyrannical giant ape. The tyrannical giant ape growled and swung its huge arms. Swish! The icefall was dismantled in an instant. Tang Xuehue frowned. It seemed to be enraged, opened its mouth wide, and rushed towards Tang Xuehue roaring. Tang Xuehue raised her round legs. Bang! With one kick, the tyrannical giant ape was kicked back. But after seeing this scene, Tang Xuehue not only did not continue to chase, but instead stood there in a daze. The two beautiful eyebrows were twisted even deeper. It's like this again, Tang Xuehue thought. In fact, she had already felt something was wrong early on. For a professional, professional skills are almost equivalent to everything a professional has. For example, Jiang Shui from the same class. The healer will initially have a skill called Healing Touch, which can consume mental energy and quickly heal the injured part. The same type of profession, different levels, will derive different skills. This is also why high-level professions are inherently superior. Professional skills are equal to all the attack methods of a professional, and skills are also affected by attribute bonuses. Therefore, the difference between low grade and high grade is equivalent to the other party's attack methods being more sophisticated and the attacks being more fierce. But, now, at this moment, Tang Xuehue suddenly realized a very serious problem. She clearly has an epic ice bloodline. But it seems that his professional skills are far inferior to the additional skills that Lin En brought to him with this equipment. Just look at that black-scaled snake. The ice cones couldn't even break through the defense, but the god of war could kick the black-scaled snake hard enough to make it look weak. What does that mean? The answer in Tang Xuehue's heart was about to come out. This means that as long as you wear the clothes made by Lin, no matter what level of profession you are, you can have the power that is no less than that of a mythical profession. In front of Lin's career. What kind of professional skills? They are nothing compared to the additional skills of clothes. Tang Xuehue used her slender fingers to stroke the pair of smooth stockings on her legs. How did I realize this? The strong one is not Tang Xuehue, but Lin En. Lin En looked at Tang Xuehue strangely. This shouldn't be the case. This girl has such excellent fighting instincts, how could she be distracted during a fight? Tang Xuehue? Don't be in a daze, Lin En pointed at the tyrannical Gigantopithecus, it's not dead yet. Lin. Tang Xuehue raised her eyes and bit her lip. Can I wear the clothes you make for the rest of my life? Question mark. When a question mark appears over Lin's head, it's not that there's something wrong with him, but that he thinks there's something wrong with you. Tang Xuehue smiled brightly. Without waiting for Lin's answer, the girl jumped down. Accumulate power. The god of war kicks hard. Boom! He raised his leg high and nailed the tyrannical giant ape into the ground with one kick. The huge force even shook the big tree next to it crooked. Seeing this, Lin En became even more satisfied with the strength of her black stockings. The dungeon boss was ultimately defeated with just a few kicks. Sure enough, stockings are the answer. Let me explain this in two ways. Lin Ning's team is in a much worse situation. All this was thanks to the rare-level shield master in Lin Ning's team. He was too ambitious and wanted to show off his defensive power, so he became disconnected from the team and was finally knocked away by the thorny bear. This directly led to chaos in Lin Ning's team's formation. Two professionals with high attack and low defense were eliminated instantly and fell to the ground, their life and death unknown. Only Lin Ning was left struggling to hold on. Fortunately, she had excellent fighting skills, and although it was a bit difficult, she still managed to beat the thorny bear to its knees. Gained experience in 150 points. Next, it's the dungeon boss. Lin Ning wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just then. Throughout the entire copy, the watches of all the students participating in the assessment lit up at the same time. Congratulations to Team Lin En for successfully killing the dungeon boss, the tyrannical giant ape. Bonus points, 200. Chapter 11, time is short and the task is heavy. The news was like a huge rock hitting a lake, instantly causing ripples in the dungeon. Team Lin En killed the dungeon boss? Oh my goodness. Our Shengcheng No. 1 middle school hasn't had a team kill a dungeon boss during the assessment phase in years. I thought this dungeon boss would definitely be killed by Lin Ning's team. Yeah. And I heard, Lin's team seems to only have 2 people. School beauty Tang Xuehue, with her epic ice bloodline, is truly outstanding. But is Lin En a living profession? Hiss, then how did they do it? Someone thought about it and said, could it be that Team Lin En was lucky and found the dungeon boss before Team Lin Ning? Fart. Fuck, why are you scolding me? The professional was confused and looked at the yellow-haired Chen Kai next to him strangely. Chen Kai has the same sense of powerlessness as an incompetent husband in an action movie. Who understands the feeling of redemption when everyone else is drunk but I am sober? Who can understand me with this sense of redemption? Chen Kai realized that Lin En was not simple at all. Damn it! You dare to scold me? Go eat Dafen with your sense of redemption. The other side. The core area of the copy. Lin Ning, who had just killed the thorny bear, turned extremely pale in an instant. How is that possible? She admitted that she might have underestimated the assessment, as even the leader-level monsters required some effort to deal with. I am afraid that after encountering the dungeon boss, I will be in a tough battle. But what Lin Ning couldn't accept was that Lin En's team was able to eliminate the dungeon boss so quickly. How is this possible? Lin Ning felt very lost. With Tang Xuehui's ability, how could she rely on her epic ice bloodline to kill the dungeon boss? Lin Ning is actually not a spoiled girl. On the contrary, she just feels that she is very lucky, so she awakened a mythical profession. However, the gap between him and Tang Xuehui was like a chasm, which made Lin Ning unable to accept this fact. Then, a light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind. Lin. The real problem must be with Lin. But, why? Lin Ning pursed her lips, her thoughts in a mess. How on earth did Lin do it? There were speculations in the copy. Outside the copy, on the playground of Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School. The reactions of the teachers were like a roller coaster. This Lin Ning team is really good. Their points jumped by 150 in one go. It looks like he killed a leader-level monster. He's worthy of being a mythical professional. First place, Lin Ning team, 526 points. Second place, Team Lin En, 512 points. Seeing this, Xiao Hongmei breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, my student is indeed a mythical professional. It seems that it is only a matter of time before he kills the dungeon boss. The words didn't last more than 3 seconds. A line of big words suddenly appeared on the ranking list. Congratulations to Lin En's team for killing the dungeon boss, the tyrannical giant ape, and earning 200 points. Ranking list announcement. Afterwards, Lin's team's points and rankings soared. First place, Team Lin En, 726 points. No, I saw it wrong? The dungeon boss was killed? Or was it Team Lin who did it? Xiao Hongmei's smile froze on her face in an instant. If you want to slap me in the face, go ahead and slap me in the face. The problem is, before she could even mute herself, she was slapped in the face. It's too damn fast. Do you treat me like a Japanese pirate? Not bad, very good. Zhao Mingyuan suddenly stood up, a smile appeared on his face, and then he turned his head. Is this Lin En team really just 2 people? Is Lin En really a life-oriented professional? Tang Xuehui, is this really just an epic ice bloodline? This should, probably, possibly, maybe? Now, even Wang Dihai didn't dare to admit it. Everyone is pessimistic about you, but I am optimistic about you. But you are the most competitive. But isn't this a bit too ambitious? It's really not open? Wang Dihai couldn't help but break out in a few drops of cold sweat. If Lin En and Tang Xuehui really cheated in the test, their careers would be ruined. So many teachers from the admissions office present saw it, and it became a scandal for Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School. Thinking of this, Wang Dihai shook his shoulders. No, he believed in his students. Lin En and Tang Xuehui are good kids and my best students. A smile appeared on Zhao Mingyuan's face. Good. He was even more convinced that coming to Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School this time was a great investment. Not only can it recruit mythical professions, there is also a rough diamond like Tang Xuehui. Suddenly, Zhao Mingyuan frowned slightly. He remembered something. Lin Ning's mythical class is Seraph? Yes. Xiao Hongmei answered immediately. This is going to be difficult. Zhao Mingyuan murmured. The profession of Seraph is the favorite of the Old Western Vocational College. As luck would have it, he also happened to see the admissions teacher from the Old West Vocational College. Or the one he hated the most. Mr. Zhao Mingyuan, why don't you say hello when you see me? And you came here. Zhao Mingyuan had a headache. Do we know each other well? I don't want to see you in a place like this at all. Ai Lin lifted her hair and chuckled. Teacher Zhao Mingyuan, when did you at Hongxiang become so overbearing, only allowing you to recruit students and not me? Zhao Mingyuan sneered. Enrolling students is fine, but I've never seen a serious teacher recruit students based on their looks. What are you talking about? Irene blinked. I'm a serious person. Veins popped up on Zhao Mingyuan's forehead as he glanced at Irene. But your appearance isn't very decent. I get angry when I talk about this. Although Hongxiang Vocational College is the best college in the entire Xia country. But this excellence is also based on recruiting the best students every year. It just so happens that Irene from the old Western Vocational College can snatch a large number of good seedlings from him every year. What is the euphemism for calling it the right choice? To be fair, Irene is indeed beautiful, with blonde hair, a mixed-race look, green pupils, and a top-notch figure. Even in simple casual clothes, she attracted a lot of attention, and many teachers glanced at her unconsciously. What's more, there are those Xiao virgins who just graduated from high school. How could Zhao Mingyuan not know what was going on in their minds? It would be strange if Irene didn't know. However, thinking of this, Zhao Mingyuan felt relieved. He chuckled. I guess you don't know yet, but the two best students at Shengcheng No. 1 High School this year are both girls. I think you should put those little tricks in your mind under control. Oh, are you serious? Zhao Mingyuan frowned. What's false? Ha, I don't think so. Irene tied her hair up and smiled in a way that seemed to be able to captivate people. Chapter 12, the assessment is over, full marks. In the copy. Sure enough, the dungeon boss also dropped a piece of equipment. Tang Xuehui looked at the corpse of the tyrannical giant ape and picked up a dark brown belt from it. Yes. Lin took the belt and looked at it. Belt of Tyranny. Quality, excellent. Effect, wearing it will increase your attack power. The increase is based on the sum of all attributes. Oh, it's an excellent grade equipment? Lin was a little surprised. Others may look down on this tyrannical belt. But for Lin En, whose bucket number already has high attributes, it is a top quality equipment. After putting on the belt, Lin glanced at his career panel. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gain 2200 shared experience points from Tang Xuehui for killing the tyrannical giant ape. Level up. Personal panel, linen. Occupation, tailor. Grade, ancient god level. Strength, 180. Spirit, 180. Health, 180. Agility, 180. Level, 9. This is actually a pretty scary panel. You should know that for most professions, even mythical professions, when they reach level 9, the highest attribute of the 4 attributes is unlikely to reach 150. And Lin's all attributes are 180. This shows that in terms of attributes, Lin En has directly crushed those of the same level. One level away from reaching the first level. Lin thought about it and glanced at his watch. Time until the end of the assessment, 40 minutes. Lin's team score, 712. Xuehui. There are still 40 minutes left. Time is short and the task is heavy. Lin En's expression was indifferent. He said calmly, go ahead and kick me. Okay, boss. Tang Xuehui felt full of strength. But the other strange beasts in the copy suffered a lot. In the forest. The screams of strange beasts came one after another. 40 minutes later. Assessment officially ended. As a line of text appeared on the big screen in the playground, rays of light lit up. Then, various professionals walked out from the light. Wow, it's finally over. I'm so tired. 480 points, I'm so lucky, I had good luck, and I performed exceptionally well. It's over, it's all over. I forgot to form a team, and after entering the dungeon, I took a nap, and the exam was over. I only got a little over 200 points, what should I do? What should I do? I suggest you pay attention to the timing of entering the factory. It's useless to say that. What college you can get into depends on your ranking. No matter how high your score is, if your ranking is low, it's all bullshit. What if everyone has high scores? One of the students' words reminded the rest of the students. Yes, that's right. The real truth is to look at the rankings. But then again, Team Lin Ning must be first, right? Didn't they say that Linen's team killed the dungeon boss? Hey, Team Lin must have been lucky. They encountered the dungeon boss right after entering the dungeon. It took them a long time to kill it. How do you know? Did you see it? I'm just guessing. Team Lin doesn't have any mythical level professions. You're really good at guessing. Look behind you. The person who was speaking had his back to the rankings. After listening to what others said, he subconsciously turned around to look at the rankings. First place. Team Lin? He was stunned for a moment, rubbed his eyes, and seemed a little unconvinced by the result. But no matter how I look left and right, I still see no change. Team Lin N, first place, points, 750. Fuck, 750? Most professionals had the same reaction as him after seeing the rankings. 750. How is that possible? Even Team Lin Ning only has 692. Just look at the third place. 603, that's almost 100 points behind. Chen Kai looked around and couldn't stop laughing. Yes, it's this expression. When I saw Tang Xuehue rewarding the black-scaled mystic snake like a god of war, I had the same expression. Tang Xuehue, it's not that important. Lin, the problem definitely lies with Lin. Chen Kai roared in his heart and glanced around. Then, his eyes lit up. Brother Lin. Chen Kai smiled broadly, bowing his head. Brother Lin, congratulations on your team taking first place. Lin En raised an eyebrow. Chen Kai? It's me, Brother Lin. Chen Kai winked and then leaned close to Lin En's ear. Brother Lin, I understand everything. Actually, this achievement is due to your extraordinary power, right? Tang Xuehue alone definitely couldn't achieve this result. You know nothing, I didn't even do anything. Lin curled her lips. Brother Lin, I can do it too. Linen was stunned for a moment. Okay, what? Chen Kai lowered his voice and patted his chest. I can wear your stockings too. I want to buy a pair from you. Several images kept appearing in Lin En's mind. Chen Kai, black silk. Then his hair stood on end and he shook his head violently, trying to shake this image out of his mind. Get out of my sight right now, before I vomit. Seeing this, Chen Kai's disappointment was evident in his expression. Brother Lin. I'll pay a large sum of money. Roll. Ah. Chen Kai thought for a moment. Well, I can buy it from Tang Xuehue, it's okay if it's worn. I don't mind. You bastard, you really know how to eat. Lin En sneered and said, that depends on whether you or the black-scaled mystic snake is stronger. Your theoretical grades are average, but let me remind you that the black-scaled mystic snake is a leader-level monster specialized in defense. Lin En gestured as he spoke, it only carried Tang Xuehue for 6 legs. I won't stop you, go ask yourself. Just a few words woke Chen Kai up. He thought of Tang Xuehue's figure that was like a god of war, and then thought that if he were to receive a kick of that level, he would probably be confined to a wheelchair or hospital bed for the rest of his life. I was wrong. Thinking of this, Chen Kai immediately fled away. Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chen Kai in black stockings. Ugh. Damn, how could I not forget it? Just then. Lin. Lin En turned his head and saw Lin Ning, whose hair was a little messy but still maintained a calm temperament. What does she want me to do? How did you do it? Lin Ning looked at Lin En with sharp eyes. Tang Xuehue definitely doesn't have this ability, Lin En. This result could only be due to your interference. Lin, how did you do that? You're obviously a tailor. Lin En smiled and said, that's fine, I'm a tailor. After hearing this, Lin Ning became even more incredulous. How, could you? Tailor? Could it be Tang Xuehue's stockings? Thinking of this, she grabbed Lin En's wrist, and a burst of fragrance crazily drilled into Lin En's nose. Lin En. I want it too. Chapter 13, Start Grabbing. What are you going to do to my little captain? The sound squeezed out of Tang Xuehue's throat bit by bit and pressed on Lin Ning's shoulders. Take your hands off me. Tang Xuehue was already furious, staring at Lin Ning with an extremely unfriendly look, not afraid of the power of the seraph at all. Lin Ning let go of her hand, her eyelids twitched slightly, and she lowered her head. Under Tang Xuehue's gaze, she inexplicably felt like a cat stealing fish. I thought to myself that your Lin En is good looking, but I just want to become the strongest professional. I just want to know what methods Lin En used to make Tang Xuehue so strong. I don't want to steal your man, Tang Xuehui. Lin Ning inexplicably became a little more angry. Tang Xuehui, I know you quite well. After our two teams separated, our team also heard the roar of the dungeon boss. But when we tried to rush over, we encountered a boss-level monster, and it took us a lot of effort to get rid of it. That was when you had just defeated the dungeon boss. Tang Xuehui would never have this attitude towards Lin En, but when facing other girls, especially those who wanted to get close to Lin En, Tang Xuehui was like a different person. So, the problem must be with your pair of stockings. Lin Ning said firmly, you were still wearing your school uniform when you entered the dungeon. Tang Xuehui is still wearing the Shengcheng No. 1 middle school uniform, a blue and white sportswear. Her lower body was already dressed in a hip-hugging leather skirt and a pair of sheer black stockings. Lin Ning had never seen this kind of clothing before. This thing was not just a decoration, but the foundation that made Tang Xuehui stronger. And these stockings seem to look really good when worn. It looks like it feels good to the touch too. If she wears it, it should look good, right? Wrong. Lin Ning was shocked. How could he come up with such an idea? Tang Xuehui said nonchalantly, you guessed wrong. It was me who displayed my divine power and eliminated the dungeon boss. Your mythical level beast was a fake. It took so much trouble to defeat a small boss level beast. Lin Ning acted as if he hadn't heard the sarcasm in Tang Xuehui's words and said firmly, with you? There's absolutely no chance of that happening. Tang Xuehui was so upset that she found that this woman seemed to really look down on her. Flat chest, you're looking for death, aren't you? Being big is definitely a plus, but not being small is not necessarily a minus. Judging from her breasts, Tang Xuehui really has the qualifications to be ridiculed. Although Lin Ning was not very calm. But there is a saying that goes, the gap is revealed through comparison. While Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning were bickering, Lin En was also thinking about something similar. Chen Kai's words seemed to give Lin En a wake-up call. He had been neglecting one thing all this time. The equipment given to customers can be handled by the customers themselves, either worn on the body or sold to others. Even, you can wear the clothes he made with his own hands and turn around to deal with him. Lin En is an extremely cautious person. He is the kind of person who would drink all the strengthening potions in front of the boss room, apply buffs to his weapons, and then start fighting monsters. He doesn't mind wasting some time in exchange for his absolute safety. This world is even worse than a game. Once you die, you are dead. Death is equivalent to life. There is no reloading the save file or starting over. From the perspective of pure efficiency, Lin En only needs to sell his clothes publicly at a very cheap price. The experience points given for each piece may be small, but the quantity is huge. He can directly pocket countless experience points and crafting materials while lying at home. But allowing more ancient god-level creatures to enter is not a good thing. Powerful monsters can easily destroy a city, but in fact, more professionals actually die at the hands of humans. Human hearts are always the darkest, unless Lin En's own strength is strong enough to ignore these risks. But Lin doesn't have that confidence yet. Under my command, you can become stronger. Lin En looked directly into Lin Ning's beautiful eyes, which were filled with hope. But you are not qualified yet. Lin Ning was stunned. She is not qualified? Lin En turned and left, leaving Lin Ning standing there in a daze. I declare that the professional assessment is officially over. The principal stood at the podium and began a long, meaningless speech. The content was nothing more than empty talk about how you have become formal professionals and are about to enter the cruel world. At the same time, don't forget your alma mater, blah blah blah. Lin almost fell asleep while listening to it. Team Lin. The principal smiled kindly. In this assessment, Team Lin En won first place with a score of 750. Thunderous applause. Team Lin En is so powerful. But I heard that Lin En awakened a life-related profession. Stupid. Of course Tang Xuehui is the best. She is. The students who were whispering in the audience were suddenly stunned when they heard this, because they found that Tang Xuehui was just an epic-level ice bloodline, and there was also a mythical profession in this session, but Lin Ning was actually suppressed by these two people. Hey, that's weird. Tang Xuehui is only at the epic level, so how could she get such a high score? Could she be the genius that the teacher talked about, someone who breaks the mold? It seems that Tang Xuehui is going to be a hot commodity in our class. 2. As several students spoke, they glanced to the side. Those were admissions teachers from top vocational colleges. It could be said that as long as they were noticed by any of them, they would become successful people on the spot. Half an hour later, the awarding ceremony finally ended. At the same time, admissions teachers from various colleges and universities also entered the venue. It looked very lively, but upon closer inspection, the group of teachers were only rushing towards the two of them: Lin Ning and Tang Xuehue. Student Lin Ning, our academy has developed a comprehensive advancement plan for mythical professionals this year. The school's resources are completely open to outstanding students, and there are teachers to guide you in leveling up through dungeons. Our school once had an outstanding graduate in the seraph profession. We have a wealth of experience. Student Tang Xuehue, I heard that you, with your epic level ice bloodline, surpassed Lin Ning to become the top scorer in this year's Shengcheng No. 1 middle school. Please be sure to come to our academy. Student Tang Xuehue, we greatly admire your performance in this assessment. We believe your resilience and talent are absolutely on par with those of mythical professionals. We will offer you a scholarship and develop a development plan that best suits you. Although this situation was expected a long time ago. But after the actual experience, this group of newly graduated students felt the disparity of the world for the first time. Are they some kind of mean people? Why is no one paying attention to them? Chapter 14. Wherever you go, I will go. Zhao Mingyuan could hardly hold back the smile on his face as he listened to those teachers who were frantically trying to please him. Are you recruiting these two students? Do you have this ability? Do they like you? Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Mingyuan cleared his throat. He walked towards Lin Ning and Tang Xuehue with a smile. The teachers from other colleges were a little dissatisfied at first, but after seeing that it was Zhao Mingyuan, they made way for him with a helpless look on their faces. Tang Xuehue, Lin Ning. Zhao Mingyuan said in a gentle voice, we at Hongxiang Vocational College sincerely invite you two students to join us. No need to waste words, just mentioning the name of the college is the best admission brochure. However, another voice soon appeared. Old Western Vocational College will provide Lin Ning and Tang Xuehue with the best career development plan. Irene's charming voice made all the teachers and students present swallow their saliva subconsciously. Zhao Mingyuan thought to himself, you bastard, you didn't even bother to act and you're just going to snatch it from me? You're shameless, but I still have some. He sighed and continued, we should have a first come, first served approach when recruiting students. Aren't you just robbing people? Irene smiled slightly. Look at what you said. How did I snatch it? How about this? As long as you give me Tang Xuehue and Lin Ning, the two professionals, you can choose the rest of the students. Zhao Mingyuan sneered, you're dreaming. He is not stupid. Then let's each rely on our own abilities. After saying this, Irene stopped looking at Zhao Mingyuan and turned her gaze to the focus of the crowd. Tang Xuehue and Lin Ning. But the moment she saw the expressions of the two girls, Irene was stunned. Why do these two genius students have such strange expressions? Lin Ning, a mythical professional who has been transferred to become a seraph, now acts as if he has no interest in any school. There was disappointment on that holy and beautiful face, and the loss in the pupils was about to overflow. Is she feeling disappointed because she came in second? Irene thought so subconsciously, but her female intuition told her otherwise. As for the other talented student, he made Irene even more puzzled. She followed Tang Xuehue's gaze and actually saw a boy. The boy was ordinary, just handsome in appearance and had a good temperament. If she remembered correctly, the boy was Lin Ning. Strange, isn't he a life-related professional? Erin began to have doubts in her mind, and suddenly realized that something was wrong. She seemed to have overlooked something very important. Hello, classmate. A voice appeared in Lin's ears. You're a tailor, right? Would you like to join us at Siping Vocational College? The young admissions teacher smiled kindly, you are a tailor. Our college focuses on cultivating professionals in the field of life. Coming to our Siping College is the right choice for you. As Lin Ning expected, even though he was already the captain of the top-ranked professional team on the list, the academies that invited him were still as rare as snow in the desert, and all of them trained students in life-related professions. Instead, Tang Xuehue's value suddenly became apparent. Lin Ning was not annoyed. Everyone could see the strength of people in the life profession. As a tailor, he deserved to be treated like this. But Lin Ning thought, is it really necessary for him to be admitted to a certain college? The moment the profession of ancient god-level tailor appeared in the world, it seemed that he had embarked on another lonely path. While thinking, a few wisps of fragrant breeze suddenly blew into Lin En's nostrils. Hey, Lin! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Xuehui ignored the admissions teachers. She found Lin En's position in the crowd, pursed her lips, and no one knew what she was thinking at the moment. Her fair face gradually became redder, all the way to her ears. Lin En, which college are you choosing? Her face flushed crimson, but it was obvious that saying this had taken all her courage and strength. Lin En glanced at Tang Xuehui, his eyes widened, as if his eyes could speak. Tang Xuehui, what are you going to do? What on earth are you going to do? Tang Xuehui knew that at this moment she was the moon among the stars, the professional who was the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, wanting to know which school the genius who surpassed the legendary professionals would choose. At such an important moment, she cast aside everyone's expectations, walked straight up to him, and loudly asked him about his future career plans. Even a fool can hear the hidden meaning. No matter which school you choose, I will choose the same one as you. So, the scene exploded. What the hell, what did I see? Why did Tang Xuehui ask that boy about his target college? Don't ask me, I want to know too. Could it be? That's Lin En, who teamed up with school beauty Tang and won first place. Someone recognized Lin En's name. After all, he used to be a top student in school. Lin En? Didn't he change his job to a life professional? Fuck, there's something wrong with them. Nonsense. How could school beauty Tang possibly be interested in Lin En? Wailing, crying, anger, and then full of jealousy and hatred. This kid Lin En actually ate the school beauty Tang. I'm so envious. No, you're such a jerk. Under the gazes of countless people and complicated expressions, Tang Xuehui took a deep breath. Whichever college you choose, I will choose. She had made her decision long ago. But something happened that no one could have imagined. After Tang Xuehui said this, another person said the same thing to her. Whichever college you choose, I will choose too. Lin Ning said these words with an expressionless face, which were as powerful as a nuclear bomb. If Tang Xuehui's words were to be heard, it would have caused a huge stir in Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School. Then what Lin Ning threw out would be the final fuse to detonate this bomb. After the assessment, Lin Ning was in a state of confusion. She could accept Lin's exorbitant request, and she should even have been able to accept Lin's rejection of her request. But what was Lin talking about? He said that he is not qualified yet. Not qualified. Why is Lin Ning not qualified? In terms of appearance, academic performance, and professional level, in which aspect is Lin Ning not better than Tang Xuehui? The only thing that Tang Xuehui is better than Lin Ning in, and she is definitely better than him, is just her figure. Why? Lin Ning kept repeating this sentence in his mind, and then he became a little angry. Why do you, Lin En, say I am not qualified? In this case, of course I have to use actual performance to tell you that I am qualified. So, Lin Ning took a step forward. And declared loudly. Chapter 15, Dramatic Changes, SS Level Copy. Perhaps even Lin Ning herself didn't realize that beneath her pure, angelic face, she actually had a little devil in her heart. In this regard, Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui are as symmetrical as the yin and yang poles in the Tai Chi diagram. Tang Xuehui has a charming appearance and looks like a scumbag who plays with many men at once and can manipulate boys' feelings with just a flick of her finger. In fact, she usually had to muster up the courage to even talk to Lin En, and her face would blush involuntarily. Lin Ning is the kind of girl who usually acts like a good girl and nothing can be seen, but sometimes she will inadvertently reveal a bit of a sinister side. That's why she stood up when Tang Xuehui expressed her feelings. It is absolutely impossible to say that she did not have the intention of taking revenge on Lin En. As people were shocked, a riot broke out among the crowd. But when the shock exceeded a certain critical point, deathly silence filled the entire sky. The two campus beauties are publicly revealed. Is this considered a competition, an open competition for a life-related professional? What kind of leverage do these two have on Lin En? It must be like this. Everyone present had no idea what had happened to these three people. They only wondered if Lin En had hypnotized the two campus beauties to create such an unparalleled life. Lin En was a little speechless. If he continued like this, he would be eaten alive by the boys from Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School. However, at this moment, several different cell phone ringtones rang at the same time. Ring-ling. All the adults present subconsciously reached into their pockets. They took out their cell phones, and when they saw the message displayed on the phone, their faces changed drastically. How come? The suburbs of Shengchang? SS level copy? And the dungeon level requirement is below level 1. Lin frowned slightly. What's going on? After the exams were over and the awarding ceremony took place, all the major colleges came to recruit students and enter their files in advance. Finally, these newly adult job changers entered their information into the system, and then went back to their homes and their mothers, and the process ended there. I've never heard of such a thing. Listening to what these teachers said, it seems like something happened in Shengchang. Lin En stood there waiting, with a bad feeling in his heart. Lin En. Tang Xuehui paused. You haven't answered me yet. Yeah, you haven't told me which college you're going to. Lin En, No, it's fine if Tang Xuehui asked me, but why are you here to join in the fun, Lin Ning? When Tang Xuehui frowned and stood in front of Lin En, Lin Ning had already turned around. However, it doesn't matter which school you go to right now. Something must have happened in Shengchang, and our admission will be delayed. Tang Xuehui was stunned for a moment. What? Lin En said in a deep voice, she is right. Then we will now. Wait. Lin took a deep breath and looked towards the horizon. The sky was clear just now. In the blink of an eye, it's about to rain. I don't agree with this plan. The bald Wang Dihai never behaves like this on a normal day, but now he is facing many teachers with a serious face, even a little angry. Teacher Wang, something has happened. An SS-level unstable dungeon has appeared in the suburbs of Shengchang, and participants are limited to those below the first level. Only students can solve this dungeon. As soon as these words were spoken, all the adults in the meeting room fell silent. Ever since the alien beasts invaded the blue planet, humans have been unable to predict the appearance of copies until now. They were completely random and had no pattern, but this time, a copy that was the most difficult to solve appeared. A highly difficult and unstable copy with limited level requirements. Bullshit. Wang Dihai said excitedly, who said my students must participate? That's an unstable instance. We can wait for it to grow on its own, and then destroy it once it's fully opened. Teacher Wang, are you serious? Principal Chen's voice was somewhat heavy. We can indeed wait for the dungeon to grow to its limit automatically. That way, there would be no need for professionals below level 1 to enter the dungeon. However, once the dungeon grows to its limit, not only will it cause a massive explosion, but more importantly, it's completely uncontrollable what kind of beasts will appear inside. Have you forgotten the tragedy in Lincheng? 10 years ago, the Xia Kingdom allowed a high-difficulty, restricted-level dungeon to grow on its own, hoping that high-level professionals would be able to eliminate the beasts when the strange beasts broke out of the dungeon. However, after the copy grew to its limit, a violent explosion suddenly occurred. The explosion destroyed half of Lincheng and countless lives were lost. High-level professionals were forced to fight against the powerful beasts that rushed out of the copy while being seriously injured. That was also the battle with the most tragic casualties in the Xia Kingdom in the past 100 years. Wang Dihai suddenly fell silent because it was impossible for him to forget that battle. He knows the pros and cons best. But that is an SS level copy, and the level is limited to below the first level. The entire Xia country has not been able to successfully pass a single one so far. Xiao Hongmei sighed, Principal, I still propose that we immediately start the dungeon clearance mission and mobilize all the students in Shengcheng to form the strongest team from the elite to enter the raid. This mission is different from the assessment. Those with weaker strength will not be allowed to enter the dungeon. Principal Chen looked at Zhao Mingyuan, Irene and others. Teachers from all the academies, as you can see, this dungeon is unprecedentedly difficult. I wonder if the academies can offer some assistance. Zhao Mingyuan smiled bitterly and said, it's really too difficult to find a suitable professional. A transition should be easy to achieve. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting in the conference room right now, running around in circles in a hurry. Irene said at the right moment, there should be some professionals at the Old West Vocational College who haven't yet completed their first transformation. I'll contact the college now and have them send a helicopter to transport a team over. Wang Dihai was silent for a moment, then suddenly said excitedly, do you know what you are doing now? You are sending these students to their deaths. They are no longer students. Principal Chen's voice was not loud, but extremely firm. They have successfully changed jobs and passed the assessment dungeon. I have already awarded them medals. They are already outstanding professionals in Xia country. Their shoulders are strong enough to bear such a burden. There is a piece of paper in front of each teacher. This is actually different from Linen's school in his previous life. In Xia country, the school can be simply regarded as a reserve army, and each teacher is the leader of the children, and the power of mobilization lies in the hands of the class teacher. Signing the paper in their hands means that they agree to let the young man enter the copy. Chapter 16, Come Back Alive. I don't agree. Wang Dihai's eyes were red, and his chest was heaving violently. I don't agree. I can't send my students to their death with my own hands. Being a professional is the most difficult path. We will indeed have sacrifices, but this is better than repeating the tragedy of Lin Cheng. At least by doing this, we have a glimmer of hope. Principal Chen said earnestly. That's so easy to say, it's not you who's going to die, Wang Dihai said with difficulty. If you want to go, go ahead. I can't possibly sign for my students to participate in the mission. Wang Dihai. Principal Chen stood up and said, Do you know how many households live in Shengcheng North? Do you know how many of us might die if we carry out the plan you mentioned? Wang Dihai slammed his hands on the table. Of course I fucking know. 10 years ago, I personally received my wife's ashes. The room suddenly became extremely quiet, and everyone's breathing stopped as if in tacit agreement. Some senior teachers suddenly remembered something. 10 years ago, Wang Dihai was not the pot-bellied, bald teacher he is now. He was also full of vigor and vitality. His wife was the captain of the Lincheng garrison, the best master in Lincheng, and a 5th-level legendary professional. Most of the people present were local people from Shengcheng, which means that only Wang Dihai had personally experienced the tragedy. Wang Dihai roared loudly in the conference room, like a wounded old wolf, but no one dared to look him in the eye at this moment. It was because of his experience that he didn't dare to sign the paper, because he knew what it meant to do so. His students were a little naughty, but he would rather the children continue to be naughty than to receive their ashes after a tragic victory. Anyone can refuse to sign this, Wang Dihai, but you can't. Principal Chen gritted his teeth. Without Tang Xuehui, they would have been sent to their deaths in vain. Principal Chen was actually also gambling. He was betting that Tang Xuehui was really that strong. Xinjiang, or even the entire Xia country, had not produced a student with full marks in the assessment for several years. What's more, she was not even a mythical professional, but she could still surpass Lin Ning. Without Tang Xuehui, Principal Chen would rather implement Wang Dihai's plan, which was extremely unreliable and had even been proven to fail. I agree to send Tang Xuehui to the SS-level dungeon. The door suddenly opened and a middle-aged man walked in slowly. Hello, Principal Chen, hello, Teacher Wang. Tang Xuehui's father, the head of the Tang family, and the captain of the Shengcheng garrison, Tang Chang. Wang Dihai naturally recognized Tang Chang, but he widened his eyes and could not understand why Tang Chang actually dared to let his daughter enter that copy. Tang Chang looked directly into Wang Dihai's eyes and was silent for a long moment before he spoke. This matter is beyond the ability of the Shengcheng garrison to handle. We have no choice but to activate the Lincheng emergency plan and have professionals below level 1 team up to conquer the dungeon. At the same time, we have activated the evacuation plan. Residents throughout the northern part of Shengcheng are now evacuating in an orderly manner with the help of the garrison. The lives of Shengcheng people should be protected. Wang Dihai stopped talking. He grabbed the paper on the table with force, trying to tear it into pieces, but in the end he just picked up the pen tremblingly and wrote his name on it. Passed unanimously. Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School has confirmed its participation in the SS-level dungeon strategy mission. Attention, an unstable dungeon has appeared in the suburbs of Shengcheng. The predicted energy level is SS-level dungeon. Repeat, an unstable dungeon has appeared in the suburbs of Shengcheng. The predicted energy level is SS level. This dungeon is limited to less than 1 turn. The shrill alarm sounded throughout Shengcheng. All non-combat professionals in Shengcheng No. 1 are requested to leave in an orderly manner. Combat professionals of rare grade and above are requested to wait in the playground. Inside Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School, the voice broadcast contained no emotion. On the playground, everyone had confused expressions on their faces. What happened? SS level copy? Appearing in Shengcheng? You don't want us to go to the dungeon, do you? We are the only ones who are qualified to enter below the first level. Oh my god, isn't that a super difficult dungeon? I don't want to go. You can't go anyway. You're just an ordinary grade combat professional, so you don't qualify. Lin En also heard the report, and actually he had already guessed what happened. He glanced at his career panel and focused on the experience value column. Level 9 6,907,200. Fortunately, he was only 300 experience points away from reaching level 10. When he reached level 10, it was automatically upgraded. Otherwise, he almost couldn't participate in this dungeon. Wrong. Lin En suddenly remembered that this time, he, a life-related professional, seemed to be not allowed to participate in the dungeon. This is really bad. How about a bribe? Lin was thinking in his mind. This SS level copy is a godsend for him. The more difficult the copy is, the higher the level of the monsters in the copy is. But relatively speaking, the higher the elite monster is, the higher the probability of equipment dropping. As he was thinking this, he happened to see Wang Dihai walking out of the teaching building, looking like a walking corpse. Lin En quickly stepped forward and said, "Master, I want to go to this dungeon too." Wang Dihai even thought for a moment that he had misheard. He couldn't believe his ears. He had only seen people seeking good fortune and avoiding danger, but he had never seen anyone jumping into a fire pit. That's just nonsense. Wang Dihai waved his hand impatiently. "Lin En, stop joining in the fun and go home to eat." "Teacher, I really want to enter this copy." Seeing this, Lin En's eyes turned, and he grabbed Tang Xuehui's slender wrist and pulled her over. "Teacher, Tang Xuehui said that if I don't go, she doesn't want to go either." "Master, you don't want to see Tang Xuehui not participate in this dungeon, right?" Tang Xuehui's face flushed red. Lin En grabbed her wrist, and her mind went blank. She couldn't think of anything and just nodded mechanically. Wang Dihai gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I really want you all not to go, but if I do that I will really become a sinner of Xingqiang." Besides, Lin En seemed a little beyond his expectations. Lin Ning's team has one mythical hero, one epic hero and 3 rare heroes, so the team configuration is quite reasonable. Even so, Lin Ning's team only scored more than 690 points at the end of the exam. On the other hand, Lin En, along with Tang Xuehui, formed a 2-person team and scored full marks. Not only that, he also killed the boss of the assessment copy. To say that Lin En didn't do anything, Wang Dihai doesn't believe it. Maybe this student will really bring him a surprise? Wang Dihai was furious and waved his hands. "Go away, go away." Lin En was as if pardoned. "Thank you, master." "Wait a moment." Wang Dihai called Lin En, and the light in his eyes seemed to brighten a little. After a long while, he said, "Come back alive." Chapter 17. What is the meaning of myths being inferior to epics? The entire Xingqiang began to operate. Residents in the northern part of Xingqiang took refuge in order under the command of the garrison. At the same time, the 3 middle schools in Xingqiang began to recruit all graduating students above the rare grade. A bus was parked on the playground of Xingqiang No. 1 Middle School. There are hundreds of people in each class, but only dozens of them are qualified to sit on this bus. "Lin En, why are you in the car too?" Just as Lin En got into the car, an untimely voice rang out. The person who spoke was a boy named Hanyu, with a side-parted hairstyle and stiff hair sprayed with hairspray. He had fair skin. People with lifestyle jobs are not qualified to ride this car. "Did you go the wrong way? Get out of here." Hanyu said to Lin En bluntly, "Did you think this was just a game of house like the assessment dungeon? Besides, you only got such a high score in the assessment copy because you were relying on Tang Xuehui." As soon as the words are spoken, they hit the shore like the tide. That's right. People with life-related professions don't think they have combat capabilities, do they? I think it was School Beauty Tang who was leading some people so high up into the sky. Ha 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 ha. I see so too. But since someone is eager to die, there's nothing we can do to stop them. Lin En said nothing, because for a moment he didn't know whether these people looked down on him or cared about him. This was a bus to the SS level copy, and in a sense, it was also a bus to hell. This group of students has just passed the assessment and may become elite professionals in the future. Right now, at this point in time, their self-confidence is at its peak. But then he felt relieved, because Han Yu's eyes flickered when he mocked Lin En, and he glanced behind Lin En from time to time. Almost at the same time as Lin En, Lin Ning, dressed in plain clothes, got on the bus with elegant and noble steps, and became the focus of the whole audience the moment she got on the bus. Lin En suddenly felt very bored. It was a waste of time to say any more words to such a person. They were probably still thinking about how to show off, and had no idea of the seriousness of this copy. Lin En walked to the back of the bus without saying a word, found a seat by the window, sat down and closed his eyes to rest. "Lin Ning, I'm a rare grade knight with strong defense. team up with me. Hanyu said in a loud voice. After the assessment, I have been promoted to level 4. Oh, level 4. Lin Ning's expression was calm. So? Hanyu choked up, then smiled and said, Lin Ning, team up with me, I will definitely be able to protect you well. Do I need your protection? Lin Ning's eyes were clear, and his words were even more blunt. As a professional who likes to mock his classmates, I find it hard to believe that you would protect your teammates when they are in danger. Then, she took 2 steps at a time and sat next to Lin En. Hanyu was stunned for a moment, and his expression became extremely ugly. It's not just Hanyu. Feeling the fiery and resentful gazes of many boys in the car, Lin En slowly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Ning helplessly. Does it have to be this way? Poof. Lin Ning raised the corner of his mouth slightly. I'm not as magnanimous as I look. I will always seek revenge. But you, being told that, aren't you angry at all? Don't be angry at all, it's too childish. Lin En said in a flat voice. This is the truth. Lin En's actual age is actually far beyond the stage of seeking attention, let alone coming into this world. All he could think about now was what kind of professional skills he could acquire after his transformation. Going further, what Lin En wants to climb is the peak of the professional mountain. The life-related professionals in this world have never had ranks, but he not only has a rank, but is also at the ancient god level that has never been heard of. Lin En didn't know what this meant at the moment. Perhaps he would only know after he reached the peak of the 7th level. Lin Ning lowered her voice, questioning Lin En in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Come to think of it, you said I'm not qualified. Is it because I can't compare to Tang Xuehui's beauty? Or do you prefer older ones? What a mess. If you insist on thinking this way, I can't help it. Lin En was silent for a while. I don't have anything to explain. Lin Ning stared at the boss with her beautiful eyes. How come you are so proficient in this kind of scumbag quotes? But I quite like it. Lin En had a headache, a real headache, because he found that Lin Ning, who had a bit of a sinister nature, was much more difficult to deal with than Tang Xuehui. Speaking of Tang Xuehui, where is she? A few minutes ago, Lin En had just obtained Wang Dihai's approval and went to participate in the copy. Tang Xuehui was still there at that time. Later, she seemed to say that she wanted to meet someone and said that she would get in the car later. But now the car was about to leave, but Tang Xuehui was nowhere to be seen. In the northern suburbs of Shengchang, at the entrance to the dungeon. This was originally a vast forest, but at a certain place, all the flowers, plants, and trees suddenly disappeared, as if some existence had waved its hand and erased an entire space for the entrance to the dungeon. The gorgeous translucent spherical stand was filled with red and blue light, emitting a buzzing sound from the center and flashing energy streams from time to time. It looked beautiful and dangerous. This is an unstable copy. If it is a stable copy, it will look as peaceful as the moon in the lake. After the bus from Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School stopped, the students from other schools who had already arrived began to stare at them with scrutiny. Have you heard? This year's class at No. 1 Middle School has produced a professional of the mythical rank. Ah? Is this true? Shengcheng hasn't produced a mythical level character in several years? Yeah, we had a legendary professional this year, and the principal was so happy. Mythical level. I can't even imagine it. That's it. The eyes of all the professionals turned to Lin Ning. The boys' eyes widened, and some girls also showed a bit of jealousy. A mythical profession, and such a high appearance. The world is really unfair. But some students began to whisper, saying mysteriously, I heard that Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School's top scorer this year isn't this mythical professional? Ah? There are still experts? I heard it's an epic professional. Are you kidding me? An epic level professional's college entrance examination score surpassed that of a mythical level professional? That mythical professional is just too weak, isn't it? That's not bad at all. That mythical professional score has reached a record that Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School hasn't broken in years. If it weren't for that epic professional, she would have been first. Ah, what about the epic level professionals? It's said to be a perfect score. Chapter 18 Entering the SS level copy. Keep smiling, yes, keep smiling. Don't be angry, don't be angry. If you get sick from anger, no one can replace you. Ah, so angry. Lin Ning could hardly hold back her polite and sweet smile. Did they think that a legendary professional like her changed her job for nothing? Are you still gossiping even though you're standing so close to me? When she can't hear? She took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Lin. Lin En, I want to prove to you that I'm qualified. Can you give me a chance to prove it? Lin En looked at Lin Ning. Do you really want to prove it? He paused, carefully examining the beautiful and holy face before him. The next second, he shook his head repeatedly. In fact, I don't see that you have realized it. The words were like thunder in Lin Ning's ears. He suddenly froze in place, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, there was some commotion among the crowd, and then the noisy sound of wings resounded through the sky. Several helicopters landed in front of the crowd, and one after another, professionals in uniforms walked down. Who are those people? Don't you recognize that uniform? It's from the Shangcheng garrison. Tang Xuehui? Lin En saw Tang Xuehui and a middle-aged man get off the plane. Free team formation, mission objectives, and strategy for SS-level dungeons. Standing in front of the numerous garrison members, Tang Cheng looked at this group of professionals who had not yet lost their childishness, his face calm. I will not say anything more. Seeing the excited expressions of the new graduates, Tang Cheng was helpless. But now he can only place his hopes on this group of professionals who have just reached adulthood. No, he still needs to explain something about his daughter. Be extremely careful. Thinking of this, Tang Cheng turned around. No, where is my daughter? Lin. Tang Xuehui's cheeks flushed, and she said excitedly, let's team up this time. I will definitely protect you. I'm already level 8. After entering the dungeon, I think I'll be able to level up soon. Lin En, this dungeon is extremely dangerous. You must hide behind me. Lin En and Tang Xuehui were chatting intermittently when a hurricane suddenly blew up around them. Lin suddenly frowned. Boheo, murderous. Could it be a strange beast? He became alert, but when he turned around, he saw that it was the middle-aged man. Wrong. This person is full of murderous intent, and he is targeting me specifically. The corner of Lin En's eyes twitched slightly. He didn't remember that he had such an enemy who was a high-level professional. But now with so many people here, how could he dare to take action in public? There is absolutely no law. Lin puffed out his chest. But just when he was about to say something, Tang Xuehui, who was standing by, suddenly said, Lin En, this is my father, Tang Cheng, the captain of our Shangcheng garrison. Father? The toughness that Lin En had worked so hard to build up suddenly disappeared, and he felt inexplicably guilty. It was really inexplicable, he didn't know why he felt guilty. Are you Lin? Tang Cheng, the father, glanced at Tang Xuehui's stockings and hip skirt, then stared straight at Lin En. Congratulations! You and my daughter teamed up to win the top prize in Shangcheng. After Tang Cheng recognized Lin En, his attitude took a 360-degree turn. As for why it is 360 degrees, don't ask. After a few brief instructions, the professionals present began to form teams, but most of them chose their previous teams, probably because they knew them better. Lin En naturally formed a team with Tang Xuehui. That Lin Ning, why is she so weird? Tang Xuehui thought Lin Ning would come over again, but Lin Ning just randomly formed a group of 4 people without even looking at Lin En, and his expression looked a little strange. Don't let your imagination run wild. Lin En's eyes were calm. Focus on it. We're getting ready to enter the dungeon. Roger that, boss. The two stepped into the light curtain and were instantly submerged. Instance name, 9 Pillars of Heavenly Cloud. Dungeon difficulty, SS. Instance level limit, level 10. Hot, extremely hot. The scorching airflow seemed to melt even the light, causing Lin En and Tang Xuehui to frown at the same time. Bad luck. It's actually in a desert area. Tang Xuehui remembered that Lin En was beside her, and immediately unfolded her ice bloodline, creating a layer of cold air to isolate most of the hot air currents. Lin En thought for a moment. According to the garrison's energy detection, this SS-level dungeon is structured in 2 levels, with each level representing a different ecological environment. However, the location of the dungeon boss is unknown, so we can only run around like headless chickens. Before he finished speaking, a stream of yellow sand suddenly turned into a sharp sword and stabbed straight at Lin En and the other 2. Icefall. Tang Xuehui waved her hand, and an ice wall instantly appeared in front of the 2 of them. The yellow sand hit the ice wall, and the hot sand began to melt the ice wall. Countless water vapor instantly completely enveloped the 2 of them. A giant beetle with a black and yellow body flapped its huge wings and looked at Lin En and the others. It's a heavy armor shovel. It's falling rapidly. Tang Xuehui acted decisively, gathering strength in her legs and launching a powerful martial arts kick instantly. The kick even stirred up a small storm, but the kick actually missed. The heavy armor shovel stopped at the most critical moment, and Tang Xuehui's toes were 3 inches away from reaching it. Tang Xuehui's expression changed slightly. Heavy armored shovel had already raised its chin and opened its huge mouth, with foul air accumulating in its mouth. She used all her strength to cast Icefall, forcibly blocking the heavy armored shovel's spit. This was quite exhausting, but it also gave her an opportunity to engage in close combat with heavy armored shovel. However, the difficulty of this heavy armored shovel was far beyond Tang Xuehui's expectations. Its hard shell was so hard that even the god of war's powerful kick was helpless. Tang Xuehui suddenly thought that the creature's weakness was in its belly, so she changed her body shape. The heavily armored shovel would definitely carefully protect its weakness, but during the fight, Tang Xuehui still seized the opportunity and kicked it hard in its not-so-hard belly. Just when Tang Xuehui and Lin En thought the outcome was decided, the monster was still struggling, its mouth opened, and a sharp object shot out. Tang Xuehui's expression suddenly changed. Boss. This attack was actually aimed at Lin En. She instantly regretted it immensely. She had clearly known that this was an SS-level copy, yet she was still so careless. That thing was too fast, she didn't have time to get past it, and she didn't even have time to cast Icefall. Seeing that the attack was about to pierce Lin En's body, Tang Xuehui despaired. On the other hand, Lin En was not panicked at all. With a knife move, he slapped the thing away. What are you standing there for? Lin En pointed at the half-dead heavy armored shovel on the ground. Get rid of it. We are in a hurry. Oh. Tang Xuehui's charming face was extremely dull at this moment. Is Lin really a tailor? Killed heavy armor shovel, class passive, joint enhancement activated, total experience gained 421. Material obtained, thick shell. Professional level upgrade. Chapter 19, Turn and Gain Skills. When Lin En heard the prompt in his ear, his heart was shocked. Reached a turn. He immediately looked at his career panel. Personal panel, Lin En. Occupation, tailor. Grade, ancient god level. Strength, 200. Spirit, 200. Health, 200. Agility, 200. Level, 10. Meet the job change conditions. Gain professional skills retraining. Gain professional skills divine item empowerment. Remelt and reforge, not all materials can be made into clothing. Some materials are clearly made into armor. You can remelt and reforge the ancient god level materials you have obtained and exchange them for materials you have previously obtained. Empower divine object, you have the ability to further strengthen your creation. After using this skill, the creation will have the binding feature, with a cooldown of 1 day. In one turn, you get 2 skills directly? Lin En was a little excited. It was worthy of being an ancient god level profession. Even the job change was so fresh and unconventional. However, when he saw the skill description clearly, he frowned. What's the meaning? Lin En was a little confused for the first time. He didn't understand what this skill described. It's not that I don't understand it at all. He understood, reforge, but he was confused by empowerment of divine item, as the skill description was too general. Lin En thought about it for a while and found that it was better not to think about it, so he waved his hand and Tang Xuehui stood still. What's wrong, boss? Give me your stockings. It sounds very perverted, and in fact, it seems that only a pervert can say such a thing. But Lin En had no choice. Yes, he is indeed a man who is untainted by the mud and not evil like a lotus. But the system forced him to do this. What can he do? We can only do it on a grand scale. After hearing this, Tang Xuehui's expression changed immediately. On the one hand, she looked a little frightened, and on the other hand, she suddenly became shy. Don't get me wrong. Lin En cleared his throat. I've upgraded and can strengthen my creations. Oh. Tang Xuehui finally realized, you turned around. Then she thought to herself, that's not right, how can Lin En upgrade? Didn't she kill all the monsters? Tang Xuehui glanced at her level panel. Level 8. It can be said that it has reached a level that is unrivaled among the others. This was only achieved because Tang Xuehui fought hard in the assessment copy and was exhausted like a dog throughout the entire exam. Why can Lin En reach level 10? In addition, Lin En's sudden attack just now was so fast and accurate that even she was amazed. Tang Xuehui just felt her head buzzing. Could it be? Could it be that Lin En is already a very powerful person, but she is too weak, and Lin En can't stand it, so he gives the experience points to her every time? It must be like this. Tang Xuehui suddenly pursed her lips. She originally wanted to protect Lin En, but she didn't expect that in the end she would still have to stand behind Lin En. No! This can't go on any longer, she has to become stronger. She should be the one protecting Lin. My head itches, as if it's going to grow a brain. Good. Tang Xuehui looked around and saw that there was no one around, so she took off her shoes and her black stockings that were sticking to her skin and handed them to Lin En. Product of an ancient god-level tailor black stockings. Identified as a leg-mounted item, when worn by a customer, this item allows them to accumulate strength in their legs, unleashing a powerful kick that delivers a fatal blow. The higher the customer rating, the greater the power. This is a creation of the ancient gods. It is a combination of beauty and power. Lin En took the pair of underwear with fragrance and body temperature with an expressionless face, and suddenly raised an eyebrow. This pair of stockings is so clean, not to mention sweat, there is not even a trace of dust on them. And this pair of stockings has been worn on Tang Xuehui's legs since they were made. Could it be that the ancient god-level creation has the hidden feature of automatic cleaning? Without thinking about anything else, Lin held the stockings in her hands. Professional skills empowered by divine objects, activated. The description panel of the pair of ancient god-level creations in my hands suddenly changed. Ancient god-level tailor product black stockings bound. Leg clothing, grants skills, war god kick, cold shadow step. Martial god kick, build up strength in your legs and launch a powerful kick that's deadly. The higher the customer rating, the more powerful it is. Ice shadow step, greatly increases movement speed. The increase is positively correlated with customer rating. The duration is 2 seconds. Moving within the duration will leave a trail of ice in your path. Binding features, for bound items, the customer cannot change the owner. Ancient god-level tailors can change the owner at any time and enhance certain abilities based on the customer's profession and rating. This is a creation of the ancient gods. It is a combination of beauty and power. This is the binding feature. Lin En was not unhappy. In fact, both skills were very powerful. Recycling makes the junk materials obtained by Lin En useful. Empowerment of divine object can not only grant a skill again, but this binding feature is also very suitable for Lin En's cautious personality. But Lin was inexplicably speechless. He clearly worked hard in the dungeon, so why couldn't he acquire any offensive skills? Lin En also wants to fight. A mage who doesn't want to fight in close combat is not a good tailor. Lin En has already realized this. Even if the panel looks gorgeous, without the support of skills, the combat effectiveness will still be greatly reduced. If he really encounters those tough guys, he can't handle it just by relying on the panel attributes, unless his panel attributes are always crushing. Sighing, Lin En handed the stockings to Tang Xuehui and said, "Try it on." Tang Xuehui took the stockings and tried them on for a while, and immediately there was a cry of ecstasy. This can actually grant a skill. Lin, you're amazing. Besides, my kicks seem to be even more powerful. Lin En was stunned for a moment. Are you sure it's your kicks that are more powerful? Not your ice bloodline enhancement? Why strengthen the ice bloodline? Tang Xuehui blinked in confusion. I don't feel it. Wow. Lin En thought to himself, one of the binding characteristics is the blessing of a certain ability. You have the ice bloodline, and I thought it would strengthen your profession. I didn't expect that the priority of the god of war kick would be so high. If things continue like this, Tang Xuehui may not be called the ice and snow goddess, but the explosive kicking Valkyrie. Lin, I'm taking off my skirt now. Wait a minute. Lin En said seriously, please calm down. I always feel like there's an invisible line between us. If you take it off, I'm probably going to be in trouble. Ahem, what I meant is that my skill has a cooldown. Oh. Tang Xuehui stuck out her tongue and said a little embarrassedly, I see. Lin waved his hand, we need to speed up. Chapter 20, Kick the beast soul away with 2 feet, boss, I am an ordinary person. The two walked freely in the desert, and the strange beasts they encountered were much stronger. Even Tang Xuehui often complained that this copy was worthy of being an SS level copy, and the monsters were so difficult to deal with. Lin En thought to himself, you say that, but in reality, no matter which strange beast you encounter, the battle can be ended with 2 or 3 kicks. He licked his lips and gestured to Tang Xuehui. Tang Xuehui immediately understood and carefully made a block of ice the size of a cell phone and handed it to Lin En. It's cool and comfortable. The ice bloodline is not completely useless. If this scene was seen by other people, they would probably vomit blood and faint on the spot. Is this how you use the epic profession? If Lin En was really asked this question, he would really dare to answer. This is how epic professions are used. Not convinced? If you don't agree, you're just like Tang Xuehui. I kicked the beast's soul away with my 2 feet and said, boss, I am just an ordinary person. Speaking of which, although Lin En's team was quite fast in killing the monsters, after going around in circles for a while, Lin En was unable to even advance to the next level. After the first transformation, the experience points required for each level are different from the previous ones. Lin En's current experience bar has not even accumulated half of it. Boss, I've been upgraded. Tang Xuehui's face was filled with excitement. I turned around. Lin En smiled and said, that's great. What skills did you gain? Summon the ice puppet. Tang Xuehui waved her hand, and an ice puppet about 3 meters tall stood up. As soon as this thing stood next to Lin En felt that all the heat within a meter around him disappeared. Cool, great skills. Great. Lin En said that this skill was very good and it was indeed a magical skill for getting rid of the summer heat and cooling off. The two searched for a while, but they couldn't even get out of the desert. I can't find the exit, and there are no leader-level monsters. Tang Xuehui couldn't help but complain. Lin En's heart skipped a beat. According to his experience, when someone said this, it usually meant that danger was not far away. Then, boom! A violent vibration came from the soles of their feet, and the source of the vibration seemed to be very far away. But soon, boom! The second vibration sounded immediately, and this time Lin En felt that the source of the vibration was approaching. Boom! The third vibration sounded, and the sand under the feet of the 2 people suddenly began to flow, converging into a vortex towards a certain point. Tang Xuehui, how come I didn't know you were such a badass? Ah! Boss, I was wrong. Lin En and Tang Xuehui reacted quickly, using the ice puppet's body as a stepping stone to jump out of the quicksand. The ice puppet sank into the sand and soon became silent. The quicksand suddenly stopped, followed by a dull and heavy roar coming from underground. The roar was so deafening that even Lin En and the other person standing on the boulder felt dizzy. Lin raised a brow, it's coming. As soon as the words fell, yellow sand on the ground rose into the sky, and a huge figure emerged from it. Sand Dragon. There was no longer any trace of relief on Tang Xuehui's face. The sand dragon is like an oversized lizard, up to 10 meters in length. It is known for its strong body, enormous strength, and terrifying ability to move in quicksand as if it were flat ground. They have the power to control sand, and even high-level professionals have a headache when encountering them. Tang Xuehui cast the ice fall, and huge ice cones condensed and shot quickly towards the body of the sand dragon, but were lost in the killing flow and seemed to cause no damage to the sand dragon at all. Just when she was about to use close combat to get rid of the sand dragon, her shoulder was suddenly pressed down. Calm down. Lin En pointed at the sand dragon. There's quicksand under its body. Even if your first attack succeeds, have you thought about how to get back? The ending would be that Tang Xuehui was dragged into the quicksand by the sand dragon and suffocated to death. Tang Xuehui's eyebrows knitted together. Then, what should we do? Run. Oh, ah. Tang Xuehui was stunned. Run? Of course we have to run. This is its home turf. Anyone who doesn't run is a fool. Lin En paused. But before we run, we have to make it suffer a little. But we can't attack it. There is a way. Just do it and leave the rest to me. After listening to this, Tang Xuehui nodded obediently. She did not doubt Lin En's words, but held her breath and stared at the body of the sand dragon. Tang Xuehui moved. The powerful kick of the god of war in fully charged state. Bang! This kick actually knocked the huge and strong body of the sand dragon crooked, but after all, it was a boss-level monster in the SS-level copy. Even with such a powerful blow, the sand dragon recovered immediately. Its snake eyes revealed a cold and furious light. It twisted its body and swung its huge tail towards Tang Xuehui. About to be hit? As soon as the thought came to Tang Xuehui's mind, a figure appeared in an instant, hugged Tang Xuehui's delicate body, and jumped out of the quicksand. It's Lin! At this moment, Tang Xuehui looked at Lin En with eyes full of longing and yearning. Roar! It's angry. Lin En said calmly, the sand dragon is a very irritable creature. It won't tolerate any creature challenging its majesty. Once provoked, it will chase you to the ends of the earth. Tang Xuehui understood instantly what Lin En meant. Once out of the quicksand range, counterattack immediately. Leave it to me. Tang Xuehui is full of fighting spirit. Lin En was startled. Wait a minute, don't move. Ah! Tang Xuehui was startled and almost fell down. It's not that Lin En didn't hold her tight, it's just that Tang Xuehui was wearing stockings on her lower body, which were too slippery. 1 minute later. Lin En moved too fast, and the sand dragon couldn't catch up with him after chasing him for a long time. It seemed a little angry, opening its big mouth full of fangs, and violent airflow and flying sand gathered in its mouth at the same time. Lin tilted her head slightly, almost. Tang Xuehui's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. Boom! The moment the sandstorm bombardment was launched, Lin En threw Tang Xuehui high into the air. High altitude state. Fully charged. With the blessing of attributes, the god of war kicks hard. Bang! This blow knocked Shadalong to his knees. Tang Xuehui didn't hesitate at all. She twisted her slender body and turned around to kick him hard again. After 2 kicks, the sand dragon was so happy. He had been kicked so hard that he didn't know what was going on in the world. His eyes rolled back and he fell limply to the ground. Tang Xuehui pursues the victory. After a few kicks. Successfully killed the boss monster, the sand dragon. Obtained materials, earth dragon bark. Obtained equipment, earth dragon great sword. Oh? Got the equipment? Lin quickly picked up the sword. Earth dragon great sword. Quality, epic. Equipment requirements, strength attribute reaches 200. A huge sword that only an excellent warrior can lift. Equipment skill, heavy sword slash. Heavy sword slash, at the cost of burning the mind, the greatsword delivers the strongest blow. The attack power is determined by the holder's spirit, strength, and life attributes. Chapter 21, ranked first? Why is it Lin En again? Earth Dragon Greatsword? Is skill attack power determined based on 3-dimensional attributes? 666 salted beans are no longer salty. What's the difference between this and getting a tattoo of Lin's name? The description of the equipment skill sounds strange and scary, but in fact, the so-called burning the mind means consuming mental energy. This greatsword is perfect for someone like Lin, who has the attributes of a bucket. He took the sword directly and saw Tang Xuehui walking towards him with a happy face. Boss, I've upgraded again. The monsters in this SS level dungeon are really powerful, and the experience points are super high. Aha! Lin En was suddenly stunned, because according to reason, his level could not be lower than Tang Xuehui's. Tang Xuehui shared 1.1 times of the experience she gained with Lin En, so it was only possible for the two to be at the same level. It was impossible for Tang Xuehui to be at a higher level. Unless, as an ancient god-level tailor, his experience bar after the first transformation is longer than that of a normal profession. Thinking of this, Lin En couldn't help but frown. This profession is a way of forcing yourself to develop a second client? What's the situation like for the teams that entered the dungeon? Principal Chan and other teachers from No. 1 Middle School took the second bus to arrive at the copy entrance. Their own students were fighting in the dungeon, and they, as teachers, could not just sit there and wait for death. Tang Chang was silent for a while before he slowly said, not very optimistic. SS-level dungeons are more difficult than we imagined. Many teams' vital signs dropped rapidly the moment they entered the dungeon. Some teams suffered obvious casualties after encountering strange beasts. This means that the strange beasts in the dungeon are beyond their ability to handle. Principal Chen fell silent after hearing this. What is the concept of an SS-level copy? It means that the average level of the monsters in the copy is much higher than that of the students. There are almost no ordinary monsters. Even a very small monster is at least elite level. Report. Enter. Tang Cheng said in a deep voice, what's the matter with all the panic? Could it be that another team was wiped out? Every professional who enters the dungeon wears a watch, which not only records the points obtained by killing monsters, but also records the vital signs of the professional. Since the dungeon was opened, the battle situation of each team has been bad, and several teams have been completely wiped out and confirmed dead. No, it's our team that has confirmed the killing of the leader-level monster. What? Everyone in the war room was excited when they heard the news. Sure enough, our students are still very outstanding. Which team is so brave? Everyone walked out of the operations room and looked at the large screen at the entrance of the dungeon, which faithfully recorded the vital signs of all teams and the points they had earned. Ranked first on the list. It was actually Lin team. Many teachers were stunned after seeing this. Team Lin? Who is this Lin N? I haven't heard of it. Do we have this student? Most of those who have awakened to epic level or higher professions have already spread their fame throughout the entire Shangcheng University circle, and people like Tang Xuehui are even more well known. But who are you, Lin N? I can now retrieve the information about this Lin N. Wang Dihai just cleared his throat and wanted to show off, but the garrison officer next to him directly pulled up Lin N's occupational information. Xiao Hongmei felt a little bloating, thinking to herself, you like to pretend, but this time you failed. Name, Lin N. Gender, male. Age, 18. Occupation, tailor. Ah. Did I see it wrong? This information is wrong. People immediately started to clamor. After all, so many outstanding combat professionals had been defeated, and now the one ranked first was actually a life professional. It was a joke. The data clerk immediately revealed a helpless expression. That's right, that's it. There's only one person named Lin N in this class, and there's no one else with the same name. After confirming that the information was correct, everyone present was stunned. A life-type class? You must be kidding. This is an SS level dungeon. Ordinary combat-type classes aren't even qualified to participate. Oh, that's right. Life-related professions entering SS level dungeons, isn't this pure nonsense? Wang Dihai listened and sneered. Nonsense? If you can change to a life-level profession and rank first, then you should change too. This. Everyone looked around and looked at each other. That's what I said. But is this right? Yes, that is absolutely right. The vanity of the teachers at number 1 middle school has reached an overflowing point at this moment. Why? Because they just had the same expression as Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. That is so true. Shocked, right? We were shocked too. Want to know why? Hey. Damn, they want to know too. Although the teachers at number 1 middle school don't know why Lin N always ranks among the top. But this doesn't stop them from taking advantage of it. I remember now, the other member of Lin N's team is Tang Xuehui. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood instantly. It turned out to be Tang Xuehui. I see. No wonder. In that case, it makes sense why Team Lin is ranked first. As expected of Tang Xuehui, a rough diamond. An absolute rough diamond. Wang Dihai listened to the teacher's speculations with an expressionless face. Admittedly, it is not completely unreasonable. But Wang Dihai really didn't believe that Lin N was 100% carried away. If it were just Tang Xuehui, Lin N's team would be able to stand out from the crowd. He, Wang Dihai, doesn't mind writing his name backwards. However, even if Wang Dihai said so, no one on the field believed that it was Lin N who led Tang Xuehui to become the first, but that Tang Xuehui's talent was too strong. What is more ridiculous is often reality. Wang Dihai really guessed wrong. In the copy, Lin N really didn't make a move. Captain Tang, your daughter is truly a rare talent. She will definitely be among the top professionals in Xia country in the future. Whether we can get through this SS level dungeon depends on how well your daughter performs. People were constantly trying to flatter him, but Tang Chang, the protagonist, was the only one with no expression on his face. He ignored some people's flattery and pointed to the ranking list. The second place Sun Zhantian team also performed well. The third place is Lin Ning from number 1 middle school? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to pay attention to other people. This is at first glance. That's right, a mythical professional who only emerged in Shangcheng after several years could only be ranked third? Sun Zhantian is also a celebrity, a legendary professional in number 2 middle school. But he can also suppress Lin Ning. I always feel that this legendary seedling is not that good. Chapter 22, Legendary Beast, Forest Titan. Instance name, 9 Pillars of Heavenly Cloud. First place, Team Lin En, 150 points. Second place, Sun Ningyu Team, 74 points. Third place, Lin Ning Team, 60 points. Fourth place. Yeah, if it's said that Tang Xuehui is exceptionally talented, it's fine. But now Sun Ningyu is even better than her. Could it be that this rare genius mythical professional, who only appears once in a few years, is a fake? Well, it's hard to say. If that's the case, I can only say it's a pity that this mythical class wasn't awakened by Tang Xuehui. There are many different opinions, and some even say that the Seraph profession should be given to Tang Xuehui. The failure of 2 consecutive copies made the onlookers question Lin Ning's strength. At the same time, in the copy, in a redwood forest filled with towering trees, a low and rhythmic humming sound was heard continuously. The sound sounded like some hard object rubbing against the ground. If you listened to it for a long time, you might even feel dizzy, but the occasional changes meant that it was the cry of a living creature. Redwood trees grow extremely fast, and when they reach adulthood, they can grow to 70 or 80 meters in height and 10 meters in diameter. It takes more than 20 adults holding hands to hug them. An entire redwood forest blocks out the sun, like towering towers embedded in the soil. However, to this giant creature, the redwood tree is just a slightly taller wooden pillar. This creature was about 50 or 60 meters tall, with a triangular head and green vines wrapped all over its body. What was exposed didn't seem to be skin, but rather something like stone steps that were always flooded with water but no one cleaned, covered in green moss. At first glance, it is just a weird-looking humanoid monster, but the problem is that it is too big. When it raises its arms, it can hug a redwood tree. Every step it takes can cause the earth to tremble, and its mouth keeps making a low sound like a clapper rubbing against the concrete floor. The legendary beast, the Forest Titan. The strength of exotic beasts is not entirely linked to their levels. There are also strict grades from bottom to top, including ordinary, elite, epic, legendary, and mythical. In low difficulty dungeons, the boss monster is probably an elite level beast, but this is an SS level dungeon, the boss monster is at least epic, and the dungeon boss is even legendary. Lin Ning had to look up to see the Forest Titan's triangular head entangled by vines. The sheer size difference is enough to make people despair, and what is even more despairing is seeing monsters of this level in an SS level copy. After entering the dungeon, Lin Ning's team was teleported to the redwood forest. Before they had hunted a few exotic beasts, they heard roars coming from deep in the forest. Lin Ning immediately determined that the roar came from a high-level exotic beast. When they saw the giant beast with their own eyes, some information about it immediately emerged in their minds, which were all taught by their teacher. But now they wished they had never learned this knowledge. Forest Titans only appear in dungeons of S rank or higher difficulty. Known as one of the most difficult beasts to deal with, it possesses extremely strong defensive and destructive power, and has an extreme love of killing. Lin Ning took a deep breath and said, "It was born in the forest, but it feeds on the blood of living creatures. It has no sense of territory. If it doesn't kill for a period of time, it will start to move around, looking for life outside to kill." In Lin Ning's team, a hunter carrying a bow and arrow widened his eyes. The Forest Titan sounds like a docile creature that feeds on dew, but how come it's a killing machine? He was absolutely right, the Forest Titan was indeed a killing machine. At this moment, everyone was still watching from a few hundred meters away from the Forest Titan. They spoke and moved very carefully, for fear that the Forest Titan would sense their presence. Lin Ning stared at the Forest Titan for a long time before speaking. "We have to deal with it here." "Captain, are you serious? This Forest Titan is at least level 20. With our team's strength, there's no way we can destroy it." Except for Lin Ning, the other 4 members of the team expressed their opposition at the same time. Lin Ning said calmly, "Our team can't deal with it, but other teams can?" After hearing this, several people suddenly fell silent. They actually understand this truth. The Forest Titan is a rare monster that gives all professionals a headache. In the dungeon where the Forest Titan exists, the casualties of professionals are often quite heavy. Most of the boss-level monsters are territorial. As long as you don't intrude into its territory, it won't bother with you. But the Forest Titan is a hunter, and all professionals who enter the dungeon are its prey. The meaning of Lin Ning's words is self-evident. She is the only mythical level in the entire dungeon, and there is also an epic wind warrior in the team. I am afraid that there are few teams whose combat power exceeds Lin Ning's team. So, she wants to kill the forest titan in the redwood forest. We? The hunter swallowed. Can we really defeat it? You're wrong. Lin Ning's pupils gradually turned red gold. We must kill it here. The faces of Lin An and Tang Xuehui suddenly flashed through her mind, and then her mood became as still as water. She suddenly didn't want to explore the reasons why Lin An and Tang Xuehui were so powerful. Now she just wants to nail this legendary beast to death in the redwood forest. The other side. Desert area. Lin An wanted to escape from this area as quickly as possible, because he found that the cold in the evening was even more deadly than the heat during the day. The ice blood could only create frost but could not heat up. What was even more deadly was that Tang Xuehui could not feel the cold at all, even though she was only wearing a pair of thin black stockings on her lower body. I don't know if it's the convenience brought by the ice bloodline, or if the pair of ancient god-level stockings have such good heat insulation capabilities. Instead, Lin An was shivering with cold. This desert area is indeed too large, and there are few exotic beasts. I have walked so far, but I haven't seen the second leader level exotic beast, and there are very few small monsters. Tang Xuehui was obviously a little bored. Lin En said, better be careful. The desert is very dark at dusk. It's an assassin's paradise. Tang Xuehui raised her eyebrows. Who knows, there might be a group of vicious beasts lurking in the darkness right now, waiting to reap our lives. Lin En's expression changed slightly. Don't do it. Oh, I was just kidding. Tang Xuehui's nose twitched, but the next second the two of them heard a heart-wrenching scream coming from the distance, along with messy footsteps and beast-like roars. Well. The expression on Tang Xuehui's face froze instantly, and she looked at Lin En embarrassedly. Go ahead. Lin En had a blank expression on his face. He knew that Tang Xuehui was actually a hidden war maniac. Next time you say something like that, I'll have to think of some punishment. He also knew that Tang Xuehui was actually a hidden jinx. Chapter 23, Beast Herd? Dad is coming. The two started on their journey, and within 5 minutes they saw a group of strange beasts hunting, their targets being the professionals who had entered the dungeon. The most surprising thing was that Lin En actually knew this person. Chen Kai? You were also transported to the desert? Who called my name? In his panic, Chen Kai heard a familiar voice, but he had no time to care about anything else, because their team was being chased by a group of bloodthirsty beasts in this vast desert. Those strange beasts were huge, more than 3 meters tall and nearly 5 meters long, with sharp giant fangs and claws. It is a strange beast commonly seen in the desert wolf. Desert wolves are social creatures led by a wolf king. The number of desert wolves in a pack ranges from a dozen to hundreds. Fortunately, the desert wolf pack that Chen Kai provoked was less than 20 in number. Unfortunately, this is still a pack of desert wolves, not to mention an SS-level copy of the desert wolf pack. Each individual is an elite-level beast, and the leader, the desert wolf king, has blood on his brow and his teeth and claws are stained with blood. He has reached the standard characteristics of an epic-level desert wolf. Chen Kai's team also consists of 5 people. Except for him and Jiang Shui, the rest of the members are not students of number 1 middle school, but are temporarily gathered from the other 2 schools. Several members of the original team are not qualified to participate in this copy. Chen Kai, a Sun Knight, and Jiang Shui, a healer, were still quite rare, so they quickly put together a team and entered the dungeon. They had hoped to reach the first level in this rare dungeon, and if they were lucky, they might even get some rare equipment, but the reality was so cruel. If Chen Kai had not acted decisively, their entire team would have become the midnight snack of the desert wolves. However, their current situation was not much better. After all, their physical strength would eventually run out. But when Chen Kai saw the person who called his name, the panic and despair on his face disappeared and turned into full surprise. Dad Lin, save me. Lin almost couldn't catch his breath. Who to call? Call him? When did he have a son who was 2 months older than him? The other 3 professionals except Jiang Shui also widened their eyes, thinking that Captain Chen, your father is quite young. He is still participating in SS-level dungeons at this age. Only Tang Xuehui looked at Lin En with anticipation. It seems to be saying, let me go, let me go. Of course, Lin En had no reason to refuse. Just go for it. As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Xuehui disappeared from her original position in an instant, and appeared above the galloping wolves in the next second. Her agile figure was as graceful as a poem or painting, outlining a perfect curve under the moonlight. Bang! In contrast to the extreme elegance is the extreme destructive power. With one blow, a majestic desert wolf over 3 meters tall didn't even have time to let out a howl before its species name turned into experience and appeared gloriously on the career panels of Tang Xuehui and Lin En. No need to run anymore, reinforcements are coming. Chen Kai was breathing heavily, but his face showed an expression of surviving a disaster. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down on the ground. Worn out. Dad Lin is finally here. Although Jiang Shui didn't care about her image as much as Chen Kai, she also stopped where she was. The remaining 3 professionals were almost scolded by Chen Kai and Jiang Shui in their hearts, thinking, who is stupid enough not to run? You are just trying to make them stop and feed the wolves so that you can escape. But after seeing the 2 people really stop, the 3 of them also stopped half-believingly. Chen Kai chuckled, don't worry, we are invincible. Although the attack was successful, Tang Xuehui did not show any relief on her face. Instead, she was very tense and did not dare to be careless at all. The next second, 3 desert wolves broke away from the pack and rushed towards her, roaring. Their sharp teeth bit her neck without mercy. However, given their huge size, it was difficult to tell where they were aiming. With their huge mouths open, they could swallow Tang Xuehui directly into their stomachs. Tang Xuehui gathered strength in her right leg and kicked straight at one of the desert wolves with her graceful long legs. Her toes pressed against the wolf's body, and the crisp sound of bones breaking was heard. Be careful, it's dangerous. Chen Kai's team, who were watching from the sidelines, shouted anxiously. 3 wolves were surrounding them, but they could only defeat one of them. There were still attacks from 2 directions left. But Tang Xuehui was not panicked at all. She shook her toes half a circle and miraculously hooked up the body of the desert wolf that she had kicked to death. She used the body as a springboard, stepped on it with both feet, hung upside down, and kicked hard to bounce directly to the ground. However, although this wave of operations was extremely exquisite and resolved the close-range attack, Tang Xuehui was equivalent to falling into a tiger's mouth. More than a dozen desert wolves noticed this human who dared to challenge the wolf pack, and they all raised their necks and let out bursts of wolf howls. Roar! Tang Xuehui's pupils were tinged with an ice blue. Cold shadow step. Her body shape changed several times, and the sand she walked on was covered with thick frost. Then she summoned ice puppets to share the firepower, and she headed straight for the final target. Desert Wolf King. You actually teleported to the desert area as well. Oh, forget it. I shouldn't have entered this dungeon. Damn it, this isn't a dungeon suitable for a character of my rarity. Chen Kai looked dejected. Our team has already exhausted all our strength just to survive. If we had encountered a boss like in the assessment dungeon, we would have been wiped out in less than 2 minutes. Fortunately, you're here, Dad Lin. Lin En's face was filled with black lines. How could Chen Kai become such a villain? That. One of the remaining 3 slowly raised his hand and said weakly, is it really okay for us to just chat here? No need to help or run away together or anything like that? Help? Escape? Who are you looking down on? This is my father Lin. Chen Kai complained, with Father Lin and school beauty Tang here, this is the safest place in the entire dungeon. Can you please stop calling me that? Lin En grinned, feeling a toothache. Okay, Dad Lin, no problem, Dad Lin. Chen Kai's flattering expression was even more fawning than a dog. That's right, Brother Lin is right, you two are not related by blood. Jiang Shui said suddenly. Lin En was speechless. He really didn't realize that Jiang Shui actually had such a dry sense of humor. By the way, Dad Lin, let me tell you, I didn't know before that Sun Mingyu's grandson is such a bastard. Chen Kai seemed to have thought of something, and his expression became a little gnashing of teeth. Sun Mingyu? Lin En seemed to have heard of this name. Sun Mingyu is the top student of Shengcheng No. 2 Middle School and a legendary professional, Black Knight. Jiang Shui added at the right time. Lin was a little curious, what happened to him? Chen Kai snorted coldly, the desert wolves chasing us is his masterpiece. Chapter 24, Lin Ning's team is completely wiped out? Lin En's brows furrowed instantly, and those who knew him knew that this expression meant he was angry. Professionals can fight with each other, but it is strictly prohibited to cause loss of life. He said in a low voice. If things were really as Chen Kai said, then the nature of the matter would change. If I can get out of this dungeon, I'll be the first to report him to the Professionals Association. Chen Kai said this viciously, and then told Lin En what had happened before. After entering the dungeon, Chen Kai's team first encountered some sporadic strange beasts, and then suddenly encountered Sun Mingyu's team. In this kind of high difficulty dungeon, it is a lucky thing to meet other teams. Chen Kai also thought so at the time. The two teams soon traveled together, and it was easier to deal with any strange beasts they encountered on the road. But this luck disappeared so quickly. When they were groping to leave the desert, the scout from Sun Mingyu's team returned and reported that they had found a teleportation array, but the way forward was blocked and they could not get through. At this moment, a huge sand sheep rushed towards them. Sun Mingyu told Chen Kai that their team would go ahead to explore the way and find another way to the teleportation array, and let Chen Kai's team deal with the sand sheep. Chen Kai didn't think much about it at the time and agreed immediately. After all, the sand sheep was not very powerful. However, this sand sheep was just a panicked prey. The reason why it ran so fast was because there was a nightmarish pack of desert wolves behind it. The scout from Sun Mingyu's team witnessed the whole process and deliberately asked Chen Kai to hunt the sand sheep in order to let Chen Kai's team attract the attention of the desert wolves so that they could pass through the narrow passage. Damn it! If I hadn't met Father Lin and the others, I would have become shit in the intestines of those desert wolves. Lin thought for a moment, so you know the way out of this desert? I know. Chen Kai nodded. But I only know there's that road. I don't know if there are other ways out. It was a ridge made of sand, with bottomless yellow sand waterfalls on both sides. Through the ridge, there was a teleportation array leading to the previous or next level. Take me there after we've dealt with this pack of desert wolves. No problem, Dad Lin. The other three professionals remained silent. They had previously thought that this yellow-haired man was very powerful after awakening the Sun Knight, but why was he like a big yellow dog in front of this man named Lin En? No, the big yellow dog is not that mean. Less than 3 minutes after the words were spoken, several explosions were heard, followed by a wailing sound that spread throughout the desert. Everyone looked over subconsciously and saw that Tang Xuehui's posture was like a god descending from heaven, neat and graceful, like a work of art. Several people couldn't help but drop their jaws in shock. The legendary Valkyrie's heroic figure is just like this, right? Boss, it's all solved. Tang Xuehui narrowed her eyes and smiled, handing Lin En a piece of equipment. Here, the spoils of the Desert Wolf King. Epic. Lin glanced over. Desert Wolf Boots. Quality, epic. Equipment requirements, agility greater than 100. Effect, after wearing it, it can increase movement speed by a moderate amount and reduce movement penalties in special terrains: quicksand, swamps, snow, mud. Really good. Although this equipment looks ordinary, Lin En is very satisfied with it. There are not many equipment that increase movement speed and it is very rare on the market. What's more, it also reduces the movement penalty for special terrain. If this equipment were sold, it would fetch at least several million. After putting on the Desert Wolf boots, Lin En immediately felt his body light and his feet moving like the wind. However, this scene was more or less shocking to the three professionals. Chen Kai calls Lin Dad. Tang Xuehui, who is so beautiful and powerful, not only listened to Lin En, but even offered it to him after the epic equipment was dropped. Could it be that Lin En is a legendary hypnotist? Hiss. I really want to learn it. No, it's so scary. After all, from their perspective, Lin En did nothing. Chen Kai and Tang Xuehui, one directly called him dad, and the other was more like a bodyguard. Or does he have some huge leverage over Tang Xuehui? Well, to some extent, it seems to be true. Tang Xuehui looked at Lin En. What should we do next? Chen Kai, lead the way and leave this floor. Lin En said immediately. In addition to them, there is also the team of Sun Mingyu and Chen Kai. The three teams have been wandering around for such a long time without finding anything else, which means that the dungeon boss is not on this floor. The two teams immediately headed to the teleportation array. Before leaving, the three professionals looked back at the place where the desert wolves and Tang Xuehui were fighting. Their expressions suddenly changed, and their eyes were filled with awe when they looked at Tang Xuehui. Instance name, 9 Pillars of Heavenly Cloud. First place, Team Lin En, 347 points. Second place, Sun Mingyu Team, 106 points. Third place. Fourth place. Fifth place, Lin Ning Team, 60 points. Team Lin's points have increased so dramatically. Sun Mingyu's team's performance isn't bad, it can even be said to be steadily improving. How come Lin En's team is so much ahead? Several teachers immediately looked at Wang Dihai, puffing their beards and glaring. Old Wang, are you sure that Lin En in your class has truly awakened to the profession of tailor? It's absolutely true. Wang Dihai grinned until his teeth almost popped out. If you're lying, I'll wash my hair while standing upside down. Is there anything better than having your proudest students bring you honor? Suddenly there was a cry of surprise from the crowd. What happened to Team Lin Ning? Why are the vital signs of two professionals declining so quickly? Oh my god, is this Lin Ning team going to be wiped out? Hoo. With heavy breathing, the scene in front of me gradually turned black. Lin Ning felt severe pain all over his body, and he could feel the pain in his lungs with every breath. This was a sign that both his body and mind were in desperate situation. But she couldn't fall down yet because her teammates had not yet retreated to a safe location. They underestimated the strength of the Forest Titan and even more so the danger of the SS level copy. Even with their caution, they were still no match for the Forest Titan. Two members of the team were directly hit by the Forest Titan's attack. One had a sunken chest and the other vomited blood and fell unconscious on the spot. Among the two survivors in the team, there was a shaman with healing abilities, but she was helpless against such severe injuries. As the team leader, Lin Ning made a prompt decision and asked the shaman to keep the two men alive and took them to the dungeon to find a healer. At first, this plan was opposed by everyone, but Lin Ning still insisted on doing so they had no choice but to obey the captain's orders. Judging by the time, it should be about time. Lin Ning looked up at the huge head of the Forest Titan, and his entire pupil was completely infected by red gold. At this moment, it seemed as if the seraphim had really descended upon her. Come here, you beast. Chapter 25 Master? Who made the school beauty like this? The giant beast was attracted by the cry. The moment it saw Lin Ning, its withered mouth grinned as if revealing an excited smile. Then it spread its limbs and rushed towards Lin Ning rapidly. Despite its huge size, it possesses such flexibility. In just a few breaths, the Forest Titan rushed to Lin Ning. It opened its mouth wide and bit towards Lin Ning. Lin Ning didn't dodge, but just gritted his teeth. Fiery judgment. The golden holy fire ignited instantly, and the blow hit the Forest Titan's mouth directly, and it immediately began to howl in pain. Lin Ning did not dare to be careless at all, and the long sword in his hand was also infected with golden flames. Cut. The slash with fiery judgment slashed towards the Forest Titan's eyes, but only left a few shallow sword marks on its eyelids. But this was enough. The golden flame stuck to the Forest Titan's eyelids. It did not cause immediate damage, but it forced the Forest Titan to bend down and slap his face with his two giant hands, trying to put out the flames. Lin Ning took advantage of this breath to quickly escape, tapped his toes, jumped onto a redwood tree that was dozens of meters high, and looked down at the Forest Titan. This was all she could do, relying on the burning properties of the holy fire to wear away the dead branches and flesh of the Forest Titan bit by bit. However, this approach could not last long, as Lin Ning's physical strength would run out first. By then, Lin Ning will be just a piece of meat on the chopping board under the Forest Titan. Lin Ning knew it all, but he remained calm. 3 times. She still had the strength to attack the Forest Titan 3 times. If she reserved her strength to escape, she was confident that she could escape the Forest Titan's pursuit, but doing so would be equivalent to completely liberating the giant beast, and all professionals who encountered it would then turn into its dead branches and flesh. Every second you can delay is a second better, Lin Ning thought. Lin En, you bastard, you better take out the dungeon boss quickly. Otherwise, everyone will suffer. Lin Ning's face was pale at this moment, a few strands of hair stuck to her forehead, and the red gold light in her pupils flickered. The Forest Titan quickly locked onto Lin Ning's position, and with a wave of its hand, the thick trees broke in half. It swung one of the trees and smashed the trunk towards Lin Ning like a golden hoop. Lin Ning dodged with difficulty and attacked again, his target still being the Forest Titan's eyes. She thought that even if she died, she would not let the giant beast have an easy time. If she could destroy its eyes, at least other professionals in the dungeon would be able to run away when they encountered it. The sword finally pierced the Forest Titan's left eye, and the long sword wrapped in holy fire sank deep into its eye socket. Roar! The attack was successful, but it also completely enraged the Forest Titan. Lin Ning wanted to dodge, but his feet went soft and he was hit hard from the front by the Forest Titan. Bang! Lin Ning flew backwards, spitting blood from her mouth, and her delicate body slammed heavily into a huge redwood tree. Cough, cough, cough. Her vision was becoming increasingly blurry. It was a risky move, but fortunately she did blind the Forest Titan's left eye. In a daze, Lin Ning seemed to see a figure. Martial God's powerful kick. Boom! A dull sound was heard, and then the huge body of the Forest Titan was kicked backwards. A figure appeared beside her and immediately took her away from the battlefield. It's all in vain. Lin Ning curled his lips weakly. Lin En, you should go kill the dungeon boss. Why? A gentle voice sounded in her ears, and there seemed to be doubt in the words. Why? Lin Ning's breath stagnated. This is an SS-level dungeon. The longer we delay, the more casualties there will be. Do you think all professionals are as stubborn as you? Lin En laughed out of anger. He had never realized that Lin Ning's character was so stubborn. He gave Jiang Shui a look, and Jiang Shui immediately began to treat Lin Ning. Lin Ning didn't ask Lin En why she came because she saw 4 familiar faces. Whoa, Captain Lin Ning. The shaman was a short little girl who looked very young. When she saw Lin Ning seriously injured, she cried so much that her tears could almost wash her face. Lin Ning gritted his teeth and grabbed Lin En's hand. Go help her, I don't need so many people here. Lin En shook her head and said, she doesn't need so many people there. Lin Ning turned his gaze to the battlefield. At this moment, Tang Xuehui was fighting with the huge forest titan. Every blow of Tang Xuehui could cause damage to the forest titan's hard body. She widened her eyes, unable to understand the source of Tang Xuehui's strength from beginning to end. Except for 2 people, the others were tactful and moved to a slightly farther place. Wow, that kick from School Beauty Tang. Ha! The forest titan is no match for School Beauty Tang. Want to become stronger? Lin was the first to break the silence. In fact, he wanted to say, girl, do you desire power? But that would sound like some hateful cute creature trying to deceive the girl. Am I qualified? Lin Ning lowered his head. Lin En grinned. In fact, that was not what he meant at all. He wanted Lin Ning to be his subordinate. Only by becoming his subordinate would he be qualified to wear his powerful creation. He didn't expect that this silly girl Lin Ning would completely misunderstand his meaning. There's a price to pay. Lin En looked directly into the girl's eyes. I want you to be loyal to me. Lin Ning was stunned for a moment. It turned out that this was the price Lin En wanted. But so what? She thought, if she could gain the same powerful strength as Tang Xuehui, why wouldn't it be a problem for her to become Lin En's subordinate? She opened her red lips slightly. I'm ready. In an instant, a pair of white stockings appeared in front of Lin Ning. That was the white silk that Lin En had just sewn with the remaining materials. Product of the ancient god-level tailor Seraph S. White stockings. Leg clothing, grants skill, holy presence. Holy appearance, active skill, consumes mental energy. Once activated, it can greatly increase the 4-dimensional attributes. The higher the customer rating, the higher the bonus obtained by this form. Lin En gestured for Lin Ning to put it on and said, try it on. Lin Ning changed into white stockings without hesitation, showing a beautiful look in front of Lin En. The next second, she activated her skill. Holy coming! In an instant, endless power filled her body. There was only shock in Lin Ning's beautiful eyes. It only took half a second for Lin Ning to realize the horror of this pair of stockings, and even more so, the horror of Lin En. Thank you, Master. Chen Kai had just taken 2 steps when he was petrified on the spot. What the hell did he hear? School Beauty Lin calls Lin En Master? The world has finally gone crazy. Dad, damn it, Dad. Chen Kai knelt on the ground, looking at Lin En with hope on his face. Dad Lin, please teach me a few moves. Once a teacher, always a father. Please, Dad Lin. If you can't help me, I'll kowtow to you twice. Chapter 26, Who gave you permission to do this? What a mess. Lin En was furious. Get lost if you don't have anything to do. Something's going on. Chen Kai finally remembered why he came here. That hunter from Lin Xiaohua's team seemed to have spotted someone sneaking around us while on patrol. Lin frowned. It's normal to have other teams in this dungeon. But it is not normal for a team to dare to sneak around the forest titan. I understand. Lin En nodded, indicating that he understood what was going on. The next second, a beautiful figure walked out from behind the tree, her round legs covered with a thin layer of white silk, her figure holy and elegant. I want to hunt that forest titan, too. Lin En glanced at the battlefield. Tang Xuehui was methodically inflicting damage to the forest titan. Every kick could take away large pieces of dead branches and flesh from the forest titan. It was only a matter of time before she was eliminated. You were seriously injured just now. It's no problem to leave this monster to Tang Xuehui. Lin Ning's red gold pupils rekindled, and he raised his chin. It's not that noble. I just want revenge. Ha! Lin Nen smiled, then I agree. Lin Ning smiled slightly and activated the team-up request with Lin Nen. In this way, the two teams were equivalent to temporarily merging into one team. Otherwise, the experience points would not be shared. In other words, even if Tang Xuehui dealt 99% of the damage, if Lin Ning finally killed the Forest Titan, the experience points could not be shared. Only the team captains could team up with each other. Then her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and when she reappeared, she was above the head of the Forest Titan. Holy coming! There seemed to be a sudden explosion in her body, and then her whole body radiated a sacred light. Her red gold pupils seemed to be able to shoot sharp arrows. The long sword appeared again, stained with holy fire, and the tip of the sword pointed directly at the head of the Forest Titan. Boom! Her speed increased significantly, and the holy fire on the sword roared angrily. The sword hit the Forest Titan's body firmly. The holy fire exploded and directly ignited the entire head of the Forest Titan. The giant beast then let out a dull howl. Hello? Tang Xuehui raised an eyebrow. Steal my monster? What do you mean by robbing? This has always been mine. Lin Ning stepped on the white silk and landed gracefully. Besides, I have the master's consent. After hearing this, Tang Xuehui's expression changed slightly. When she left Lin to hunt the Forest Titan, something seemed to have happened. It goes without saying that the master she was referring to was Lin Nen. At the same time, Tang Xuehui also saw the thin white stockings on Lin Ning's legs. She also. Tang Xuehui was not surprised. For now, she should focus on the Forest Titan in front of her. This giant beast is indeed a legendary beast. Even just a touch will hurt it. Tang Xuehui seemed relaxed, but her nerves were still tense. But obviously with Lin Ning joining in, the battle situation suddenly became extremely easy. The two school beauties attacked from both sides, just like a well-trained partner. One had the ultimate in violent aesthetics in her leg skills, while the other was wrapped in holy and lethal flames. Both of them were extremely pleasing to the eye just by looking at their appearance. The other eye of the Forest Titan was pierced by Tang Xuehui's kick, and Lin Ning took the opportunity to use the fiery judgment. The hot holy fire was compressed again and again, and it condensed into a long and narrow fire knife. The slash was clean and clear, and the huge and thick left arm of the Forest Titan was melted away at the root. Roar! The Forest Titan once again let out that deep and fierce roar, and that roar could actually knock Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui away at the same time. The crowd watching was worried for a moment, but at this moment the roar of the Forest Titan was just the dying roar of a beast before death. It could only blow Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning away. The two school beauties were not even injured. The dying counterattack was just like this. They only needed to adjust their bodies and the next blow would kill it. Everyone could see that it was almost failing. Lin Nen watched the battle leisurely, wondering why the two seemed to have such a tacit understanding, but it was not bad news for Lin Nen anyway. But at this moment, his brows suddenly frowned. Swish! A black sword light filled with corrosive aura passed through everyone's sight and attacked the dying Forest Titan directly. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui's expressions changed. This attack did not belong to anyone present. The only explanation was that someone was lurking here just for this moment to snatch the monster. Asshole! Lin Ning finally revealed an angry look, fiery judgment. But this was still a step too slow. By the time the holy fire hit the Forest Titan, the black sword light had already killed it. Just at this moment, Lin moved. He lightly stepped on the ground with his left foot and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. At some point, a huge sword appeared in his hand. Heavy sword slash. Lin Nen felt that his strength was being rapidly drained, while the Earth Dragon sword in his hand gathered terrifying power. The blade hummed from time to time, as if it was happy to be fed by Lin Nen's power. His speed was even faster than the black sword energy, and he cut the Forest Titan in half with one sword. Kill the Forest Titan and gain 3,000 experience points. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gain 3,300 shared experience from Tang Xuehui for killing the Forest Titan. Gain 3,000 shared experience from Lin Ning for killing the Forest Titan. Obtain Forest Titan's Heart Shell 1. Obtain Forest Titan's Tough Branch 1. Lin Nen did not check his gains, but looked in one direction, where the black sword energy was coming from. About a dozen people showed up, led by a team of 5. Chen Kai's expression changed instantly. Damn it! That leader is Sun Mingyu. He almost killed me. Sun Mingyu? That's right. The leader was the professional team led by Sun Mingyu, but at this moment, Sun Mingyu, as the captain, frowned and stared at the corpse of the forest titan on the ground. Tang Xuehui was about to rush forward but was held back by Lin Ning. In such a situation, the only one who could speak first was her master, their captain. What do you mean? However, before Lin Ning could speak, Sun Mingyu questioned him without any hesitation. Lin Ning even thought that he was still asleep. What did the monster who robbed them mean by questioning them? Chen Kai, who was standing by, was stunned. What the hell are you talking about? Sun Mingyu frowned and asked impatiently, who allowed you to kill the forest titan here? Don't you know if this is the prey we are going to hunt? Chapter 27. The worldview collapses. Sun Mingyu glanced at Lin An and the others and said calmly, leave its equipment. I will forgive you for killing the forest titan without authorization. After killing the forest titan, a piece of equipment appeared on the ground. It was the equipment dropped by the forest titan. Lin An and others had no time to check it. Sun Mingyu looked Lin An up and down, and his eyes lit up when he saw the Earth Dragon sword in Lin An's hand. Leave this sword here too. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui's expressions instantly darkened, while Chen Kai's eyes widened. Sheltering the sand and avoiding the wind. Sun Mingyu frowned and said, you killed my prey without authorization and took my experience points. You must give me something to compensate me. I will let you go this time. In the eyes of Chen Kai and others, Sun Mingyu's behavior was simply unreasonable. He was obviously their prey, but his casual remark made it seem as if Lin An and others had snatched the monster that should have belonged to Sun Mingyu. Are you very dissatisfied? Sun Mingyu narrowed his eyes. I think you are very clear that this is an SS-level copy. Sun Mingyu spoke meaningfully while looking down upon everyone present. The dungeon boss in this instance is at least legendary, and very likely even mythic. Unfortunately, the entry requirement is level 1 or below, so only we can enter. It should be said that Sun Mingyu does have some talent for public speaking. After his speech, everyone's attention was attracted by him. I have to say this decision is absolutely foolish. No matter how many rare-level professionals there are, they won't be able to conquer this dungeon. This isn't a dungeon you can clear by sheer numbers. The correct approach is to gather the best professionals in Shengqing to form a team. Only geniuses can conquer this dungeon. Sun Mingyu thought so and did so he gathered 2 other epic professionals. The only regret was that he wanted to find the mythical professional from Shengqiang No. 1 Middle School and the legendary top scholar epic professional, but was told that they had already entered the dungeon, so he gave up. Lin narrowed her eyes, so, what exactly are you trying to say? All professionals entering this dungeon must focus their resources on high-level professionals. This is the only way to clear this dungeon. I admire your courage in fighting for high-level exotic beasts and the equipment they drop, but only by focusing resources on the right people can we unleash greater power. Captain Sun is right. You should have some sense and just handed over your equipment. What a waste of time. That's right. If we delay Captain Sun's leveling, we won't be able to pass this dungeon. So many people will die here. Those people were obviously Sun Mingyu's supporters. They started talking one after another, as if Lin An and the others had really made some mistake. Sun Mingyu pointed at Lin An and said, hand over the greatsword in your hand and the equipment that the forest titan dropped. In exchange, I will allow you to be protected by me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Given your status, even if I kill you all, the garrison won't be able to do anything to me. There were more than a dozen people behind Sun Mingyu, all of whom were teams entering the dungeon. They looked like the blessed professionals he mentioned. Damn it! Chen Kai couldn't help it and turned to look at Lin An. Dad Lin. No, Lin An, let's beat him up. I can't stand it anymore. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame. Lin? That name sounds familiar. The top scoring team from No. 1 Middle School? Yes, it seems to be someone called Lin An. But isn't that Lin An a life-oriented professional? How dare he enter this dungeon? Sun Mingyu was stunned for a moment. Are you that Lin An? No wonder you dare to challenge me. He paused, then sneered, a life-oriented professional, relying on someone else's influence to get first place by chance, is so arrogant? He even dares to enter an SS-level dungeon? He's really courting death. Lin An frowned slightly. It was not that he didn't want to fight, nor that he couldn't beat him. He could even kill the arrogant Sun Mingyu right now, but the one who would be unlucky would not be Lin En, but Wang Dihai, who made an exception and agreed to let Lin En enter the copy. The Xia Kingdom banned that professionals could only fight in a healthy way and strictly prohibited any loss of life. Otherwise, Wang Dihai would have to go in for tea. Lin En himself didn't care, but it would be bad if it implicated Wang Dihai. At worst, he could just endure it this time and find an opportunity to slap him in the face when he came out of the dungeon. The crime would be that he took the right foot first when leaving the dungeon, provided that Sun Mingyu could survive until he completed the dungeon. However, just because Lin En can tolerate it doesn't mean others can too. Excuse my ignorance, but who are you? A cold voice filled with suppressed anger rang out. Sun Mingyu, a practitioner of the legendary Black Knight class. Sun Mingyu's attitude towards a beauty like Lin Ning was obviously kind, but he still raised his neck like a proud rooster. A mere legendary professional dares to speak disrespectfully to my master. Lin Ning sneered, according to you, you should be the one to get out. Sun Mingyu was stunned for a moment. Owner? That Lin? His eyes lit up not only because of the stunning looks of Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui, but also because of the powerful aura emanating from the two women, which made Sun Mingyu feel itchy. But such a proud girl who is like a messenger of God actually calls Lin En master? For a moment, Sun Mingyu even thought he had heard it wrong. At this moment, an epic professional nearby seemed to recognize Lin Ning's identity. Captain Sun, this person, seems to be the legendary professional from number 1 middle school, Seraph, Lin Ning. It seems to be true. The most beautiful girl in Shengcheng number 1 middle school, a Seraph professional. The legendary level can indeed be said to be the best among all, but when the mythical level professionals appear, Sun Mingyu's profession is instantly eclipsed. That girl is Tang Xuehui, right? Tang Xuehui, the top scorer in number 1 middle school? Fuck. That genius who surpasses even the mythical professionals. The commotion continued to escalate. The two women were almost becoming legendary figures in Shengcheng. They were both beautiful and powerful. Who wouldn't want to see their true appearance? When Sun Mingyu heard this, he was completely stunned. He had heard of the names of Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui a long time ago, and Sun Mingyu even wanted to form a team with the two beautiful school beauties in this copy. By then, with his status as a legendary professional, he might even be able to win the heart of a beautiful woman. Not only was his fantasy shattered so quickly, but someone actually achieved something that he had only imagined. This was so disheartening. The point is that this person is a life-related professional. His eyes became dull and his mind was turning unconsciously, as if he was trying to understand the current situation. Then, he suddenly met Lin Ning's eyes. The murderous intent in those eyes was extremely pure and abundant. According to what you said, even if I kill you all, you can't do anything to me, right? Chapter 28, the two school beauties officially join forces. Sun Mingyu realized from the murderous aura that was refined to the extreme that there was no water in Lin Ning's words. She can really do such a thing. He was silent for a while before he said, "Let's go." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Captain Sun, are we just going to let this go? We are many in number, we should teach them a lesson. That's right. He's just a mythical professional. I said, go. Sun Mingyu's eyes were red as he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Then, turn around and leave. Damn it. I haven't even settled the score with him for screwing me over yet. I wish he'd run away fast. Chen Kai cursed and spat in the direction where Sun Mingyu and his group left, then walked towards Lin En in a flattering manner. Dad Lin, I just brought up your name to intimidate them, please don't mind. The corner of Lin En's mouth twitched. If you call me that again, I'll slap you in the face. Chen Kai's breathing hitched, and then his eyes rolled around. Master. Master Lin. Once a teacher, always a father, these titles are basically the same. Lin En had a headache. He was a person who was soft-hearted and didn't like being tough. Chen Kai was the kind of person who would obviously come over and slap you on the right cheek with a smile if you slapped him on the left cheek, and then asked you if your hand hurt. He really had no way to deal with him. It doesn't matter. Let Chen Kai call him that if he wants to. He really doesn't care. The most urgent task now is to find the copy boss of Tianyun Joju. Sun Mingyu was not wrong in some of his words. The longer this instance dragged on, the higher the casualties would be. But Lin En and his team cannot just focus on getting on with their journey. This is a mistake that even the dumbest professionals would not make. The dungeon is full of elements that can kill people. If they are not careful, even Linen's team may be wiped out. Linen, you forgot about this. Tang Xuehui gently handed over something. It was a necklace that looked like a dead branch, and equipment dropped by the forest titan upon his death. Forest Holy Vine. Quality, Legend. Equipment requirements: Spirit greater than 150 and Health greater than 150. Effect: after equipping, it can greatly improve mental defense, greatly increase elemental resistance, and greatly enhance self-healing ability. Legendary quality jewelry equipment? If this thing were to be sold out, it could at least fetch tens of millions. No wonder the death rate of high difficulty copies is so high, but so many people still flock to them. High risk, super high reward. Lin equipped it immediately, and an invisible warm current instantly enveloped him. The others didn't say anything. After all, they didn't put any effort into fighting the forest titan. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui were the only two who took action. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that they were following Lin En's lead. After all, why? Chen Kai glanced at Lin En, then glanced at Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui beside Lin En. The two school beauties stood obediently beside Lin En. One of them looked at Lin En with a look that was definitely not innocent, and the other one was even more careless and started calling him master directly. He fell into deep thought, then looked up at the sky. Well, it's decided. He has decided on Lin En as his master. Even if only a few moves flowed out from between Lin En's fingers, it would be enough for Chen Kai to suffer for the rest of his life. Wait a moment. Lin En suddenly stopped and everyone else stopped too. Then he saw Lin En looking around and lying on the ground with his ears pressed to the ground. Lin Ning asked seriously, Beast Tide? They're coming towards us from the northwest, and they're moving pretty fast. Lin En waved his hand, prepare for battle. Everyone picked up their weapons, their faces more or less solemn. In the dungeon, if there is one thing that professionals least want to deal with, it is probably the beast tide. The strange beasts are charging like crazy like a tide, and if you want to survive, you can only try your best. But, apparently, they didn't need to do that this time. Lin Ning smiled, opened her red lips slightly, and uttered two words lightly. Holy coming. Then her pupils instantly turned red gold, the long sword in her hand was also wrapped in holy fire, and her jade feet in white stockings tapped the ground lightly as she rushed towards the surging herd of beasts. Tang Xuehui said nothing, turned around and gave a powerful kick to the huge monster that was rushing towards Lin En. The monster's proud external skeleton was kicked into powder, and then it tilted its head and died. The other professionals initially wanted to charge into the formation together with the two school beauties, but they were surprised to find that they could hardly keep up with the pace of the two school beauties, so they had to work together to deal with some strange beasts that were left alone after the formation was broken up. Then they were shocked to find that the monsters were very powerful, which was completely different from the ease with which the two school beauties dealt with them, so they had no choice but to honestly resist the monsters' attacks with formations. As for Lin, he stayed where he was, closing his eyes and resting. This is definitely not slacking off. After all, the more monsters he kills, the less experience he will get. This is related to his leveling up. He didn't dare to touch any of these strange beasts. Lin En's family has been low-level professionals for generations and they are afraid of being poor. The beast tide was completely eliminated within half an hour. With the experience sharing of the two customers, Lin directly reached level 11. Open the career panel. Personal panel, Linen. Occupation, tailor. Grade, ancient god level. Strength, 250. Spirit, 250. Health, 250. Agility, 250. Allocable attribute points, 200. Level, 11. Professional skills, clothing making. You can create any clothing item, and each item will be given a corresponding ability. The higher the customer's overall score in appearance, figure, and temperament, the stronger the clothing ability effect. Professional talent, aesthetic eyes. You have a pair of eyes that can discover beauty and can see the comprehensive ratings of customers. Professional passive, material return. When a customer wears the clothing you crafted and kills any creature, they will receive creature materials for their next craft. The higher the customer rating, the more they will receive. Professional passive, mutual improvement. When customers wear the clothing you crafted, they will receive experience points when they kill any creature. Use this to level up, and after leveling up, they will gain a large number of attribute points. the higher the customer's rating, the more experience points they will receive. Occupational skills, divine object empowerment. You have the ability to strengthen your creations again. After using this skill, the creation will have a binding feature with a cooldown of 1 day. At this moment, Linen's panel has become quite terrifying to some extent. Not only are his attributes much higher, but the number of his professional skills is also far greater than that of other professionals of the same level. This does not take into account the bonus of his equipment. Things like attack power and defense power cannot be quantified. If all of them are taken into account, Linen is undoubtedly the most powerful professional in this dungeon. The only pity is that the experience required for upgrading after the first level increases exponentially, and it is impossible to reach the second level in a short period of time. Chapter 29, Securing First Place. At the same time, the air pressure on the other side was shockingly low. Ever since Sun Mingyu successfully switched to a legendary professional, he felt that he was the chosen one. Just ask the Great Xia country, how many people can reach the legendary level? The Black Knight profession is tailor-made for Sun Mingyu. It's a pity that he failed to transfer to a mythical professional, but in Sun Mingyu's view, the reason why he transferred to the legendary level was just a small stumbling block set by God on his too successful professional path. Xingqiang rarely produces a legendary professional in a few years. I heard that she is also the school belle of Xingqiang No. 1 Middle School. She must be his. Are there any male professionals who are better than him? However, that legendary professional turned out not to be the top student in No. 1 Middle School. Was there someone else who was the top student? It's okay, none of this matters. His sword is not bad either. But when Sun Mingyu really saw Lin Ning, the arrogance he had accumulated for a long time was popped like a balloon, and there seemed to be a voice in his heart that kept reminding him, "You are no match for him. Damn, it's too noisy. He, Sun Mingyu, is the chosen one. The world should make way for him, Sun Mingyu. Linen, bastard, just a life-related professional, bastard. There shouldn't be a person like Linen. It's Sun Mingyu who should own those two beauties." Sun Mingyu's eyes became extremely terrifying, and even the professionals traveling with him did not dare to step forward. "Captain Sun, we're running around like headless flies, what on earth are we doing?" "Of course, I'm looking for the dungeon boss." Everyone was shocked when Sun Mingyu said this. "Captain Sun, didn't you say before that we weren't strong enough and that we should hunt boss monsters to level up?" Sun Mingyu had just reached level 9 at this time, and the remaining 2 epic professionals in the team were also about the same level. In Sun Mingyu's judgment, at least 3 people must reach the first level to surely kill the dungeon boss. "Shut up." Sun Mingyu was upset. "Am I the captain or are you the captain?" After these words were spoken, the others did not dare to refute Sun Mingyu anymore. "Yes, that's right, as long as he kills the dungeon boss, everything will return to normal. He is still that genius, and he is the genius who broke through the SS level copy in 1 turn. The whole Xingqiang will cheer for him." Sun Mingyu was panting. "Lin Ning, when that time comes, you will never dare to look down on me again. And that Linen, get out of here. I am the Black Knight. Captain Sun, there seems to be something going on up ahead." Sun Mingyu seemed to have just woken up from his dream. "What's going on?" "Teleportation array. It's a teleportation array to other levels." Sun Mingyu waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Instance name, 9 Pillars of Heavenly Cloud. First place, Team Linen, 597 points. Second place, Lin Ning Team, 282 points. Third place, Sun Mingyu Team, 196 points. Fourth place. Hiss. What's going on with this ranking? What happened in the dungeon? I don't understand. I don't understand it at all. Outside of the copy, the teachers of the 3 schools were feeling like they were on a roller coaster. At first, when they saw that the vital signs of 2 members of Lin Ning's team were rapidly declining, and even the Captain Lin Ning's vital signs were not optimistic, they thought that Lin Ning's team was going to be wiped out. But suddenly, the situation of Lin Ning's team improved again, and the team's points soared, and the ranking rose to 2nd place in one go. On the other hand, Sun Mingyu's team cannot be said to be too bad, at least the points are still steadily increasing, but it depends on who they are compared with. Compared with the 2 gods above, Sun Mingyu's team is completely not good enough. The only one who was in a stable mood was Wang Dihai. Why? Look at the points of the other teams, and then look at the points of Lin's team. The gap was like the bright moon compared to the stars, and even caused other teachers to start ignoring Lin Nin's team. Wow, Lin Ning's team is second, surpassing Sun Ningyu's team. Wow, Lin Ning's team's points are soaring, they must have defeated some powerful beast. Ha! Sun Ningyu's team's points are growing slowly, they must be on their way to find a beast. As for the first one? He crushed all the teams with double kills, and his name was ranked first from the very beginning. Except for the points number at the end, it didn't move at all. If you don't know, you might think the name of this copy is 9 Pillars of Tianyun, first place, Lin and team. Who would go to see this unsurprising first place? Wang Dihai will. Oh, who is Team Lin's teacher? It's so hard to guess. At this moment, the sound of a propeller stirring the air suddenly sounded in the sky, and then a black shadow gradually became larger and clearer in the field of vision. A transport helicopter with the Xia Kingdom logo printed on it. The helicopter landed slowly, and some young people got off from it one after another. A white-haired old man walked down the plane with brisk steps, his brows furrowed on his naturally serious face. Tang Chang was a little surprised and immediately stepped forward to greet him. Accompanying him was Zhao Mingyuan from Hongxiang College. Mr. Chen? Why are you here? Nonsense. Of course I have to come for such a big event. Old Chen said in a loud voice, SS-level dungeons haven't appeared in Xia country for many years, and they're still unstable. Principal Chen. Zhao Mingyuan stood obediently by the side. No need to say more, I roughly understand the situation. After saying that, Old Chen glanced at the middle-aged man standing next to him. Xiaozhou, don't stay with me. What can happen to me here? Go and check the situation in the dungeon. Only then did Zhao Mingyuan see the middle-aged man next to Old Chen. He was tall and strong, with a tough face. He looked like a taciturn cool guy, and there seemed to be a fierce dragon lingering in his eyes. The enemy Zhou country is here too? Zhao Mingyuan was shocked. This was the most valuable treasure of Hongxiang College. There were no more than a handful of people in the entire Xia country who were stronger than him. Of course. Old Chen frowned. Humph, you dared to let those young brats into an SS-level dungeon? You're killing people. Tang Chang and a group of teachers couldn't help but lower their heads. Although they felt ashamed to send the students in personally, the meaning of the teachers being here was self-evident. What's the situation in the dungeon? Tang Cheng suddenly didn't know what to say. Are you okay? At least not all members were killed, and the casualties were surprisingly lower than those in normal difficulty copies. Good? How can it be good at all? Old Chen cursed and took out a shiny blue crystal from his arms. After seeing this crystal, all the teachers present were shocked. Zhao Mingyuan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Dean Chen, you even brought this thing. Chapter 30, Mythical Item Fails? Elder Chen said calmly, it's time to use it. Ice Jade Crystal. Quality, mythical. Effect, consuming this item can remove all restrictions on any specified copy. As long as the dungeon restrictions are lifted, let Zhou Digua handle the rest. Wang Dihai opened his mouth wide. The entire Xia kingdom had no more than 2 hands of mythical quality props. He never thought that he would be able to see one of them with his own eyes. The effect of Ice Jade Crystal is to remove the copy restriction. After using it, the level restriction of Tianyun 9 Pillars copy will be directly removed. Not only that, professionals in the dungeon can also choose to leave the dungeon directly, which is equivalent to turning the dungeon into an open state, which can be said to be the most suitable prop to solve the current crisis. Old Chen walked towards the entrance of the Tianyun Joju copy, holding the Ice Jade Crystal tightly in one hand. Erase restrictions, specify the copy, 9 Pillars of Heavenly Cloud. Buzz. The crystal began to hum, and its surface began to flicker, with the intricate patterns on it gradually dissolving. Everyone also showed a relieved look. What level of power does Zhou Digua have? He is known as the most likely professional in Xia country to reach the peak of the 7th level. Not to mention an SS level copy, even an SSS level copy would be a piece of cake for him. After all, the level of the monsters in those copies does not even exceed level 30. But at this moment, something strange happened. The entrance to the copy of Tianyun Joju suddenly turned red, and a large amount of particles were swallowed and spit out, with a rumbling sound. Boom! 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 Everyone present was stunned. Using Ice Jade Crystal to remove the dungeon restrictions actually caused such a big commotion? Mythical item, have you ever seen how to use it? Maybe this is it. Wrong. Wang Dihai widened his eyes and stared at the entrance to the Tianyun Zhouju copy. Seeing that Mr. Chen also had a grim expression, he instinctively realized that something was wrong. What could be wrong? Zhou Digua appeared in front of Mr. Chen in an instant. He also realized that an accident had occurred, so he began to faithfully carry out the task of protecting Mr. Chen. Old Chen gritted his teeth, endured the blast, and continued to activate the ice jade crystal. Crack! The ice jade crystal shattered. How is it possible? Old Chen's face turned pale as he muttered to himself, ice jade crystal can't actually affect this instance? Things didn't go as he wished. The props have been consumed, but the restrictions of the copy have not been released. What is going on? He raised his eyes and looked towards the entrance of the dungeon. Faintly, he seemed to hear bursts of low, contemptuous laughter coming from the entrance. The mythical item is no longer effective. The ice jade crystal is a mythical item dropped by the dungeon boss in an SSS level dungeon. Its grade is mythical, so theoretically there shouldn't be any dungeon restrictions that it cannot erase. What's more, according to the iron law of this world, if an item is ineffective, it will not be consumed. But now that the facts are before him, Mr. Chen feels that his worldview has been overturned. The mythical items were consumed, but the restrictions of this copy could not be lifted. Cough, cough, cough. Old Chen's mouth was bleeding from the recoil of the shattered ice jade crystal, and Zhou Digua immediately took Old Chen away from the entrance of the copy. Everyone looked at each other. What is happening? Failed? It looks like it. Oh my god, I've never heard of that. Wang Dihai's heart sank a little bit. Mr. Chen's failure meant that the group of students still had to conquer this copy. Although they had made this decision early on, it was not a pleasant feeling to be given hope and then watch this hope being destroyed. Old Chen's face was extremely solemn. He knew what this meant, but he couldn't figure out which link had gone wrong. Wait a minute. A surprised voice suddenly came from the garrison, attracting the attention of everyone present. It seems that it is not completely ineffective. At the same time, in the copy, when Mr. Chen used the mythical item, drastic changes also occurred in the copy. The ground began to tremble, the air became increasingly hot, and an indescribable feeling of oppression instantly weighed on the hearts of the professionals. Many of them lost their balance and fell directly to the ground. What happened? Earthquake? No, that's not right. At this moment, everyone's watch showed a message. And that message is the location of the dungeon boss. The consumption of ice jade crystals allowed us to locate the dungeon boss of the 9 pillars of Skycloud. The information has been sent to their watches. What? Elder Chen was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Nonsense. This dungeon boss isn't something those little kids can handle. Why give it to them? He then took a deep breath. You're all just fooling around. You're actually thinking of letting your students conquer an SS level dungeon. You shouldn't have signed that. Silence. Mr. Chen's words reached the ears of everyone present, but all the teachers just listened silently, and no one spoke out in rebuttal. Tang Cheng stood up and said calmly, I believe them. My daughter has also entered this dungeon. I believe she can defeat the dungeon boss and resolve the crisis in Shengchang. Bullshit. Old Chen said bluntly, that's an SS level dungeon. Have you ever conquered an SS level dungeon? How many of you have conquered one? You have no idea how dangerous it is, unless you have a mythical level professional. Yes, Mr. Chen, we have it. Principal Chen reminded quietly, this year, Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School has produced a seraph. Ha! The curse words were on the tip of Mr. Chen's tongue but stopped abruptly. Even though she's a mythical professional, she's still just a rough diamond. She hasn't even reached the first level yet. She can't stand alone in this dungeon. Ahem, Mr. Chen, that mythical professional is not our best student. There is a student who got full marks in this year's assessment, although she is only an epic professional. Principal Chen whispered again. As Mr. Chen listened, he fell silent. About half a minute later, he suddenly cleared his throat. Well, I have the special approval document from Hongxiang College here. Once they produce a copy, I will ensure that they can enter Hongxiang College with the highest treatment. Irene was immediately shocked. Mr. Chen, although I respect you, you shouldn't bully me. This isn't robbery. This is called robbery. Yeah, what's your ability to bully a junior? A loud voice sounded, and everyone looked over immediately, and saw a white-haired old man in a green cloth shirt walking slowly towards them with vigorous steps. Old Su? You're here too? Old Su chuckled, you can come, but I can't? Chapter 31, Reinforcements Arrive. Chen Lao was disdainful, what's the point of you coming? Old Su wasn't annoyed. He chuckled and said, you were useful. You brought a mythical item, but it was consumed and nothing was accomplished. You were useful. You. Old Chen blew his beard and blared, that's better than bringing nothing. It starts again. Every professional in Xia country knows that Principal Chen and Principal Su, two highly respected elders in the entire Xia country, do not get along with each other. It is said that they have had a grudge since they were young and they always quarrel whenever they meet. What I saw today was indeed as good as its reputation, and the situation was even getting worse. Old Su smacked his lips. Who said I didn't bring anything? What a joke. He pointed into the distance, and Old Chen and everyone else turned their gazes subconsciously, and saw several young men standing not far away, as if they were waiting for something in a vigilant manner. This group of young men moved quickly, but there was one thing that was a bit strange, the other members were all tall and strong. The burly young man at the edge had a buzz cut and was so muscular that his clothes were almost torn. He looked like a thug. The leader was actually a short girl, less than 1.6 meters tall. When Old Chen saw this, he immediately understood that Old Su also came to help, but his idea was completely different from his. He brought a team with sufficient conditions to enter the dungeon to support him. What are those? This year's outstanding graduates from the Old Western affiliated First High School. I heard this class is very outstanding. That short girl has a legendary class. Apparently, there were some teachers present who had heard of the Old Western Vocational College, and some knowledgeable teachers even recognized this group of young people. Seeing this, Mr. Chen frowned and asked, are you sure you want to do this? You're still the same. You think young people can't handle things, and you always like to step in and take the brunt of it all for them. Little do you realize that these are things they must go through as they grow up. Old Su said leisurely, I'm old, and I like to leave the world to these young people. Tisk, whatever you want. Old Chen was silent for a long time before he spoke slowly. Then he stopped hesitating and found a corner to sit down and close his eyes to rest. Tang Cheng was stunned for a moment, should we ask Elder Chen and Elder Su to leave here? After all, it's dangerous here. Don't do that. Principal Chen sighed. I don't know about Mr. Su, but if you dare to say that to Mr. Chen, he won't care if you're the captain of the Shengcheng garrison or not. He'll definitely scold you to death. He is the old man's son and knows his father's character best. Old Su, let's go in. The girl showed two small canine teeth, and her face was full of youthful sunshine. It seemed that anyone who was next to her would be a few years younger. People who are full of energy usually give people around them this feeling, let's go. The figures of several people disappeared at the entrance of the dungeon. Only then did Old Chen slowly open his eyes, is this your precious granddaughter? Why, are you jealous? I'm not envious at all. I heard she's a dragon blood martial god? Old Su glanced at her and said, Old Chen, you are such an old and disrespectful man, you are not planning to take advantage of her, are you? Humph. Old Chen snorted coldly, Hongxiang is where melee professionals should come. Your shabby place is full of mages and elementalists. I really doubt you can teach such a promising young man. Why don't you just say you're envious? You're old enough to still be acting like a tsundere. Get lost. I deserve this. I shouldn't have played the lute to a deaf ear. At the same time. In the copy. At the same time, all professionals received the location information of the copy boss. Instance name, 9 Pillars of Heavenly Cloud. Instance boss location, 3rd floor, Blood Red Mudflats. You actually know the location of the dungeon boss? It must be the work of those people outside. What should we do now? What should we do? Just leave it alone. Do you think we can hunt down the dungeon boss with our limited strength? Aren't we going? Of course not. This dungeon boss information is for the top students. Minions of our level would be dead if we went there. Most teams in the dungeon made this judgment, and their judgment was actually correct. It was not something that could be dealt with simply by relying on numbers. Only a few people were qualified to participate in the hunt. Let's go hunt the dungeon boss. Sun Mingyu made a prompt decision, and the others were a little surprised. Captain, are we going now? Although the members of Sun Mingyu's team have reached the first level, most of the others have not yet reached the first level, and they are all rare grade professionals. Isn't the purpose of entering the dungeon to hunt down the dungeon boss? Sun Mingyu said in a low voice, now that such an opportunity is in front of us, anyone who doesn't go is a fool. Everyone looked at each other, and then responded, I understand. However, although Sun Mingyu spoke so righteously, he did not think so in his heart. What flashed through his mind were the faces of Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui who looked down on him. I want to see, after you kill the dungeon boss, what qualifications do you two have to act arrogantly in front of me? Sun Mingyu roared inwardly. The significance of being able to conquer the SS level copy before the first transformation is self-evident. He will instantly become famous throughout the entire Xia country, and invitations from major top universities will come to him like snowflakes. He will also be the professional that Xia country focuses on training the most. Anyone who looks down on him will pay the price. Sun Mingyu's anger reached its peak, and Lin Nin's eyes that didn't care about him at all appeared in his mind again. That's right. What made Sun Mingyu most angry was not Lin Ning's contempt, but Lin Nin's indifference. Sun Mingyu, who had awakened to become a legendary professional, was ignored like this for the first time. The other party had never looked at him straight in the eye, as if he was not taken seriously at all. The pure cold violence was worse than the contempt in words. Sun Mingyu swore that he would never let Lin Nin dare to show him that expression again. As the order was given, Sun Mingyu led a team of more than 10 people to the third floor. The teleportation array leading to the third floor was not difficult to find. With the help of many professional teams, the number of strange beasts in the copy decreased rapidly, and the teleportation arrays leading to various levels were almost found. Soon, Sun Mingyu's team reached the third floor. There was a huge beach with mud and sand deposited in some places. Looking into the distance was the blue sea. The moment Sun Mingyu stepped into the third floor, he felt a damp fishy smell coming towards him. Speed up! Sun Mingyu said excitedly, we must kill the dungeon boss. Chapter 32, the copy boss appears. Let me explain this in two ways. Lin Nin and others also received the news, but they did not rush to the third floor. To be precise, they were blocked by a leader monster. It was a tree-shaped beast. The entire forest was part of it. The tangled roots could transform into various shapes to attack them. In order to deal with it, Lin Nin and others spent a lot of time. Finally, they defeated the strange beast and obtained an epic equipment, which increased the defense. Unfortunately, it was a belt-type equipment. Lin Nin already had the Tyranny belt, so this equipment naturally fell on Lin Ning. When getting the equipment, Lin Nin smiled and said that at their current pace, it would not be difficult to fully arm everyone. After all, they now have too much equipment. Tang Xuehui's eyes widened. Of course, epic level and above monsters have a 100% chance of dropping equipment, but that's not a good thing. It means there's a super tough boss waiting for us up ahead. Maybe these are just his last morsels. Lin Ning on the side smiled gently, even if it's a dungeon boss, I won't let the master get hurt. Tang Xuehui choked immediately, looked at Lin Ning, turned her head to look at Lin Nin, and then turned her head away angrily. Lin Nin's team rested for a while, then groped their way towards the third floor. He had even tried to persuade Chen Kai's team to stay where they were, but Chen Kai patted his chest and said, wherever master goes, I will go. I will advance and retreat with master. Lin Nin thought that if they advanced together, it would be fine. But if they retreated together, he could just take Lin Ning and the others and run away. Chen Kai's team would never be able to catch up with him. Of course, Lin Nin didn't think the dungeon boss was dangerous. On their way, they encountered two teams of professionals who were grouped together. After communicating with each other, they found out that this team had just escaped from the third floor. Because they received the news that the dungeon boss was on the third floor, with their strength, they would be beaten to pieces if they saw the boss, so they ran here. Lin Nin was overjoyed. It was really true that after searching for a long time, he finally found it without any effort. Lin Nin learned the coordinates of the dungeon portal and hurried over with the team. However, their location was 2 teleportation arrays away from the third floor, so it would take at least half an hour to get there. In order to reduce the casualties of professionals in the copy, Lin Nin could only move forward at full speed. The boss of this dungeon is said to be on the third floor, but the third floor is so huge, how come there's not even a trace of a strange beast? Yeah, nothing but sand, mud, and seawater, not even a single egg. The third level of the 9 pillars of Heavenly Cloud. The professionals led by Sun Mingyu continued to move forward, but after walking around for a full 10 minutes, they didn't even see the shadow of the dungeon boss. During this period, Sun Mingyu also saw a team of professionals wandering on the third floor. Their goal was to hunt down the dungeon boss. The other professionals recognized Sun Mingyu and immediately joined his team. But after strolling around for such a long time, everyone's patience was almost reaching its limit. However, after hearing everyone's complaints, Sun Mingyu immediately frowned. "What did you say?" The professional had just finished complaining when he was shocked to see Sun Mingyu's expression. I didn't say anything." "Stop talking nonsense. What did you say last time?" I say, there's nothing but sand, mud, and seawater, not even a single egg." After hearing this, Sun Mingyu had an idea in his mind. He finally understood why he felt so strange after reaching the third floor. It was so quiet, too quiet. The entire third floor was terribly quiet as a pool of stagnant water. Although they are in a copy, there are still some animals there. There are birds and rabbits in the forest, and mosquitoes and insects in the swamp. This mudflat should not be stagnant water. Unless. Sun Mingyu calmed down and an idea emerged in his mind. Unless all the living things in the third layer are eaten up. He shuddered. Who could possibly eat all those living creatures? The answer is obvious. Everyone, alert! Sun Mingyu said in a deep voice, "If you find anything unusual, report it immediately." After hearing this, the other professionals couldn't help but become nervous. They realized that the abnormality on the third floor was related to the dungeon boss. The air seemed to begin to smell like death, leaving only the whistling of the sea breeze and the sound of feet stepping on the sand. Suddenly, a hunter froze, feeling something moving beneath his feet. He subconsciously lowered his head, but was unable to lift his feet at all, as if he was held in place by a powerful suction force. His face suddenly turned ugly. Just as he was about to speak, he found that the people around him also had a look of horror on their faces. Like, there's something down there. Not good. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly sounded, and sand shot out like a fountain. A huge black shadow emerged from the ground. It was a snake, a huge snake. It was spitting out its tongue, and its huge snake pupils could even accommodate an adult man. At this moment, the snake pupils stared coldly at the people on the beach, as if looking at its own dinner. The hunter suddenly felt his blood freeze. He realized that what he had just felt was not an illusion, and his feet were not stuck to the sand, but the breath of this huge guy. Among the group, the one who reacted the fastest was indeed Sun Mingyu. While the others were still stunned, Sun Mingyu had already drawn his sword and rushed towards the huge snake. Netherworld slash. The huge black light turned into a crescent moon. Hiss. The black snake spit out its tongue, and a low snake cry shook the air, and the black sword energy was shattered in an instant. Sun Mingyu's pupils suddenly shrank. The strength of this strange beast was indeed powerful. Is this the SS-level dungeon boss? Sun Mingyu licked his lips and said excitedly, "The battle begins." As soon as he finished speaking, several attacks pounced on the huge black snake, leaving some marks on the tough surface of the beast. Unless one is a melee professional of epic level or above, no one would dare to approach a beast of this level. Sun Mingyu took the lead, waving the sword in his hand, and kept approaching the black snake. The black snake opened its mouth wide, and its huge fangs began to spray out a transparent, colorless, smelly liquid. "Be careful, it's poisonous." Sun Mingyu gritted his teeth and endured the stench, slashing out several black sword energies in a row, trying his best to dispel the poison. Then he landed behind the black snake, stepped heavily on the ground with his toes, gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands, and black sword energy covered the long sword. This thrust was so fast that other professionals couldn't see it clearly. Puff! The sword pierced directly into the black snake's body. The black snake immediately twisted its huge body and let out bursts of miserable howls. Sun Mingyu looked very happy. He had a hunch that he could kill this dungeon boss. Chapter 33, Eight-Headed Snake? This is the real dungeon boss. Black snake blood spurted out from the wound of the huge black snake. Sun Mingyu was instantly covered in blood, but his eyes were still full of excitement. As long as one hit is effective, he can kill this dungeon boss sooner or later by pulling it. The giant snake twisted its body, and the professionals retreated and dodged. After all, this thing would hurt anyone who touched it, and kill anyone who came into contact with it. Sun Mingyu even slashed the black giant snake on the vital point with a knife. As the saying goes, kill it while it's weak. The black giant snake did not completely resist, and its huge tail swung directly towards Sun Mingyu. Bang! This blow hit Sun Mingyu hard. Sun Mingyu felt that all the bones in his body were about to be broken. He flew backwards and hit the boulder heavily. Sun Mingyu gritted his teeth, got up and continued to attack. But the giant black snake obviously would not give him the opportunity to attack easily. Its huge body kept twisting. Anyone who approached within 10 meters of it had to consider whether they could avoid its huge tail. Many professionals wanted to attack, but melee professionals could not get close at all, and the attacks of ranged professionals would be slapped away by the waving huge tail. The situation seemed to be at a stalemate, but Sun Mingyu was not in a hurry. The giant snake's actions were just a waste of its own energy. There would always be a time when it would slack off, right? He held the sword in both hands and kept observing the movements of the giant snake. How stupid. Sun Mingyu thought that it was an insult to his personality that the dungeon boss was such an idiotic monster. Speaking of which, what is this dungeon boss? I don't know. Sun Mingyu had never seen this kind of strange beast before. It was covered with pure black snake skin, and its fangs could spit venom. It seemed that most snake-like strange beasts had similar characteristics. But these were not within his consideration. Sun Mingyu was excited. At this moment, the giant snake's movements had obviously slowed down, and its physical strength began to be excessively consumed. Sun Mingyu took a deep breath, and a layer of black sword energy covered his long sword. He jumped suddenly and rushed straight to the head of the giant snake, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the huge snake pupil of the black giant snake. Puff! The sound of swords entering flesh suddenly rang out, followed by a scream that reached the sky. Good. Captain Sun is indeed worthy of his name. He blinded its eyes with one strike. Sun Mingyu smiled and didn't even notice the giant snake's angry counterattack. He was whipped away again, but this time his body flew backwards and fell into the sea. The salty and fishy seawater splashed into his mouth, choking him and making him frown and cough violently. At this moment, he was still thinking about how to pierce the other pupil of the giant snake with the next blow, so that it would become blind and at his mercy. But Sun Mingyu obviously did not realize that right below him, in the deep and dark sea, a shadow was floating there. Boom! Suddenly, the ground began to shake. The seawater gradually became turbulent, and waves dozens of meters high emerged and broke one after another. This time the movement was even more severe than before, and some professionals even sat down on the ground. Sun Mingyu's whole body was soaked in the seawater, and he felt a little dizzy due to the surging waves, but at this moment he suddenly felt an upward current supporting his body. Rise? Sun Mingyu was stunned for a moment. What else in the sea could possibly hold his body up? He subconsciously lowered his head and saw a scene that he would never forget. It was a gigantic creature with 8 heads and 8 tails, moss and fur growing on its flesh. Each of its giant heads had a pair of bright red eyes. Its round abdomen was festering and still bleeding, staining the waters red. Sun Mingyu's head froze. What is that? A strange beast? In the level where the dungeon boss exists, there is not even a flying bird, so why is it still at the bottom of the sea? No. What if this is the dungeon boss? What exactly is that giant black snake on the beach? Soon Sun Mingyu knew what it was. The 8-headed snake twisted its huge body and swam towards the sea surface, even ignoring Sun Mingyu who was standing there in a daze. It rushed out of the sea and smashed directly into the body of the black giant snake. Its 8 heads stretched out at the same time and bit the black giant snake fiercely, devouring its flesh and blood greedily and wantonly. The big black snake could only howl miserably, and even wanted to struggle, but it had no way to do so. The 8-headed snake stepped on its body tightly, and it could not move at all, just like a chick being hunted by a bird of prey. All the professionals were stunned, staring blankly at this scene. At this moment, they had the same doubts as Sun Mingyu. It was the epic professional who reacted first. It is the dungeon boss. Concentrate your attack. That giant black snake is just its prey. The black giant snake is just a prey, and its appearance is not to hunt, but to escape. Their judgment was wrong. After Sun Mingyu got ashore, he raised his sword, but when he saw the huge creature with 8 heads and 8 bodies, a sense of fear inexplicably struck his heart. Sun Mingyu just felt it was ridiculous. How could he be scared? What a joke! In shock and anger, Sun Mingyu swung his sword in anger. Clang clang. The attack, which was wrapped in black sword energy, only caused sparks and shallow marks on the 8-headed snake's body. His full-strength attack could not even break its defense. Varied. Sun Mingyu widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. The eight-headed snake twisted its body, and the ground began to shake. This is not an opponent I can contend with, run. Sun Mingyu was screaming wildly in his heart. But his legs went weak. The power was completely different from all the strange beasts he had seen before. It was a pressure that penetrated deep into the soul, like an invisible hand pressing down on the heart. All professionals were silent, fearing to anger the monster, but attacks soon followed. That wasn't the mentality of hunting down the dungeon boss, but a collapse. They can't stand such oppression and have begun to launch attacks without regard for the consequences, while also releasing the fear in their hearts. Including Sun Mingyu. Come on, bastard. Sun Mingyu's pupils twitched wildly, his sword trembled, and he rushed forward roaring like a madman. But in the face of the absolute power difference, all attacks seemed ridiculous, not to mention that Sun Mingyu's aura and posture were almost collapsed. Bite. The attack failed to work, and the eight-headed snake even revealed a bit of ridicule and contempt in its eyes, and then it directly threw Sun Mingyu away. It stuck out its tongue and looked at the professionals present as if it were appreciating food. Help, help. Someone come and save me. I don't want to die, I don't want to die yet. Chapter 34. He is Lin En. Perhaps only at this moment can they realize the horror of the SS level copy. As long as it exists, no one can escape from this copy alive, and everyone will die in its mouth, just like the other strange beasts on this floor. They finally understood why there was no living creature on this floor, because those creatures were all its prey. Their strength is not in the same dimension, they are not on the same level. They could only look up at the huge body of the eight-headed snake. Sun Mingyu lay on the ground like a dead dog. The violent impact broke his bones, but the feeling of despair was more severe than the pain, like a mountain pressing down on his heart. Is this really a creature that humans can defeat? 8 huge heads stand high above, overlooking all living beings. Then the golden flame fell like a rainbow. Boom! Fiery judgment. The eight-headed snake endured the huge golden flame and began to roar angrily. Roar! The roar even briefly dispersed the golden flames in the sky, but its entire body was still burned by the golden flames. The fishy and rotten smell was burned by the golden flames, as if it was burning the body of the eight-headed snake. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that someone would dare to launch an attack under such circumstances. A pure white and holy figure appeared in front of everyone, as if a god had arrived. Lin Ning's expression was not as calm as it looked. Hey, what a great opportunity! Hearing Lin Ning's words, everyone present was stunned. What to do? Who's up? What a joke! If you want to come, go ahead. They didn't know that the words were not spoken to them. At this moment, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. She stepped on the ground with her toes, and her body instantly flew into the air. Her pair of round legs kicked directly at the eight-headed snake. Martial God's powerful kick. Sun Mingyu caught sight of Tang Xuehui's graceful figure, but a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Even his full-strength attack couldn't break through his defense, so how could this light kick be effective? Wait a moment. Sun Mingyu was stunned for a moment before realizing that this was Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning's team. Then, a sound like thunder rang in my ears. Boom! The power of this attack obviously exceeded everyone's imagination. The eight-headed snake's body was hit hard, and its entire huge body leaned back instantly. Tang Xuehui only frowned slightly when she saw this beast has a tough skin. The attack was effective, and the other heads of the eight-headed snake turned at the same time. Tang Xuehui was not panicked at all and kicked again. Bang! You are really looking for death. Lin Ning gritted his teeth and rushed forward, the holy fire gathered on the sword body, and he slashed at one of the heads of the eight-headed snake. Tang Xuehui smiled slightly. I know you can keep up with me. How can I not follow you? Lin Ning gritted his teeth in anger and looked back. At this moment, Lin En was observing the eight-headed snake with great interest, as if he had no idea how dangerous this beast was. If she didn't confront Tang Xuehui, the eight-headed snake would be able to attack Lin En with a flick of its tail. And this is the scene that Lin Ning absolutely does not want to see. At this moment, all the other professionals were stunned by this scene, like wooden chickens. That seems to be Lin Ning. Really? That legendary professional from Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School? That's right. And there's also Tang Xuehui, the top scorer at Shengcheng No. 1 High School. Wait a minute, what did you say? What do you mean by the No. 1 student in Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School? When these words were spoken, professionals from other schools were shocked. The emergence of a mythical professional is already quite shocking. You tell me there are masters? A mythical professional isn't the top scholar? Of course. Haven't you heard that the top scorer is Tang Xuehui? She's just an epic level professional. Obviously someone recognized them, but after hearing some words that recognized the identities of the two women, everyone had the same idea in their minds at the same time. Can the gap between people really be so big? Hiss. Heroes in this world are truly as numerous as crucian carp swimming across the river. That's right, I think Tang Xuehui's talent is definitely not inferior to mine. Tell me something you don't know. Lin's face was calm, but it wasn't because of anger or rage. He was simply trying to suppress his laughter. If I had known earlier, I should have brought Lin Ning into his team. Now, the college entrance examination was overshadowed by his and Tang Xuehui's team. This matter will probably be talked about for the rest of my life. Even if Lin Ning didn't care, Tang Xuehui would probably still tease her. This will hinder unity. No, this is not good. Putting aside all distractions, Lin Ning continued to observe this huge strange beast. With 8 heads and 8 bodies, and filled with the smell of decay and death, it looks very much like a creature that only appears in myths. Yamata no Orochi. Now he could actually see this creature with his own eyes. Fortunately, this is within the rules of the dungeon, otherwise this would definitely not be a monster that he and others could deal with. However, just as Lin Ning was leisurely observing this beast, which was most likely a mythical beast, the 8-headed snake seemed to feel Lin's gaze, and its 8 huge heads turned towards Lin. There was no longer wildness and destruction in the snake's pupils, but murderous intent. There were at least 80 professionals present, and everyone was staring at the 8-headed snake. But it just stared at Lin Ning. Lin Ning frowned slightly, because at this moment, he also felt the Yamata no Orochi's extremely pure murderous intent. Killing intent. Not good. Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning's faces changed at the same time, because they had just worked together to destroy one of the heads of the 8-headed snake, but the 8-headed snake completely ignored them and pounced straight towards where Lin Ning was. Why did it attack Lin? This is unreasonable. But the situation was critical, and they obviously couldn't think too much, so they all used their strongest means of attack. Holy Coming, Fiery Judgment. Icefall, Martial God Flying Kick. But with such a huge body, even if they tried their best, they couldn't stop the charge of the 8-headed snake. Lin Ning licked his lips. Facing the huge body of the Yamata no Orochi, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. He held the Earth Dragon sword in his hand, and all the strength in his body began to be drawn away by the sword and condensed. Heavy sword slash. The sword was like a shuttle, slashing down. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the airwave raised yellow sand all over the sky. Lin Ning's face turned pale in an instant. The mythical beast's selfless attack would have taken away half her life. Lin Ning, a life-oriented professional. She didn't dare to think about it. Lin Ning felt his scalp tingling. For a moment, he didn't care about his own posture at all and was about to rush forward, but was stopped by Tang Xuehui. You! What are you doing? Lin Ning glared at him. Don't worry. Tang Xuehui blinked and smiled. What are you worried about? How could Lin Ning be in trouble? He is Lin Ning. Chapter 35, 1/. You tell me this is a life-oriented professional? Lin Ning's bright and holy face was filled with dullness, and she couldn't understand what Tang Xuehui said for a moment. No matter how much she admired Lin Ning was ultimately just a life-oriented professional, and the life and death battles should be left to her and Tang Xuehui. From the moment Lin Ning swore allegiance to Lin Ning, she decided to be the sharpest sword and cut off all thorns and obstacles for this man. If anyone wanted to hurt Lin Ning, he would have to step over her corpse first, but now she has broken her promise. But the next second, Lin Ning was stunned. At this moment, Sun Mingyu even felt that his thoughts were clear and he felt extremely refreshed. The person who stole his position, Lin Ning, has ended up in this situation entirely because of his own fault. Combat professionals are inherently nobler than life professionals. He is a legendary professional, his future is bright, he is the chosen one. As for Lin. Snort. Although I don't know what kind of love potion this guy used to make Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui treat him like this, it doesn't matter anymore because he is already dead. He, Sun Mingyu, will lead them to kill the 8-headed snake and break through the SS level copy. By then, they will naturally understand who is the real strong one. The only pity is that Lin died too soon. His final outcome should be to be severely humiliated by being stepped on in the face by himself, just like what Lin En did to him before. When he thought of this, Sun Mingyu felt inexplicably unhappy, so he turned his gaze to the dust again. Forget it, I didn't get to humiliate Lin En in person, but being able to see Lin En's tattered body that was tortured to death was not bad. But the next second, Sun Mingyu was stunned. After the dust cleared, a stark scene appeared before everyone. The man held a big sword with a calm expression. The tip of the sword was pointing at the huge body of the monster. A bloody head was casually thrown aside. What happened? Sun Mingyu's head buzzed, he couldn't understand this picture. Oh my god, what did I see? He just cut it off like that? Lin En actually cut off one of the 8-headed snake's heads with one sword. The whole process took only a moment and no one saw it. How on earth did he do that? Surprise, confusion, and even cheers. Lin En didn't care about that, he just frowned. The strength of Yamata no Orochi was beyond his imagination. Lin En originally intended to cut off at least 3 heads of Yamata no Orochi with this attack, but the hard skin only allowed him to cut off one of them. Moreover, the movements of the Yamata no Orochi became very strange. As it howled miserably, the remaining 6 heads began to devour the 2 destroyed heads, and smelly blood splattered all over the ground. Immediately afterwards, the huge body of the Yamata no Orochi began to twist, tumors continued to emerge, and gradually 2 new heads piled up. This recovery ability. Lin En narrowed his eyes, are we going to destroy its body? Then, 2 beautiful figures appeared beside Lin. Lin. Master. Lin Ning pursed her lips, leave it to us. Lin En nodded. Its head can regenerate, so its weakness is probably in its body. Before Lin En could finish his words, Lin Ning drove the Shanglin, holding a long sword, his body covered with holy fire, and rushed straight towards the Yamata no Orochi. Tang Xuehue also moved, and the 2 women fought with the Yamata no Orochi again. Lin En was stunned for a moment, what's going on? Are all young people nowadays so impulsive? He hasn't finished talking about all the weaknesses of Yamata no Orochi. During the fight with Yamata no Orochi just now, Lin En realized one thing, that is, the 8 heads of Yamata no Orochi each have their own consciousness and are not one and the same. Based on this, he can still find a few flaws. But Lin En still slightly underestimated the abilities of Lin Ning and Tang Xuehue. With the strength of the 2 women, even if they don't know this weakness, they can still beat the Yamata no Orochi. Especially Lin Ning, his holy attribute attack was a special attack on Yamata no Orochi, and every move and every style could cause huge damage. The following battle was almost one-sided. Yamata no Orochi was like a huge, clumsy doll, and could only watch itself gradually go to destruction. So strong. Is this the difference between people? Ha, you know what, sometimes the gap between people is even bigger than the gap between people and dogs. The professionals were watching this battle with their hearts shocked beyond words. Faced with the Yamata no Orochi, they could only look at it in despair and helplessness. But now, Yamata no Orochi could only look at Lin Ning and Tang Xuehue in despair and helplessness. What's more, behind them is the man who only attacks once but can cut off the head of the Yamata no Orochi with one blow. Speaking of which, Lin Ning is a mythical professional, Tang Xuehue is the top student in number 1 middle school, and who is that guy? Why is he on the same team with my goddess? You don't know him? He's Lin En. The top student team of number 1 middle school is the same team that Tang Xuehue and Lin En are in. Ah, that's not surprising. But I heard that Lin En is a life-related professional. What the hell? Did you eat too many poisonous mushrooms? Can a life-related professional chop off its head with one sword? Fuck, why would I lie to you? The professional from number 1 middle school showed an aggrieved expression. If you don't believe me, go check it yourself. Everyone else had a look of shock and doubt on their faces. They really thought this was a scam. Can the combat performance of a life-oriented professional surpass that of these combat-oriented professionals? Then why are they still fighting? Why don't they just go home and sell roasted gluten? In fact, this group of people had been shocked to the point of confusion. They had completely forgotten that not long ago, they were led by a legendary professional to attack the Yamata no Orochi, but they returned completely unsuccessful. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehue's combat abilities seem to have nothing to do with their professional grades. This is something that almost everyone present failed to realize. See? That's my master, Shinkai's master. Yellow-haired Shinkai's face flushed red, and he was almost about to tattoo these words on his body. That man is your master? Can you introduce him to me? A pleasant female voice sounded in Chen Kai's ears. Oh? Has my love life finally arrived? Chen Kai was delighted, but when he turned around he saw a strange face. The girl was less than 1.6 meters tall, but had a very sexy figure. She was wearing a blue and red jacket with a tight sports vest underneath. She had a cute look, with 2 small canine teeth sticking out, and she looked full of energy. Chen Kai was stunned for a moment. Little sister, you are lost? Chapter 36, number 1 again? Lin En again? After hearing Chen Kai's words, Suyao's forehead was full of black lines, and the other team members tried hard to suppress their laughter. They had to hold back and not laugh, otherwise they would at least get punched by the captain, and a punch from the dragon blood god of war was not pleasant to bear. Name, Su Yao. Age, like everyone else here, a recent graduate. School, middle school affiliated to the Old Western Vocational College. Occupation, dragon blood martial god mythical level. I was brought here by Mr. Su for support, with the goal of conquering the SS level copy. The thing I hate most in my life, being called little sister by others, especially by people of the same age. Bang! Chen Kai's head hit Su Yao's little pink fist, and his whole body fell to the ground, almost breathing dust into his lungs. Cough cough cough. Fuck, little sister, you. Don't call me little sister, understand? Su Yao had a bright smile, but Chen Kai inexplicably sensed murderous intent and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Su Yao sighed and stopped pursuing the matter. She raised her eyes and glanced at the fighting figures of Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui, but she was not interested at all. Just one look at this kind of battle and you will understand that it is only a matter of time before Yamada no Orochi dies at the hands of the 2 women, unless some major accident suddenly occurs. This meant that Su Yao had made a wasted trip. She had originally thought so, but it was not until she saw the scene just now that Su Yao's eyes gradually brightened. Just now, Su Yao also heard what the professionals were discussing, saying that Lin En was a life-related professional. A person with a life-related profession can hold a big sword and not only block the self-sacrificing attack of the Yamada no Orochi, but also cut off one of its heads in an instant? This is so interesting. Dragon Blood Martial God can be said to have one of the strongest melee abilities even among mythical professions. But just now Su Yao couldn't even see Lin En's movements clearly. That's right, when Lin En's team came to hunt the dungeon boss, Su Yao also came with his team. Just seeing Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui showing off their skills, Su Yao planned to wait and see for a while. After all, she has always been very interested in strong people. But then the Yamada no Orochi suddenly changed its movements and attacked directly towards Lin En. Su Yao was ready to help because she had already rushed to support, but she didn't want to see any professional die due to her negligence. However, what shocked Su Yao was that Lin En's performance even surpassed Seraph and Ice Bloodline. He stood in place with a big sword in his hand, and took the attack of the Yamada no Orochi head-on, and even cut off one of its heads with his own hands. From beginning to end, Lin did not take a single step back. How did he do it? It would be fine if the other professionals just watched the fun, but she, the Dragon Blood Martial God, didn't even figure out the trick, which was really interesting. Seeing that she couldn't get anything out of Chen Kai, Su Yao had to suppress her doubts for the time being. Boom! The dungeon boss Yamada no Orochi has died. All players will be kicked out of the dungeon. This line of reminder appeared on the watches of all professionals. At the same time, outside of the copy, everyone was eagerly waiting. Ever since Old Su brought a group of reinforcements, the possibility of conquering the dungeon had increased significantly, and their hopes had also increased. At this moment, buzzing sounds suddenly came from the copy. The strategy for the copy of Tianyun Joju is complete. A line of text suddenly jumped out on the huge screen showing the rankings. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, followed by relaxation. After all, if this SS level copy was not successfully conquered, most of the professionals present would be blown to pieces. Strategy completed. I told you. They are the best. Great. The crisis in Shengchang is finally resolved. Tang Chang also breathed a sigh of relief and gave orders in an orderly manner, stopping the evacuation and returning to normal. I'm saying this. There's no point in using any of these limit-breaking gadgets. It's better to just bring an elite team with you. Seeing this, Mr. Su laughed out loud. He was really happy to see his old friend and rival suffer a defeat. Unexpectedly, Old Chen sneered, "What's the point of bringing an elite team here? The one who defeated the dungeon boss wasn't your precious granddaughter." Ha! Mr. Su's smile suddenly stopped. Old Shen snorted coldly, just look at the rankings for yourself. At the same time, the others were also stunned. Then, everyone's eyes turned to the ranking list. First place, Team Lin N points, 959. Second place, Lin Ning team points, 698. Third place, Sun Mingyu team points, 230. 64th place, Suyao team points, 0. This means that after Suyao's team entered the dungeon, they did not hunt any exotic beasts. What? Old Su was stunned for a moment. How is that possible? There were no fools among the people present. The moment they saw the rankings, they had roughly guessed what had happened in the rankings. According to the points, the only teams that can kill the boss are Lin N's team and Lin Ning's team. What exactly happened in the copy? No, that's not right. Old Su shook his head and guessed, it's also possible that my granddaughter's boss was taken away. Elder Chen glanced at him and said calmly, is it true that a mythical boss was snatched away? He paused, then continued, the children will be out anyway. If we ask them then, won't we know everything? In the copy, light pillars appeared one after another, and some professionals could not wait to leave the copy. After defeating the dungeon boss, you can stay for up to 5 minutes. Lin looked at his career panel. Kill Yamada no Orochi and gain 8,000 experience points. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gain 22,000 shared experience from Tang Shuehue for killing the Yamada no Orochi. Gain 20,000 shared experience from Lin Ning for killing the Yamada no Orochi. Obtain Yamada no Orochi's Rotten Skin 1. Obtain Yamada no Orochi's Unique Scale 1. After the crazy hunting in the dungeon and defeating the dungeon boss, Lin's level has reached 19. Lin Ning and Tang Shuehue have also reached level 18. Lin Ning walked slowly towards Lin N, holding the item dropped by the Yamada no Orochi in his hand. Snake-slaying sword. Quality, legend. Equipment requirements, strength greater than 700, agility greater than 700. This is a sword that breaks curses and corruption. Heteroscale snake bone. Category, materials. Quality, mythical. The snake bones, filled with cursed aura, still retain their original appearance, as if they could come alive. Chapter 37 Hidden Copy? As expected of a mythical boss, it even drops 3 items? Lin quickly looked over it and then turned his attention to the third dropped object. Heart of the Ancient God Fragment. Category, unknown. Quality, unknown. Describe? Heart of the Ancient God. Lin suddenly felt her heart beating violently. The category and quality are not displayed at all, but its name may already mean something. Ancient God. These 2 words are too sensitive, because my professional level is also Ancient God level. Is there any connection between the two? Lin N just had this thought in mind, but didn't think about it any further because it didn't make any sense. He collected the fragments of the Ancient God's heart. Perhaps when he encountered a mythical beast again, more fragments of the Ancient God's heart would appear. Etc. Lin N was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly realized something. Was it the mythical beast that dropped the heart of the Ancient God, or was it the mythical beast that Lin N defeated that dropped the heart of the Ancient God? They seem to be almost the same, but in fact they are completely different inside. If it is the former, then there are already many fragments of the Ancient God's heart in this world. Although mythical beasts are rare, professionals must have hunted quite a few over the years. If the latter, then why? Lin N instinctively smelled something wrong. The timing of the appearance of this SS level copy was too strange. It didn't appear earlier or later, but appeared just when Lin N awakened the Ancient God level tailor. And it just happened to appear in Shangchang. The Tianlong continent is so vast, and why did it appear in Shangcheng? How many copies appear every year? Why did they appear after he successfully changed his job? The occurrence of a low probability event is accidental, but if so many low probability events occur at the same time, it is no longer accidental. When Lin N was thinking this, he saw that Lin Ning and Tang Shuehue's expressions became terrified. What happened? He was a little puzzled. Then Lin N discovered that there was a light on his body, but it was not white. When all professionals are teleported out of the copy, the light that appears on their bodies is white. However, a red light began to appear on Lin's body. The red light, that's the light that teleports to the hidden copy. Tang Shuehue's face turned extremely pale. No! Lin N. The 2 women burst out at their fastest speed, but they had no way of touching Lin's body. They watched Lin En disappear in front of them. But I can only be teleported out of the copy. No! Tang Xuehui's scream was heartbreaking. Lin Ning's face turned extremely pale. Why? I have already killed the dungeon boss. Why did Lin En trigger the hidden dungeon? This is impossible. She looked at Tang Xuehui. Tang Xuehui, you and Lin En are in the same team. He triggered the hidden copy, why couldn't you? I don't know. Tang Xuehui seemed to have lost all her strength. The moment Lin En entered the hidden dungeon, the connection between me and his team was cut off. Emptiness, loneliness. Lin slowly opened his eyes and looked around with a puzzled look. Where is this? Shouldn't he be teleported out of the copy? Is there a bug? The surrounding scene seemed to be between the stars, yet out of reach, as if it was a starry sky arranged in the deep sea. He glanced at his watch, but there was no copy information displayed on it at the moment. The screen was full of question marks. Open the career panel. Personal panel, Lin En. Occupation, tailor. Grade, ancient god level. Strength, 1050. Spirit, 1050. Health, 1050. Agility, 1050. Allocable attribute points, 200. Level, 19. Professional skills, clothing making. You can create any clothing item, and each item will be given a corresponding ability. The higher the customer's overall score in appearance, figure, and temperament, the stronger the clothing ability effect. Professional talent, aesthetic eyes. You have a pair of eyes that can discover beauty and can see the comprehensive ratings of customers. Professional passive, material return. When a customer wears the clothing you crafted and kills any creature, they will receive creature materials for their next craft. The higher the customer rating, the more they will receive. Professional passive, mutual improvement. When customers wear the clothing you crafted, they will receive experience points when they kill any creature. Use this to level up, and after leveling up, they will gain a large number of attribute points. The higher the customer's rating, the more experience points they will receive. Occupational skills, divine object empowerment. You have the ability to strengthen your creations again. After using this skill, the creation will have a binding feature with a cooldown of 1 day. The career panel can still be opened, so it's not that serious. Lin En thought about it and realized that he should have entered a hidden copy. But even if it's a hidden dungeon, there should be conditions for passing it, right? Lin En scratched his head. There's nothing here. Do I have to kill myself to pass it? Before he finished speaking, a dull roar suddenly came from above Lin En's head. He looked up and saw an extremely familiar figure. Yamata no Orochi? You're not dead? That is right, the monster that appeared in the hidden copy at this moment was actually the strange beast that Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning had already killed, the Yamata no Orochi. It stayed there intact, like a giant sculpture, neither attacking nor moving. It seems, it is indeed a statue? Lin En smacked his lips, holding the snake-slaying sword in his left hand and the earth dragon sword in his right hand. No matter what, just beat up the monsters if they appear. Lin En rushed forward and swung the sword in his hand. As expected, every evil pupil of the Yamata no Orochi opened instantly. Roar! Lin En was not afraid at all. Although I don't know what happened, you are miserable. You still want me to kill you again. But Yamata no Orochi was very fast. It twisted its huge body flexibly, easily dodging Lin's attack, and opened its mouth to bite Lin. Lin En was shocked and quickly dodged the bite of the Yamata no Orochi, frowning at the same time. Something is wrong, absolutely wrong. This Yamata no Orochi is even stronger. Compared to the Yamata no Orochi that we conquered in the previous dungeon, it is far superior in terms of speed, strength, and even defense. Lin En took a deep breath, a serious look on his face. He's getting serious. Heavy sword slash. In an instant, Lin En burst out at his maximum speed and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was behind Yamata no Orochi. After reaching level 19, Lin En's 4 attributes all reached more than 1,000 points, which is an extremely terrifying number. When added to the heavy sword slash, the power is doubled. Cut. Chapter 38 I have to beat you again. Clang. Lin En's full-strength attack only left a shallow mark on the Yamata no Orochi. The recoil from the sword almost made Lin En drop the sword, but he immediately maintained his excellent fighting skills. Holding the snake-slaying sword in his other hand, he turned around and stabbed the Yamata no Orochi with a sword, but not to attack. Instead, he used the recoil of his left hand to offset the recoil of his right hand, while retreating at a high speed. Roar roar. 8 heads yelling at the same time, it's so noisy. Lin-En snorted coldly, holding 2 swords in both hands, and launched an attack again. Since the fatal spot is so hard, I might as well attack you somewhere else. You can't be so hard all over, right? Lin-En's guess was obviously correct. If every part of the Yamata no Orochi's body was extremely hard, then given its body shape, it would be unable to move at all and would become like a dead branch. At least now, Lin-En can pierce every head of the Yamata no Orochi. Heavy sword slash. Lin-En suddenly felt that all the strength in his body was swept away, but then the sword in his hand suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful aura, and the sword body even made a sharp buzzing sound. Boom! This strike directly chopped off the 3 heads of the Yamata no Orochi. Lin-En didn't dare to be careless at all, because the remaining 5 heads were biting towards him at an extremely fast speed. He narrowed his eyes, bent his body, and stepped 1 foot on the blade of the snake-slaying sword, while the sword tip blocked the bite of a snake head. Heavy sword slash. Lin-En gritted his teeth. Don't you like biting? If you dare to bite, I will chop you off. With one chop, another head was chopped off and blood splattered. But there is always a loophole in a perfect plan. The price Lin-En paid for cutting off this head was to be instantly swallowed by another head. The moment he entered the snake's mouth, Lin-En almost fainted. The fishy smell drilled into Lin-En's nostrils like a fiery judgment. He never thought that one day he would not be killed by the strange beast, but be suffocated to death by the strange beast's bad breath. He held the sword in both hands and began to swing it wildly. At this moment, Lin-En was in the mouth of one of the snakeheads, and even if he waved his hands randomly, he could cause damage to the Yamata no Orochi. The 5th head was quickly cut into small pieces by Lin-En and made into minced meat. There are 3 heads left. Lin-En's breathing rose and fell rapidly. He felt that all the laziness he had gained from Tang Xuehui since he successfully changed his job was now lost. The intense battle quickly consumed Lin-En's physical strength. He felt his vision beginning to go dark, but his brain still had to think. Come here, you beast. Lin-En was furious. Can't you reproduce? In all his past and present lives, Lin-En has never been stuck in a level he has already passed. Roar! The remaining 3 heads of the Yamata no Orochi raised up, emitting a series of hoarse and unpleasant roars, and then the 3 heads began to bite the body whose head had been cut off. Lin-En grinned. Damn it, you can really give birth again? Can I stop you from giving birth? But it was of no use. After the 5 bodies were bitten, columns of blood spurted out, and new heads covered with blood also popped out at the same time. So, we're going to attack its body as well? Lin-En's heart sank. This was not good news for him. His attack power was not even enough to break the defense of Yamata no Orochi. By now, Lin had also noticed it. This Yamata no Orochi is the same Yamata no Orochi they encountered in the copy, but not exactly the same. This Yamata no Orochi is probably the real one. The Yamata no Orochi's strength was limited by the copy, but the one in front of Lin-En was its complete form. Lin-En's brain was working frantically. Instead of wasting energy, there was obviously still a chance to pass the copy. But where is this opportunity? He gritted his teeth and subconsciously glanced at his attribute panel, but was stunned. Because Lin's attribute panel has changed. Personal panel, Lin-En. Occupation, tailor. Grade, ancient god level. Strength, 1138. Spirit, 1138. Health, 1138. Agility, 1138. Allocable attribute points, 0. Level, 19. He didn't level up, but his attributes improved. Will fighting Yamata no Orochi increase my attributes? It would have been fine if Lin-En hadn't looked at it, but after he did, he became even more confused, because this was totally inconsistent with the characteristics of a professional. Attribute points will only increase after upgrading. Doesn't it mean that if I keep fighting with this Yamata no Orochi, my attributes will grow infinitely? Lin-En thought. But this is obviously not realistic. His physical strength always has its limits, and the Forest Holy Vine will also consume his mental strength while healing Lin-En's injuries. If the fight continues like this, within 3 minutes, Lin-En will have no choice but to watch the Yamata no Orochi devour him. The answer is always on the surface of the puzzle. There must be a way to complete the dungeon. Lin En murmured, the snake-slaying sword, although sharp, seems to be just a useful long sword. Where's the scaly snake bone? He even started taking out the items dropped by the dungeon boss, thinking that the key to clearing the hidden dungeon lay here. The strange scaled snake bones were useless, and Lin En was hit by the Yamata no Orochi's tail for nothing. Heart of the Ancient God. Lin En held the heart of the ancient god in his hand as if he were holding a pokeball, and it looked like he was going to tame the Yamata no Orochi. Afterwards, Yamata no Orochi actually showed a look of panic and fear. Can it really be subdued? Lin En was stunned for a moment, then his face looked ecstatic. Ha, I see. He no longer held the Earth Dragon Greatsword or the snake-slaying sword. Instead, he held a broken heart of the ancient god and began to chase after the Yamata no Orochi. It ran away, he chased it, it couldn't fly away even if it had wings. It's not slow at all. Lin En took a deep breath, arched his body, and shot out. The heart of the ancient god was directly attached to the body of the Yamata no Orochi. Is that all that's going to work? Lin En had already begun to imagine the wonderful life he would have after taming the Yamata no Orochi. Just imagine what professional could control a mythical beast to fight for him. Just thinking about that scene was thrilling. However, the next second, the Yamata no Orochi, which was touched by the heart of the ancient god, began to collapse all over. Its skin began to tear apart and blood spurted out wildly. The spurting blood merged in the air, and then turned into a bloodline that drilled into the heart of the ancient god. Lin En was shocked. Such a hardcore catching animation? No, looking at the situation, it looks like the heart of the ancient god is devouring the Yamata no Orochi. As if to verify Lin En's guess, the fragment of the ancient god's heart in his hand began to gradually fill up. And the panel description of the heart of the ancient god also began to change. Heart of the ancient god incomplete. Category, unknown. Quality, unknown. Describe? From fragments to incompleteness. What's the point of this? What is the heart of the ancient god? At this moment, a low, seemingly endlessly tired voice suddenly appeared in Lin En's mind. Hidden copy has been cleared. Chapter 39, Do you dare to take the bet? The surrounding scene gradually disappeared like the receding tide, and a white beam of light finally appeared on Lin En's body. He was teleported out of the copy the next second. As soon as she appeared, a warm and soft fragrance hit me in the face. Lin En was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, I'm fine. Tang Xuehue remained silent, just hugged Lin En's neck and buried her head deeply in his chest. Are you really okay? Lin Ning on the side looked at Tang Xuehue with a complicated look. Perhaps only this girl was qualified to express her feelings to Lin En freely. Then he looked at Lin En, what happened? When the red light flashed, we were almost scared to death. We thought you entered the hidden copy, but I didn't expect you to teleport out of the copy normally. Think? After hearing Lin Ning's words, Lin En was stunned. He was not teleported out of the copy normally. He actually entered a hidden copy and fought with the real body of Yamata no Orochi for 300 rounds, which took at least half an hour. But Lin Ning said that he was teleporting out of the copy normally? Could it be that the length of time he spent in the hidden copy was only a moment outside? Is this also related to the ancient god level? Lin En felt that there was something fishy going on. Lin Ning sighed. Tang Xuehue also said that your team's connection was instantly disconnected. At that moment, I really thought something big was going to happen. Don't worry, I'm fine. Lin En instinctively felt that this matter was not a good idea to publicize, as there might be some deceptive secrets involved. At this moment, Lin En suddenly felt a sharp gaze looking at him. Boo-heo. There is murderous intent. Who? After finding out it was Tang Chang, Lin En was also embarrassed. The other person's daughter hugged him in public, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with the father looking at him like that. The problem is that he didn't do anything, he is a pure and innocent citizen. Cough cough cough. Tang Chang's throat was about to burst from coughing, and Tang Xuehue let go of Lin En reluctantly. Looking at the girl's face that was red to her ears, and she refused to leave Lin En no matter what, Tang Chang sighed and felt tired. Tang Chang felt even more exhausted when he thought that there was no college in Shangchang and his daughter had to go to another city to study with Lin En in this state. However, no matter how tired you are, you still have to go through the necessary procedures. In response to the successful completion of the SS level copy, Tang Chang, as the captain of the Shangcheng garrison, gave some words of encouragement and praise to the students of the 3 schools. They will also receive corresponding bonuses based on the copy points. For many families, this is a considerable fortune. The highlight comes next. College selection. Those present here are not only teachers from Shangcheng Middle School, but also admissions teachers from major top universities. Moreover, two highly respected principals, Mr. Su and Mr. Chen, were also among them, and the enrollment meeting began seamlessly immediately. The successful conquest of the SS level dungeon has raised the levels and ratings of all professionals. Many students can choose their ideal colleges, and some outstanding professionals have become the focus of many colleges' competition. The scene was no less intense than that of the old men and women scrambling for eggs in the vegetable market. Lin En, which college are you choosing? I haven't thought about it yet. Lin En answered subconsciously. After answering, he felt that the voice was a little unfamiliar. He glanced at the side and was stunned. Who are you? He has silver gray hair, is not tall, and has two small canine teeth exposed. Su Yao narrowed her eyes and smiled. I'm your classmate. Nonsense, if Shangcheng No. 1 Middle School had a person like you, there wouldn't be 2 school beauties, but 3 school beauties. Although Su Yao is small, her appearance and figure are first class, especially when she pouts her 2 little canine teeth and squints her eyes when she smiles, which makes her look more lively and cute. Lin En swore on his memory that he had never seen this girl. Don't worry, my name is Su Yao. Su Yao blinked and said, I'm not from Shangcheng. Grandpa called me here to help. She looked Lin En up and down, her bright eyes full of curiosity. I didn't expect you guys to be so amazing. You were able to pass the dungeon without my help. Lin En frowned. This person also entered the copy? But he was more concerned about another point. You are actually the same age as me. Hey! Su Yao raised her eyebrows. It's rude to tease someone about their height. Lin smiled awkwardly, then. Aesthetic eye, activated. Client, Su Yao. Appearance, 97. Body type, 95. Temperament, 99. Comprehensive rating, SSS. 100% material return, 100% experience return. It is also an SSS level evaluation. Well, it's a good seedling. But Lin En didn't expect that the system was so unpicky. Su Yao, a girl next door, could actually score 99 in temperament. Or did the system just like the feeling of a sunny and invincible beautiful girl? Let's choose Old Western College. Su Yao said. Lin raised an eyebrow. Why? Because that would be fun. Su Yao looked at Lin En with a burning gaze. Your coming to our academy will definitely be very interesting. I have a feeling it will be. This girl is actually a student from a top university? No wonder, if she wasn't excellent, she wouldn't have been sent to conquer the SS level dungeon. Lin En looked at Su Yao and smiled slightly. Are you helping your college recruit students? Yes. I could go to Old West College, but I have conditions. Lin En looked at Su Yao. You have to join my team. What? Su Yao was stunned. After entering the vocational academy, many professionals will begin to look for their teammates and start forming their own teams. At this stage, the team is no longer formed temporarily, but will always operate as a team. Only a few professionals will form another team later due to various reasons. Almost all the teams on the list have been making their mark since college. Su Yao has already formed her own team, so it is naturally impossible for her to easily agree to Lin En's words. Forget it. Lin En sighed, then I won't consider your school anymore. Hey! Are you serious? Of course. You are such a... Su Yao thought Lin En was extremely interesting. Many people dreamed of entering the Old Western Vocational College, but Lin En refused without even a second thought. In an instant, Su Yao became more interested in Lin En. In that case, how about we make a bet? Bet? Lin En was puzzled. Every year, each of the major colleges and universities will select a few large-scale dungeons for a joint college-level strategy. We'll compare scores here. If you lose, you'll come to Old Western Vocational College. If I lose, I'll join your team. How about that? Lin En wondered, now that I've decided on a college, can I still transfer? I have my own way. Do you dare to bet? Chapter 40, Upgrade while lying at home, so comfortable. In the end, Lin En chose Hongxiang Vocational College. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui followed Lin En's choice and also chose Hongxiang. Old Shen's face was almost blooming with smiles. Strange. Really strange. On the plane back to the academy, Mr. Su kept muttering, "The conditions I offered weren't bad, so why didn't I choose those good candidates? Is it that the name of our college is not nice? Ah, that old Chen got a perfect score and a mythical professional for nothing. His eyebrows are about to fly up. I'm so angry." When Su Yao heard her grandfather muttering this, her eyes rolled around, she whistled and looked out the window. At this point, it is no longer possible to say that Lin did not choose Old West Vocational College because of a bet. If you say it out loud, you're definitely going to get a spanking. After careful consideration, Su Yao decided to keep this secret to herself. Although he had graduated, Lin En did not relax at all. He had so many secrets, so incredible that it was hard to imagine what these secrets meant. After clearing the hidden dungeon, not only did Lin En gain an improvement in his attribute values, but even more bizarrely, his equipment also underwent a drastic change. Earth Dragon Great Sword. Quality, Legend. Equipment requirements: Strength attribute reaches 1000, Life attribute reaches 800. A huge sword that only an excellent warrior can lift. Equipment skill: Heavy Sword Slash. Heavy Sword Slash. At the cost of burning the mind, the greatsword delivers the strongest blow. The attack power is determined by the holder's spirit, strength, and life attributes. Snake Slaying Sword. Quality, Legend. Equipment requirements: Strength greater than 600, Agility greater than 400. This is a sword that breaks curses and corruption. Belt of Tyranny. Quality, Epic. Location, Belt. Effect: wearing it can significantly increase attack power. The increase is based on the value after adding up all attributes. Desert Wolf Boots. Quality, Legend. Part, Shoes. Equipment requirements: Agility greater than 1000. Effect: after wearing it, it can greatly increase the movement speed and reduce the movement penalty in special terrains: quicksand, swamp, snow, mud. Forest Holy Vine. Quality, Mythical. Part, Necklace. Equipment requirements: Spirit greater than 1000 and Health greater than 1000. Effect: after equipping, it can greatly improve mental defense and greatly enhance self-healing ability. Black Scale Armor. Quality, Epic. Part, Armor. Light armor slightly increases movement speed and moderately increases defense ability after wearing it. All I can say is that the SS level copy is worthy of being an SS level copy. Although these equipment are not as good as the ancient god level clothes made by Lin En himself, if they are sold, each piece will be worth at least a few million yuan. Lin En recalled that both the improvement of his attributes and the improvement of the quality of these equipment were inseparable from the Yamata no Orochi in the hidden copy. And that hidden copy was closely related to Lin En's awakening of the ancient god-level tailor. Perhaps only when he becomes stronger will he be qualified to peek into the secret behind it. As soon as the clothes cooled down, Lin En immediately lifted up the clothes on Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning. Product of ancient god-level tailor: black slit hip wrapped leather skirt bound. Identified as waist clothing, granted skill: Martial God Enhancement. Martial God Enhancement increases kick strength. The higher the customer rating, the higher the bonus you receive. This is an ancient god level creation. It seems to contain the truth of the world. Ancient god level tailor product: Seraph's white stockings bound. Leg clothing grants skills: Holy Presence, Judgment. Holy Appearance, active skill, consumes mental energy. Once activated, it can greatly increase the 4-dimensional attributes. The higher the customer rating, the higher the bonus obtained by this form. Judgment, passive skill, greatly increases the holy attribute damage of all attack methods. The increased strength is determined by the mental attribute. After seeing that the stockings could be further upgraded, Lin Ning's little mouth was so big that it could fit a boiled egg, and at the same time, she became more convinced of her loyalty. Then, Lin En gave the snake-slaying sword to Lin Ning. He already has the Earth Dragon Greatsword that suits him best, and this sword is just right for Lin Ning. Besides, Lin Ning has one less ancient god-level equipment than Tang Xuehui, so it would be perfect for her. After some research, Lin En discovered that he had quite a few limitations as a tailor. He could only make clothes, pants, and socks. If Lin En was an ancient god-level blacksmith, or ancient god-level armorer, he could directly arm Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui to the teeth. However, the ancient god-level tailor seemed unable to make any other equipment except 2 pairs of stockings. Of course, there was another idea that Lin En did not dare to realize. That's underwear. Of course, it's not that Lin En doesn't dare to do it, but with his tailoring skills, he has already exhausted himself by making a few pairs of stockings. If he is asked to make underwear, it will be hard for the things he makes not to be called rags. In addition to the ancient god-level clothing, the most efficient way is to wear at most one piece per person, so the idea of making underwear for the two women had to be put aside for the time being. After doing all this, the leisure life at home began. At the same time, information popped up on his career panel from time to time. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gain 2200 shared experience points from Tang Xuehue for killing the bloodthirsty terror bear. Obtain a bloodthirsty bear's skin 1. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gain 1000 shared experience points from Lin Ning for killing the golden horn bull. Obtain 1 golden horned ox horn. While Linen was slacking off at home, the two girls actually went to level up secretly without his knowledge. Can you hide this from him? But Linen didn't care and was even happy to see it. You can gain experience just by staying at home. Where else can you find such a good thing? Instance, rainfall on the grassland. Holy coming, fiery judgment. A red gold holy fire slammed heavily into the golden horned cattle herd, and the cattle's forward posture suddenly became messy. Lin Ning, holding the snake-slaying sword, rushed straight into the herd, waving the snake-slaying sword in his hand continuously. The professional team on the side were stunned when they saw Lin Ning's agile and heroic figure like a god descending from heaven. Which professional guild is this beauty from? Why is she so fierce? I don't know, why don't you go up and ask? You dare to ask? Why should we be afraid? She saved us. Maybe she was attracted by my handsome face as the captain. The captain of the professional team flicked his colorfully dyed hair and smiled, which he thought was very handsome. There is absolutely no possibility of this. The other team members were shouting wildly in their hearts. Chapter 41, Enrollment, Hong Xiang. But he is their captain after all, and the team members can't stop him from doing whatever he wants. Seeing their captain walking forward and wanting to talk to Lin Ning, several team members showed a look of despair on their faces. Beauty, you are going to the dungeon too. Lin Ning frowned slightly and looked warily at the creature in front of him that looked like a human, but there seemed to be not many of them. What's up? Well, I see you're quite skilled. This rainfall grassland is full of dangers. Why don't we travel together so we can look after each other? What do you think? Not interested. Lin Ning thought for a moment. It's not that I'm not interested in traveling together, it's that I'm not interested in you. And can you stand a little further away from me? It's better to stay out of my sight. I had lunch and I feel a little nauseous. After saying that, Lin Ning didn't stop at all, turned around and went deeper into the copy, leaving the captain petrified on the spot. Copy, Fear Forest. Tang Xuehue kicked a nearly 3-meter-tall dino bear to death and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Before entering university, the level should be further improved. She took a deep breath and looked into the depths of the forest, where she could faintly hear the terrifying roars of some unknown creatures. At least, it must be higher in level than that guy Lin Ning. What a coincidence, Lin Ning and Tang Xuehue both chose to enter the dungeon for training in such a tacit understanding. Tang Xuehue took a deep breath and immediately entered the flow state. This is the technique her father taught her. When the body and mind are completely focused on the original heart, the mental power will radiate and explore the distance more carefully. A dark shadow, no, 2. The steps in front are light but messy, while the steps behind are heavy. 500 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Tang Xuehue opened her eyes instantly, her figure disappeared from the spot, and when she reappeared, her round and beautiful legs had already retained enough strength. The god of war kicks hard. Boom! A violent shock was heard, and the ground within a radius of 100 meters even shook. The strange beast had been kicked so hard that half of its body was embedded in the ground, and it was deader than dead. Defeat the Wind Wolf and gain 1400 experience points. Level up. Hongshan Vocational College. This is one of the 2 top academies in Xia country. Being able to enter this academy means that they are the best among professionals. Tang Xuehue, are you level 21? Yeah. Tang Xuehue pretended to be calm, I practiced a little bit. Wow, when we left the dungeon, Lin En and the other 2 were all level 19, but after a few days they have already reached level 21. You are really too slow. Lin En blinked. Lin Ning, you are also level 21. Me too. Lin Ning's tone was indifferent. I see. Lin En cleared his throat. He was too embarrassed to say that he had been playing slacking for 2 days, but now he had reached level 21. The three of them walked to the registration desk and were greeted by a man with a flat head. "Are you three signing up for a team?" The man frowned slightly. "Normally, the registration team consists of 5 people. Tang Xuehui pursed her lips and asked, "Can't 3 people register for a team?" "It's not impossible, but you." The man's eyes swept across the faces of Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning. "Look, not only do you not have enough people, but you also have a life professional. I really don't recommend you do this. However, there is another way." He feigned calmness and said, "You two are both excellent professionals. Our team welcomes you both to join us. As long as you two join our team, I guarantee that you will receive top-notch treatment and will have priority in selecting equipment. Since you haven't reached the 2nd level yet, my team can also help you level up." Before Tang Xuehui could say anything, Lin Ning sneered, "Senior, you want to invite us to join your team, but there's no need to be so roundabout, right? If there's a rule that 3 people can't form a team, I'll go find Mr. Chen." After all, it was Mr. Chen who personally invited the 3 of us to join Hongxiang Vocational College. After hearing Lin Ning's words, the senior student broke out in sweat. Who would be so easy to deal with that Mr. Chen personally invited him to join the academy? "Yes, we can do it." He did not dare to delay at all and directly logged in the professional information of Lin N and the other 2. Who is the captain?" "Lin." "Lin." The 2 women didn't hesitate at all. Okay. The senior student couldn't help but feel shocked. Tang Xuehui, epic level, is not that outstanding, but this Lin Ning is a genuine mythical professional. Even in Hongxiang, there are only 3 or 5 legendary professionals every year. A Buddha of this level is not even the team leader in the team? This guy named Lin N is just a tailor. What makes him so capable? Although he thought about it, he didn't dare to say it at all. Lin Ning's gaze was like a sharp sword, as if it could pierce through his body immediately, and he was so scared that cold sweat broke out. Registration is complete. You are now registered members of the professional team. After thinking for a moment, he continued, "If you still want to add members, you can find 2 more professionals. All new students are registered, and you can check the information of those professionals who have not joined the team." Lin N raised an eyebrow. "Can it be like this? It's rare for a whole team like you to join Hongxiang Academy. Most people come alone, so there are still many outstanding professionals." Lin Ning snorted, "So you guys are taking advantage of this opportunity to trick people into joining the team." The man's sweat dropped. "I was just suggesting." Lin N took the 2 women out of the registration office. He was still somewhat interested in what the man had just said. It was not about choosing an excellent professional, but about choosing an excellent client. Eye of Aesthetics, activate. Client, LV Sifeng. Appearance, 70. Height, 73 centimeters. Temperament, 75. Overall score, B. Materials will be returned 50%, experience will be returned 50%. Client, Wan Xinyan. Appearance, 82. Body type, 75 centimeters. Temperament, 80. Overall score, A. 70% return on materials, 70% return on experience. Client. Lin N has tried his best to find those dazzling beauties, but their ratings have not met Lin N's requirements. Not to mention SSS level customers, he hasn't even seen an S level one. The highest is an A level. But this situation was within Lin N's expectations, but it was unlikely that he could gather a 5-person team as expected. And if Lin N continued to look at them like this, apart from anything else, the resentful looks of Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui would be enough to make him very upset. Well, it seems that there is no suitable candidate for the time being. Let's go and check out the Academy's copy. Chapter 42, Joint Strategy Copy. For professionals, copies are resources. Except for the unstable dungeons that appeared in the suburbs of Shengchang, most of the dungeons were stable. For each academy, dungeons were the whetstones for honing professionals. After all, the number of copies and the type of copies one has can determine what kind of professionals the academy can cultivate. Dungeon Death Mine. Rank, B. Professional level restriction, 30. Instance, Blue Tomb. Rank, A. Restricted professional level, 40. Copy. A lot of copy information was listed on the information board, and Lin N was dazzled for a moment. You're freshman, right? A voice came. Lin nodded, yes. Freshmen are not allowed to participate in these dungeons. The speaker was a senior student wearing black framed glasses. She looked like a very smart and capable person. She glanced at Lin and the other two. It should be written in the student handbook. Student manual? Lin thought that the only purpose of this manual was to tell everyone where the air conditioners were in our college. To think that it would contain such useful information. Lin frowned slightly. Do I have to participate in the freshman dungeon? After entering the school, freshmen will participate in a joint raid operation. Therefore, you can't participate in these college dungeons. This is to familiarize you with the joint raid process. After participating in this dungeon, you can enter these dungeons. The senior student smiled. Don't worry, your admission to Hongxiang College has already proved that you are very good. The new dungeon is also a joint raid, so it won't be too difficult. That's such a pity. Lin doesn't like simple dungeons because it means no experience and no drop rate. Even a dog wouldn't want to enter a dungeon with a low drop rate, right? However, there are some special cases. Even though the copy is clearly marked with a high drop rate, the drop rate is still extremely low after entering the copy. At this time, you can consider deleting your account and starting over. It may not be a problem with other people's copy, but a personal problem with you. Lin thought for a moment, how do I participate in the new dungeon? Under normal circumstances, it will take 1 to 3 days. The senior student pushed her glasses. Many dungeons appear in Xia country every year. These dungeons need to be conquered by professionals. High-level dungeons will be conquered by direct teams, and those low-difficulty dungeons with restricted levels will be distributed to various colleges. Don't worry, it will be quick. Before she could finish her words, a series of rapid and urgent ringing sounds began to ring on the floor. Drip, drip. A new dungeon has appeared? The senior student blinked, also a little surprised. Looks like you're lucky. Transmission Center. Students generally call this place the Dungeon Express, which is built by array masters and can connect the dungeon entrances in various parts of Xia country. With these teleportation arrays, professionals no longer need to travel long distances by train or plane. When Lin arrived, there were already many new professionals standing there. This is the first dungeon you will experience after entering Hongxiang Academy. From now on, you not only represent yourselves, but also Hongxiang College. Zhao Mingyuan stood on the stage and gave a speech to the group of freshmen. The manuscript had turned yellow, obviously having been used countless times. Lin listened boredly. He was about to fall asleep. Student Lin. Zhao Mingyuan greeted Lin with a smile. For this joint attack, your team must perform well for me, the teacher. Lin Ning asked, Teacher Zhao, what is a joint attack strategy? It's written in the student handbook, Zhao Mingyuan continued. The so-called joint attack means that several universities enter the dungeon at the same time and attack it. At the end of the attack, the ranking will be based on the leaderboard. Wow, it seems like there's a lot written in the student handbook. Lin felt a little regretful. He had to find some time to read the student manual a few times. He suddenly remembered the bet he had made with Su Yao. Will Old West Vocational College also participate in this dungeon? Why do you think so? Zhao Mingyuan was a little surprised. No, Old West Vocational College is a school in the Southwest Province, and we are a school in the Central Province. The other participating schools are also schools in the Central Province. As for facing Old West Vocational College, we will have to wait until the national competition. National competition. The bet that Su Yao mentioned should refer to the national competition, right? Perhaps because he was not used to the new environment, Lin suddenly found that he had a lot of problems today. The national competition and the joint attack strategy were new concepts that he had never heard of. The other students looked at Lin and the others in confusion. How come they are so familiar with the teacher? Did they get in through the back door? Are you kidding me? Going through the back door? Entering Hongxiang? Are you crazy or am I? That's not important. Look at those two girls. Hiss. Oh my god, it seems our school beauty has been found. Damn it, why is there a boy in such an attractive team? Damn it, I also want to join this team. It's so heartbreaking. I guess one of those two girls is already taken. Does that matter? Even if the beauty has a boyfriend, there's still another one. Fuck, you're right. I just don't know which one is single and which one is taken. I guess it's the white one. I bet on black. Open, open. Relax, this dungeon is S level in difficulty, not even as difficult as the dungeons you experienced in Shangchang. Zhao Mingyuan blinked. Participating in an SS level dungeon must have been quite rewarding, right? How about getting first place for the teacher this time? I dare not issue a military order in advance. Lin En smiled, but we will try our best. Zhao Mingyuan patted Lin En's shoulder and said, come on. Buzz. A light blue curtain of light slowly descended and gradually turned into a beam of light. Some professional teams couldn't wait to walk in, and their figures disappeared the moment they stepped into the light column. Lin En was about to take a step forward when his arm was suddenly held, and his entire arm was instantly pressed against the warm and fragrant body. He was a little surprised. What's wrong? Lin Ning smiled slightly. Nothing, let's go. Tang Xuehui widened her eyes, but when she was about to hold Lin En's arm, the three of them had already walked into the light column. Then their eyes went dark and their figures disappeared in an instant. Wait until the three of them leave. What did I say? It's white. Damn it, my money. I accept the loss, I accept the loss. Those who bet on black, bring it over. Only Zhao Mingyuan saw all of this and smiled without saying a word. Chapter 43, In the Bloody Wilderness, the Crow's Mouth appears. Dungeon, Bloody Wilds. Level, S. Restricted Professional Level, 25. Is this the joint copy? After entering the dungeon, Lin Ning looked around and said, it's no different from a normal dungeon. You still have to be careful in S-level dungeons, Tang Xuehui said. Professionals who have just entered the dungeon have the highest mortality rate because they always assume that the exotic beasts will stay where they are and wait for them to hunt them. Little do they know that once they enter the dungeon, they too become prey. What Tang Xuehui said was not without reason. Although Lin En and the other two had already conquered the SS level copy, it did not mean that they could roam freely in the S level copy. But Lin En still felt a little chilly. You have no problem with this. Although there is no problem, please don't speak for now. At this moment, a bloody smell rushed into the nose with the wind, and Lin En and the other two frowned at the same time. The smell of blood, the smell of fresh blood, there must be some strange beast that has just died nearby. Such a strong smell of blood indicates that the dead beast is huge, and the monster hunting it is even more dangerous. Lin Ning has already picked up the snake-slaying sword and his senses are fully open. Tang Xuehui is also in a fighting stance, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, Lin En suddenly raised his head and looked directly at Liang. Tang Xuehui, your words are really accurate. As he spoke, Lin Ning had already accumulated enough flames, blazing judgment. Lin Ning shouted, and the holy fire shot out with the sword, pointing straight to the sky. The three of them realized one thing: the strange beast was neither on the ground nor underground, but in heaven. This is a strange beast with the ability to fly. Tang Xuehui raised her head slightly, and frost gradually condensed in front of her body, then turned into ice cones and shot out rapidly. Swoosh swoosh. The huge figure above the sky was extremely agile and dodged the ice and fire attacks of Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning one after another. It raised its head and its scream resounded through the sky. It was not until this moment that Lin En and the other two could clearly see the appearance of the strange beast. It was a huge bird of prey with a wingspan of about 10 meters. Its huge, sharp beak was larger than that of an adult man. Its body was covered with dark brown feathers, which were now stained with blood, and it was obvious that it had just eaten a full meal. Its eyes are extremely sharp, with the murderous intent of a top predator in the food chain staring at its prey. Just being stared at by such a gaze can make one feel the chills. Tracer Blood Eagle. Lin Ning narrowed his eyes, looked at the blood eagle in the sky, and then looked at Tang Xuehui. Why is it that every time you open your mouth, we always encounter such a ruthless person? Tracer Blood Eagle, an epic beast. This Tracer Blood Eagle is estimated to be at level 30, while Lin En and the other two are only at level 21, which is almost 10 levels behind. Tang Xuehui blinked. Did I say something wrong? You are right, but you can stop saying it next time. Lin En didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Tang Xuehui was just good at analyzing all possible situations and listing the ones with the highest probability, but it was really too weird that she won every time. Suddenly, Tracer's blood eagle flapped its wings, and blood beads began to appear on its body. Lin Ning's eyes were filled with red gold. The Holy One is here. The holy nature became purer and purer, and the holy fire on the snake-slaying sword in Lin Ning's hand became more and more intense. Tracer's blood eagle has long-range attack capabilities, and those blood beads suspended on its feathers must be blocked. Tang Xuehue waved her hand and released an ice puppet in front of Lin En to protect him, while frost appeared under her feet. Cold shadow step. She took a deep breath and leaped 100 feet high. Tracer the blood eagle screamed madly, feeling that its dignity was challenged. No other creatures were allowed to appear in this sky, let alone such a tiny human. It spread its huge wings, each feather of which was harder than steel, and rushed straight towards Tang Xuehue. Tang Xuehue gathered her strength, martial god kick. Boom! The jade legs kicked directly on the hard wings of Tracer's blood eagle. Tracer blood eagle howled miserably, and its figure flew backwards in the sky like a cannonball. Tang Xuehue was in the air, about to land, when she saw Lin Ning's fiery judgment flying towards her. You! Tang Xuehue gritted her teeth. She knew what Lin Ning was planning, but he didn't even bother to discuss it with her and just attacked her directly. It was really too much of a disrespect to her. Having said that, Tang Xuehue still honestly summoned the ice puppet to withstand the attack. She stepped on the ice puppet with both feet, and relying on the impact of the fiery judgment, she rushed forward again, aiming directly at Tracer Blood Eagle. But this time, Tracer Blood Eagle learned its lesson. It realized that the kick from the creature in front of it was more than it could withstand. It howled, dived headfirst into the ground, and then spread its wings to glide. With one move, it shook off Tang Xuehue's pursuit. Since it can't defeat Tang Xuehue, it will hunt other people first. Its voice was hoarse, and it seemed to be happy with its choice. It rushed straight towards Lin Ning, and blood beads began to gather on its wings again. Poochie the blood beads turned into arrows and shot towards Lin Ning. Lin Ning remained calm, his lips curled up slightly. Since I can't beat Tang Xuehue, I just want to pick on the weak. Then I'll crush your beak. In an instant, Lin Ning's whole body was covered with flames. If burning judgment is the skill of releasing the holy fire of Seraphim, then the second skill obtained by Seraphim after the first transformation is to inject the holy fire into the body and directly use the holy fire to strengthen the body. I usually don't dare to use this skill in the holy presence state. It puts too much strain on my body. But now that I'm level 21, perhaps I can try its true power. Lin Ning's hair even turned pure gold, and his whole body was filled with holy fire. Divine blessing. The blood arrow was moving too fast. With Lin Ning's attributes, he couldn't even capture its trajectory with his naked eyes. But after they shot towards Lin Ning, they stopped directly in front of Lin Ning. Several blood arrows trembled, unable to move forward at all. Lin Ning glanced at the blood arrow and said, "Disperse." With a swish, those blood arrows turned back into blood and spilled on the ground. Tracer's blood eagle's brain froze when it saw this scene. This was one of its strongest means of attack, but in front of this creature, it was as small as a bug. It finally realized that these three people were definitely not the ones it could hunt. Run, run! Tracer Blood Eagle's fear overwhelmed its hunting instinct, and it turned around and flew away. It ran away. Tang Xuehue and Lin Ning were both stunned. They had never seen a strange beast running away from humans. What is going on? Isn't it obvious? It ran away. Lin Ning turned to look at Lin En. What should we do? Should we chase after him? Chapter 44. My name is Zhou Xiaohua, we're all buddies. Lin En nodded. Chase. They came in to upgrade their level. Now a level 30 epic beast is in front of them. It would be a pity to let it go. Tang Xuehue moved with the cold shadow step at an astonishing speed, and Lin Ning did not turn off his divine protection state. However, even so, the speed of the two women was still much slower than Lin En. This is the absolute attribute gap. Just looking at the attribute panel, Lin En's attributes are not inferior to those of a second-level professional. The three of them moved forward at a rapid speed. The Blood Eagle Tracer seemed to be completely unaware of their pursuit and flew straight in one direction. About 3 minutes later, Tracer's Blood Eagle finally slowed down. Wait, something's happening. Just as he was about to catch up with Tracer Blood Eagle, Lin En slowed down instead. The two women didn't know what was going on, but they still followed Lin's orders obediently. This dungeon is called Blood Wilderness, but in fact its ecological structure is quite complete. The place where the three people were randomly teleported to after entering the dungeon was a huge grassland. On the way of chasing Tracer Blood Eagle, the grassland gradually became sparse, revealing a large area of light yellow sandy land. Lin En and the other two were moving forward slowly, and were about to lose sight of Tracer Blood Eagle, when at this moment, countless sharp roars suddenly came from the sky. The sounds were all similar, they were all the roars of Tracer and Blood Eagle. This is actually the lair of the Tracer Blood Eagle? A conservative estimate is at least 100. Lin Ning looked at Lin En. The two of us can handle it. Leave it to us. Tang Xuehui also looked at Lin En with the same eyes. Lin En smiled and said, I understand. I'll leave it to you. The two women's meaning was very clear. With Lin En around, their battle would be restricted, and it would change from simply annihilating all the enemies to protecting Lin En. With such a large group of alien beasts, the difference in numbers alone was enormous. It's possible to completely wipe them out, but protecting Lin En might require some price. Lin En was naturally happy to be free, so he turned around and left. Behind him, two extremely slight but sharp sounds of breaking through the air were immediately heard. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gain 1738 shared experience points from Tang Xuehui for killing Tracer Blood Eagle. Gained 3080 shared experience points from Lin Ning for killing Tracer Blood Eagle. Level up. Lin En's level reached 22. Without hesitation, he distributed all the distributable attribute points evenly to the four major attributes. Things like a bucket either don't move at all, or if they do move, they go all the way to the bottom. At this moment, several figures rushed towards this direction. Lin looked up. Other professional teams? I just don't know if they are from Hongxiang. Lin En didn't take it seriously at first, but these figures stopped in front of Lin En, as if they were looking for Lin En. A lone professional? This was a full-strength team of 5, led by a bald man with a face full of flesh. Isn't this a joint hunt for freshmen from all the major universities? Lin En really couldn't imagine this burly, bald man with a face full of flesh as someone of the same age as him. That would have a huge impact on his worldview. Lin said nothing. The bald man looked Lin En up and down. When he saw the Hongxiang Academy badge on Lin En's chest, he was stunned for a moment, then said, You are a professional from Hongxiang. How dare you enter an S-level dungeon alone? Lin En didn't comment. What's the matter? The bald man smiled brightly. You are alone anyway, why don't you join us? Lin shook her head, not interested. Ha, you're worthy of being from Hongxiang College. You dare to enter the dungeon alone. You really have some confidence. After saying that, the bald man's gaze turned to a professional standing beside him. The professional had fair skin, short hair, and wore a black mask. If you didn't look closely at his overly soft and bright eyes, you would think he was a boy. The bald guy's behavior was very interesting. Lin En initially thought that he was the captain of this team, but it seems that this girl with short hair might be the real captain of this team. The bald man thought for a moment and said, Brother, I also think it's too dangerous for you to be alone. Wait, no matter how I look at it, this sounds like a drunkard teasing a woman alone late at night? Are you really not coming with us? This place is quite dangerous. We just passed that depression and saw a group of Tracer Blood Eagles. You know Tracer Blood Eagles, right? They are at least epic level beasts. A rough look would estimate that there are 70 or 80 of them. If they target you, you won't be able to escape. Although the bald guy looks fierce, surprisingly he actually cares about Lin En and even tells Lin En the location of Tracer Blood Eagle's nest. However, there are slight discrepancies in this information. For example, the exact number of Tracer Blood Eagles is 109, and the leading Tracer Blood Eagle King is a legendary beast. As for why Lin knew? That should be attributed to his professional skills, and we can improve together. The prompt no longer popped up on the panel, which meant that the two women had cleared out the entire Tracer Blood Eagle nest, including a Tracer Blood Eagle King, which directly provided Lin En with more than 10,000 experience points. It probably didn't take long before Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui came to find him. Lin En smiled and said, Thanks for your kindness, but forget it. Oh. The bald man glanced at the short-haired girl again, and then said, Okay, brother, then you should be more careful. Oh, by the way, my name is Zhou Xiaohua. What's your name? Lin En suspected for a moment that he had heard it wrong. My name is Zhou Xiaohua. He touched his bald head. It's the name my parents gave me, there's nothing I can do about it. People who know me call me Grandpa Hua. After a pause, Zhou Xiaohua continued, We professionals have to deal with strange beasts in dungeons, so having more friends is definitely a good thing. Although we are competitors according to the rules, healthy competition is always better than unhealthy competition. Okay, you have a point. Lin En didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he actually felt a little more favorable towards the bald man. My name is Lin En. Brother Lin? Zhou Xiaohua laughed. Okay, Brother Lin, I'll remember this. From now on, you're Mr. Hua's brother. In the dungeon, some people are willing to seriously injure other professionals in order to grab an exotic beast, and some teams are torn apart for a piece of equipment. But Lin En had never seen a professional like Baldy who had many friends and was even afraid that Lin En would be in crisis, so he invited him to join. Zhou Xiaohua pointed in a direction about 40 degrees behind Lin En and said, "Don't wander around here, it's too dangerous. Just keep going in this direction. There are fewer strange beasts over there." After saying that, Zhou Xiaohua turned around and left with the team. Chapter 45, Crossing the Swamp. As soon as she walked out of Lin En's sight, Zhou Xiaohua showed a helpless expression. "Sister, I've told you so many times, in the dungeon, the professionals are in a competitive relationship, and they want to beat each other's brains out of each other. You still want to help me? I'm glad I didn't mean to hurt you." Zhou Xiaohua actually didn't want to bother with Lin En, but when Zhou Xiaochao saw that Lin En was a lone professional, he wanted to lend a helping hand. After hearing this, Zhou Xiaochao reached out to Zhou Xiaohua, pinched Zhou Xiaohua's ears with her slender fingers, and then suddenly spun it. "His sister, sister, sister. It hurts." Zhou Xiaochao, wearing a black mask, has a slender figure. Although her height of 1.7 meters is considered tall among girls, the difference in her figure is too big compared to Zhou Xiaohua, a 1.9 meter tall and broad-shouldered man. Now Zhou Xiaohua is being controlled by Zhou Xiaochao in this way. The scene is really too weird. What did Mom tell me when she came out? Zhou Xiaocao's voice was soft, but her tone was firm. Have you forgotten everything Mom taught you? Zhou Xiaohua smiled bitterly. We should make friends and treat others with courtesy. We should not be disrespectful or mean to others. Sigh. What era is this? Do you still think it's an era where professionals work together? I'm lucky I didn't stab you in the back. You should listen to your mother no matter what age you are in. Zhou Xiaochao said calmly, you should listen to me no matter what age you are in. Okay, I'm the boss, okay. Zhou Xiaohua grinned and winked wildly at the remaining 3 team members. Sister Xiaochao, there's nothing wrong with what Master Hua said, so forget it. Yeah, Sister Xiaochao, forget it. Zhou Xiaocao's sharp eyes swept over the 2 people who were talking, and they immediately lowered their heads, their eyes looking at their noses and their noses looking at their hearts. The remaining person rolled his eyes and said, Sister Xiaochao, I'm not trying to persuade you to stop, but look, cough, Master Hua seems to be a little bit dead. Zhou Xiaochao took a glance and saw Zhou Xiaohua rolling her eyes, looking like she was about to die from pain, so she let go. Oh, I'm dying. Zhou Xiaohua immediately showed an expression of surviving a disaster. Zhou Xiaochao was too lazy to pay attention to him. A professional could die from twisting his ears? You must be kidding. Sister, where are we going next? Tracer's Blood Eagle lair is too dangerous, and there aren't any high-level exotic beasts over there on the grassland. Go north. Zhou Xiaochao said calmly, the further north you go in this dungeon, the higher the grade and level of the exotic beasts. The north is where you can get higher points. Okay. Zhou Xiaohua and others immediately followed and headed towards the north. After walking for a quarter of an hour, the ground suddenly became soft and the moisture in the air became heavier, so heavy that it affected visibility. Contract the formation. After Zhou Xiaohua finished speaking in a deep voice, several people immediately shrank into a circle with Zhou Xiaochao as the core. At the same time, reduce the intensity of your breathing, focus your mind, and don't dare to slack off for a moment. At this moment, a faint sound of water splashing reached everyone's ears. Left front. Zhou Xiaohua shouted, and at the same time raised the large shield in his right hand and pushed forward directly. Roar! A huge black shadow suddenly jumped out of the mud and rushed towards them. Zhou Xiaohua reacted very quickly, and the huge shield hit the black shadow directly, offsetting its attack. Otherwise, if the black shadow fell into the crowd, it would probably smash the formation to pieces. It's the Mudfish King, be careful. Zhou Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, it's at least level 35. The bad news is that it is level 35, but the good news is that the Mudfish King is only at elite level, which is still within an acceptable range. If the strange beast that pops out is at epic level or above, Zhou Xiaohua will turn around and run away without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow wrapped in lightning shot straight towards the Mudfish King. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and the Mudfish King, paralyzed by lightning, roared angrily, twisting his body wildly, splashing mud and water 3 meters high. The arrow made a powerful sound, but Zhou Xiaohua frowned. Sister, there's mud on it, so the lightning attack won't be effective. Thunder can resist water, but if water and soil are mixed into mud, the damage will be greatly reduced. If you want to cause huge amounts of damage, you must first shave off the mud shell of the Mudfish King. After hearing this, Zhou Xiaoqiao said nothing and immediately began to bend the bow and draw the arrow. A stream of water covered the tip of the arrow. Zhou Xiaoqiao is an elemental archer, a legendary quality professional. His ability is to attach elemental attacks to arrows and shoot them out. He is a very rare professional with all attributes. The arrow was very fast and hit the Mudfish King. Immediately, a waterfall-like stream of water erupted, washing its body madly. The mud and water were gradually washed away, and large scales were exposed. Zhou Xiaoqiao drew her bow and arrow again, with the tip of the arrow wrapped in thunder, but just when she was about to let go, Zhou Xiaohua rushed in front of her and raised the huge shield in an instant. Avoid! No one knew how much mud the Mudfish King had swallowed, but when his gills opened, large gulps of mud spurted out. Such a violent mud flow was accompanied by sand and gravel, and its power was no less than that of swords and spears. Boom! The mud flow hit the shield, and Zhou Xiaohua's face turned red, but he still gritted his teeth. At least we have to make sure that my sister shoots this arrow. And Zhou Xiaoqiao did not disappoint Zhou Xiaohua's expectations, and the arrow shot out like a meteor. Crack! A violent electric current passed through the Mudfish King's body, and its movement stopped immediately, with an expression of extreme pain. Zhou Xiaohua was delighted when she saw this. Great opportunity, let's go. 4 professionals attack the Mudfish King from 4 directions. Zhou Xiaohua is an epic professional, Templar, a melee specialized profession. Both his attack and defense powers have been specially enhanced. The mace in his hand smashed hard on the scales of the Mudfish King, with remarkable effect. The other professionals were no pushovers either, using their weapons to attack without any hesitation. After a while, the Mudfish King rolled over twice and then fell to the ground with a thud, never to move again. Finally killed him. Zhou Xiaohua wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although this battle seemed simple, it was actually very dangerous. If they were not careful, casualties would occur. Their team did not have a professional healer, so they would be in trouble. Let's go through this swamp. The monsters in this swamp are of high level, and the leader should be able to provide a lot of experience points. Zhou Xiaohua said. I think so. No problem. The group continued to move forward, heading deeper into the swamp. But at this moment, when no one was paying attention, the dead Mudfish King on the ground suddenly had a strange green light in his eyes. Chapter 46, An Unsolvable Opponent. At the same time, the other side of the misty swamp. A team of professionals also headed towards the depths of the swamp. I can't breathe. How humid is this place? Chen Kai pursed his nose and said, I kind of regret entering this foggy swamp. As a captain, you must be responsible for your decisions. Jiang Shui said calmly, a captain like you who openly complains to team members is an unqualified captain. Chen Kai scratched his head and said with a wry smile, damn, I didn't want to be the captain anyway, okay? How about you guys come? As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the others immediately began to wander, and one of them even whistled. Fuck you guys. Chen Kai raised his middle finger without hesitation. They were all graduates of Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School, but unfortunately they failed to enter the top-tier Hongxiang. After all, they were all rare-level professionals, and their test scores were average. In the end, they entered Haibei Vocational College together. Coincidentally, Haibei Vocational College only recruited 5 professionals from Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School. After discussing it, a few people decided to form a team directly. As for the position of captain, it will definitely fall on Chen Kai, who has experience and has served as a captain. By the way, we should be joining Hong Xiang on this joint hunt, right? Yes. Doesn't that mean my master is here too? Chen Kai raised his eyebrows and suddenly became a little excited. Master? The other 3 were stunned for a moment, and only Jiang Shui knew what Chen Kai meant. Lin En. Jiang Shui sighed, they didn't even recognize you, okay? Where does all this confidence come from? Who said my master didn't recognize me? Chen Kai's eyes widened. My master said he recognized me. Where's the admission? Jiang Shui frowned, trying to recall, that time you were the one who greeted him, and he just responded politely, okay? Shoo. At this moment, Chen Kai suddenly frowned. The others also had serious expressions on their faces, and a low friction sound kept coming into everyone's ears. 10 o'clock. Jiang Shui whispered. Chen Kai immediately asked, 10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock in the evening? Jiang Shui was stunned, then realized it's in front of the left. Before she finished her words, the sound of bones rubbing against each other became more intense. Several people in the team picked up their weapons. They realized that something was coming. But the next scene was still too shocking. They saw the fog being roughly pushed aside, revealing the monster's fangs. Pile of bones? Everyone was stunned, and no one even realized at first that it was a monster making strange noises. Because it really doesn't deserve to be called a creature. It is a monster made up of different bones. The fact that it can move is terrifying. It has a huge head, a yellow one that looks like a human skull, but humans definitely don't have such a huge skeleton. 2 black holes in its eyes emit a faint green light. Ghost, ghost. Chen Kai was so scared that his hair stood on end. Don't lose your composure. Jiang Shui gritted her teeth. Captain, don't forget, you are the Sun Knight. Oh. Chen Kai then remembered that he was a melee professional with holy attributes. Although the holy attributes did not account for a large proportion, it was better to have it than not. Glorious slash. A faint golden light appeared on the long sword, and it slashed towards the huge pile of bones. Bite. Those bones didn't look strong, but Chen Kai felt like he was chopping off a piece of extremely hard granite with his sword. Although this sword failed to cause any damage, Chen Kai successfully angered it. Countless skeletons floated up and turned into a huge bone palm, slapping Chen Kai hard. Bang! Chen Kai flew backwards and immediately spit out blood from his mouth. Switch, I'll heal you. Jiang Shui's voice suddenly became sharp, and she quickly ran towards Chen Kai, and the healing technique was activated at the right time. However, Chen Kai was already a relatively good melee fighter, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and he was also quite fast. Even he would be knocked away by the skeleton creature in a single encounter, and the siege of the other 3 naturally had little effect. Fortunately, the 3 of them understood the formation and relied on their numerical advantage to keep pulling. As long as they were not knocked away by the huge bone palm, there was still room for maneuver. However, at this moment, the remaining bones floated up again, and under the gaze of everyone, a bone palm was formed. When it was 3 against 1, they still had some advantage, but when it was 3 against 2, the advantage disappeared in an instant. One of the honest little fat guys raised his shield to block the bone palm attack for the other guy, but the other bone palm slapped the little fat guy away at an extremely tricky angle. The formation was broken. Chen Kai's heart sank, but he gritted his teeth and endured it, regardless of his injuries that had not been completely healed. Leave this to me, and you guys take the other one. He roared, exerted all his strength, and charged straight into the huge bony palm. Bang! This move was still effective. The bone palm paused and was attracted to Chen Kai, and the melee pressure on the other 2 people suddenly decreased. Damn it, this is not a solution. Chen Kai roared, Sun Slash. Sun Knight First Awakening Skill, Sun Slash. The holy attribute of this move is even more powerful, and a crescent-shaped sword energy leaps up. The bony palm was cut in half in an instant. The remaining half immediately lost its vitality, as if it were a real living creature. Chen Kai was overjoyed when he saw this. It works. Why didn't you use it earlier if it was effective? Jiang Shui said unhappily, you are responsible for half of this operation. This move of mine is incredibly energy-consuming. Even at full strength, I can only use it 3 times. Doesn't that mean there are still 2 times left? I can only use it once more. If I use it once more, I'll be exhausted. Even so, Chen Kai still decided to strike again. After all, there was only 1 bone palm left. Just as Chen Kai was thinking this, Jiang Shui, who was treating the little fat man and observing the battle situation, suddenly changed his expression and said, be careful. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Kai felt a heavy blow on his back. What? Chen Kai turned around subconsciously, but was stunned on the spot. The bone palm that was clearly solved by Chen Kai actually condensed into shape again. Sun Slash is useless? Chen Kai immediately gritted his teeth and said, retreat, this is not something we can solve. Oh? Your team really can't handle it? A strange voice appeared, one that no one present had ever heard before. Then, on top of the huge pile of bones, layers of bones opened up, and there was actually a human being inside. He was short, ugly, skinny, and had a hoarse voice. His voice became a little excited as he glanced at everyone. Your team can't really solve it? Chapter 47, I have lost my mind. Everyone was stunned for a moment, even Jiang Shui couldn't understand it, because the scene was too weird. The bone monster was deadly with every move, but the thin boy, who was also a human, seemed to be unaffected at all. No. It's not that he is unaffected. It's as if he is controlling the pile of bones to attack them. Chen Kai's eyes widened. Oh my god, brother, how did you do that? Why did it hit us and not you? Stupid. Jiang Shui's voice trembled. This pile of bones is the monster he controlled. The others also realized this at the same time. The thin man ignored him and continued to ask, "You haven't answered my question yet. You really can't solve it? If so, what level of professionals are you?" Jiang Shui was silent for a while before she said, "Why are you asking us this question?" "Of course I have to ask." The thin man said impatiently, "I have to test my limits." "What's the limit of testing? Just because of this, you're going to kill their team?" Chen Kai frowned. "Hey. Do you know that it is strictly forbidden in Xia country for professionals to kill other professionals?" "I know. Of course I know." It would have been fine if he hadn't said this. After he said this, the thin man felt as if a sore spot had been touched. "It's you professionals who made me like this. You, do you even deserve to be called professionals?" As if his emotions were fluctuating, the pile of bones began to tremble like an angry beast. "Professionals are all a bunch of idiots, a bunch of blind guys, and my profession is so outstanding." His voice was hoarse, as if he was not talking to Jiang Shui and the others, but to someone else. His bitter and resentful look made everyone in Chen Kai's team frown. Chen Kai blinked his eyes. "Brother, I don't look down on you. We're brothers. You should calm down for a while, okay?" "I'm calm." The thin man sneered, "I'm very calm." People who say this kind of thing are usually not very calm. Chen Kai sighed, exchanged glances with the rest of the team, and decided to go along with what he said. After all, at this moment he is the knife and they are the fish. What happened? As soon as he said this, the smile on the thin man's face disappeared immediately. "Have you heard of the necromancer?" Necromancer is a summoning profession that manipulates corpses to fight. Everyone present has gone through 9 years of compulsory education and is naturally familiar with this profession. But what does this have to do with him? "Ha, an epic necromancer actually looks down on me, all of them look down on me." The thin man growled, "It's you set me up. With my qualifications, I should have entered Hongxiang and become a leader." "Ah, damn professionals." When talking about his life experience, the thin man immediately started to talk. He was so emotional that he even lost a lot of his ability to express himself, but Chen Kai and others actually listened to the whole process. His name is Chang Zizai. In an ordinary high school in a small town, he awakened an epic profession. This news instantly caused a sensation in his city, because even epic professionals rarely appeared. But when recruiting students, all the major colleges and universities refused to accept Chang Zi, this epic necromancer. Only a small, unknown college accepted him. Chang Zizai was as glorious as he was when he awakened the epic necromancer, but he became as miserable as he was after the enrollment ended. Because of this, he gradually began to resent all the major universities, and even affected all professionals. Chang Zizai's resentment grew more and more intense, and finally broke out completely after breaking through a certain critical point. He began to resent everyone and had a strong desire to prove himself. "Don't you look down on me, a necromancer? Okay, then I, Chang Zizai, will show you who is the best professional." The story was neither long nor complicated, but after listening to Chang Zizai's explanation, the faces of the people present all looked extremely ugly. They realized that Chang Zizai was crazy. The pride of being a genius and the loss of being hit his mind and made him ignore everything. Those top schools did not reject epic professionals, but rejected an arrogant, fragile, and arrogant necromancer. Although the admissions teachers also looked at their profession and grade, the first factor in admissions was the person's character and personality. Put yourself in their shoes. If it were them, they would not recruit such students into the school. But they did not expect that after suffering these blows, Chang Zizai would actually attack professionals. Etc. Professional? Jiang Shui suddenly had a bad feeling. Your academy wouldn't let you enter this dungeon alone. Where are your teammates? Where are they? Teammate? Chang Zizai was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Yes, they are always here." After saying that, the pile of bones began to move again, and several figures stood up. Their faces were gray and black, their eyes were dull, their bodies were stiff, and they murmured from time to time. "The transformation will take some time. They are not worthy of being called a combat force right now. The necromancer's first professional skill is the transformation of living creatures, which transforms living creatures into mindless zombies that only obey his orders. He is really crazy. Jiang Shui felt her scalp tingling. He actually transformed his team members into monsters. What are your professions? He seems to be the only one who can do it. Chang Zi nodded at Chen Kai and said, I don't need the rest of you. Chen Kai swallowed and said, it's useless, so what? Kill him. Chang Zizai said as if it was a matter of course. Why don't you let them go? Chen Kai. Shoo. Chen Kai's heart was beating wildly, let me talk to him. After hearing this, Chang Zizai frowned and said, let them go? If I let them go, won't they know what I did? No, you can't let it go. Chen Kai said stubbornly, you know what you're doing is not allowed, so why don't you stop it right away? Stop it. How am I going to reach the pinnacle of professionalism? Chang Zizai roared, I see. I understand. You look down on me too. You understand, Daddy, you understand. Chen Kai's heart sank to the bottom. This man was completely unable to communicate normally. He was a lunatic. Run. The long sword in Chen Kai's hand was immediately covered with a layer of red. Sun slash. Jiang Shui was stunned for a moment. Chen. What are you standing there for? Chen Kai roared, run. Chapter 48, Fighting Against the Necromancer? Despair. Chen Kai didn't want to know at all why Chang Zizai became like this. Because if he doesn't run away, he will be assimilated. This sun slash almost drained his strength, but in order to cover the retreat of his teammates, Chen Kai could only grit his teeth and output. The sun slash consumed some of the bones, but more bones surged up in an instant. Chen Kai suspected that controlling these piles of bones did not require much mental energy at all, otherwise how could Chang Zi, a necromancer at most one level, fight for such a long time? If the necromancer was really that powerful, he wouldn't have been rejected by all the major colleges. Chen Kai's guess was not unreasonable. In fact, after Chang Zizai changed his job, the first professional skill he obtained was Undead Array. It was a formation skill that could transform corpses within a certain range for one's own use. It sounded powerful, but it was also quite time-consuming and labor-intensive to set up. However, once the arrangement was completed, Chang Zizai would possess the most powerful power in the array. Judging from the number, Chang Zizai has been in the Misty Swamp for quite a long time and has accumulated considerable strength. Some strange beasts that should have been dead had green light in their eyes and rushed towards the crowd from all directions. Oh my god, he has never seen such a scene. Chen Kai felt so sad that he could not even cry. He felt extremely regretful and thought that it would be better to just find a class to attend. Why go to college if he had nothing to do? This is not like in Shengcheng, where the master has divine soldiers sent down from heaven to help. Just when Chen Kai felt despair. Brother, holy shit, there are still humans in this swamp. A powerful voice came from above the heads of Chen Kai and others. Chen Kai subconsciously turned around and saw Zhou Xiaohua's team. He was overjoyed. Brother. Before he could even utter the word brother, Zhou Xiaohua shouted, Brother, help us. We're being chased by the undead. Chen Kai looked closely and saw that a huge mudfish was chasing Zhou Xiaohua's team. Now, it has long been dead, but there is still a strange light flashing in its eyes. What the hell? What the hell? Zhou Xiaohua saw the bone undead in front of Chen Kai and others, and Chen Kai and others saw the strange fish. When the two looked at each other, they realized that they were both wanderers in this world. What the hell is going on, brother? It's a long story. Long story short. Him. Chen Kai pointed at Chang Zizai, this guy is crazy. He wants to turn us all into undead. Zhou Xiaohua's brows knitted together, and he glared and roared, it was you who did this. After Zhou Xiaohua's team defeated the Mudfish King, they had walked a long way. However, for some reason, this foggy swamp was filled with strange beasts with green eyes. When they saw Zhou Xiaohua and the others, they started to pounce on them frantically because there were too many of them. As a result, they accidentally stumbled upon the place and ended up back there. So it became the Lost Mudfish King and many other strange creatures that were chasing Zhou Xiaohua's team, and then the two teams happened to collide with each other in such an embarrassing situation. He's tampered with the entire Misty Swamp. If we want to leave, we have to get rid of the caster first. Zhou Xiaohua held the shield in one hand and the handle of the mace in the other. Brother, let's team up and get him. Chen Kai nodded, good brother, get him. The two rushed towards Chang Zizai together, but the huge pile of bones began to surge again. the bones broke and reshaped, and bone nails appeared and shot directly towards Chen Kai and Zhou Xiaohua. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chen Kai quickly hid aside. Zhou Xiaohua raised her shield to block, but unexpectedly the impact of the bone nail was too strong, and it knocked Zhou Xiaohua over. Damn, this guy is too powerful. Zhou Xiaohua saw Chen Kai dodging away. Brother, why didn't you tell me about his strength? I thought you were confident. Chen Kai was speaking when Zhou Xiaohua's face changed drastically after seeing this. Don't go near that fish. Although Chen Kai dodged the bone spikes, he closed the distance between him and the zombie Mudfish King. Chen Kai looked at the Mudfish King, whose eyes glowed green, and thought that this was far more formidable than dealing with a pile of bones. So he raised his shield and charged forward, his longsword tightly grasped in his hand, a faint glow emanating from it. Snap! The Mudfish King swung its tail and Chen Kai flew backwards. Zhou Xiaohua's mouth twitched. Brother, you dared to rush at it. I thought you were pretty fierce. Brother, you didn't tell me this thing was so evil. Chen Kai had half a mouthful of mud, and Zhou Xiaohua wasn't in much better shape. The two of them spoke in a relaxed manner, but their hearts were very heavy. Both of them are top melee masters in the team, but they are unable to do anything to Chang Zizai's summons. If they continue to fight like this, they will die here if they are not careful. At this moment, an arrow wrapped in thunder shot straight towards Chang Zizai's head. The arrow was so fast that no one present could even see its trajectory. They only felt like a flash of lightning, and then a sound of thunder rang in their ears. My sister took action. Zhou Xiaohua was delighted. The reason why they were in such a mess before was actually because of these undead. They were dead things. Even if they were killed, they would stand up again, which would be a waste of energy. But now it's different. Chang Zizai is the source of the trouble. As long as he is eliminated. Bang! The pile of bones surged up, but it seemed to underestimate the power of the arrow. The arrow directly penetrated the thick bone wall and pierced Chang Zizai's shoulder. Legendary? Legendary! Chang Zizai looked at Zhou Xiaochao, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Yes, you're exactly what I want. A legendary professional. He didn't care about his own injuries at all, pulled out the arrow, and licked his lips. With you, no one dares to look down on me. The strange beast that transformed into a zombie suddenly changed its movements and rushed towards Zhou Xiaochao frantically. Zhou Xiaochao remained silent, but just drew her bow and arrow, shooting through several zombies with one arrow, but the effect was minimal. The zombies surrounded her from all directions, and no matter how fast she was, it still took her some time to draw her bow and arrow. Zhou Xiaohua's eyes were red. Get out! He smashed two strange beasts with one hammer, but then more strange beasts rushed forward. Two fists can't beat four hands. Ah! Chen Kai roared, Sun Slash. The huge Sun Slash instantly wiped out a large number of zombies, and everyone's pressure was suddenly reduced. Zhou Xiaohua was overjoyed. Brother, thank you so much. Run, don't just stand there. Chen Kai's face was extremely pale. This was his third Sun Slash. After using this move, Chen Kai lost all his strength and fell to his knees on the ground. Run! Zhou Xiaohua gritted her teeth, rushed towards Chen Kai, grabbed Chen Kai's arm, and hung him on her shoulders. Let's go! A dense group of monsters, like the sea, some are zombies, some are skeletons, began to encircle the two teams in the direction of retreat. Damn it! Zhou Xiaohua took a deep breath, his voice trembling. Brother, we may not be able to leave. Chapter 49, In Desperate Situation? Dad is coming. Don't give up, brother, don't give up. Chen Kai said weakly, as long as we don't stop, the road will continue to extend and we can survive. You can survive. Zhou Xiaohua said this, but a big question mark appeared in her mind. How to live? By saying this, he was already trying to cheer himself up. Just then. Heavy sword slash. Crack. The refined sword light poured down like a waterfall, chopping off dozens of undead in one breath. Everyone was stunned. Who did this? Only Chen Kai looked overjoyed. Damn it! As expected, I told you so. Zhou Xiaohua's eyes were full of confusion. What? He didn't understand what Chen Kai was so excited about. Although Chen Kai was exhausted, he still smiled as if to predict the outcome. Hey, my dad is here. In good times, we rely on everyone's cooperation. In bad times, we rely on Jiang Shui's mobilization. Chen Kai has already deeply understood this. After growing through 2 copies, Chen Kai is no longer the timid boy. He knows his abilities and limits well. So when everyone nominated him to be the captain, Chen Kai even began to refuse. He felt that Jiang Shui was the soul of the team, and her analysis of the situation was far better than his own. As for him, he was just a young man rushing forward with a sword and shield. As for desperate situations, Chen Kai has not experienced them many times since he was born, and the only times he experienced them were after he changed his job and became a professional. Every time Chen Kai was in desperate situation and about to die, Lin En would always appear and save his life. So Chen Kai summed it up in one sentence. In good times, rely on everyone. In bad times, look for Jiang Shui. Desperate situation? Dad is here. The grace of saving my life is equivalent to giving me a new life. It is not beneath my dignity to call you Dad. What's more, he is Lin En's apprentice. Once a teacher, always a father. In this way, Lin En is the square of his father. Well, nothing wrong. Ha! Our uncle can also enter this dungeon? Zhou Xiaohua's face was dull. Is your father in the same class as us? No, ahem. Chen Kai's face showed a bit of embarrassment. I mean, my master is here to save the day. After destroying the nest of Tracer Blood Eagle, Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui were about to meet up with Lin En when they discovered a ruin. There were many cyclops in the ruins, so they went to kill the monsters again. Although Lin En likes to slack off, he will get bored of it all the time, so he walks around and explores the dungeon. He happens to see the misty swamp, but when he comes in, he feels a cold and uncomfortable atmosphere, and then he finds that a battle is taking place here. As soon as I arrived, I saw Zhou Xiaohua carrying Chen Kai and being surrounded by the undead army. He didn't think twice and just took action. The undead that other professionals had difficulty dealing with were like vases to Lin En, and could be easily smashed. Although they could be reassembled, it would take time. If Lin En had that time, he would have walked 800 meters away. Most of the undead rushed towards the short-haired girl wearing a black mask. Although Lin En didn't know the reason, it was still important to save people. He brandished the Earth Dragon Greatsword and, relying solely on his overwhelming attributes, he forcibly cut a path through the undead army. Zhou Xiaochao gave up shooting arrows because the undead were too close. She continued to deal with the undead with difficulty using the bow in her hand. The legendary elemental archer naturally also had specialized melee skills. However, even so, Zhou Xiaochao found it difficult to deal with this impenetrable enemy. The intensive attacks like a rainstorm had begun to cause damage to her, and her physical strength was gradually running out. She was originally a ranged professional, but now she was forced into close combat, and her teammates were also forcibly dispersed by the torrent of the undead army. At this moment, Zhou Xiaochao could be said to be crying out to heaven and earth for help, but no one would help her. At that moment, a burst of sword energy suddenly struck Zhou Xiaochao, dissipating just as it reached the tip of his nose. The attacker's control of distance was truly masterful. Zhou Xiaochao was stunned for a moment, then saw Lin En's face. Is that him? Why is he here? When Zhou Xiaochao was in a trance, Lin En grabbed her wrist and pulled her out of the army of undead. With his other hand, he wielded the Earth Dragon sword, twisted his body slightly, and killed the undead that rushed up again. Zhou Xiaocao's mind exploded, and she could only feel the heat coming from those big hands. She had never had any contact with a man in her life, but now she was in such close contact with a man. Although Lin En quickly let go of Zhou Xiaocao's hand, her brain had already crashed. Brother Lin. Master. Chen Kai and Zhou Xiaohua both looked happy, but when they heard that the other could also call Lin En, they looked at each other in surprise. Zhou Xiaohua turned to look at Lin En. Brother Lin En, let's go. This guy is too weird. Go. Chen Kai took a deep breath. Master, kill that Chang Zizai. He's a lunatic. While dealing with the undead rushing towards him, Lin En looked at Chang Zizai. Are you responsible for the undead in this misty swamp? Lin En looked at Chang Zizai straight in the eye, and seeing the few strange-looking professionals around Chang Zizai, he roughly guessed what was going on. Brother Lin. Zhou Xiaohua said helplessly, we're running out of energy, so we probably can't help you. The undead army here is too difficult to handle. If you still have some fighting strength left, please cover our evacuation first. Zhou Xiaohua, will reward you handsomely later. Brother, stop talking. You know nothing. Chen Kai curled his lips. What do you mean by the undead army is hard to deal with? It's us who are hard to deal with. In my master's eyes, this is nothing. My master can blow away his damn undead army with just a breath. Just watch. Zhou Xiaohua was a little confused when she heard what Chen Kai said. Is this guy serious? These undead armies almost wiped out their two fully staffed professional teams. No, if Lin En had not taken action, they would have probably been wiped out. This is even when they have their own epic class, Templar, and their sister, the legendary, Elemental Archer. But Chen Kai could still say at this time that Lin En was capable of handling it? Is Chen Kai crazy? Or does Lin En really have this ability? Hong Xiang, you belong to Hong Xiang. Ah, damn top student. Chang Zizai's eyes were red as he stared at the badge in front of Lin En. A good student like you must have never experienced any setbacks, right? That's great. That's great. It would be even better if I could turn you into a member of my undead army. Mythical professional. You are the first cornerstone for me to conquer the world of professionals. Aren't you ashamed to say that? Lin En scratched his ears, feeling goosebumps rising. You're talking a lot of nonsense. In short, you're just trying to hurt people, right? He stomped his feet hard on the ground and his figure disappeared in an instant. He reappeared next to Chang Zizai. Heavy sword slash. Chapter 50, what's the mumbling going on? Heavy sword slash. Aha! Chang Zizai roared angrily, and the bone pile continued to absorb the scattered white bones, gradually becoming larger. The Mudfish King also stood beside Chang Zizai, and the fish's eyes continued to emit a strange light. Lin En rushed over, he was looking for death. Chang Zizai smiled slightly, as if he had already seen the tragic scene of Lin En dying in front of him. Although transforming into a living being can better preserve Lin En's strength during his lifetime, judging from his performance just now, he must be a mythical melee professional. This kind of professional is too powerful, and it is difficult to destroy his combat effectiveness while he is alive. Although beating him to death and turning him into an undead would weaken some of his strength, there is nothing we can do about it. If it breaks, the worst that can happen is that you can just put it back together. However, ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. Lin En swung his heavy sword and slashed straight at Chang Zizai. The Mudfish King and the huge skeleton stood in front of Chang Zizai, but were immediately cut in half by the heavy sword in the next second. After seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. No. To be precise, everyone in Zhou Xiaohua's team was stunned. How is that possible? Zhou Xiaohua opened her eyes wide, her mouth opened wide, and her face was full of disbelief. Just now, he, Knight Templar, and Chen Kai's, Sun Knight, together were unable to defeat the huge skeleton. Not to mention the extremely troublesome undead Mudfish King. Result: Lin En killed these two boss-level monsters with just one sword? Dealing with them is like kicking a stray dog to death on the roadside. On the contrary, Chen Kai and his companions had already seen Lin En's extraordinary fighting ability. When they saw Lin En chopping the huge skeleton and the Mudfish King into pieces with one sword, they looked as if they were used to it. Zhou Xiaohua woke up as if from a dream. Is this Hong Xiang's strength? No, you're wrong. Chen Kai patted Zhou Xiaohua's shoulder. This is my father. No, this is the strength of my master Lin En. Chang Zizai was stunned when he chopped two of his men into pieces with one sword. No, it should be said that he is the most confused person on the field at the moment. That's the Mudfish King. That legendary monster that even the archers can't defeat. It took me a lot of time and effort to create this huge skeleton. How could it be solved so easily? While thinking this, Lin En's sword tip was already pointing at Chang Zizai's throat. I'll give you two options, Lin En said indifferently. First, you give up resistance, kneel down, kowtow and admit your mistake, then cripple your limbs. Then we can take you back and let you face the laws of the Xia Kingdom. This is too crazy. This is the way Zhou Xiaohua always dreamed of showing off, pointing a weapon at you, kneeling down, and kowtowing. Unexpectedly, today he watched another person realize it. After hearing this, Chang Zizai was stunned for a moment. What did you say? The second option. Lin En smiled. I'll just kill you right here. The murderous intent and indifference in his words made everyone present shudder subconsciously. In Lin En's words, killing a person was like strangling a chicken. Although they have fought many battles with strange beasts, they have never killed any human professionals. Asshole! Asshole! Chang Zizai roared, you deserve to die. You just got a little lucky and awakened a good profession, so you were accepted by Hong Xiang and became a top person. You really deserve to die. As if sensing his upcoming fate, Chang Zizai simply gave up resistance, lying on the ground blankly, complaining like he was mumbling in a dream. Hong Xiang deserves to die too. I'm an epic necromancer, but you just don't want me. You did it on purpose. You just want to see me fall into despair. The world doesn't revolve around you. Lin En's voice was indifferent. You can't decide how others treat you. You can only decide your own behavior. Your current behavior fully explains why top schools like Hongxiang didn't admit you. Instead of dwelling on the mistakes of others, why not first examine your own problems? Lin En said calmly, there's nothing wrong with being unwilling to be ordinary, but you're violating the laws of the Xia kingdom, harming your compatriots, and destroying your humanity. Is this what you should do? How foolish. Chang Zizai was stunned for a moment, extremely stupid? Of course. Lin En said coldly, just because you didn't get into a good school, you think you're out of the game. That's truly foolish thinking. Gold shines everywhere. If you really have the ability, just prove yourself. Doing this. Ha, how childish and stupid. Chang Zizai had a dull expression, as if he had really taken Lin En's words to heart. Just when everyone was thinking this and even breathing a sigh of relief, Chang Zizai's eyes suddenly turned red, and his whole temperament changed drastically. Nonsense. You're talking nonsense. You're just a vested interest, what gives you the guts to say that to me? Chang Zizai roared, and a cold aura suddenly emanated from his body. Then, the pile of bones continued to surge like a tsunami. Lin En was unsteady on his feet and jumped down immediately, also a little surprised. How could Chang Zizai mobilize such a huge mental power? Lin En was already surprised that he had constructed an undead magic circle that covered the entire misty swamp. Kill! 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 All of you will become my slaves. Lin frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. But his hands did not slow down at all. Heavy sword slash. With one chop, the pile of bones that looked like the sea wave was split into two halves. Chang Zizai's body was suddenly exposed to Lin En's sight. Kill again. This time, Lin En did not give Chang Zizai any chance to choose. The heavy sword cut through the air, and then blood gushed out like a fountain. Chang Zizai still had his eyes wide open, but now he was spitting blood. The dead can't die anymore. Solved. Strange. Lin En was somewhat confident in his eloquence. After all, he was a salesperson in his previous life, and this level of rhetoric came out of his mouth easily. However, Lin En felt that Chang Zizai had almost been convinced by him, but suddenly turned against him at the last moment, as if someone had manipulated his consciousness. Never mind. Lin En looked at Chen Kai and the others. Are you all okay? Don't worry, Master, Jiang Shui will heal everyone. Jiang Shui sighed and complained while treating everyone, you talk as if you were the one saving them. But forget it, you're my stupid captain after all. Chen Kai smiled and said, Master, you saved me again. I'm almost falling in love with you. Watch out or I'll kick you. Lin En had a headache. As soon as he turned around, a fragrant scent went straight into his nostrils. It was a refreshing fragrance, just like the morning sun after the rain, which was refreshing and pleasant. A girl wearing a black and white sports jacket, a leather skirt, and a black mask, revealing only her beautiful doe-like eyes, stood in front of him. Chapter 51, Behead. Is the master's wife coming? Zhou Xiaocao's jaw moved. Ah. Lin En was stunned for a moment. The girl in front of him seemed to say something, but he couldn't hear it clearly. I said, thank you. Zhou Xiaoqiao mustered up great courage, but in the end she only made a sound as small as a mosquito, but this time Lin En really heard it clearly. Zhou Xiaohua, who was standing by, strode over and laughed, Brother Lin, my sister is saying thank you. Your sister? Lin En looked at Zhou Xiaohua, one eye big and one eye small, and then at Zhou Xiaoqiao. One was a bald man who was over 1.9 meters tall, with a burly build and a face full of flesh. One is a little girl wearing smart sportswear, with a slender figure of 1.7 meters, wearing a mask, and speaking in a weak voice. You told me you two are siblings? They're really brother and sister. This wasn't the first time Zhou Xiaohua had faced this situation. She smiled and pointed at Zhou Xiaoqiao, my sister is Zhou Xiaoqiao, and I'm Zhou Xiaohua. Lin En wondered if the names of the brother and sister were reversed. Logically, the girl's name should be Zhou Xiaohua. Besides, the word Xiao doesn't fit you at all. You should be called Zhou Dashu. My sister is a bit socially anxious and can't talk to strangers. She's very brave to make a sound as small as a mosquito. Zhou Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and smiled, looking at Lin En carefully. Well, he is of good height, good looks, and good character. Most importantly, he is very capable. He is from Hongxiang, so he is really excellent. The point is, my sister couldn't even speak a word to strangers, let alone the opposite sex, but this time she was able to speak a whole sentence to this man named Lin En. Although this doesn't prove that my sister likes him, it at least shows that she doesn't reject him. This Lin En is really a suitable person to be a brother-in-law. Hey, I'm not saying anything, brother Hua. Chen Kai frowned. What do you mean by looking at my master like that? No, nothing. Zhou Xiaohua touched the top of his head and smiled. I just want to formally express my gratitude to brother Lin. Tisk. Chen Kai curled his lips. Verbal thanks are useless. If you're sincere. He stretched out his hand, pinched his index finger, thumb, and middle finger together and rubbed them together. You have to be a little sincere, right? Yes. Zhou Xiaohua slapped her forehead and said, look at me, how rude of me. After saying that, Zhou Xiaohua fiddled around for a while and took out a card from his personal space. This is a shopping card. Gift card? Chen Kai jumped in. My master worked his ass off to save your team's lives, and all you give him is a gift card? Do you think that's a year-end bonus from the company? Hey! Brother Chen, you're wrong. Zhou Xiaohua said seriously, this is my Zhou family's top VIP shopping card. With this card, you can enjoy a 30% discount on any purchase at my Zhou family. The Zhou family, hiss, the Zhou family. Chen Kai pondered for a long time, and then he was a little terrified. The Zhou Family Chamber of Commerce, the largest professional chamber of commerce in Jiangnan? Brother, you can't be. That's right. Zhou Xiaohua smiled and nodded. It's just a small business at home, not worth mentioning. It's not insignificant. Chen Kai was shocked. He really didn't realize that Zhou Xiaohua, who looked like a rough guy, was actually so capable. The Zhou family in Jiangnan is a wealthy merchant. Their businesses are spread all over Jiangnan. Almost 60% of professionals in Jiangnan rely on the Zhou family to conduct transactions. The daily turnover is conservatively estimated to be over 10 billion. The Zhou family trading company's businesses range from the sale of top-notch equipment, weapons, and materials to the daily necessities of every household. It can be said that it is the leader in the entire Jiangnan region. A wealthy family, absolutely a wealthy family. Thinking of this, the shock on Chen Kai's face became even more intense. I really didn't see that, brother Zhou. Oh, no, young master Zhou. Brother Chen, you're quite amusing. We're at least close friends, so calling me that is really awkward. Zhou Xiaohua smiled. If you don't think I'm taking advantage of you, you can just call me Master Hua. My brothers all call me that, and it sounds impressive. Master Hua, what a nice name. Chen Kai smiled in a very flattering manner, like a mean Shiba Inu. It sounds like the name of a big shot. Chang Zizai's problem was solved. The moment he died, the undead army lost power instantly. Those who should fall to the ground fell to the ground, and those who should return to dust returned to dust. The only thing to be thankful for is that Chang Zizai is a very efficient person. All the members of his team were transformed into undead while they were still alive. Now that Chang Zizai is dead and the undead transformation has stopped, the 4 professionals are no longer in danger of their lives. Although they have lost most of their combat effectiveness under the erosion of the undead, it is always good to save their lives. This matter involves a lot of things, and we have to report it to the higher authorities one by one. The professional's expression was still somewhat terrified. Thank you so much for saving our lives. Chen Kai waved his hand. Don't thank us, thank my master if you want to thank someone. Without him, we'd all be finished. He raised his neck, looking so proud, even though this matter had nothing to do with him. At this moment, 2 figures approached rapidly from a distance. Who? Zhou Xiaohua immediately became alert. After what happened with Chang Zizai, he no longer trusted most professionals. Zhou Xiaoqiao also drew his bow and arrow. The atmosphere suddenly became very tense. Chen Kai narrowed his eyes and took a look, then quickly said, don't shoot, we are one. One of our own? Zhou Xiaohua was stunned. Well, my 2 wives are here, don't shoot. Everyone present suddenly stopped working and was unable to understand what Chen Kai said for a moment. Master's wife? What the hell? Wait a moment. He calls Lin En master. Then the master's wife should be Lin En's. Oh, that is how it is. Everyone immediately showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Only Zhou Xiaoqiao seemed to pull up his mask because of the increasing number of strangers. Master's wife? What the hell? Lin En immediately showed a look of being at a loss for words. Chen Kai, I don't mind you calling me that. But if you keep calling me that and irritate them, I won't stop them from beating you up. Beat me? Chen Kai blinked. How could that be? Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui appeared in front of Lin En. Perhaps because they were traveling at full speed, the two girls looked quite dusty, but this could not hide their beauty at all. The professionals who had never seen the two beauties of Xingcheng No. 1 Middle School all stared with their eyes wide open. She is indeed a top beauty. Zhou Xiaohua looked at it secretly and thought to herself. However, my elder sister is no less pretty than the other two. Zhou Xiaohua glanced at her sister and felt inexplicably anxious. Why do you always wear that mask? Chapter 52, Who is your master's wife? Zhou Xiaochao didn't talk to Lin En, nor did she do anything else, she just stood in front of Lin En. Lin En suddenly felt that the girl in front of him was very strange. What is she doing standing here? Why are you avoiding my sight? Thinking of this, Lin En was shocked, and his inner vigilance rose to the highest level. Could it be that this girl named Zhou Xiaochao wants to harm me? Or maybe she is not Zhou Xiaochao at all, but someone else. She has been replaced. Lin En was on high alert. Eye of Aesthetics, activate. Client, Zhou Xiaochao. Appearance, 99. Body type, 94. Temperament, 97. Comprehensive score, SSS. 100% return on materials and 100% return on experience. Lin En activated the skill of aesthetic eyes and first confirmed that the girl in the mask in front of him was indeed Zhou Xiaochao. After seeing Zhou Xiaocao's rating, he was stunned again. Such a high rating, on the same level as Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui. He didn't even realize he was wearing a mask. This girl is also a high-quality customer, maybe we can develop a relationship with her? No, that's not the point. The point is why she occasionally glances at me but doesn't talk to me. Is there something dirty on my face? Lin En subconsciously touched her face, but there was nothing there except her nose and lips. Then why did she keep staring at him without saying a word? So scary, I feel like something terrible is going to happen. You. Zhou Xiaocao's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. If Lin En's mental strength was not strong enough, he would not even have heard the sound Zhou Xiaochao made. What? Lin was stunned. Then, two figures slowly walked towards Lin En. Their figures attracted the attention of everyone present because they were too dazzling. Lin Ning was dressed in white, which was tailored very appropriately, outlining the girl's graceful curves. Several pieces of platinum armor added a touch of sacredness. The thin white stockings on her round legs not only did not destroy the sacredness, but made her look even more charming. Tang Xuehui still wore a blue, white and red sports top, paired with black stockings and a black leather skirt. This was actually a big taboo in dressing, because the industry generally recognized that the main colors of the whole body should not exceed 3, and they should be matched with each other. Once this number is exceeded, the color matching will look chaotic and disordered. But it was completely different with Tang Xuehui. Two completely opposite styles were reflected vividly in one person. The onlookers didn't know what this feeling was called, but they felt that Tang Xuehui's slender legs outlined by the transparent black stockings were extremely eye-catching. If Lin En knew about this, he would probably just laugh and say, "This is called contrast." "Hello, master's wife." Chen Kai hurried forward and greeted him like a golden retriever seeking credit. "Master's wife?" Lin Ning glanced at Lin En, then at Chen Kai, a barely perceptible smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. "Who is your master's wife?" Chen Kai was stunned for a moment. Just when he was about to say both subconsciously, he suddenly noticed the expressions of Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui. Lin Ning looked at Chen Kai leisurely, seemingly questioning him, but in fact his eyes were still looking at Lin En intentionally or unintentionally. Tang Xuehui didn't even pretend, her eyes were as sharp as torches, staring straight at Lin En, and her lips were unconsciously pursed. Boo dui. Although Chen Kai is a little stupid and doesn't like to study, it doesn't mean that he is really an idiot. One can see with his but eyes that this atmosphere is not what he imagined. Competitive relationship, it's actually a competitive relationship. Chen Kai yelled in his heart, saying that "Master, you are really killing people. You even defiled the harem and haven't figured out the priority. Now your disciple is in a dilemma. This. The smile on Chen Kai's face was almost piled up into 3 stars. He immediately turned from a golden retriever into a Shar-Pei. He was so attentive that he was almost a bootlicker, but he still couldn't utter a word. Lin En on the side tried hard to suppress his laughter. You got what you deserved for talking too much. You should get your mouth fixed on so you don't cause trouble again in the future. Zhou Xiaohua saw everything and was shocked. How could a play involving 3 people be so chaotic? Is this a blockbuster movie I can watch without paying? His evaluation of Lin En in his heart could not help but rise several levels. At this moment, he completely understood where Chen Kai's sticky words master came from. If he were in his place, he would also want to become a disciple. He should learn good skills. But what should I do with my elder sister? Zhou Xiaohua smacked her lips. Could it be that her elder sister was also going to join in this extremely chaotic drama? For my sister, this is simply good, great, good. That play was so fucking great. He grinned, revealing a sly smile, and began to imagine the whole thing in his mind. We saw a fight going on in the misty swamp, and it was quite noisy, so we rushed over. Tang Xuehui looked at Lin En. Are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Ning smiled at the side and said, Tang Xuehui and I walked around and cleared out all the monsters in the southwest. We wanted to catch a few more that had slipped through the net, but Tang Xuehui insisted on coming over. Lin En nodded. This side has also been taken care of. Thanks to Chang Zizai's actions, the monsters in the misty swamp were almost wiped out, and the leader-level monsters were nowhere to be found. There was nothing to do here. If you want to earn points, you have to go north. Lin En had figured it out a little bit. When he entered this copy, he had no other thoughts but to remember it. Northern Expedition. But it's getting late, let's set up camp and rest for a while. Lin En looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set, leaving only a drape of hair behind. Lin Ning nodded. It's time to rest and recover some strength. Tang Xuehui immediately walked to Lin En's side and said, I have a lot of barbecue patties and water here. Oh. You've prepared it very carefully. The meat patties were baked dry, more like dried meat than meat patties, sprinkled with some seasonings. Although it looked a bit simple, it looked and tasted very good. Setting up camp? Zhou Xiaohua chuckled. We come from 3 different schools, and yet we're setting up camp together? As the saying goes, meeting is fate. I just happened to bring some wheat juice. Lin En cleared his throat, feeling too embarrassed to take out his compressed biscuits. He saw Chen Kai beside him uttering a soft "eh" and taking out a bag of something in plastic packaging with a picture of a golden retriever on it. After Chen Kai saw it clearly, his face turned bitter. Damn it, why did I bring dog food in here? Everyone was shocked, and Zhou Xiaohua's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Brother Chen, do you have this hobby? No, listen to my explanation. Chen Kai was in tears. He had originally wanted to bring dry rations for the march, but he had accidentally packed the wrong thing. But no one seemed to pay attention to his explanation. Everyone looked serious, which scared Chen Kai. I brought dog food in. Is that against the law? Chapter 53, The Birth of the Dungeon Boss. But no one paid any attention to him. A powerful cyclone gathered above the copy, and countless sand and stones flew up, forming a gray sandstorm. Then came lightning and thunder, but such a huge sound was not even the reason for the professionals' solemn expressions. Their eyes were focused on each other for only one reason. Such a strange sight, coupled with the incomparable oppressive force, all indicate that a very powerful beast is being born there. It's a newborn beast. Ladies and gentlemen, we may have to adjust our itinerary this time. The ease on Zhou Xiaohua's face disappeared completely, and what remained was an extremely solemn look, and the expressions of the other professionals were similar. They realized that real trouble was coming. In the tireless research of dungeons by researchers in Xia country and even in various countries, 2 iron laws have been summarized regarding the behavior patterns of dungeon bosses. First, dungeon bosses are divided into territory type and patrol type. The former won't even bother to look at you as long as you don't set foot in its territory, while the latter will wander aimlessly in the dungeon, hunting down all the professionals it sees. Secondly, there are 2 types of patrol-type dungeon bosses. One type always exists in the dungeon, and can perhaps be called an adult. This type of dungeon boss will not start wandering around the dungeon immediately, but requires a certain amount of time to activate, which can be regarded as the awakening time. The boss will not start to act until it wakes up. The other type is the birth-type copy boss, which is also recognized as the most difficult monster to deal with. They will not show up when the copy appears, but will hide in a place to hatch. When the time is right, the hatching will be successful. After hatching successfully, the copy boss will begin to enter the patrol state. The hatching type boss has more obvious activity conditions, that is, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth caused when it is born. On the surface, the hatching type is easier to deal with, because you don't know when the adult will wake up and wander around. You might be hit by a boss that suddenly jumps out and then be killed. But all professionals know that hatching monster leaders are the most difficult to deal with, because they are often much stronger than adults. There is even a saying that the energy generated by the creation of the copies is not enough to hatch them, so they have to continue absorbing energy for a period of time after the copies appear in order to hatch successfully. This is also one of the generally accepted statements. No matter what it is, it means that they are about to face a tough battle after all. This is an S-level difficulty copy. Lin Ning, Tang Xuehui, Chen Kai and others subconsciously looked at Lin En. What should we do? Go ahead, Lin En said in a relaxed tone. Defeat the dungeon boss and get the highest score. Why would you hesitate? He glanced at his career panel. With the dual support of Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning, Lin En's level increased very quickly and he has reached level 23. He only needs 2 more levels to reach the second level. Not only does he plan to defeat the dungeon boss and get the first place in the Zhengzhou domain joint strategy, he also wants to reach the second level, so the dungeon boss is a target that must be hunted. Tang Xuehui said nothing, but just followed Lin En silently. After listening to Lin En's words, Lin Ning smiled and said, "Sure enough, no problem, I will protect you." Chen Kai patted the shield in his hand and said, "I can take a few hits." Everyone looked excited and didn't look like they were shocked at all. Zhou Xiaohua looked at everyone, then stared at Lin En for a long time. After a long silence, she slowly spoke, "You guys are quite fierce." His expression was a little complicated because this group of people was really too outrageous. Hunting down a dungeon boss, especially an S-level birth-type dungeon boss, is already extremely difficult, but in their words, it's as easy as going downstairs to take out the trash and picking up a package. Is this correct? Is this correct? What Zhou Xiaohua didn't expect was that Lin En and others actually headed towards the direction where the copy boss was born. Master Hua, what should we do? Zhou Xiaohua blinked and didn't know what to do. Staying where she was would have been the best option, but she couldn't resist a group of tough guys who were heading straight for the dungeon boss. It seems like he is a coward if he doesn't go. Zhou Xiaohua gritted her teeth and looked at Zhou Xiaoqiao. "Sister, what should we do next?" Zhou Xiaohua is responsible for general arrangements, while Zhou Xiaoqiao is responsible for making decisions on major matters. Zhou Xiaoqiao hesitated for only a moment before looking in the direction where Lin En and the others were leaving. "Let's follow." "Well, this guy is also a tiger." Zhou Xiaohua felt tired intuitively and realized that he probably shouldn't have provoked a group of people like Lin En. Nothing good. After a while, 2 figures appeared silently in the thick water vapor of the misty swamp. It was very strange, as if they did not move here but appeared out of thin air. One of the shadows was taller and thin, and spoke in a deep voice, "The necromancer is dead." "I know," said another dark figure. He was shorter, and his voice was much sharper, making people feel very uncomfortable. It seems like there was a fierce battle here, and the noise was quite loud." The short man paced quickly through the misty swamp. "I see. Elemental archers, and the aura of Seraph. Ha! That necromancer deserved his defeat." "Isn't this a fair loss?" the tall, thin man sneered. "Didn't you say this plan was flawless? How come we failed at the first stage?" After a pause, he continued, "The captain really liked this professional, but you lost him." Tisk the short man curled his lips. "The necromancer, we really should have high hopes for him. It's no exaggeration to say that his growth rate in the dungeon is the fastest, but that's at the legendary and mythic levels. Who knew he'd be so unlucky, running into Hong Xiang and his gang before he even developed? Besides, the demon seed has already been planted, so this step is not missing." The tall man was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke, "The demon seed was indeed planted, and I have no doubt about its power. It was used to bewitch that brainless necromancer, and the item used was legendary, but it had no effect at all. It might as well have been thrown away. There's no such thing as a perfect plan, only foolproof preparation," the short man said impatiently. "That's why you and I are in this dungeon. The price we paid for being here is much more expensive than that epic item. Complaining is useless. Let's think about how to realize our plan. Kill these geniuses in this dungeon." Chapter 54, First place, it's Team Lin En again. At the same time. Outside of the copy. Compared with the tension and depression inside the copy, there is a lively scene outside the copy. Teachers from major universities gathered together, and they couldn't stay here for a few days, so peanuts, melon seeds, ate treasure porridge, beer, drinks, mineral water, and other things to kill time were all prepared. In the Joint Strategy Dungeon, the ranking list is not updated in real time, but only every 2 hours. Since entering the dungeon, they have not been able to see the ranking of the teams in the dungeon. What do you think of the rankings of the various schools in this joint instance? No need to think about it, Hongxiang must be number 1. Oh, no. One of the teachers, who seemed very knowledgeable, immediately retorted, I don't think so. Oh, what do you think, sir? Haven't you heard that Hongxiang even gave up recruiting many outstanding professionals this year in order to recruit a few students? Give up? Well, to be more precise, it was given to the Old West. As soon as these words were spoken, the interest of all the teachers around was attracted. Hiss, what kind of student could make Hongxiang spend so much money? Mythical level? Nonsense. Unless there are 2 mythical level students, I'll lose everything. But I heard that Hongxiang's enrollment this year is really average, with only 1 mythical level student. So, there might be some changes in the joint strategy rankings this time? Hey, this is beautiful. Zhao Mingyuan sat upright with his lips pursed, his expression calm. Teacher Zhao, I heard that your Hongxiang enrollment is average this year? A shrill, sharp voice, one could almost sense the sharpness and harshness in it, sounded beside Zhao Mingyuan. Zhao Mingyuan tilted his head slightly. Isn't this Mr. Ho from Zhongzhou College? How come he has the leisure to visit our Hongxiang conference room? Let me remind you, if you want to submit your resume to Hongxiang, you should contact our Human Resources Director. However, there's a high chance that your application won't be accepted. What a shame, Teacher Ho Lixie. I'll probably remember for the rest of my life that you submitted your resume to Hongxiang. The 3 top colleges in Zhongzhou are Hongxiang Vocational College, Zhongnan Vocational College, and Zhongzhou Vocational College. Among them, Hongxiang is the best. Zhongnan and Zhongzhou are 2 heroes, forming an unstable triangle confrontation structure. Zhongzhou has been gaining momentum in the past 2 years and has been eyeing Hongxiang's position covetously, making it even more impossible for the teachers on both sides to get along harmoniously. What's more, Ho Lixie once wanted to work at Hongxiang but was rejected, and later entered Zhongzhou Vocational College. Humph, your eloquence hasn't deteriorated. Ho Lixie has inverted triangle eyes, a face full of pockmarks, a round face, and her pupils are rolled up, so that the whites of her eyes almost reach the sky. The unveiling will begin soon. I just want to see what kind of results you, Hongxiang, can achieve this time. Zhao Mingyuan frowned slightly as he listened to Ho Lixie's words. He also heard that this year's Zhongzhou College was full of geniuses. There were 3 legendary professionals alone, and even more epic ones. If these professionals formed a team, Zhongzhou College would be quite competitive. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion among the crowd. Time is up. The ranking list is about to be updated. In the opening match, which academy had more teams in the top 10? Which academy ranked first? This is what all teachers want to know. Then, dense text appeared on the leaderboard. 10th place, Li Jinglong Team, Zhongnan College, 477 points. 9th place, Team Zhaopeng, Hongxiang College, points 498. 8th place. From the 8th to the 6th place, 3 consecutive teams were from Zhongzhou College, and there was a burst of exclamations on the field. I heard that Zhongzhou is very strong this year, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. Yes, the 8th to 6th places are all from Zhongnan College. The top 5 haven't been announced yet, and Zhongzhou College has almost taken up half of the places. Seeing this, Ho Lixie immediately showed a smug look on her face. Although Zhao Mingyuan is a calm person, he can't stand such provocation. He thought to himself, the top 5 haven't been announced yet, and they're already showing off? Then, words appeared on the leaderboard again. 5th place, Wu Mingho Team, Hongxiang College, points, 617. 4th place, Li Changhai Team, Zhongnan College, points, 632. 3rd place, Xian Sunxiang Team, Zhongzhou College, points, 665. 2nd place, Zhou Xiaohua Team, Zhongnan College, 707 points. After the 2nd to 5th places emerged, everyone present was stunned. 9 rankings have been revealed. How come they're completely different from what I expected? So far, Zhongnan University has 3 universities on the list and Zhongzhou University has 4 universities on the list. However, the most anticipated Hongxiang team only has 2 teams on the list. Alas, it seems this class will be the worst batch of students at Hongxiang. Teacher Zhao, you are a very good teacher. Ha, of course, I don't mean to look down on you. It's just that this year, your Hongxiang College might not be that competitive. Ho Lixie seemed to have let out some anger. Although she didn't say anything overly offensive, a blunt knife hurts more. She was really mean. At this moment, Zhao Mingyuan said calmly, "Don't worry. Don't be in a hurry." Ho Lixie was stunned for a moment, thinking, the results are almost out, and you're still stubborn? This year, Zhengzhou will definitely surpass Hongxiang and vent their anger. But seeing Zhao Mingyuan's calm look, Ho Lixie was stunned for a moment, and she began to underestimate him again. Zhao Mingyuan looked so indifferent. Did he really not care, or did he have a backup plan? Which academy's team will take first place? The Zhengzhou team, they're really strong. Hongxiang, I'm betting on Hongxiang. Every year, Hongxiang isn't number one. That's it? Take a closer look. Hongxiang isn't very competitive this year. Before he finished speaking. First place, emerge. First place, Team Lin N, Hongxiang Academy, points, 1371. A line of text, red in red, was hung on the big screen. Everyone saw it. Then it fell into deathly silence. Am I dazzled? If you're dazzled, I'm dazzled too. Then we were both right. Hongxiang is number one. It doesn't matter who comes first, what matters is the score. Their eyes widened, their breathing became rapid, and some of them rubbed their eyes repeatedly, as if they didn't believe their vision at all. I saw it wrong. I must have seen it wrong. How is it possible? How is it possible to have such a score? Hongxiang is not the only one to take first place. This score made everyone unable to believe their eyes. How is that possible? It's only been 2 hours. Ho Lixie even stood up directly, staring at the score intently. 1371. Chapter 55, What is he pretending to be? In contrast, the second place had 707 points, which was almost twice as many points. How did they do it in just 2 hours? Cheating? Are you crazy? This is an S-level instance, how is cheating possible? Oh, yeah, but if there was no cheating, how did you get this score? All the teachers present fell into a long silence again. Just then, one of the teachers suddenly remembered something. I remember a couple of days ago, an SS-level dungeon appeared in Shangchang. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of all the teachers present. SS-level copy? I seem to have heard of it a little bit. Not only is it an SS-level dungeon, the level limit for that dungeon is 10. What? An SS-level dungeon limited to level 10? Doesn't that mean everyone who goes there will die? Everyone was shocked. The teacher looked at Zhao Mingyuan again. If I remember correctly, this Lin N team is the team that cleared that SS-level dungeon, right? If you don't know, you can go and verify it. Zhao Mingyuan thought to himself, I don't need to verify it, I saw them pass the copy with my own eyes. I don't need to care about you. But he said, really? It seems to be the case. Some curious people immediately went to check. It was very rare in the entire Xia country to be able to complete the SS level copy before the first transformation. Everyone became very interested in Lin N's team. Team Lin N. Hongxiang Academy, huh? The teacher was stunned for a moment and rubbed his eyes again. Then he rubbed his eyes again. Hey, what did you find out? Why aren't you saying anything? Let me see, let me see. The second person walked forward and took a look. Lin's team. Mythical class, Seraph, Epic class, Ice Bloodline, and Life class, Tailor? What the hell? A tailor? Can life-related professions also enter S-level dungeons? More than that, don't forget they are number 1 now. Zhao Mingyuan didn't laugh, but he just didn't laugh out loud. The corners of his mouth curled up wildly and he couldn't suppress it at all. Oh, by the way, Teacher Ho. Zhao Mingyuan smiled slightly. Your Zhengzhou College performed really well this time. 4 teams made it into the top 10. Not bad, really good. Really good? Not necessarily. If the gap between the first and second is not that big, then we really have to compete for the number of teams that can enter the top 10. According to this calculation, the Zhengzhou team has definitely performed the best. But now, the points of Lin N's team far exceed those of the second place, and the gap is almost doubled. This is not a question of a few teams entering the top 10, but Lin N's team takes the lead, and as a result, all other teams are eclipsed. Holisha pursed her lips, and her expression was as ugly as it could be. Zhao Mingyuan stood up and said, "Everyone, it's no use standing here looking at the rankings all the time. What's so interesting about this ranking? I'm going to go take a walk first." "Check, don't you like to check? Go ahead and check, now everyone will be happy." Then, the teachers from various schools were left confused. No, why is he pretending? Where did he pretend? He smiles so happily. I didn't see him smile. He must be secretly happy. Turning around and walking into the rest area, Zhao Mingyuan saw a figure and subconsciously said, "Hello, teacher." Mr. Chen waved his hand and said, "I've told you so many times, when you're working, you should refer to your job title." Zhao Mingyuan said honestly, "Principal Chen. Why are you here too? You think I'm as bored as you? I'm here for serious business." Hearing what Mr. Chen said, Zhao Mingyuan was stunned for a moment. "Business?" Elder Chen said calmly, "You haven't forgotten what happened 2 months later, have you?" Zhao Mingyuan nodded. 2 months from now, the national competition will take place. Of course, I won't forget it. But what does this have to do with our class of freshmen? The national competition is the most important annual competition for all colleges and universities. At that time, each university will send a team of professionals to work together with professionals from all over the country to tackle high-difficulty dungeons. However, this competition is usually conducted by senior students, because the strongest ones are often those who are about to graduate. The freshmen that Zhao Mingyuan is leading will participate in the national rookie competition. Colleges and universities in various states bring freshmen together to compete and exchange ideas. It is a semi-entertainment competition. This year is different. Old Chen took a deep breath. Old Su, that cunning fellow, actually knew about this kind of thing in advance and didn't tell me a word. This year's national competition requires conquering an SS-level dungeon on the border, Raging Sea. Elder Chen paused. We want the freshmen to participate. Freshmen? Zhao Mingyuan was stunned for a moment. Is he crazy? Freshmen going to conquer SS-level dungeons? Halfway through his words, Zhao Mingyuan's expression suddenly became very interesting, because he had just been feeling smug about his student conquering an SS-level dungeon. But this is completely different. Shengcheng had no choice that time. Mr. Chen. No need to say more. Elder Chen said calmly, "This matter has been decided. You just need to notify everyone." And? Elder Chen didn't say anything further. Instead, he glanced at the dungeon entrance with an unfathomable expression. I have a feeling this dungeon isn't that simple. At the same time, in the copy, Lin En and others are on their way to the dungeon boss hatching site. Fiery judgment. Lin Ning shouted softly, and the snake-slaying sword was bathed in holy fire, and with one strike, she eliminated the wind wolf that was blocking her way. Tang Xuehui stepped forward and killed the other wind wolf with a powerful kick. Wind arrow. A sharp sound of breaking wind was heard, and the sharp arrow shot straight towards the wind demon Wolf King. The wind Wolf King roared, and wind walls immediately rose up around him, crushing the arrows that were hurtling towards him. His pair of dark green wolf eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Zhou Xiaoqiao instantly felt herself being locked in by that sharp and powerful murderous intent, and was shocked. At this moment, the wind demon Wolf King moved. Its huge size did not affect its movement speed at all. Everyone only saw it slightly bend its body, and then it disappeared from the spot in an instant. Zhou Xiaohua was shocked when she saw this, and immediately gritted her teeth and raised her shield to block Zhou Xiaoqiao. However, at this moment, holy coming fiery judgment. Cold shadow step martial god flying kick. 2 beautiful figures came back, and 2 powerful killing moves were launched at the Wind Wolf King at the same time. Bang! The Wind Demon Wolf King was first kicked hard by Tang Xuehui's martial god, causing his entire body to tilt to the other side. Then a white figure appeared above it, and the snake-slaying sword, wrapped in a blazing holy fire, cut the Wind Demon Wolf King's body in half with one blow. Chen Kai subconsciously took a breath. It's really stronger. Chapter 56, Ancient God Level Pain Points. When killing the SS-level copy boss, Chen Kai already knew the strength of Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui. He was not even qualified to go forward in a battle of that level, but after not seeing them for a few days, Chen Kai felt that the strength of the 2 masters' wives had risen to a higher level. Even the cooperation is better. Of course, Chen Kai would never say this even if he was beaten to death. Because why? Because men are dying. Chen Kai deeply believed that once he said this, he would definitely be met with the two women's fierce and sharp gazes that could kill. Well done. Lin smiled and glanced at his career panel. Just a little bit more and you can reach level 24, which will bring you even closer to the second level. Tang Xuehui said nothing, put away her stance, picked up the dropped items from the Wind Demon Wolves, and handed them to Lin En. Lin En took a quick look and didn't see anything particularly valuable, so he threw everything into the professional space. The levels of the monsters encountered became higher and higher, and the chances of obtaining drops also became higher and higher. Lin En felt that his personal space was not enough. It was filled with materials from various monsters, as well as some broken equipment that was of no use at all. Of course, this is just because Lin En thinks that those equipments are tattered and can be sold for 5 or 6 figures if put outside. The most annoying thing is the ancient god-level tailor. The materials needed to make clothes are all ancient god-level materials, and those materials cannot be used at all. Lin Ning smiled brightly, a beast of this level is just used for warm-up. Use it to warm up? As soon as the words fell, a complex emotion arose in the hearts of almost all the professionals present. The average level of this group of Wind Demon Wolves is 30. It consists of more than a dozen elite beasts, and the Wind Demon Wolf King at the head has reached epic level. How come in Lin Ning's words, it's like a group of random stray dogs on the roadside? If it weren't for Lin En's team, if they were the ones to deal with the Wind Wolf Pack. Zhou Xiaohua thought for a moment, I'm afraid it will take a heavy price to completely annihilate the Wind Wolf Pack. The best outcome is that everyone is injured, with at least 2 members losing their combat effectiveness. The worst outcome is probably 1 or 2 deaths. Chen Kai thought for a moment, this is just a joke. If our team encounters a pack of Wind Demon Wolves, I'll just run away. We won't be able to defeat them at all. Zhou Xiaoqiao clenched her left hand tightly around her body, and no one could see her expression clearly under the mask. At this moment, she was not as calm as she looked on the surface. She was pursing her lips, feeling unwilling in her heart. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui are so powerful. No matter how she tried to explain it, she was also a legendary professional, but she couldn't keep up with the pace of the 2 women at all. She finally found the right opportunity and wanted to kill the Wind Wolf King with 1 arrow, but she didn't expect its reaction and speed to be so fast. If Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning had not taken action, she might have been killed by the Wind Demon Wolf King. There is such a big gap? Zhou Xiaoqiao gritted her teeth. The knuckles of the hands holding the bow had turned white. Sister? Zhou Xiaohua glanced at Zhou Xiaoqiao. It seemed that because of their blood connection, he vaguely sensed some of Zhou Xiaoqiao's thoughts, but he couldn't say anything now. He could only sigh and shake his head helplessly. And all of this was seen by Lin. Yes, that's right, that's exactly the expression. Good, that's great. Are you unwilling? Then be even more unwilling. People who have this kind of emotion will strive to be more powerful. At that time, will they still worry about whether she can become their client? Lin. That. Lin En listened for a long time and was a little puzzled. Why did Tang Xuehui stop talking halfway? He turned his head and found that Tang Xuehui's expression was very conflicted. Her little face was flushed red and she was mumbling, as if she was saying something. What? Tang Xuehui leaned close to Lin En's ear and said, it's cooled down. Oh. Tang Xuehui meant Lin En's professional skill, Divine Object Empowerment, which has a cooldown period of 1 day and 1 night each time it is used. Now that the cooling has been completed, Tang Xuehui thought she must continue to use it. I can only use this skill on clothes that I make myself, Lin explained. Ah. Tang Xuehui was stunned for a moment, then said, well, I still want it. Clothing? Yeah. Tang Xuehui nodded. Lin En said, if you still want it, then you'll have to change your equipment. Think about it carefully. Tang Xuehui was stunned for a moment, huh? Seeing Tang Xuehui's somewhat dazed face, Lin En sighed inwardly. The ancient god-level tailor, as the name suggests, is a tailor who makes clothes, not an armor forger. In other words, the clothes made by Lin En only have bonuses but no defensive power, and are not armor. However, professionals in this world cannot wear many layers of clothes. The upper body only has inner and outer decorations. The inner decorations are underwear, while the outer decorations can be coats or armor. The armor Tang Xuehui was wearing was purchased at a considerable price in the market. It had good defense without reducing her movement speed, and was the most suitable protective gear for melee combat professionals. But if you ask why Tang Xuehui, who has ice bloodline, would wear this set of armor, I can only say that those who understand will understand. Tang Xuehui was in a dilemma, and Linen didn't know how to choose. Because defense is actually very important. Suppose Linen's ancient god-level creation can increase its own defense by 100%, but the price is that Tang Xuehui has no armor on her body, and it is all Linen's ancient god-level creation. That is nonsense, because 0 is still 0 no matter how many times it is increased. It's a matter of trade-offs. Lin thought about it and opened the career panel. Up to now, Linen has been thinking about his career a lot and has discovered two very important qualities. First, although Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui can obtain enough materials to make ancient god-level clothes from the monsters killed by these kills, in fact, these materials also have different qualities. The white stockings on Lin Ning's legs and the black stockings on Tang Xuehui's legs are both made of the best materials and are of the best quality. Tang Xuehui's skirt was made of low-quality materials. Although it was also an ancient god-level clothing and had some bonuses, it pales in comparison to the stockings. Secondly, the materials exchanged by the system are too expensive. God knows how much ancient god-level materials Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui have saved for Lin En during this period of time. However, if they want to exchange them for materials produced by the system, they will be used up immediately. This is not because Lin En is stingy. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui are the clients he focuses on cultivating, so naturally he has to give them the best. This requires a huge amount of materials to exchange. What are you mumbling about? Chapter 57, Is Lin En a pervert? Don't try to guess what a girl is thinking. Lin Ning looked at Tang Xuehui and Lin En whispering to each other suspiciously. Lin En, Jiang Jiang Yin Yang, anyway, don't even think about equipment right now. Lin Ning's eyes widened. How could you not tell me such good news? What's good about it? Lin En was stunned for a moment. The exterior isn't good enough, but there's still the interior. Lin Ning immediately revealed a devilish smile. Armor can't be exchanged, but other things can be exchanged. Something else? What else? Lin's mind was confused for a moment. Ahem. Lin Ning puffed out his chest and pointed at himself. Here, and here. Lin En broke out in a sweat immediately. When he saw the two parts that Lin Ning pointed at, he understood. There is also this trick. He didn't even think of it. Damn it, as a man, I didn't even think of that. Lin Ning is right, the armor is an external decoration that cannot be replaced. The interior can't be changed? And the interior is divided into two parts. 2 bonuses equals winning. Only. Lin En has no experience in this area, and even he can't control what he can make. Moreover, even if all of Lin En's current materials are added together and exchanged for ancient god-level materials, he can only make 3 pieces of clothing. 3 pieces. Lin En thought about it and decided that it would be better to give one to each person so that they would be treated equally. Then come. He waved his hand and opened the career panel. 17 wolf skins of the Wind Wolf, exchange. Bloodthirsty Terror Bear's Bear Skin 7, exchange. After exchanging almost all the materials, Lin En obtained such an item. Black ice silk fabric. He nodded, and the cloth was immediately cut into the corresponding shape. Product of the ancient god-level tailor Swift Wind Nose Strong Grass Black. Lower body interior, grants skill, glacial amplification. Glacier amplification, active skill. Once activated, it can increase ice attribute attack power. The increase in attack power depends on customer ratings. Product of the ancient god-level tailor burned into splendid ash black. Lower body interior, grants skill, ash burst. Ash burst, an active skill that detonates a controlled flame. Damage dealt increases based on customer ratings. Lin En had 2 pieces of clothes in his hands, and he quickly handed the 2 pieces of clothing to the 2 women. The skill of Jifeng Zijinko, which has the ability to amplify ice attributes, naturally had to be given to Tang Xuehui, while the skill of burning into brocade ash was given to Lin Ning. Lin Ning blinked and took the black, cool clothing while smiling. Thank you, master. Tang Xuehui's face was almost ablaze, and she could only stammer, then, let's go change clothes. Lin En waved his hand and said, go ahead. Change clothes? What's the meaning? While the 3 of them were not paying attention, Zhou Xiaoqiao was eavesdropping quietly. People whose professions involve bows and arrows generally have better hearing because archers need to listen to the wind. Standing far away, Zhou Xiaoqiao could hear the conversation between Lin En and the other 2, but she could not understand what they were saying at all. What do you mean by changing clothes? That woman actually called him something. Master? This is too bad. Is this how young people play nowadays? It would have been better if Zhou Xiaoqiao hadn't listened. After hearing it, she became even more confused. Amidst his confusion, he was also shocked by Lin En and the two women. Sister, why are you in a daze? Zhou Xiaohua wanted to comfort her elder sister, but when she turned around, she saw Zhou Xiaohua staring with a dazed look on her face. His heart sank. Oh no, has his sister become cerebral palsy from the shock? Shoo! Zhou Xiaoqiao waved her hand, signaling Zhou Xiaohua not to speak. She could not hear clearly what Lin En was saying. Sister, no, don't scare me. Zhou Xiaohua was shocked. It was just a blow, and she didn't expect her sister to be so weak under pressure. Sister, listen to me. Little mouth. Smoking lotus? I'll slap you in the mouth, shut up. Zhou Xiaoqiao spoke softly, words that made Zhou Xiaohua extremely frightened. It is a force deeply imprinted in memory, almost like the natural oppression of the superior over the inferior. Zhou Xiaoqiao vaguely heard some contempt through the corner of his eye and his ears. What are they doing? Zhou Xiaoqiao saw Lin En and the two girls walking to the other side of the jungle. After a while, Lin En came out, still muttering, wow, that feels great. With 2 more pieces of clothing, Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui's strength has been further improved. As the boss, he is of course happy, because it means he can be invisible again. Cool. What cool? Zhou Xiaoqiao was a little suspicious after hearing Lin En's words. After a while, Lin Ning came out. After a while, Tang Xuehui walked out reluctantly. Zhou Xiaocao's pupils suddenly shrank. The 2 people who came out later were dressed slightly differently from before. For example, the side seam of Tang Xuehui's leather skirt should have been on the front left, but now it was shifted a little to the back. What does this mean? Illustrate. In addition, Lin En just came out and breathed a sigh of relief, saying it feels so good. Zhou Xiaoqiao was a little afraid to think about it, and was shocked at the same time. As she thought about it, her face turned red to her ears. Lin En looked at Zhou Xiaoqiao strangely, feeling puzzled. He had only made 2 pieces of clothing for Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui, so why did Zhou Xiaoqiao look at him as if he were a pervert? No, I am not familiar with Zhou Xiaoqiao. It is definitely not good to speculate on her thoughts. Who knows, she might look at others with this expression. Lin En forgave Zhou Xiaoqiao for that look. But in Zhou Xiaocao's mind, Lin En's image has gradually changed and changed again. By the end of her thoughts, she had lost all idea of what heaven and earth meant. This man is so perverted. Achoo! Lin En touched his nose and asked in confusion, who cursed me? Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui on the side had already felt the bonus brought by the ancient god-level creation and were ecstatic. Crack! If only the environment were brighter, Lin En thought. Thanks to the dungeon boss, the entire dungeon is now in a state of lightning and thunder. From time to time, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket will strike the ground. The sky is completely covered by dark clouds, without a trace of light. Under the strong wind, even the thinner trees are broken in half. This is not just a sign of impending disaster. Lin En seriously suspects that he will be at least half dead if struck by lightning. Master, things are a bit difficult ahead. At this time, Chen Kai, who had gone to explore the way ahead, came back with Jiang Shui and others. There was still some helplessness on Chen Kai's face. What happened? Chen Kai sighed, Master, I'll take my team to explore the way ahead. It's probably like this. This is a forest. After leaving the forest, you will run into a towering stone wall. You will walk along the stone wall for a while but still cannot reach the end. Lin En frowned immediately, so, there's a dead end ahead? Chapter 58, Exploring the Cave, the Black-Scaled Snake King. It doesn't count. Chen Kai sighed, if it's a dead end, it's okay. At least we can split into 2 groups and always find a way to the boss. But the road ahead is actually passable. Lin Ning, who was listening at the side, couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Is there a cave ahead? Chen Kai nodded, yes. After hearing this, the professionals present were stunned for a moment, and then a complex expression appeared on their faces. Caves have always been the path that professionals dislike exploring the most. Not only is the space in caves small and unsuitable for most professionals to perform, but it is also dark and the internal roads are extremely complicated. It is easy to get lost if you are not careful. It just so happens that the strange beasts that appear in the cave are more sinister than each other, and more skilled than each other in fighting in the cave. As a result of the increase and decrease of their strengths, the cave becomes very difficult to attack. It would be fine if the cave was the path to the boss, but the problem now is that if that cave isn't the path to the boss, we'll have to turn back. Zhou Xiaohua grinned. This isn't good news. If there were no cave, this large group of people would only need to split into 2 groups to find the right path, and they would have an extra option. Let's conquer the cave first. Lin Ning said calmly, we don't have that much time to waste. She stood proudly, holding the snake-slaying sword in her right hand and her left palm facing upwards. A ball of more condensed and blazing holy fire hovered over her hand. It's just a cave. If you encounter any strange beasts, just kill them. Zhou Xiaoqiao was shocked. She could swear that Lin Ning's flames had never been so oppressive. She could swear. What happened? Zhou Xiaocao's mind was in a mess. No matter how powerful Lin Ning was, it was impossible for him to rise several levels in such a short period of time. But the momentum displayed by Lin Ning at this moment is definitely stronger. Why? Zhou Xiaoqiao had a good eye. She could observe that Lin Ning did not hold back when Feng Qian attacked. Even if he did, she could see it. But things happened so unreasonably, Lin Ning became stronger, even under her nose. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqiao suddenly remembered what he had just witnessed. Lin En walked out from behind the tree, followed by Tang Xuehui, and then Lin Ning. Because of this? Zhou Xiaoqiao widened her eyes. Although her heart was filled with disbelief, she was more shocked. Lin En, what did he do? Division. Chen Kai slammed on the brakes and said with a smile, Sister Lin Ning is right. It's just a cave, it can be easily solved. Lin nodded, let's go then. Wait a moment. Just then, Zhou Xiaohua spoke. He glanced at everyone, clasped his fists, and said, although it sounds like I'm chickening out, I still want to walk the stone wall. Lin nodded, good judgment, but I recommend you go left. Zhou Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. He thought that if he told his plan to others, Team Lin En and Team Chen Kai would definitely look down on him. Although they would definitely not say it out loud, they couldn't help but think so in their hearts. He had prepared himself to be despised by everyone, but he didn't expect Lin En to agree with his judgment. Zhou Xiaohua took a deep breath and looked at Lin En with a little more admiration on her face. Go left. Can I know the reason? The forest on the left is denser, so it's more likely to be the correct path. Of course, this is just a judgment based on common sense and is not guaranteed. Lin En said. Forests are generally continuous, and are likely to be connected from the top of the mountain to the bottom. If the forest becomes sparse, it means that the terrain ahead has changed, and it is difficult to survive in such a place. That's probably it. I see. Thank you. Zhou Xiaohua clasped his fists and then turned and left. Before leaving, Zhou Xiaoqiao, wearing a black mask, looked at Lin En steadily, with a complex light flashing in his eyes. Lin Ning caught this detail and smiled brightly. Tang Xuehui subconsciously took a step forward and looked at Zhou Xiaoqiao, her beautiful eyes blinking non-stop. Lin En didn't notice this at the time and turned around, let's go too. Afterwards, Lin and others entered the cave. Dark and damp. As soon as they stepped into the cave, the damp air that hit them in the face made them feel more solemn. Lin Ning, walking in front, held the sacred flame, lighting the way for everyone. The entrance to the cave is not big, but the road after entering is extremely spacious. This is probably what the legend means by very narrow at first, but then people can pass through. Some bats flapped their wings, but had no intention of attacking Lin En and the others. No one in the team spoke. Everyone was looking around nervously, trying their best to capture every detail. Just then, looking for death. Lin Ning shouted, and immediately shot out the holy fire in her hand. Fiery judgment. A holy flame shot straight to the front left of everyone. At the same time, a teeth-grinding hoarse sound was heard. The fire illuminated the road, and there was a huge black python lurking there. Black-scaled mystical snake? No, this head is definitely the black-scaled mystical snake king. Jiang Shui's voice was a little hurried. The black-scaled mystic snake king is at least an epic beast, level 35. It was 20 meters long and nearly 5 meters in diameter. Its huge head was as big as a human, with exposed slender fangs and tongue. Its pair of bean green eyes stared at everyone, with a bright red in the middle of its eyes, which was the characteristic of the black-scaled mystic snake king. It spewed a stream of water from its mouth, which collided with the holy fire. A large amount of water vapor spread out and filled the entire cave. Tang Xuehui reacted extremely quickly. She flashed to the side of the black-scaled mystic snake king, twisted her hips and took a deep breath, then delivered a powerful martial arts kick that was fully charged, heading straight for the black-scaled mystic snake king's vital point. Boom! The black-scaled mystic snake king took a strong blow, but his body just trembled, and it couldn't even move an inch. There was a fierce light in its snake eyes, and it seemed that it was angered by Tang Xuehui's kick. I've read in a book that when the black-scaled mystic snake becomes a queen, its body changes and its entire body is covered with scales, so 7 inches isn't its weakness. Jiang Shui said quickly, its weakness is. Hiss. At this moment, a rustling tongue-trilling sound suddenly rang out in the cave. Tang Xuehui suddenly felt dizzy, and then her vision went dark. Bang! The black-scaled mystic snake king swung its tail and hit Tang Xuehui directly, knocking her away. You beast! Lin Ning's voice gradually turned colder, and the snake-slaying sword in his hand had already accumulated a considerable amount of holy fire. Then, there was a slash. Lin Nen hugged Tang Xuehui's delicate body and quickly checked her. Fortunately, Tang Xuehui was just knocked away and was not injured. When he saw the amount of fire Lin Ning had accumulated, his pupils suddenly shrank. This is a cave. Chapter 59, Rebirth? Undead? The strange beast stands up again. The flame fluctuations instantly became smaller. It was obvious that Lin Ning also realized the seriousness of the situation. She originally wanted to mobilize a large amount of holy fire and then detonate it to give the black-scaled mystic snake king a severe blow. But Lin was right, this was a cave. An explosion that is too violent will put professionals in danger. This is why most professionals hate fighting in cave environments. But this obviously did not stump Lin Ning. She controlled the holy fire within a safe range. Then a sneer appeared on her bright face. She clenched her fist with one hand and her eyes fixed on the holy fire. Ash blast. Boom! A violent explosion sounded immediately, and the air in the cave was wildly disturbed. The strong airflow flowed back and erupted. Even Shen Kai and others who were dozens of meters away were a little unstable. This round of explosion was obviously quite effective. The outbreak of the holy fire caused considerable damage to the black-scaled serpent king. Roar! It raised its neck and roared, the sound was deafening. What a beast, all he knows is how to roar. Lin Ning held up a ball of holy fire with one hand. Hey, are you okay? Certainly. Tang Xuehui stood up from Lin Ning's arms. It didn't hurt me. That's good. Lin Ning said calmly, follow me. Holy coming. Boom. Slight explosions were heard all over Lin Ning's body, which was the signal that the holy coming was fully activated. Then her black hair was dyed light gold, and her dark pupils were dyed red gold. The holy fire on her body swept out like a tsunami. Explosive skills can certainly cause maximum damage to the monsters, but if a few more hits come, the cave will collapse before the black-scaled mystic snake king is defeated. Then everyone will be buried in it. Lin Ning held the snake-slaying sword in his right hand and completely surrounded his left hand with holy fire, looking like a knight holding a sword and shield. She was extremely fast, and in less than a breath she rushed to the side of the black-scaled mysterious snake. She raised the snake-slaying sword and slashed at the huge snake pupil of the black-scaled mysterious snake. The black-scaled mystic snake king roared, opened his huge mouth, and spewed out a column of water with extremely high pressure. Water is soft by nature, but if pressure is added, it can become a weapon sharper than a sword. Lin Ning was not at all panicked. She was well prepared. She let out a delicate cry and raised her left hand. The condensed holy fire seemed to really become a shield, helping her to block the water attack from the black-scaled mystic snake king. The attack was so powerful that it even blocked Lin Ning's momentum to charge forward. She frowned slightly, and quickly retracted her right hand holding the snake-slaying sword. The snake-slaying sword was placed across the water column and the holy fire. Her slender white hand was trembling slightly at this moment. Suddenly, another figure, wrapped in a biting cold wind, appeared above the head of the black-scaled mystic snake king. That was Tang Xuehui, who pushed the cold shadow step to its limit. Lin Ning attracted all the attention of the black-scaled mystic snake king, while Tang Xuehui rushed towards the black-scaled mystic snake king at the fastest speed in a very short time, catching it off guard. Gather your strength and kick with all your might. With a swift kick, the huge head of the black-scaled mystic snake king was kicked directly to the ground, and even the entire rocky ground was cracked. However, Tang Xuehui did not stop her movements, but stretched out her hands. Icefall. As an offensive skill, Icefall is almost better than nothing for Tang Xuehui. Whether it is the speed brought by the cold shadow step or the power of the martial god kick, it makes Tang Xuehui almost an expert in close combat. But this does not mean that her ice bloodline is useless. This moment is the best illustration. Huge amounts of icicles are constantly generated under Tang Xuehui's hands, almost completely freezing the huge body of the black-scaled mystic Snake King to the ground, unable to move at all. Ice puppet. Tang Xuehui waved her hand, and the ice puppet suddenly appeared above the black-scaled mystic Snake King and sat on it. Lin Ning seized the opportunity and called out, "Fiery judgment." The snake-slaying sword, wrapped in condensed holy fire, stabbed into the head of the black-scaled mystic Snake King. Apart from the Yamata no Orochi, no other exotic beast could withstand this level of heavy damage. The black-scaled mystic Snake King could only let out an unwilling roar, and then he no longer had the strength to struggle. Tang Xuehui's sizable chest rose and fell rapidly, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Solved. She subconsciously looked at Lin Nen, who smiled and nodded at her. Tang Xuehui immediately felt the tiredness in her body disappear. This is enough, Tang Xuehui thought. Lin Nen was very happy to see this. Although Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui had some quarrels from time to time, they could truly demonstrate their talent and hard work in combat awareness. Their almost perfect cooperation could definitely produce an effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2, not to mention that these two already had quite good combat capabilities. At this moment, Lin was stunned. He didn't know if he saw it wrong, but the black-scaled Snake King that was killed suddenly moved. Illusion? Lin shook his head and dismissed the absurd idea. Even the experience points gained were displayed on the profession panel. How could the black-scaled mystic Snake King move? He must have seen it wrong. But the next second, Lin Nen's eyes widened. The body of the black-scaled Snake King that should have died did not disappear. Its huge snake pupils suddenly opened, revealing captivating pupils. The color of the pupils also changed, no longer the dangerous dark green, but bright red. The pupils were filled with red. Chen Kai's reaction was a little slow, but he saw it clearly. He didn't understand what was happening, so he could only subconsciously shout, "Be careful!" Roar! The roar shook the entire cave, and the ice covering it shattered instantly. The violent twisting directly threw away the ice puppet that imprisoned it. Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning were too close and would be the first victims. But the next second, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two women, and that figure was Lin Nen. Boom! The black-scaled mystic Snake King twisted his huge body, and his thick tail twitched unreasonably like a willow branch. Wherever he passed, there was a mess, and the rocks were easily crushed like tofu. Chen Kai saw this and felt a little anxious, because this level of attack completely exceeded their defensive capabilities at this stage. It could be said that they would be injured if touched, and would die if touched. But he soon found that his worries were unnecessary, because Lin Nen was standing in front of him, holding Tang Xuehui in his left hand and Lin Ning in his right hand, and brought the two women who had not yet reacted back to the crowd. Jiang Shui was stunned for a full second before she came to her senses. Do you need treatment? Lin Ning shook his head. We are not injured. No. Tang Xuehui's heart was beating fast, and the reason was a bit complicated. If Lin Nen hadn't taken action, they might have really been injured. But, why? Chapter 60 I remember I gave you face. The black-scaled mystic Snake King had already been dealt with, and they had even gained experience. But the black-scaled mystic Snake King still stood up, and his speed and movements were even faster than when he was alive. It feels like... It's like that bastard Chang Zizai is manipulating me. Chen Kai took a deep breath and said, damn it, why is this bitch still haunting me? Lin Nen said nothing, his heart full of doubts. Undead? Has the black-scaled mystic Snake King who stood up again in front of him really been transformed into an undead? Although the method of transforming the undead was rare, they had seen it many times in textbooks, not to mention the previous example of Chang Zizai. But the black-scaled mystic Snake King in front of him not only did not lose his vitality or mobility, but his speed and movements were even completely different from the previous black-scaled mystic Snake King. Is this really the undead? He had never heard of the undead becoming more powerful after death. Lin Nen instinctively felt that the black-scaled mystic Snake King that stood up again in front of him was not the work of the necromancer Chang Zizai, but he didn't understand, apart from the undead, what other means could make a dead beast stand up again. But no matter what this black-scaled Snake King is, it is not important to Lin Nen at this moment. I remember I gave you face just now. Lin Nen took out the Earth Dragon Greatsword, his face so gloomy that it almost dripped with water. Come, I will accompany you in the second battle. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui didn't say anything, but just watched the scene, and a surge of emotions suddenly surged in their hearts. Chen Kai immediately raised his sword and shield. Master, I. No need. Lin En said calmly, I am enough alone. At the same time, Zhou Xiaoqiao and Zhou Xiaohua, brother and sister, followed Lin En's advice and started from the left side of the stone wall and moved forward. They encountered a few blind and strange beasts on the way, and Zhou Xiaoqiao dealt with them all. Zhou Xiaohua didn't know why, but she always felt that her sister's mood seemed a little wrong, but she didn't know why. Why? Zhou Xiaohua was confused and watched her elder sister draw her bow and arrow. An arrow with wind elemental attack shot through a dark gold claw tiger. Bang! The arrow was quite powerful, carrying the dark gold claw tiger's body several meters off the ground before it gradually lost its momentum. Roar! The dark gold claw tiger roared with great momentum, and a pair of heavy front paws immediately extended out sharp tiger claws. Zhou Xiaoqiao said nothing, but just kept drawing his bow and arrow. The second arrow, the rocket. The third arrow, the wind arrow. The two arrows were able to turn under Zhou Xiaocao's control and shot towards the dark gold claw tiger at extremely tricky angles. Puff! Facing attacks from two directions, the dark gold claw tiger smashed one side, and the arrow on the other side immediately penetrated its body. The huge body of the dark gold claw tiger shook, and a wail immediately came out of its mouth. Good opportunity! Zhou Xiaohua's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know why his sister seemed to be stimulated, he knew that now was a good opportunity to defeat this epic beast, so he swung the mace in his hand and smashed it hard at the dark gold claw tiger. Bang! With a dull thud, the dark gold claw tiger's body paused noticeably, and its momentum instantly dissipated. Zhou Xiaohua rushed forward with the shield again, and the shield and the weight of Zhou Xiaohua's entire body hit the dark gold claw tiger. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the dark gold claw tiger lost its balance, the nail hammer hit its head fiercely. Under this series of attacks, the dark gold claw tiger immediately closed its eyes and fell into a peaceful sleep. Call! After defeating the dark gold claw tiger, Zhou Xiaohua's level was raised to 20. My sister should be level 20. Should we take this opportunity to ask my sister why she's in such a bad mood? I think I can guess the reason. Those figures appeared in Zhou Xiaohua's mind. Lin En, Tang Xuehui, Lin Ning. It seems that I shouldn't ask my elder sister about this kind of thing, otherwise my ears will be damaged again. But my elder sister actually fell in love with that Lin En? He just thought about it because he thought it was fun. Zhou Xiaohua was conflicted. First of all, he felt that it was not a good idea to interfere in other people's love affairs. Secondly, as the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, it was simply not in line with her status to be someone else's mistress. However, at this moment, a hurried and anxious voice sounded in his ears. Xiaohua, watch out behind you. Damn it! Zhou Xiaohua subconsciously turned around and raised his shield. However, before he could even see the scene in front of him, an extremely brutal force immediately came from the shield in his hand. He was a muscular man of 1.9 meters, but he was blown away with his shield by this attack. Bastard, how is that possible? Zhou Xiaohua's thoughts were a little confused. Where there are dark gold claw tigers, it is impossible for other top predators to appear. Even if there are other exotic beasts, they are only those of low levels. This is what is commonly known as kings do not meet kings in the living habits of exotic beasts. Although, no matter which teacher teaches them, professionals must always maintain absolute concentration in the dungeon, but professionals are also human beings. As humans, they will get tired, and as humans, their physical strength has limits. Therefore, most professionals, especially experienced ones, are good at being lazy. For example, after hunting a large alien beast, when they confirm that the other party is dead, they will rest on the spot for a while. This behavior seems to be stealing half a day of leisure, but in fact it is the wisdom of professionals. After all, a spring that is always taut will break one day. Zhou Xiaohua's days just now was due to this kind of mentality. But this time, common sense failed. The strange beast that attacked him was definitely a top predator. He could feel it from the hair standing on end and the dull pain in his left hand. Damn, which monster is this? However, Zhou Xiaohua, who was flying in the air, was stunned the next second, because the strange beast that attacked him was not some other species. It was the strange beast they had already defeated, the epic dark gold claw tiger. How is that possible? Zhou Xiaohua's face was filled with astonishment. Was it that bastard Chang's eye who did it again? That guy had obviously been beaten beyond recognition and was handed over to those professionals to deal with. Master Hua, are you okay? Another team member immediately followed, and the remaining two also stood in front of Zhou Xiaoqiao with serious expressions. Just from that attack just now, they realized one thing: the strange beast in front of them was definitely not something that could be easily dealt with. Roar! The roar shook the heavens, and the minds of the 5 professionals present were also shaken at the same time. Everyone, meet the attack. Zhou Xiaoqiao drew his bow and arrow, his voice becoming increasingly cold and stern. This is a fierce battle. Chapter 61, A Tough Fight? A fight to the death. Zhou Xiaohua is in pain in the balls, really in pain in the balls. He found that he might be experiencing Mercury retrograde. The first time there was the Mud Fish King, and the second time there was the Dark Gold Claw Tiger. Every strange beast would not die completely and had to stand up again from the ground. But the resurrection of the Mud Fish King is due to Chen Zizai, and why is it the Dark Gold Claw Tiger? Moreover, he could feel that the Dark Gold Claw Tiger that stood up again was even stronger. At this moment, the Dark Gold Claw Tiger moved. Its figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and at the same time, a sound like thunder rang in the ears of everyone present. Boom! Zhou Xiaohua's pupils suddenly shrank. Zhang Yang. The professional named Zhang Yang responded immediately, put his hands together, and a trap made of plants emerged from the ground. At the same time, Zhou Xiaohua went forward with a shield in hand. Bang! The Dark Gold Claw Tiger's first target was indeed Zhou Xiaohua. Perhaps it was because it had been killed by Zhou Xiaohua before, so its hatred towards Zhou Xiaohua was even higher after it stood up again. Zhou Xiaohua was obviously aware of this. His cry was a sign that Zhang Yang was a communicator who controlled plants. Those plant traps were not used to trap the Dark Gold Claw Tiger, but to protect Zhou Xiaohua. But then those tough vines were cut off in an instant. They should have been as hard as tan cowhide, but under the attack of the Dark Gold Claw Tiger, they were as fragile as straw. Fortunately, it did help Zhou Xiaohua offset some of the impact. Zhou Xiaohua roared angrily, and the shield in his hand was directly pressed against the claws of the Dark Gold Claw Tiger. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard, and Zhou Xiaohua felt the force coming, and every pore in her body was trembling. Holy shit, this guy is too strong, level 25? No, at least level 30. Zhou Xiaohua's heart sank. The Dark Gold Claw Tiger was a powerful creature with a very high ecological niche. It would be extremely difficult to deal with it if it was a little higher in level. He is already the most suitable meat shield in the team. Even he finds it so difficult to withstand the attack of the Dark Gold Claw Tiger. If it were another team member, he would probably be torn in half by this blow. Wang Di, don't attack yet. Zhou Xiaohua pointed at another professional holding a katana and said, it's not an opponent that will easily reveal its flaws to you. Don't rush to attack. Understood, Mr. Hua. Cold sweat broke out on Wang Di's forehead. If it weren't for Zhou Xiaohua's roar, he would have been ready to draw his sword and attack. This choice was definitely the right one, because the Dark Gold Claw Tiger was attacking Zhou Xiaohua, and Zhou Xiaohua blocked the attack. Theoretically, this should be the best time to attack the Dark Gold Claw Tiger, but it is just theory. He had already raised the knife and was about to strike, but Huayi called out to him and he stopped. The next second, the crimson pupils of the Dark Gold Claw Tiger suddenly turned towards him, and the wildness and murderous intent in its pupils were almost bursting out. If this knife really chopped out, Wang Di would definitely be torn into pieces. He had no doubt. At this moment, an arrow accompanied by a violent wind sound cut through the air and rushed straight towards the Dark Gold Claw Tiger. Roar! The Dark Gold Claw Tiger roared, and everyone present had a blank mind. Oh no! Zhou Xiaohua was extremely anxious. He didn't expect that the Dark Gold Claw Tiger's roar could paralyze his whole body. The arrow was shaken by the roar, and most of its power had been lost when it reached the beast, and it only slightly penetrated its skin. The Dark Gold Claw Tiger lowered its head, looked at the wounds on its body, and then actually grinned. Zhou Xiaohua's eyes were bloodshot. Bastard, this beast is looking down on them. The Dark Gold Claw Tiger then turned its gaze to the person who attacked it this time, Zhou Xiaoqiao. In an instant, just an instant, Zhou Xiaoqiao felt an extremely pure murderous intent, as if there was an extremely evil beast roaring in her heart. Asshole! Bang! Zhou Xiaohua stared at it intently. Come on, beast, come on! Roar! The Dark Gold Claw Tiger let out a long roar, then slapped Zhou Xiaohua's shield with one claw. However, this time, it failed to knock Zhou Xiaohua away. The dark gold claw tiger was stunned for a moment, and at that moment. Now! Steel flash! The samurai sword went straight in and stabbed the side of the dark gold claw tiger. It was enraged and continued to roar. It then turned around and tried to slap the professional holding the katana away, but Zhou Xiaohua was much faster and blocked him with his shield. Bang! This was the second time he blocked his own attack. You beast, there's nothing you can do. Zhou Xiaohua smiled. Although blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth. Holding a shield in the right hand. Among all professions, those who hold shields and have attack power all hold the shield in their left hand and the weapon in their right hand, because the right hand is more flexible and therefore suitable for attacking, of course, except for left-handed people. Zhou Xiaohua is right-handed, but he is holding the shield with his right hand at this moment, and even the mace is put into his personal space. This is a style of play that completely gives up attacking. But this posture naturally has its advantages: absolute defensive power. Zhou Xiaohua judged that this dark gold claw tiger was definitely not a monster they could defeat, so he made an extremely bold decision. He changed from holding the shield with his left hand to holding the shield with his right hand, turning himself into a meat shield type professional to block the attack of the dark gold claw tiger. As for the attack, leave it to his teammates. Although Templar is an epic level profession with both offensive and defensive capabilities, if he focuses on defense, he will become a tank profession specialized in defense. Now! Zhou Xiaohua trusts her teammates, so she made this decision. In an instant, vines appeared under the feet of the dark gold claw tiger. At the same time, a fiery arrow shot out, aiming directly at the forehead of the dark gold claw tiger. Pretty! Zhou Xiaohua couldn't help but praise. Whether it was timing or judgment, the choices made by the two teammates at this moment were the best. However, the dark gold claw tiger's limbs were tied up, its face was wide open, and it faced the rocket head-on, but it was not panicked at all. Roar! It roared, and its entire body suddenly swelled up, instantly breaking the vines. Yellow light condensed in its mouth and spewed towards Zhou Xiaoqiao. Boom! This attack not only instantly destroyed Zhou Xiaoqiao's fire arrow, but also rushed straight towards Zhou Xiaoqiao himself. Oh no! Zhou Xiaohua's face turned pale. Sister Xiaoqiao! Several exclamations were heard, and everyone watched the destructive light rushing towards Zhou Xiaoqiao, but no one could help at this moment. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqiao was drawing his bow and arrow, but the arrow had not been shot yet. Her mind was extremely peaceful, like a lake. Chapter 62: A Heavy Price. Elemental Archer, First Class Skill, Charged Sniper. By drawing the bow and arrow in a charging posture, you can increase the power of the arrow shot. The degree of increase depends on your mental strength and charging time. This can be considered a magical skill of the elemental archer, because the archer himself needs to aim before the arrow leaves his hand. When the charged sniper shot is used for 1 second, the power will be increased by 20%, which is almost equivalent to free. When the charging time reaches 3 seconds, the power will be increased by 80%. When the charging time reaches 5 seconds, the power increase reaches the maximum, 200%. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqiao's charging time has reached 4.5 seconds. In another half a second, the power of this arrow will reach its maximum. But what Zhou Xiaoqiao lacked most now was perhaps this half second, because the destructive light had already accumulated in the mouth of the dark gold claw tiger, and it did not take more than half a second from the time it was ejected to the time it hit her, even though the distance between the man and the beast was more than nearly 50 meters. Sister Xiaoqiao. When Zhou Xiaoqiao was gathering strength, a figure suddenly appeared beside her and slammed into her fiercely. This destroyed Zhou Xiaoqiao's posture, and she fell to the side, and the light of destruction shot out instantly. The person who saved Zhou Xiaoqiao was none other than Huang Qi, the forest hunter, who was a quiet nobody in the team. He had average combat power and was good at intelligence gathering and treatment. But now Huang Qi's left shoulder had almost completely melted away, revealing blurry flesh and blood, as well as a piece of bone. Ah! The severe pain made him howl in pain. Asshole! Zhou Xiaoqiao's eyes were red, and the arrow in his hand had reached its maximum power. You, go to hell! Zhou Xiaoqiao's voice was as cold as ice, and at the same time, the arrow in his hand shot out like light. This was the fastest arrow Zhou Xiaohua had ever seen. No, to be precise, he couldn't even catch the flight trajectory of the arrow. He only saw a black shadow flash by, and then the body of the dark gold claw tiger was shot through. Roar! It was a wind attribute arrow, possessing the strongest penetrating power of all attributes. Coupled with 5 seconds of charging power, it easily pierced through the body of the dark gold claw tiger. Zhou Xiaohua couldn't help but growl, "Beautiful." But when he turned around and saw Zhou Xiaoqiao actually starting to draw his bow and arrow again, he suddenly realized that the dark golden claw tiger was not dead. Oh no! Roar! The dark gold claw tiger took only a moment to realize who was the biggest threat to it. It growled, and without even having time to lick its wounds, it arched its body, and the ground shattered in the next second. "You beast, stay away from my sister!" Zhou Xiaohua roared and rushed over. But his speed is too slow. He watched helplessly as the dark gold claw tiger rushed to Zhou Xiaoqiao, raised its huge claws, and slapped Zhou Xiaoqiao. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqiao still maintained an extremely standard and elegant posture to accumulate strength. No! Zhou Xiaohua's eyes were bloodshot. Boom! Accumulating the strongest lightning, the arrow was like a missile, hitting the body of the dark gold claw tiger directly. However, she was also knocked away by the dark gold claw tiger. The bright red blood was like flying silk, beautiful, weird and miserable. Asshole, fuck you. Zhou Xiaohua only felt a buzzing in his head, and then he could not remember anything. Wang Di watched him throw away the shield in his hand and rush towards the dark gold claw tiger with a mace in hand. With one blow of the hammer, the already seriously injured dark gold claw tiger was hit so hard that its skin started bleeding. However, Zhou Xiaohua's hands did not stop at all. Roar! The dark gold claw tiger was hit by Zhou Xiaocao's skills one after another and was seriously injured. But as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even so, not everyone present can provoke it. It roared angrily, then raised its huge tiger claws and slapped Zhou Xiaohua hard. Zhou Xiaohua took this blow directly. He was instantly covered in blood, but his hands did not stop moving at all. Death, he wants this beast to die. Zhou Xiaohua forgot the pain. Wang Di was so frightened by Zhou Xiaohua's hell-god-like figure that he stood there for a few seconds, but then his eyes lit up, because this was a good opportunity for him to launch an attack. Steel Flash. The angle of this attack was extremely tricky. It was chopped diagonally from the upper left side along the back of the dark gold claw tiger, penetrating the tough skin and hitting the bone. But then Wang Di was extremely surprised, because Zhou Xiaohua was actually rushing towards his knife with the huge body of the dark gold claw tiger. Not good. If this continues, even if the dark gold claw tiger doesn't die, Huai will be hacked to death by it. Wang Di was so scared that he quickly put away the knife. Zhou Xiaohua glanced at Wang Di, and that look made him tremble. Then he reached out and took the samurai sword from his hand. Holding the sword in his left hand and the hammer in his right hand, he hit the dark gold claw tiger hard. Finally. After an unknown amount of time, the dark gold claw tiger let out a wail, then fell to the ground and never breathed again. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all and directly cut the body of the dark gold claw tiger into small pieces to make. As if this was not enough to vent his anger, he kicked those things everywhere. After doing all this, he stood still and looked straight ahead. Xiaohua. Zhou Xiaoqiao said weakly, "I'm fine." Zhou Xiaohua grinned, her white teeth reflecting the sunlight, and then she fell to the ground. Dark gold claw tiger, confirmed kill. But Wang Di gritted his teeth and looked at Zhang Qi, whose half-body was covered in blood and whose face was pale with pain, Zhou Xiaohua who was unconscious, and Zhou Xiaoqiao with a trace of red at the corner of her mouth. For the first time, he felt that the S-level copy was like hell, and even an ordinary monster could almost wipe out their team. Are those dungeons with difficulty above S-level really something that humans can clear? Help me up. Sister Xiaoqiao. Wang Di immediately stepped forward and helped Zhou Xiaoqiao up. There are only two people capable of action right now. Zhou Xiaoqiao took a deep breath. You expand the patrol area and keep watch all around. I'll take care of Zhang Qi's wound. Zhang Qi is a forest hunter who has the ability to enhance the healing effects of herbs. However, he is too badly injured to activate his skills. Currently, it is still the top priority to treat him. Only after he recovers a little can he treat the rest of the team. I understand. Wang Di gripped the samurai sword tightly in his hand, turned around and walked into the depths of the forest. However, with the existence of the dark gold claw tiger, theoretically, no powerful exotic beasts will appear within a radius of 10 miles. Wang Di only needs to chase those low-level predators that follow the smell of blood. Just then, his ears moved. Footsteps? He immediately bent down with his ear close to the ground, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. Someone's coming. Chapter 63, Zhengzhou College, Rescue? Although the teams entering the dungeon are in a competitive relationship, this competitive relationship is actually very benign. As long as they are not crazy people like Chang Zizai, everyone is willing to lend a helping hand to each other. What's more, there are still a lot of materials left in Wang Di's personal space, so even if he gives away money, he can get the other party to help him. Two teams of people came over, and Wang Di took a look and felt a little regretful. It's a pity that he is not from Jiangnan College, otherwise it would be easier to talk to him. The group of people in front of me were wearing the same uniform, with a black and dark green pattern pinned on their chests. The people from Zhangzhou College are still two teams. Wang Di took a deep breath and put on a smile, brothers from Zhangzhou College. After a while. After hearing Wang Di's general description of the situation, the two men who seemed to be captains looked at each other. Of these two people, one is tall and strong, almost as tall as Zhou Xiaohua, but surprisingly thin, as if he could be blown away by the wind. The other one is even stranger, with medium height, medium build, and average looks. He is the type that no one can find if he is lost in a crowd. What do you think? The tall and thin man asked in a low voice. Save him, of course we have to save him. The other person smiled, but the smile was somewhat strange. Then he looked at Wang Di and said, let's go. Take us there. Once we get there, we will naturally rescue the wounded. I met a good person. Wang Di's face lit up with joy after hearing this. The other party hadn't even asked for a reward, yet had agreed to treat his team members. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It seemed that their team was really lucky today, whether it was Linen's team or these people from Zhangzhou College. Thank you very much. Wang Di turned and walked away. Unexpectedly, when Wang Di turned his back, the two captains showed mocking and sarcastic expressions on their faces at the same time, and there was even a bit of coldness in their eyes. Wang Di was completely oblivious to this and continued to speak to himself. That beast was truly terrifying. Our team spent a long time hunting it. However, if you are willing to rescue us, I can guarantee that the items dropped by the dark gold claw tiger will be yours. Oh? That's not too important. One of them paused. Rescuing people is the most important thing first. Take us there quickly. I can really pay. Wang Di quickly added, if you don't accept the money, I'll be embarrassed. What's the point of talking? Do you want to save me or not? The tall and thin man frowned, his tone a little impatient. It's urgent, take us there quickly. Okay. Wang Di turned his head, glanced at the tall and thin captain, and then looked back. These are two fully staffed teams of professionals, with a total of 10 people, both men and women. It's just ahead. If you're in a hurry, I'll speed up. Wang Di said with a smile. Suddenly, Wang Di stepped on the ground with one foot and rushed forward rapidly. This sudden acceleration caught everyone off guard. The tall and thin captain narrowed his eyes, his agility attribute is quite high. The two looked at each other and began to chase Wang Di. 11 people quickly shuttled through the forest. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. Wait a moment. At this moment, the tall and thin man suddenly called out to Wang Di. Big brother, what's the matter? Wang Di wiped the sweat from his forehead. Saving people is the most important thing. Rescue people? I suspect you're lying to us. The tall, thin captain's voice grew colder. You've been galloping for 8 minutes, and I haven't seen a single soul. Wang Di blinked. It's right in front. Oh, you two brothers, you don't know, when our team was exploring the forest, we found a cave, but as soon as we entered the cave, the strange beast discovered us. We didn't even have time to explore the cave before our team was severely damaged. I'm the only one in the team with healthy legs. I'm going west along the stone wall to look for people. Big brother, please, if you're any later, my teammates' lives will be. And there are caves? After hearing this, the two captains became even more excited. For professionals, caves mean danger, but also opportunities. Okay, stop dithering and take us there. Didn't you say you wanted to save people? Wang Di nodded. Okay. I'll take you there right away. Although he said this, he rolled his eyes in his heart. Take you there? If I really took you there, I would be a big idiot. He had seen early on that these people from Zhangzhou College were not good people. In the joint dungeon, each team and each academy is in a competitive relationship. Although professionals should help each other, it is just talk. Wang Di is not stupid. The professional teams that can help are all principled teams, such as Linen's team. There are teams that are like saints and never ask for anything in return. But it definitely can't be these two. Their greed and desire were almost written on their faces. Wang Di had no doubt about what these hungry wolves could do if he brought them to his team's habitat. So, he took this group of people from Zhengzhou College into the forest, to a place they had never been to. No matter what, the farther away from the captain and the others, the better. Bang! Suddenly, there was a sound of breaking wind behind him, and then Wang Di felt a pain in his back, and he immediately fell forward. How dare you play tricks on me? Half an hour later, the two captains of Zhengzhou College finally realized that something was wrong. Along the way, not only did we not see any human beings, but we also saw some ferocious beasts. After getting rid of the third strange beast, he finally realized that something was wrong. I feel like I've been fooled by this person. Wang Di spit out blood, but still tried his best to put on an innocent expression. What's wrong, brother? You kid, you still want to be stubborn even when you are about to die? The tall, thin man sneered repeatedly. You said you came here to find reinforcements, but how could you avoid encountering these strange beasts along the way? There are definitely no so-called wounded people ahead. Tell me, what do you want to do? Wang Di pretended to be stunned. Brother, what are you talking about? We have to hurry up. If you don't tell the truth, you're going to die. After hearing this, Wang Di breathed a sigh of relief and then clasped his fists and said, I'm sorry, everyone. I did deceive you. Our team has indeed suffered heavy losses, but I didn't come here to seek rescue. I was afraid that the other teams would attack us, so I led you away. I've delayed you. I can provide materials to compensate for your losses. Before Wang Di could finish his words, a fist immediately hit him in the face. The tall and thin man looked murderous and his smile was extremely sinister. Okay. You're a brave boy. Chapter 64. Something happened. Wang Di turned around and ran without any hesitation. He made the right bet. These professionals in front of him had no good intentions. Fortunately, he had an idea and led this group of people away from the team's resting place, otherwise who knows what would have happened. But Wang Di obviously underestimated the strength of this group of people. Just as he walked 10 meters away, a cold laugh appeared in his ears. Boy, you tricked me, and you still want to run away? You wish. Wang Di only felt an explosion in his ears, and then his entire left half of the body was burned by a surging heat wave. Steel flash. Wang Di held the hilt of the knife and was about to draw his sword when a black shadow flew in front of him and hit him in the face with a bang. Aha! The blow was so strong that the bridge of his nose must have been broken. Wang Di fell to the ground, holding his nose and raising his head. Tell me, where is your team? Wang Di gritted his teeth and said, I don't know. Don't know? The tall and thin man smiled slightly. I'll let you know. Wait a moment. Another person stopped him. Instead of torturing him here, why not go find another strange beast? Looking at how pathetic he is, I'm sure his team isn't a good one. There's no need to waste time on someone like him. Brother Qian, do you really think so? The tall and thin man grinned. Why do I feel that this kid is not simple? If I torture him well, maybe I can catch a big fish. The tall and thin man, a professional from Zhengzhou College, currently ranked 7th, is named Shi Yiming, and the mediocre man is Qian Sanxiang. Qian Sanxiang glanced at the injured Wang Di and said, That's for you. He's not a simple person. To me, he's a person who can be easily crushed to death. This kid has some brains. He even took us further away. Even if we go back to find his teammates now, it will probably take a while. It's not worth wasting time. A hint of coldness flashed in Shi Yiming's eyes, but he hid it well. Qian Sanxiang said calmly, Remember, our ultimate goal in entering this dungeon is to win first place in the joint attack. Other than that, do less. After hearing this, Shi Yiming said calmly, That's why I want to get rid of this guy and his team. With one less team competing with us, our ranking will move up. Wang Di looked dejected on the surface, but he was actually listening attentively to the conversation between Qian Sanxiang and Shi Yiming. He couldn't help but despise the two of them in his heart. Since you want to come out on top, then go after a stronger team like them. What's the point of plotting against other professional teams? After hearing this, Qian Sanxiang showed a strange smile on his face. Of course there is a way. Method? Shi Yiming was stunned. Qian Sanxiang walked up to Wang Di, stretched out his left foot, and kicked Wang Di hard in the chest. Bang! Wang Di instantly vomited blood and flew backwards. Just destroy him. Shi Yiming laughed. Okay, brother Qian, that's a good idea. Seeing Qian Sanxiang stepping on his right hand, Wang Di's eyes showed a hint of despair. Snap. Ah. Qian Sanxiang suddenly felt a pain on his face. He subconsciously touched his face and felt something warm and wet. Step forward and kill. Wang Di took advantage of the only chance, used the warrior's first skill, stepped forward and slashed. This is a move that combines displacement and lethality. In just a moment, Wang Di moved more than 5 meters. Good boy. Qian Sanxiang was completely furious. He originally only wanted to cripple Wang Di. In this way, the combat effectiveness of a full-strength 5-man professional team would be reduced if one person was missing. As for the professional team behind Wang Di, he didn't have the leisure to look for them. But now Wang Di's sneak attack completely annoyed Qian Sanxiang. If you don't take the road to heaven, you will be punished if you don't accept the toast. Why haven't you come back for so long? Zhang Yang scratched his head. Did Wang Di fall into the toilet? After a period of rest, Zhou Xiaocao's team had basically recovered some strength. Although they were still not able to fight, fortunately everyone's injuries were controlled and their lives were saved. Zhou Xiao's voice was a little hoarse. How long has Wang Di been gone? About half an hour. Half an hour? Zhou Xiao frowned, then said in a deep voice, let's go. Leave? Zhang Yang was stunned for a moment. If we leave, how will Wang Di find us when he comes back? I think something happened to him. Zhou Xiaohua took a deep breath. Which direction was he heading before he left? Zhang Yang pointed in a direction. The brother and sister looked at each other, immediately stood up and walked in that direction. Wang Di did not hide his footsteps, so it was still easy to follow him. The few of them walked for a few minutes. Zhou Xiaohua suddenly said, stop. He squatted down and carefully checked the ground. His expression became even uglier. It's broken. When they got here, there were not only Wang Di's footprints, but also footprints of other people. Roughly estimated, there were 8 or 9 people, at least 2 teams of professionals. At this moment, a wind blade suddenly emerged from the woods and headed straight for Zhou Xiaohua. The angle was very tricky. If it hit, at least half of Zhou Xiaohua's calf would be cut off. Boom! At the critical moment, Zhou Xiaochao drew his bow and shot an arrow that hit the high-speed moving wind blade. The arrow was accompanied by thunder, which instantly destroyed the momentum of the wind blade. Zhou Xiaohua held a mace in one hand and a shield in the other, looking towards the side where the wind blade shot out, his expression extremely solemn. There, Shi Yiming had a frivolous expression, as if the wind blade just now did not come from his hand at all. Shi Yiming. So it's you. Shi Yiming couldn't suppress the smile on his face. He waved his hand, and 2 of his men immediately stepped forward, dragging a man covered in blood and seriously injured. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Wang Di. Zhou Xiaohua gritted her teeth. Shi Yiming, how dare you hurt my team members? I'm so sorry. Shi Yiming narrowed his eyes. Zhou Xiaohua, your team is on my hunting list. It's because you have a good sister. You guys are too big a threat. Hunting list? Zhou Xiaohua sneered. That depends on whether you have the ability to do it. After saying that, he rushed directly towards Shi Yiming. Unexpectedly, at this moment a figure suddenly rushed out from the side and threw a powerful straight punch at Zhou Xiaohua. Zhou Xiaohua was unable to dodge and had to quickly raise the shield in her hand. Boom! He was not prepared at all, his feet were not yet rooted, and his injuries had not healed yet. This punch directly knocked Zhou Xiaohua back repeatedly. After seeing the man clearly, Zhou Xiaohua's heart sank instantly. Qian Sanxiang, you're here too. Chapter 65, Men on the left, Women on the right. You really caught a big fish. A fierce gleam flashed in Qian Sanxiang's eyes. The Templar Knight is a good prey. As for the elemental archer, I'll leave it to you. I'm not interested. He shook his wrist, and his body immediately emitted bursts of bone-crackling sounds. I couldn't find Hong Xiang, but I found the seed team from Jiangnan College. The figures of Lin En and the other 2 immediately appeared in Zhou Xiaohua's mind, and she suddenly smiled. Hong Xiang. Hee, you guys are quite courageous. Qian Sanxiang frowned slightly. What? I say, even if you find Hong Xiang, you're no match for him with a bunch of scumbags like you. Qian Sanxiang sneered. You were so sharp-tongued, and now is the only time you can show off your quick tongue. Although she said this, Zhou Xiaohua felt extremely heavy-hearted. Having just experienced a great battle, their physical strength has not yet recovered, and there are even injured players in the team. In this state, they still have to face Qian Sanxiang and Shi Yiming's team. Both of them are legendary professionals that Zhangzhou College is focusing on training this year. There are at least 2 epic professionals in the team. Just looking at their strength on paper, they are already impressive enough. This battle is likely to be disastrous. Zhou Xiaohua's eyes rolled around. Zhou Xiaohua knocked the shield with the mace and said with a smile, "With you guys, I don't even take you seriously. How about a deal?" Qian Sanxiang frowned slightly. "What?" Shi Yiming sneered, "Why waste time talking to them? Break the 4 of their legs and leave them here. The beasts will come and take care of them." Zhou Xiaohua pointed at Wang Di and said, "You can hit him, but give him to me first." Qian Sanxiang sneered, "He's already a useless man. In a word, it's over whether you give it or not." Zhou Xiaohua is a carefree person, and facing this desperate situation, she feels like she has thrown everything into the towel. Shi Yiming grinned and said, "No problem." He grabbed Wang Di, threw him into the air, twisted his body and kicked him. Wang Di's figure flew backwards. A fierce look flashed in Zhou Xiaohua's eyes. She jumped up, grabbed Wang Di, and then took out a furry, white round object from her personal space and threw it out. Then, turn around immediately. Run. Legendary functional item, bind heaven and earth. When thrown out, it instantly creates a large amount of spider silk, which will lock up any creature it reaches. Damn it, this is just a joint attack, I didn't intend to use these props. Zhou Xiaohua spat on the ground and ran wildly holding Wang Di in his hand. Sister. I know. 5 seconds of charging, 200% power. The lightning attribute arrow was shot out instantly. The enhanced thunder attribute attack and the dense, overwhelming spider silk caught the Zhangzhou College team off guard. Taking advantage of this time, Zhou Xiaohua and others quickly escaped. But the direction is the cave entrance. At the same time, inside the cave, the black-scaled mystic Snake King was lying on the ground, deader than dead. The cave was silent and everyone held their breath. Tang Xuehue had a smile on her face, and her eyes were full of longing as she looked at Lin En. Lin Ning took a deep breath and lowered his head. I knew there was a gap between me and Lin, but I didn't expect it to be so big. Can she really protect Lin? Was it really not Lin En who protected her? Want to become stronger. Lin Ning pursed her lips. Only by becoming stronger can I be worthy of staying by Lin En's side. Upgrade. At this moment, Lin Ning's desire for experience reached its peak. Only by quickly reaching the 2nd level could she have the capital to protect Lin En. Chen Kai, who was standing aside, almost popped his eyes out. Master, you are so awesome. Chen Kai stuttered a little, Master, I really doubt whether you are a life-oriented professional. Are you lying to me? It's absolutely genuine. Realistic? I've never seen a life-related professional with such strong combat power. Chen Kai took a look at his own career panel, and, Sun Knight, was not as good as the other person's. Keep going. Lin En looked at the black-scaled mystic Snake King, but the confusion in his heart did not dissipate. After the black-scaled mystic Snake King stood up again, his eyes were red, and it was obvious that he was not in a normal state. However, he fought and hunted down the opponent, and apart from being stronger, he did not feel any difference. One thing is certain, this is not Chang's eyes work. How strange. Lin exhaled, feeling weird. There seems to be some kind of force interfering in this copy, and many things are going wrong. He shook his head, shook off these distracting thoughts, and said, let's keep moving forward. Master, my people have returned from exploring the way. Chen Kai spoke at this moment, there is good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? I'll hammer you first. Well, the good news is that there are no signs of strange beasts on the road ahead, so it's safe. The bad news is that there's a fork in the road. There's no end in sight on either road. Which way should we go? Go left. Lin En's answer was so quick that Chen Kai was a little caught off guard. Left? Why? No reason. Since choosing left or right is the same, I'll just go with either. Lin En paused. Men go left and women go right. I choose left. Chen Kai's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Master, this cave is not a safe place. Is it really okay for us to be so casual? Isn't it safe? Lin En brushed off the dust on the corner of his clothes and said, I feel fine. Indeed, if you say so, then it is indeed safe. Chen Kai felt that all his worries were in vain. Then shall we set off? Walk. At Lin Nin's command, the 8 people walked deeper into the cave. Seeing the fork in the road, Lin Ning and others no longer hesitated about which way to go. It was an almost identical, naturally formed fork in the road, so they could only take a gamble on their luck. Just as everyone was moving forward cautiously, the ground suddenly shook. Boom! Chen Kai was startled and quickly looked around, but he didn't see even a shadow of the strange beast. What's going on? I don't know. After Lin Nin finished speaking, he suddenly frowned. He touched the stone wall beside him, and immediately some powdery substance appeared on his hand. Looking at it in the light of Lin Ning, Lin Nin's hands were covered with black powder and looked a little dirty. What a dirty road! Lin put her hand under her nose and sniffed, her expression suddenly changing. The smell of charcoal, something's wrong with this place. Boom! Before he could finish his words, the vibration became even more intense, as if it was happening right in front of everyone. Then, Tang Xuehui suddenly raised her hand and pointed. What is that? Fire? Everyone was stunned. There was a bend less than 100 meters ahead of them, and flames and shadows were flickering on the stone wall. Next second, a burning, beetle-like head stretched out. Chapter 66, The Pride of Genius. Fuck, it's a ghost. What a mess. Lin grinned, that's a burning beetle. Although he said it with ease, Lin Nin didn't stop at all and turned around and ran. The reason is simple, we can't deal with the burning beetles here at all. The burning beetle often appears inside caves. Its body fluids are extremely flammable, and it can also spray flammable liquids from its mouth. It is a very dangerous monster. The point is, the incendiary beetle is huge. Even low-grade incendiary beetles can be as big as small trucks, and larger ones can even catch up with trucks on the national highway. Walking into the left fork, the road suddenly becomes narrow. Fighting the burning beetle in such a place is equivalent to facing the 100-ton king head-on in a one-way single-lane tunnel. Only a fool wouldn't run. Ice puppet. Tang Xuehui activated the ice attribute enhancement, and then a huge ice puppet 10 meters tall condensed in an instant, blocking behind everyone. Chen Kai couldn't help but look back, and was almost scared to death the next second. The burning beetle was 10 meters tall, with huge legs, each as thick as a concrete pillar. Oh my god, Chen Kai is not afraid of anything except these kinds of arthropods. Chen Kai's scalp was tingling and he ran very fast. The ice puppet rushed towards the burning beetle. The huge mouthparts of the burning beetle squirmed, and a stream of light yellow liquid instantly spurted out of its mouth, and then the liquid instantly burned. Chi! After the high-temperature flames came into contact with the ice puppet's body, several holes were instantly melted in the ice puppet. Even Tang Xuehui was stunned for a moment, such a strong flame. Even stronger than Lin Ning's holy fire. Hey! Tang Xuehui, you don't forget to make fun of me even at this time? That's the truth. Lin Ning said unhappily, but she knew in her heart that what Tang Xuehui said was the truth. She didn't mean to belittle herself. What she meant was that the burning beetle's fire attack power was extremely high. Even the strengthened ice golem couldn't stop the burning beetle's flames. Only then did they understand why they hadn't seen a single strange beast along the entire road, because those strange beasts had all become charcoal under the flames of the burning beetles. Snort! Lin Ning's pace suddenly slowed down. She held a snake-slaying sword in one hand, and the palm of her other hand was filled with red-gold holy fire. Tang Xuehui was stunned for a moment. Lin Ning, what are you doing? Lin Ning turned a deaf ear. Holy coming! Divine blessing! With the dual states superimposed, Lin Ning is like a god descending from heaven. Fiery judgment. Boom! The red gold holy fire radiated towards the burning beetle. Everyone was stunned. Chen Kai didn't understand why Lin Ning launched an attack in such a difficult environment. But the changes that followed surprised everyone. The extremely strengthened holy fire actually resisted the advance of the burning beetle, and at the same time, the burning flames on its body began to fade. Lin Ning's holy fire suppressed the flames of the burning beetle. Tang Xuehui was about to step forward but was stopped by Lin Ning. Let me. Lin Ning took a deep breath and said, I can handle it. After saying that, she walked forward slowly, and the holy fire swept over the burning beetles like a tsunami. Hiss. The burning beetle suddenly let out a mocking and unpleasant hissing sound. The snake-slaying sword pierced straight into the burning beetle's abdomen, and a buzzing sound of metal clashing was heard. Chen Kai's eyes widened. That's why I hate arthropods. Although their skin has weaknesses, it is still too hard compared to animals with fur. Especially an arthropod whose body length can reach such a scale. Lin Ning remained silent, but continued to increase the holy fire on the blade of the snake-slaying sword. The holy fire was entwined and condensed, and the color became deeper and deeper. Puff! After passing a certain critical point, the snake-slaying sword broke through the thick shell and pierced straight into the body of the burning beetle. Boom! This attack completely enraged the burning beetle. It roared and the flames on its body became more and more intense. Behave yourself! Lin Ning shouted, and at this moment she was like a god descending from heaven, with her hands raised. Boom! The holy fire and the insect fire are fighting. Tang Xuevue was stunned. The reason for her stun was not that Lin Ning was fighting on equal terms with the burning beetle, but Lin Ning's expression at the moment. It was a resolute face, filled with determination and pride. Why didn't Lin Ning let Tang Xuevue take action? Tang Xuevue didn't think much about this just now, but since Lin Ning turned back to deal with the burning beetle, it meant that she wanted to get rid of it. Solve it alone. At this moment, Tang Xuevue seemed to understand what Lin Ning was feeling at the moment, and an indescribable emotion filled her chest. Behave yourself! Lin Ning shouted coldly, and the holy fire regained the upper hand. The burning beetle's originally huge body was suppressed by the holy fire controlled by Lin Ning and could not move at all. Burst! Lin Ning clenched his fists, and then there was a sudden explosion sound. Everyone was shocked. This place was even narrower than before. If such a huge holy fire exploded, the cave would collapse immediately and everyone would be buried here. But the imagined scene did not appear. Even not all of the holy fire exploded. The layer of holy fire that exploded was only the holy fire that came into direct contact with the burning beetles. Therefore, except for the burning beetles that faced the power of the explosion, even the caves were intact. After being hit like this, the burning beetle's brain completely shut down, and the violent collision caused its huge body to hit the ground directly. At this moment, the beautiful figure appeared in front of it again, waving the flaming sword in her hand wildly, and the holy fire condensed to the extreme cut the burning beetle's limbs like cutting tofu. The burning beetle was completely panicked, and it had to open its mouth and condense the flames. However, Lin Ning didn't even give it this chance to fight back before dying. She instantly stabbed the snake-slaying sword towards the terrifying and creepy mouthparts, and the tip of the sword directly penetrated the body of the burning beetle. The holy fire condensed on the tip of the sword and shot out like a beam of light. Puff! The burning beetle began to struggle violently, but fell silent after a few seconds. It's dead. Lin Ning instantly turned off the holy presence state, and the divine protection disappeared. His long golden hair turned back to black, and his pupils returned to normal. Ha ha! Her chest was rising and falling violently, and her whole body was shaking. The extremely high-intensity combat had exhausted her physical strength in less than 3 minutes, but this also allowed her to deliver a fairly perfect answer. Only Lin Ning can unleash this kind of combat capability, but the price is exhaustion of physical strength. Her eyes went dark and she collapsed instantly, but a pair of strong arms supported her. Well done, Lin said with a smile. Chapter 67, Dead End? Rock Giant. Lin Ning rolled his eyes at Lin En, but there wasn't much blame in his eyes, but rather a feeling of look, this is me. Awesome. Lin smiled. That's natural. Lin Ning's voice was a little weak. It would be better to say that the burning beetle is such a difficult beast to deal with. Lin Ning's fighting style is actually not suitable for fighting it. She used brutal means to deal with the burning beetle, so the consumption was naturally greater. After killing the burning beetle, Lin's level reached 24. He was only one level away from reaching the second level and gaining more professional skills. However, no one relaxed their vigilance at this moment. Everyone looked at the burning beetle's corpse in front of them nervously, fearing that it would stand up again like a zombie. They really couldn't stand that feeling. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not happen this time, and the body of the burning beetle gradually disappeared from the spot. This is really strange. Chen Kai muttered, could it be that the black-scaled mystic Snake King is an exception? Tang Xuehue walked forward, picked up the items dropped by the burning beetle, and handed them to Lin En. Sacred armor round shield. Grade, epic. Off-hand equipment. Description, a hard shield made of carapace, with a cluster of eternal flames on it. Lin thought about it and waved. Chen Kai immediately came over happily. Master, how about this? Chen Kai took it, examined it carefully, and then his eyes lit up. This equipment is not bad, it also has fire damage. Sell you. Chen Kai's eyes widened. Can we still use business as a tool for settlement between master and disciple? Good man, you want to get it for free? Lin En just raised an eyebrow when he saw Chen Kai grinning and said, of course it's the disciple's way of honoring the master. Let me think, at least this amount is necessary. He measured 1 million is a big deal. This shield only costs about 700,000 yuan on the market. 1 million is a big premium. But I heard that Chen Kai's family doesn't seem to be short of money. The group continued to walk deeper into the cave, encountering 1 or 2 strange beasts along the way, which were also dealt with by Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui with lightning speed. After walking for a while, everyone stopped. There is a dead end ahead. A smooth stone wall, blocked from all directions. Everyone looked at Lin En, waiting for his next instruction. Lin En blinked. Why are you all looking at me? Turn around. Silence. The air was suddenly silent for 3 minutes. Chen Kai suddenly realized, oh, master, it turns out you chose the wrong path. The corners of Lin En's mouth twitched slightly. He would not die if he did not say this, but this was within his expectations. After all, there were only 2 options, left and right. It was purely a blind cat catching a dead mouse. 50% of the time I chose the wrong one. Lin En sighed, and at this moment Tang Xuehui beside him suddenly spoke. From childhood to adulthood, it seems that you have never made the right choice in this kind of probability problem. Ha? Lin En was stunned for a moment. Do I have it? You have. Tang Xuehui blinked and counted on her fingers. I remember one time, you were drawing lots at a street stall. You wanted a refrigerator magnet, the worst 5th prize, but you didn't win after many attempts. Finally, the owner got fed up and prepared 2 lots, one for the 5th prize and one for no prize. Then you didn't win 3 times in a row, so the boss gave you the refrigerator magnet. Lin was silent. Jiang Shui suddenly stifled a laugh and said, I see. Then we should have gone in the opposite direction of the path Captain Lin En chose. Lin was embarrassed and speechless. Speak more quietly, is it glorious? Chen Kai pinched his chin and walked to the smooth stone wall. Come to think of it, is it possible that a naturally formed cave would have such smooth stone walls? You can almost see a mirror in them. He touched the smooth stone wall and it felt great. Slippery. Lin En was stunned for a moment. What did you just say? It's smooth, really smooth, like a young girl's skin. Hey! Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at Chen Kai. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui were speechless. There were female comrades present. No, let me say something. Lin En frowned and looked at the stone wall. Smooth stone wall. He raised the earth dragon sword, took a deep breath, and stabbed forward with the sword. Puff. Unlike what one might imagine, this stone wall looked hard, but the earth dragon sword easily penetrated into it. Then, there was a sudden violent shock. Ah! What's going on? An earthquake? Suddenly, the smooth stone wall began to move, twisting left and right, and the surrounding stone walls also began to wriggle. No, this isn't a stone wall. Lin En growled, it's moving. It's a strange beast. Everyone immediately drew their weapons as if they were facing a formidable enemy. The stone wall continued to move, twisting like a revolving door, just like a person turning around with his but facing you, except that this person was made entirely of stone and was frighteningly huge. No. I get it. That's not a stone wall. That's the big butt of a rock giant. Even its butt is so big, you can imagine how huge the body of this rock giant is. Just by moving, the whole cave feels like an earthquake. At this time, Lin narrowed his eyes. He clearly saw that the moment the rock giant stood up, a blue light seemed to flash in front of him. Lin quickly constructed the current scene in his mind. A rock giant that was larger than the entire cave was lying in a prone position. It looked like a person lying down and guarding something. But what is that? While Lin En was still thinking about it, the others had already started attacking the rock giant. Martial God's powerful kick. The round jade legs and black stockings drew a graceful arc in the air and kicked hard on the body of the rock giant. However, the war god's powerful kick, which was always effective, seemed to be ineffective at this moment. It only made the rock giant's body tremble, and could not even make it retreat. But Tang Xuehui felt that she had kicked a thick steel plate. So hard. Back off. Tang Xuehue suddenly heard a rapid shout in her ears. Without thinking, she changed her body shape, using the rock giant's body as the ground and leveraging the force to retreat quickly. Just as Tang Xuehue was retreating, rays of condensed holy fire blasted towards the rock giant. Immediately following, Ash Blast. Lin Ning shouted softly, and the red-gold holy fire suddenly shook violently and then exploded. The violent explosion caused a storm and raised dust and smoke. Is it effective? Chen Kai narrowed his eyes and tried hard to observe the situation in the dust. But the next second, when the dust cleared, everyone was stunned. The rock giant is still unharmed. Chapter 68, Take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Lin Ning said nothing, and accumulated the holy fire in his hand again. This time the holy fire was more condensed and larger in size. Even with Lin Ning's current mental strength, it was quite difficult to condense such a huge amount of holy fire. Jiang Shui swallowed hard. Pay attention to your posture, the explosion is coming. Ash Blast. Lin Ning released the holy fire without reservation, causing the largest explosion yet. However, the rock giant didn't even retreat a single step, let alone get hurt. Everyone who saw the scene gasped. How is it possible? Unscathed. Chen Kai's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. This is too hard, right? Lin Ning's Ash Blast was even banned by Lin En for a time because its power was too great. However, this time, Lin Ning released it without reservation, but still failed to injure the rock giant. Let's go. Lin En took a deep breath and said, we are no match for it. After hearing Lin En's words, everyone immediately agreed and turned around and ran. That rock giant just now, don't you think it's weird? As Chen Kai ran, he recalled the scene just now. We also attacked that rock giant, but the rock giant didn't show any killing intention towards us. Captain Chen, you're right. Why didn't the rock giants attack us? Another member of Chen Kai's team laughed bitterly and said, you're stupid. It's definitely good that it doesn't attack us. Do you really like having such a huge, hard lump chasing us around? Lin Ning sighed, I don't want to fight it at all. Tang Xuehue touched her black stockings to express her agreement. Now Chen Kai shut up completely. Even his two skilled mistresses didn't want to fight him, so he couldn't rush to get beaten. But at this moment, Tang Xuehue cried out in surprise, ah! What's wrong? Lin En, where did he go? Lin Ning suddenly woke up, looked around quickly, and then his face instantly became extremely ugly. There were only 7 people who escaped from the scene. There is indeed no trace of Lin. Could it be that Master has covered our retreat? As expected, Master is worthy of being a master. He's not even afraid of the rock giants. Chen Kai was the first to react and said so. Although I didn't hear this flattering remark, it was like a reassurance at the moment, making everyone feel a little more at ease. Lin En was probably the strongest among them. If he really ran, no one would be able to catch up. He was currently guarding the rear, so he must have the confidence to fight against the rock giant. Just when everyone was thinking this, a figure ran towards them at high speed. You guys are running too slowly. If you keep going like this, the rock giant will catch up with you sooner or later. The person who spoke was Lin En. Tang Xuehue's face lit up with joy. Lin En, are you okay? I'm fine, but if you keep running this slow, you'll be in trouble. Lin En raised his left hand so that everyone could see it clearly. My guess was right. The rock giant is standing there to protect something. Chen Kai's eyes bulged. Master. Master. You said the rock giant stayed there to protect something? Yes. So, what you have in your hand, could it be that thing? Of course you are, otherwise how could that rock giant chase me? Lin En said calmly, at the speed you're running, you'll be crushed into a meat patty by it in less than 5 minutes. Dad, you are really my dad. Chen Kai was in tears. A few people are still alive and are thanking the rock giant for not killing them. It is you who brought the emotion here. Master, can we discuss this kind of thing in the future? I have a weak heart. Lin En smiled and said, you must be joking. The chance of getting the treasure is like finding a needle in a haystack. I was able to get this only because I was fast. As he spoke, he raised the blue crystal in his hand. It was a regular octahedral, translucent crystal stone. At first glance, it looked like a gem, but its texture was extremely pure and translucent. There wasn't even a trace of cutting or polishing on it, as if it was formed naturally. It is beautiful, but beautiful things are often dangerous. For example, now they got the diamond, but the prize was being chased madly in the cave by a rock giant over 30 meters tall. They didn't even need to look back. Just by listening, they could realize how horrible this was. The stone man weighed at least 80 or 90 tons. Every time he stepped on the ground, the entire cave would tremble, and debris would keep falling from above their heads. Monsters of that level are beyond the scope of hunting. This kind of situation may occur in dungeons, but it is rare. They usually exist as guardian beasts of certain items. As long as you don't provoke them, they will ignore you in their entire lives. But once provoked, it will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Lin knew all of this. But as the saying goes, the greater the opportunity, the greater the risk, and conversely, the greater the risk, the greater the opportunity. The strength of that rock giant definitely exceeds any strange beast they have ever encountered. Perhaps only the Yamata no Orochi in the hidden copy can be compared with it, so the problem arises. What is such a powerful beast guarding? Or in other words, how precious must something be to be guarded by such a powerful beast? And now, the answer is in his hands. Heart of Gaia. Quality, mythical. Description, it appears to be a gem, but in fact it is a heart that symbolizes supremacy and divinity. After getting it in his hand, Lin immediately checked its panel description and then came to a conclusion. This thing is an absolute treasure, it was a good bet. Although the price is being chased by the rock giant. Can we really go into the cave? Zhang Yang took a deep breath. The humid air made him feel as uncomfortable as if he were underwater. The entrance to this cave is quite hidden. Those beasts from Zhengzhou won't be able to find us in a short time. Zhou Xiaohua said in a low voice, the top priority right now is to treat Wang Di. Damn those beasts. He entered the cave not only to avoid being hunted by Qin Sanxiang and Shi Yiming, but the more important reason was that he wanted to ask Zhang Shui to treat Wang Di. The amount of treatment he could provide by relying solely on the forest hunters and his team was too limited. He could only barely keep Wang Di alive with all his strength. I wonder how long the spider web can bind them. Zhou Xiaohua felt a little heavy. However, at this moment, several footsteps were heard coming from far away. Master Hua, you run pretty fast. The arrogant and angry voice reached Zhou Xiaohua's ears. Chapter 69, Temple Run begins. Zhou Xiaoqiao turned around instantly, the arrow was already on the string. Zhou Xiaohua had cold sweat on his forehead. He slowly turned his head, his face full of solemnity. Ha 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 ha. Shi Yiming narrowed his eyes and smiled sinisterly, your expression is really funny. You haven't noticed yet, I planted enemy-seeking arrows on Wang Di, right? After hearing Shi Yiming's words, Zhou Xiaohua's expression instantly became extremely ugly. Enemy-seeking arrows are a rare item that consists of a pair of arrows, one for each parent and one for each child. The child arrow is planted on a person's body, and the user can search for the target by holding the parent arrow. I didn't expect Shi Yiming to have such a tool. Damn it, he's really tricked me this time. Zhou Xiaohua searched Wang Di's body and finally found the enemy-seeking arrow embedded in his blood-stained abdomen. It was because of this that Shi Yiming followed them into the cave. Oh shit. Zhou Xiaohua took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. If you surrender obediently, I can spare your lives. Shi Yiming sneered, after all, we don't have any hatred or grudges. Fuck you, how dare you say that? Zhang Yang spat fiercely, you beat Lao Wan like this. That's because he's not strong enough. Shi Yiming shook his head. He deceived us. Isn't it my duty to teach him a lesson? Don't be such a saint. You bastard. Zhang Yang roared, I'm going to fight you. Having said that, he was about to step forward. Zhang Yang. Zhou Xiaohua shouted in a low voice, back off. Oh? Shi Yiming narrowed his eyes. So, you choose to surrender? That's a good choice. You know you can't defeat us in this situation. Theoretically, there is nothing wrong with this statement. After the battle with the Dark Gold Claw Tiger, everyone in Zhou Xiaohua's team was injured to varying degrees, and their combat effectiveness was only retained at most 30%. They definitely cannot defeat the full-strength team of Shi Yiming and Qian Sanxiang. Zhang Yang's eyes widened. Master Hua, I don't want to. What are you thinking? You want to surrender? Unexpectedly, Zhou Xiaohua just smiled lightly and glanced at Zhang Yang. Is this the kind of person I am, Master Hua? Surrender? You must be joking. Shi Yiming was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhou Xiaohua coldly. What do you mean? I mean, prepare to fight. Zhou Xiaohua gestured. Charging forward in battle with your blood boiling and not caring about the consequences is a low-level mistake that even an elementary school student wouldn't make. After seeing Zhou Xiaohua's gesture, Zhang Yang immediately calmed down and stood beside Zhou Xiaoqiao. Zhou Xiaoqiao also began to accumulate strength. Then, Zhou Xiaohua laughed and said, even if you can beat me, I, Master Hua, will bite a piece of flesh off your head. Qian Sanxian sighed, is that so? That's indeed a bit difficult. Just then, something strange happened. Boom! Everyone present was rubbing their hands and preparing to take action when a violent shaking occurred and everyone lost their balance. Some gravel rolled down and almost hit Shi Yiming's head. What's going on? Shi Yiming shook his head and looked above his head in confusion. Does this cave have its own earthquake effect? At this moment, the sounds of several footsteps reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked deeper into the cave. Something is running in the dark cave. What? Shi Yiming was stunned for a moment and saw 8 people running at full speed. There are people in the cave. Could it be a trap set by Zhou Xiaohua? If it's true, it's too stupid. How could there be an ambush like this? No, it seems they are not here to ambush. Qian Sanxiang, standing by, widened his eyes. 2 beautiful women wearing strange stockings. They are from Hongxiang College. They are one of the targets. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yiming felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. It is easy to deal with Zhou Xiaohua, but if Zhou Xiaohua colludes with Hongxiang College, the situation will take a turn for the worse. No, those 5 people seem to be from other colleges. Which college? I've never seen it, but it's probably a fake one. So that is how it is, only those 3 are from Hongxiang College. Shi Yiming smiled immediately, Brother Qian, don't panic. Only those 3 are from Hongxiang. The advantage is mine. Advantage? What the hell? Chen Kai scratched his head and looked around. Hey, Master Hua, you're in the cave too? Dude, don't you even know the atmosphere? Do you think this is a good place for a good chat? Zhou Xiaohua suppressed the urge to complain and was about to speak. Chen Kai continued, well, let's go out and talk. My master provoked a giant Buddha in the cave. I caught up with them right away. After saying that, Chen Kai ran away without looking back. Only Zhou Xiaohua and Shi Yiming were left standing there in confusion. What? What are you mumbling about? You can't tell that we're about to go to war. Why is he so natural? The Zhou siblings looked at each other, and while the people from Zhangzhou College were stunned, they followed Lin En and others out. At this moment, Shi Yiming's curiosity even overcame his desire to achieve his goal. No, that's not right. A professional from Zhangzhou College said in a trembling voice, pointing deep into the cave. Inside, it seems like something is about to burst out. Boom! 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 What was that sound? An explosion? Wrong. A faint light illuminated the entire cave, and a huge figure was moving towards them at a rapid speed. It's the rock giant. What a huge rock giant! A wall running. Shi Yiming now understood why Lin En and the others didn't even stop. If he were being chased by this thing, he wouldn't dare to stop. What are you still standing there for? Run! Brother Lin, what's going on? Zhou Xiaohua carried Wang Di on her back and asked, what's in there? Rock giant. Lin En replied as he ran, at least level 50. What level? Zhou Xiaohua gasped, how did you get involved with this guy? It's a long story, but to make it short, it's all about sauces and fermented rice. After hearing Lin En's words, Zhou Xiaohua's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Brother Lin, you are so brave. Chen Kai asked curiously, Master Hua, why did you come in? You look like you're going to fight me? Zhou Xiaohua's eyes flashed with coldness. Those Zhangzhou beasts took advantage of our team's injuries and wanted to eliminate us directly. Chen Kai was shocked. From Zhangzhou College? Are they crazy? They are just a bunch of lunatics. Zhou Xiaohua took a deep breath and said, while they are being entangled by the rock giant, let's leave quickly. Anyway, we can't leave here. They won't deal with the rock giants, Lin En said bluntly. Anyone who sees a monster of that level will have to run away. Chen Kai chuckled, that's because they're buying us time. We ran away anyway. That would be best. Lin En's expression didn't show any sign of relief. If everything goes well, What's the meaning? Chapter 70, Violent Rock Giant, Hidden Copy. Linen didn't say anything else, which made Shinkai confused, but he soon knew why Linen said that. Boom! A violent explosion sounded, and dust and smoke instantly swept across the cave, filling it. Shinkai instantly fell down, and his face came into close contact with the stone wall. What's going on? Shinkai turned around, his face covered in dust, his eyes immediately widening. The group of professionals from Zhongzhou Academy, who had been slow to react, all flew out of the cave in a very strange posture, their speed even faster than Shinkai's full-speed sprint. Of course, this was definitely not a normal run. This rock giant is too strong. Even if we tie up all the people present, they still won't be a match for it. Shinkai thought so in his heart and subconsciously glanced at the huge rock giant. Its body is made entirely of rock, and the grayish-white rock can actually move like animal skin. At this moment, light began to emerge from the body of this giant. The light shone strangely from the cracks in the rocks, as if the core of the rock giant was glowing. Buzz. In just a moment, when the blue light appeared on the rock giant's body, everyone felt the pressure like a mountain. It seemed as if some terrifying existence was looming in everyone's heart. At this moment, even breathing stopped. What happened? This sentence emerged in everyone's mind, and at the same time, everyone's body seemed to be frozen for a moment. Linen's heart tightened, he also felt this unusual pressure. Generally speaking, the strange beasts guarding treasures will chase out like this, but they will not chase to the ends of the earth. They are more powerful, but they also have certain limitations, that is, geographical limitations. Normally, a rock giant of this level wouldn't appear in an S-level restricted dungeon, but the rock giant was there to protect the heart of Gaia that he had stolen, which gave it power, so its strength was considered excessive for the professionals participating in the dungeon. This kind of excess power is the result of limiting the range of activities. Linen guessed that as long as he left the cave with the heart of Gaia, the rock giant would not chase him out. But just as they were about to reach the cave entrance, the rock giant unexpectedly became even stronger. He slowed down his pace and his hand was already on the hilt of the Earth Dragon sword. Judging from this speed, there's probably no way to escape, so I might as well fight it here. As Linen was thinking this, a figure came flying at high speed from a distance. Brother Lin, Brother Chen. Zhou Xiaohua growled, shaking her legs furiously, what bad luck. First we were ambushed by Zhongzhou College, and now the rock giant. Shinkai closed his mouth and thought to himself that you are so unlucky, probably thanks to my master. But even though the situation is critical right now, could you please keep an eye on my brother? He seems a little bit deathly. Wang Di is still being carried by Zhou Xiaohua, but he has not received treatment yet, and his wounds have started to bleed again. Shinkai was startled. Jiang Shui, is Jiang Shui here? A few people took some time out of their busy schedule to find Jiang Shui and asked her to further treat Wang Di's injuries. Zhou Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. At this moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly cracked. Crack! Zhou Xiaohua was startled, and just as he dodged, he found that not only the place where he had just stood was collapsing, but the entire cave was beginning to collapse. Fuck! They're trying to torture your master Hua to death. The others were also shocked. If this continued, they would all die in there. Linen narrowed his eyes slightly, but at this moment he noticed that the rock giant stopped running, and the light on its body became stronger and stronger. What is it doing? It's activating the formation. Zhou Xiaoqiao seemed to have used up all his strength and shouted this sentence. What? When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Then, boom! The light burst out instantly, followed by a strong shock wave. The scene suddenly became extremely chaotic. The cave collapsed instantly, and everyone was swept by flying rocks. Many professionals were hit in the face by rocks. Fortunately, their physical fitness after changing jobs was completely different from that of ordinary people, otherwise, who knows how many people would have died in such a chaotic scene. Linen wanted to do something, but a red light flashed before his eyes, and then his consciousness disappeared. A long time. Hoo-hoo. Linen felt like his lungs were about to explode. Every breath of air he took was burning and extremely uncomfortable. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a sea of red. Linen frowned slightly, shook his head, and his consciousness was still a little groggy. Before he fell into coma, he saw a red light. He had seen this kind of red light before. It was the red light that teleported the hidden copy. The rock giant's magic circle actually teleported him to a hidden dungeon. They really managed to come up with something big. Lin En smiled bitterly. If he had known that this idea would be so difficult, he should not have coveted the heart of Gaia. The problem is that I am greedy and don't know what the heart of Gaia can be used for. I just know that it is very precious. He looked around and found that he was underground. The red-hot things around him were flowing magma. No wonder the air was so hot. Linen was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was not the only one here. There was a figure unconscious beside him. Perhaps because his attributes were not as good as his, he had not woken up yet. When I got closer, I found that the unconscious person was Zhou Xiaoqiao. Perhaps because of the strong impact, Zhou Xiaoqiao looked very embarrassed. Even the mask fell to the side, exposing his whole face bare. It was a face that was definitely as beautiful as the two flowers in Shengcheng, with fair and smooth skin, and facial features like top-notch works of art created by a master craftsman. Hidden under the mask was a pair of such beautiful and cold faces, which made people wonder why she always wore a mask to cover up this perfect face. No wonder Zhou Xiaocao's skills were rated no less than the two girls. After seeing her beauty, Lin En felt that it was indeed so. Now is not the time to admire beautiful women, Lin En thought. If there is any good news now, it is that the rock giant has disappeared. This was extremely good news, because Lin En couldn't beat it. The bad news was that except for him and Zhou Xiaoqiao, no one else knew whether it was dead or alive. Lin En would not leave Zhou Xiaoqiao here alone. If any strange beast passed by, he would become a sinner. He began to look around. There is magma everywhere, and there are not many places to stand. Most of them are exposed and unconnected red rocks. If you want to move here, you have to jump around like playing checkers. Where is this place? Chapter 71. Do you want to become stronger? Zhou Xiaoqiao woke up. She sat up and saw that none of the familiar people were around. Zhou Xiaoqiao immediately became alert and the ancient-looking bow appeared in her hand. Perhaps because of that impact, we were all separated from each other. Lin En explained, that rock giant might have activated some magic circle and teleported us to the hidden dungeon. After Zhou Xiaoqiao heard about the hidden copy, he was surprised for a moment, and then he began to do almost the same thing as Lin En, observing the surrounding environment. There's lava everywhere here, and there's no path that leads to the right place. We can only explore slowly. The condition for passing the hidden dungeon is also to kill the dungeon boss. We have to find the dungeon boss in this environment and defeat it before we can return. Lin En said slowly, don't forget your things. After saying that, he pointed at Zhou Xiaocao's feet. Zhou Xiaoqiao looked in the direction Lin En pointed, only to find that her mask had fallen to the side. She subconsciously picked up the mask, but suddenly realized that she was not wearing a mask at the moment, and the person she was facing was actually a stranger. That icy face showed a panic expression. It was not until he put on the mask that his eyes relaxed when he looked at Zhou Xiaoqiao. Lin narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment. The eldest daughter of the Zhou family, a genius student at Zhengnan College, is a legendary professional. Could it be that he is a social phobia? That's bad. After all, at this moment, there are only Lin En and Zhou Xiaoqiao in this place. They have to survive in this place and defeat the dungeon boss before they can go back. To be honest, Lin En really didn't have the confidence to rely on himself. I think you're probably unwilling, but now we can only team up temporarily until the two of us can get out of this hidden dungeon. Zhou Xiaoqiao was silent for a while. What about the others? Lin sighed, you better pray that the others aren't in a place like this, or I can only imagine that they've all been teleported into this molten lava. A hint of worry flashed in Zhou Xiaocao's eyes. Perhaps after hearing what Lin En said, she was a little worried about her brother. Of course, there was one thing Lin En didn't say, which was that probably only he and Zhou Xiaoqiao were teleported into the hidden copy, because before his consciousness disappeared, only he had a red light on his body, and no one else had this light. But Lin En didn't understand why Zhou Xiaoqiao was also teleported in. At this moment, the earth suddenly began to tremble, and then the magma began to flow. Lin En frowned, we have to hurry, otherwise we'll end up taking a bath in the lava sooner or later. After saying that, he began to observe the surrounding environment. The impact of the lava flow is that the exposed rock areas where people can stand are becoming scarcer. Lin En thought about it for a moment, then immediately pointed in a direction and said, let's go this way. If you draw the exposed parts of the lava on paper, you can get a star-studded layout, and if you paint the areas where the lava has not passed black one by one, you can easily see the direction of the lava. Lin tiptoed and started moving immediately. But at this moment, a strange beast covered in molten lava suddenly appeared where he was about to fall. The strange beast had 3 heads, dark skin, and was nearly 10 meters long and as tall as a 2-story building. The 3-headed hellhound, an elite beast with fire attributes, can be said to be like a fish in water in this molten environment. Lin En had no choice but to draw out the Earth Dragon Greatsword, thinking to himself, I've been having trouble with my head lately. Why do all the strange beasts I encounter have so many heads? At this moment, an icy arrow flew and instantly pierced through one of the 3-headed dog's heads. The 3-headed hellhound originally intended to attack Lin En, but it didn't expect that the attack from a distance would directly penetrate one of its heads. It immediately began to scream after being attacked, and at the same time, Lin En had already arrived in front of it. Heavy sword slash. Lin En was already very skilled. After pouring his strength into it, the sword began to glow, and with one slash, he cut the 3-headed dog of hell in half. It's really frustrating. Lin En patted the corner of his clothes and frowned slightly. Being spoiled by Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui, Lin En almost forgot the feeling of killing monsters and leveling up himself. Lin En now had to take action against this little monster, and he felt that it was difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Lin En scratched his head in annoyance. The environment was already hot, which made Lin En a little angry. At this moment, he glanced at the somewhat dazed Zhou Xiaoqiao, and his eyes lit up. It seems that it is not impossible to operate it. You should know that Zhou Xiaoqiao's rating is also SSS. If Zhou Xiaoqiao can also be developed into one's own client, wouldn't that be a win-win situation? Zhou Xiaoqiao became stronger, and he could harvest the fruits happily. There is a biggest problem now. Communication seems to be the biggest problem. This girl has social anxiety, what should he do? Zhou Xiaoqiao was born in the Zhou family in Jiangnan. Since she was a child, she has met all kinds of people under the guidance of her housekeeper. Some of them have business cooperation with her family, and some have requests from their family. Perhaps because he had met so many people, Zhou Xiaoqiao had developed the ability to judge people since he was a child. As the saying goes, eyes are the windows to the soul. Through her pupils, she can easily see through the desires in those people's hearts. Some look at her as if they are looking at a rope clinging to a high branch, while others look at her with difficulty hiding the desire in their eyes. Because of this, Zhou Xiaoqiao began to become silent and refused to communicate with outsiders, because she could only feel the malice and desire in them. Even after growing up, Zhou Xiaoqiao realized that these desires and malice were part of human nature, and her long-term upbringing environment made her even more taciturn. Lin En's intuition was correct, Zhou Xiaoqiao was indeed socially anxious. However, Lin En also felt that she was a little wrong. Zhou Xiaoqiao's social phobia was her wariness of strangers. She could feel that there was something wrong with Lin En's eyes when he looked at her, but it was not malicious, on the contrary it was pure. Lin En's strength made Zhou Xiaoqiao very curious about him. Actually, Zhou Xiaoqiao was aiming at the body of the 3-headed hellhound. With the ice attribute attack and the power that had been accumulated to its peak, she should have shot through the 3-headed hellhound with one arrow, but the arrow failed to penetrate the head. Instead, Lin En took the giant sword and killed the 3-headed hellhound with one sword. If Zhou Xiaoqiao remembered correctly, Lin En was not a mythical professional. Then, why did he become so strong? Then, they both spoke at the same time. I said, you. Who are you? Lin En shrugged and said gentlemanly, you go first. Zhou Xiaoqiao. Lin sighed, then I'll go first. Girl, do you want to become stronger? Chapter 72, I want 20, how can you give me 20 million? Zhou Xiaoqiao almost couldn't hold her breath. She knew that Lin En seemed to want to say something to her. After all, her face was seen by the other party. Most men who have seen this face since childhood will only say a few meaningless words. That's why she wore a mask. She didn't want to communicate with others in the first place, and wearing a mask could isolate her from a lot of unnecessary communication. Zhou Xiaoqiao originally thought that Lin En would not care about these things. The two girls next to him were no less beautiful than her, so she let Lin En speak first. She felt that Lin En was not that kind of person. Zhou Xiaoqiao thought about it a lot, but she never expected that Lin En would actually say these words. Lin En is indeed not that kind of person, but the way he said it sounded like a criminal who seduced girls, which was even more terrifying. Zhou Xiaoqiao chewed for a long time before she came to her senses. What did you say? I say, do you desire power? Lin En said with a serious expression. It's so scary, what on earth is this person talking about? Zhou Xiaoqiao just felt that her thoughts were a little confused. Why could Lin En say such a thing? Yes, right? Why? Zhou Xiaoqiao was stunned, and then actually began to think about this question. Craving power? Zhou Xiaoqiao naturally longed for it. Although her family provided her with a more favorable growth environment, it also brought greater pressure. She was placed with high hopes since she was a child because she learned things very quickly and was once regarded as a genius by everyone. After the job change, this expectation became even heavier. The whole Jiangnan knew that the eldest daughter of the Zhou family had become a legendary professional, and more eyes were focused on her. Zhou Xiaoqiao is not a proud person, on the contrary she is very pragmatic, until the moment she saw Lin En. The other party's strength was beyond her imagination. Zhou Xiaoqiao had heard about Lin En and the other two. Hongxiang Academy recruited 3 geniuses from Shengcheng. One of them was a mythical professional, and the other 2 even got full marks in the assessment, which no professional in decades had been able to achieve. Afterwards, Shengcheng was faced with an unprecedented crisis, an SS-level copy, and a copy limited to 1 turn. It is said that the copy alarmed Mr. Chun from Hongxiang College and Mr. Su from Old West Vocational College. And that copy was also conquered by Lin En. Is the other party a legendary professional like himself? Zhou Xiaoqiao thought so at the time, because Lin Ning was the only genius to be crowned as a mythical professional. If Lin En and Tang Xuehui were both mythical professionals, then the rumor would be 3 mythical professionals cleared the SS level dungeon. It is precisely because Lin En is not at the mythical level that Zhou Xiaoqiao finds his strength incredible. We are both legendary professionals, so why is the gap between us so huge? Strength. If she also had Lin En's strength, many problems would be easily solved. The Zhou family is indeed powerful in Jiangnan, but that is ultimately based on strength. Without sufficient strength, no matter how powerful the family background is, it is just a lamb to be slaughtered in the eyes of others. This is the truth Zhou Xiaoqiao realized by herself. She did crave power. For some reason, Zhou Xiaoqiao responded sincerely to Lin En's sincere question. She nodded. That's much easier. Lin En was delighted and continued, to be honest, I'm a tailor. Tailor? Wait, a tailor? After Zhou Xiaoqiao confirmed that she had not heard wrongly, her pupils were filled with astonishment and shock. Tailor? There is no great distinction in life-related occupations. Tailor, why are you so strong? Seeing Zhou Xiaoqiao so shocked, Lin En immediately struck while the iron was hot. Well, I'm sure you must have seen that my creation has great power. Before he could finish his words, Lin En's hands were grabbed. They were a pair of delicate, soft, and slightly cold hands. Zhou Xiaoqiao's breathing was a little rapid, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Lin En was extremely hot. Those who hadn't figured it out were figured out in an instant. Why are Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui so powerful beyond comprehension? It's not because of their profession, but because of Lin's creation. Why is Lin En so powerful? The reason is the same. Everything now makes sense. It turns out that the reason why Lin En and the other 2 are so powerful is such a simple one. Lin, the tailor, has the ability to turn decay into magic. I long for power. Zhou Xiaoqiao said this with some difficulty. After saying this, Lin En was stunned. He didn't expect it to be so smooth. He had originally prepared a lot of words to deceive, no, to seduce Zhou Xiaoqiao, but he didn't expect the other party's attitude to be so straightforward. Lin closed his eyes, called out the career panel, and cut the remaining materials. What color is good? Lin thought about it. Zhou Xiaoqiao had a very neatly cut black hair, which was short and reached her ears. Her mask was black and it was obvious that the material was not cheap. It was embroidered with intricate patterns. She was wearing black armor on her upper body, which seemed to be made of some kind of shell. It should be the equipment dropped by a beetle-like monster. Her proud figure was wrapped tightly. However, even so, you can see that the thin branches are bearing fruit. The lower body is covered in light gray armor, which looks like a suit with the upper body. After thinking about it, Lin En decided to cut out a pair of stockings. After all, he was not that familiar with the other person. If he just cut out a pair of underwear or something, he was afraid that Zhou Xiaoqiao would aim the bow and arrow in his hand at his neck and start shooting rapidly. Light gray stockings, that's it. With a thought, a pair of gray stockings was cut into shape. It looked white, but was actually gray. Its full name in Lin En's previous life should be light gray semi-transparent pantyhose. It was thicker than thin stockings, but you could still see a little bit of flesh. This is the most suitable stocking for an iceberg beauty like Zhou Xiaoqiao. Lin En waved his hand, and immediately a pair of stockings appeared in his hand. What's this? Zhou Xiaoqiao didn't even blink as she watched Lin En's hand produce something that looked like a pair of stockings, but the material was so strange. Could this be Lin's creation? Just as she was about to reach out her hand, she was immediately stopped by Lin En. Ahem. Lin raised her hand and rubbed her fingers together. This thing is definitely not free. Zhou Xiaoqiao was stunned for a moment, then her cheeks turned red. What on earth was she doing? How could she just reach out and snatch something that someone had worked so hard to make? How much? Zhou Xiaoqiao asked. Lin held up 2 fingers. 20 million? Zhou Xiaoqiao immediately pulled out a black and gold card from her personal space. There's 20 million in here. It's an anonymous card with no password. After saying that, Zhou Xiaoqiao placed the card in Lin En's hand, took the stockings, and went to find a deserted place. Only Lin En was left standing there, looking confused. Chapter 73, Why are you standing there? Speak your mind. What the hell? 20 million? Just a small black gold card? Lin had never seen so much money in her life. Indeed, after going through several copies, whether it was materials or equipment, all added up, it could barely reach 10 million. But that's South real estate. Just like when someone says he is a multi-millionaire, the probability is that he has a house and a car worth several million, plus some equity and other things. Saying that you are a multi-millionaire does not mean that you have 10 million in cash. This is also true in this world. Professionals all look glamorous on the surface, but in fact, they are just a shell. Many professionals who fight in dungeons borrow money to buy equipment. Most of them are affiliated with a guild. While carrying out the tasks issued by the guild, they also enter the dungeon to fight hard, because they have to repay the loan every month to offset their high consumption. If you take a professional individually, the total amount of equipment on their body would be hundreds of thousands at the cheapest and millions at the most. Professionals like Lin En, who are worth tens of millions, are considered the best among the best. 20 million? Or cash? Are all dog owners so rich? He raised 2 fingers because he wanted $20. After all, after becoming Lin En's client, all the experience points she gained would be returned to Lin En 100%. Lin En felt that his ancient god-level creation was the bond between him and his clients. This was true for Lin Ning, Tang Xuehui, and even more so for Zhou Xiaoqiao. It turns out this thing can be sold for 20 million. 20 million, how many zeros are there? Lin swallowed subconsciously. Just then, Zhou Xiaoqiao came back. She put on gray stockings, and her long legs became even more seductive. If Zhou Xiaoqiao's charm was previously obscure and restrained under her outfit, then at this moment Zhou Xiaoqiao was like a willow branch dancing freely, blooming and lively. Lin En was very satisfied with his vision. Zhou Xiaoqiao's temperament was most suitable for this color and material. But at this moment, Zhou Xiaoqiao raised his bow, and an unusual cyclone condensed above the bow and arrow. Under Zhou Xiaoqiao's control, the cyclone became even bigger as time went by, until it caused a series of storms. Swish! The arrow leaves the bowstring, like a disappearing shadow. The huge cyclone disturbed the air in the entire space. The arrow seemed to have turned into a huge eye of the storm, leaving devastation wherever it went. Even the hard rocks and magma were cut off in large pieces. Lin thought about it. The stockings I just made. Product of the ancient god-level tailor light gray stockings. Leg clothing, grants skill, divine amplification. Divine amplification, passive skill that greatly increases the damage dealt after charging. The higher the customer rating, the greater the increase. Only an ancient god could create an object of such beauty and power. It is a perfect work of art. It seems that Zhou Xiaoqiao has charging skills? No wonder, she is an archer, and the action of drawing the bow and arrow requires charging. This divine amplification feature is perfectly compatible with Zhou Xiaoqiao. Lin En was very satisfied. After all, the stronger Zhou Xiaoqiao was, the more experience he would gain. And Zhou Xiaoqiao. After she tried the enhancement that the stockings brought her, she completely collapsed. 5 times. Zhou Xiaoqiao didn't even use the full version of Charged Sniper. It was just the simplest act of drawing the bow and putting the arrow on. 1 second of charging the arrow should have brought a 20% increase in power, but she felt that the increase in power for this arrow was 100%. So, what about 5 seconds? Zhou Xiaoqiao took a deep breath and placed her fingertips on the bowstring. Draw the bow. An arrow of wind element condensed in an instant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Without even counting the time silently, Zhou Xiaoqiao knew that he had reached the limit of charged sniper shot at this moment, and the wind arrow had begun to stir up the surrounding air to form a storm. Whoosh! Boom! This arrow is even more powerful. 10 times. Zhou Xiaoqiao didn't even realize that her whole body was trembling. She fully understood what this blow meant. The elemental archer's greatest advantage is its strong adaptability to elements. It can cause the most suitable elemental damage at any time. This is why the elemental archer is a team panacea and can deal with any situation. But at the same time, the elemental archer is slightly lacking in firepower. Even if the elemental archer's first skill is charged sniper shot, it is only icing on the cake, not a timely help. This is the case for most professionals. What you gain, you lose. Just like Lin, he lost his worries after obtaining the profession of ancient god-level tailor. But after the appearance of divine amplification, Zhou Xiaocao's firepower increased instantly, and she no longer had to worry about the arrow failing to penetrate the body of the dark gold claw tiger. The importance of this is self-evident. Zhou Xiaocao's breathing was a little rapid, and her chest was heaving. It was not until this moment that she understood why Lin Nen was so powerful, and why Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui were so powerful. With Lin Nen's creation, you can indeed gain such powerful power. She was so excited that she completely forgot that the person in front of her was not someone she knew, but someone of the same age as her, and of the opposite sex. She held Lin Nen's hand tightly. Lin Nen? Say something. You should give a speech to express your gratitude for the award, right? Why are you looking at me like that? I only sell my art, not my body. After holding it in for a long time, Zhou Xiaoqiao finally said a word. Thanks. Ah, does it take such a big fuss to say thank you? This was difficult for Zhou Xiaoqiao. Although she was not born with social anxiety, she was habitually socially anxious. She could not say a few words to Lin Nen, who was a stranger to her. She had already done her best to squeeze out a word of thanks. Lin Nen thought for a moment and said, "No need to thank me. We've settled the bill, and this is what you deserve. After all, you are so rich." However, after listening to Lin Nen's words, Zhou Xiaoqiao shook his head. She knew very well that the price of this dress was far more than 20 million. It can be said that it was a piece of equipment that directly changed Zhou Xiaocao's career. This is something that 20 million can never achieve. In the Zhou family in Jiangnan, what type of equipment has Zhou Xiaoqiao not seen? But she had never seen this creation of Lin Nen before. Even the equipment of those top professionals is probably not this powerful. Zhou Xiaoqiao suddenly felt that Lin Nen was the person she must fight for. If this kind of top talent could stay in the Zhou family. Just when Zhou Xiaoqiao had this thought, Lin Nen's next words made her freeze. Your equipment can be further strengthened. Chapter 74, Surrounded. What? Zhou Xiaoqiao was so stunned that for a moment she even thought she had misheard. Such powerful equipment can become even stronger? What a joke! This is already too strong. Lin Nen smiled faintly and said, "Of course, my professional skills can definitely do that, make it stronger." How much does it cost? Zhou Xiaocao's face was full of anticipation. Unexpectedly, Lin Nen was in a dilemma. Well, it's hard to say. I'm fine with any amount of money. Zhou Xiaoqiao said seriously. Lin shook her head. It has nothing to do with money. It has nothing to do with money? What does that have to do with anything? Zhou Xiaoqiao thought of the two women beside Lin Nen and suddenly felt a little frightened. Could it be related to someone? Lin Nen didn't notice Zhou Xiaocao's words, but said to himself, "You can see that my creation is very powerful. Of course, I can make it even more powerful, but you are from Jiangnan College and the Zhou family after all." Lin Nen decided to start the tricking mode, and first he had to trick this girl. As expected, Zhou Xiaoqiao showed a confused expression. Lin Nen cleared his throat and said seriously, "Of course I can help you strengthen it, but you and I don't belong to the same academy after all. If you use my creation against me, I would be shooting myself in the foot." Zhou Xiaoqiao frowned slightly. This was indeed a problem. Lin Nen's creations were too special, and the people who possessed these creations really had the ability to deal with Lin Nen. So what are you going to do? Lin smiled. Well, the fact that he could ask this question meant that he was already lame. No, it was Zhou Xiaoqiao who was considering the problem from his perspective. Lin Nen pretended to think, then said, "I can indeed strengthen it for you, and even continue to provide you with other equipment, but I have a condition." First, you can't tell anyone my secret. Second, if I want to form a professional team, you have to join. Third, that's not necessary. Zhou Xiaocao's voice was soft, but her tone was very cold. I agree. Ha! Now it was Lin's turn to be dumbfounded. He hadn't even mentioned the third point yet, so why did Zhou Xiaocao agree to go? Zhou Xiaocao looked directly into Lin En's eyes and said seriously, I understand what you mean. You possess a very powerful talent that can make others stronger, but this talent must be kept secret. Once it is leaked, it will bring disaster upon you. Not only will others be jealous, but those whom we consider enemies will also regard you as a thorn in their side, so you are trying your best to win them over, such as me and those two girls. When saying these words, Zhou Xiaocao did not hesitate at all. Not only did he speak fluently, he also pointed out sharply what Lin En was really worried about. I agree. Zhou Xiaocao paused. With this level of ability, I can be your bodyguard. It doesn't seem to be what I meant, but it's basically the same. Zhou Xiaocao placed her left hand on her chest, bent her knee slightly, and made a gorgeous and elegant gesture. From now on, you are not only a guest of honor in the Zhou family, but also the one I, Zhou Xiaocao, protect. At the same time, I will keep your secret confidential. As she spoke, she took out a parchment scroll from her personal space. This is the Covenant Scroll. Write down your terms and I will make them effective immediately. Lin En was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zhou Xiaocao to take out such a thing. He glanced at it and found it was blank at the top, with the consequences and price of violating the covenant written in detail below. Covenant Scroll. Quality, Legendary. Effect, write down the treaty that both parties must abide by on this scroll and sign it, using blood as a bond. If one party violates the treaty, the other party will immediately know and instantly gain full control of the violator's body. This covenant scroll is really powerful. The price of breaking the covenant is to have full control over the body of the traitor. This means that once one party breaks the covenant, the other party will know it instantly and can even force the traitor to commit suicide on the spot. And it is a legendary item. Lin En was once again shocked by Zhou Xiaocao's wealth. Before this, the richest woman he had met was Tang Xuehui. However, compared with Zhou Xiaocao, Tang Xuehui only had a little money at most. Don't worry. Although the Covenant Scroll is only a legendary item, even mythical items cannot break its effect. It has the highest priority lock authority. Although, it's just legendary? Lin En knew every word in it, but he had no idea how they were put together. The contract comes into effect. Lin En immediately upgraded Zhou Xiaocao's equipment. Professional skills, empowered by divine objects, activated. Ancient God-level tailor product light gray stockings bound. Leg clothing, grants skills, divine amplification, shadow strike. Divine amplification, passive skill that greatly increases the damage dealt after charging. The higher the customer rating, the greater the increase. Shadow strike, inactive skill. Once activated, it hides your figure, reduces your presence, and significantly increases your movement speed. However, you cannot attack during this period. Once you attack, Shadow Strike will be instantly deactivated. The higher the customer rating, the longer it can last. Only an ancient god could create an object of such beauty and power. It is a perfect work of art. The enhanced light gray stockings have given Zhou Xiaocao a very powerful skill. The shadow attack skill is simply the best kept secret skill for archers. Seeing that Lin En could really strengthen his equipment again on the spot, Zhou Xiaocao was deeply shocked. At the same time, she was more convinced that her determination and decisiveness were right. Lin En was definitely a genius that only appears once in a century. If possible, she must grasp it firmly. Suddenly, while the two were chatting, a sharp sword emerged from the lava. Swish! Lin En and Zhou Xiaocao retreated at the same time to avoid the attack. Turning around, they saw a huge and extremely ugly monster with lava flowing all over its body appear in front of them. Oh no, it's the Lava Sword Rhino. Lin En frowned. Lava Sword Rhino is epic, and its biggest feature is that it is invincible. Countless magmas will become its nutrients. As long as it has magma, it can be said that the Lava Sword Rhinoceros is an immortal existence. However, before the two could respond, the magma began to wriggle again. Then, one end, two ends. A total of 7 Lava Sword Rhinos came out, with magma flowing in their huge bodies, and their huge beast eyes stared at the two of them. In an instant, the two were surrounded by a herd of rhinos. As the heatwave swept in, Lin En and Zhou Xiaocao's expressions became extremely solemn. Chapter 75, Zhou Xiaocao's transformation reaches the second level. This lava sword rhinoceros is not like any other beast. Each one is extremely huge. Where the rhinoceros horns should be is now a sword-shaped object that can be controlled to attack them. But soon Lin En and Zhou Xiaocao were stunned. Not only did the 8 lava sword rhinos not attack Lin En and Zhou Xiaocao, they even squeezed together, and their huge bodies began to collide constantly. The two looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. Then, an even more shocking scene appeared. The bodies of this group of lava sword rhinos actually began to merge. Countless lava flowed from the body of the strange beast, blending with each other, like waves made of flesh and blood. Then there were waves of shaking, and the flesh and blood were recast into a giant humanoid beast with 8 swords in its hands. At this moment, an ice arrow instantly shot in front of it. It's Zhou Xiaocao's attack. She believed in trying her best and attacked the lava monster first. Then, the lava beast raised its sword to cut off the ice arrow, and its pair of orange-yellow eyes made of magma looked at Lin En and the others. Lin En held the Earth Dragon's sword in his hand, while Zhou Xiaocao beside him took a step forward. I can fix it. Lin En was stunned for a moment, then saw Zhou Xiaocao slightly turn sideways, her bright eyes flickering. Let me try. Lin put away his heavy sword. Zhou Xiaocao took a deep breath, shadow attack. In an instant, her figure disappeared from Lin's gaze. At the same time, it also disappeared in front of the lava monster. The lava monster was stunned for a moment, then turned its gaze to Lin En again. A woman is missing, but that doesn't stop its desire to kill. Lin En watched the scene leisurely without any anxiety. Since Zhou Xiaocao said to leave it to her and trust her, Lin En believed her. Suddenly, a wind arrow came straight over and instantly pierced through one of the arms of the lava monster. But that direction is behind it. Zhou Xiaocao used shadow attack to avoid the huge body of the lava beast, found an exposed rock, and then used the most powerful wind arrow to attack, achieving the effect with one arrow. Roar! The lava beast roared angrily. It was directly enraged by Zhou Xiaocao's attack, so it melted the 8 swords in its hands into a sword that was big enough to match its huge body, and slashed at Zhou Xiaocao with one sword. Zhou Xiaocao's face was calm and he hit his figure instantly. Shadow attack, launched again. Boom! The rock was smashed to pieces, but it missed its target, and the lava monster was furious. It began to swing its sword blindly, and the scene suddenly became chaotic, with molten lava and falling rocks splashing from time to time. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaocao appeared again. This arrow was faster, and the ice attribute arrow carried an extremely cold airflow and shot towards the lava beast. But the lava beast also reacted, roaring madly and splitting the extremely cold arrow with a sword. Then, it opened its mouth, and the molten magma kept rolling and splashing towards where Zhou Xiaocao was. This attack was quite cunning. Judging from its actions, it was already enraged, but it still had such a calm reaction, which was completely different from its violent actions. It was waiting for the moment Zhou Xiaocao launched an attack before counterattacking, and it actually succeeded. Zhou Xiaocao was deliberately plotted against this time. Just as Lin En was thinking this, Zhou Xiaocao just raised his head slightly. The figure disappeared again. She actually realized the lava beast's fate and reacted even faster. No, she was prepared. Zhou Xiaocao was waiting for this opportunity, otherwise she would not have used shadow attack so quickly. Lin was stunned for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Zhou Xiaocao's combat quotient is really high. Even he thought that Zhou Xiaocao was going to suffer a great loss this time. Zhou Xiaocao reappeared and appeared above the head of the lava monster. Her legs in gray stockings were wrapped around an inverted rock pillar, and she was pulling a bow and arrow in her hand. But the difference is that this time Zhou Xiaocao did not book a room immediately. Charge sniper shot. Once the accumulation of power begins, the murderous intent rises instantly. Zhou Xiaocao took a deep breath. 5 seconds of charging, wind attribute arrow. Whoosh! This arrow was so fast that Lin En couldn't even catch its trajectory. The lava monster's head was shot through in an instant. It raised its giant sword and instinctively wanted to block the attack, but the speed of the attack was obviously beyond its comprehension. The ultimate attack. This is Xiaocao's strongest attack with the skill blessing next week. Afterwards, Zhou Xiaocao drew his bow and arrow again. After 5 seconds of charging, water attribute arrows flew out and hit the huge body of the lava beast. The moment the water came into contact with the lava, a large amount of water vapor gushed out. The lava monster was hit on the head by Zhou Xiaocao's attack. Although it did not die immediately, its defeat was already inevitable. Zhou Xiaocao's breathing was rapid and her shoulders were shaking slightly, indicating that she was obviously not as calm as she looked. I did it, she murmured. Without Lin En's equipment, Zhou Xiaocao would never be able to do it. Even if she reached level 25 and transformed herself into a second level, she would definitely not be able to reach this level of strength. And all of this was brought to her by Lin. Transformation. On the other side, Lin En didn't notice the look Zhou Xiaocao was giving him. He is focused on his career panel. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gained 199,000 shared experience points from Zhou Xiaocao for killing the lava monster. Level up. Finally upgraded to a higher level. Lin En's heart moved, and he immediately called out the career panel. At this moment, his career panel has become like this. Personal panel, Lin En. Occupation, tailor. Grade, ancient god level. Strength, 1738. Spirit, 1738. Health, 1738. Agility, 1738. Allocable attribute points, 0. Level, 25. Professional skills, clothing making. You can create any clothing item, and each item will be given a corresponding ability. The higher the customer's overall score in appearance, figure, and temperament, the stronger the clothing ability effect. Professional talent, aesthetic eyes. You have a pair of eyes that can discover beauty and can see the comprehensive ratings of customers. Professional passive, material return. When a customer wears the clothing you crafted and kills any creature, they will receive creature materials for their next craft. The higher the customer rating, the more they will receive. Professional passive, mutual improvement. When customers wear the clothing you crafted, they will receive experience points when they kill any creature. Use this to level up, and after leveling up, they will gain a large number of attribute points. The higher the customer's rating, the more experience points they will receive. Occupational skills, divine object empowerment. You have the ability to strengthen your creations again. After using this skill, the creation will have a binding feature with a cooldown of 1 day. Then, there are the new skills obtained through the second transformation. Chapter 76 Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning. Professional skills, high-quality customers. Active skill. You can upgrade customers with bound equipment to premium customers. Once a customer is upgraded to a premium customer, they can accumulate promotion points while wearing bound equipment, with a chance to receive a rank promotion. Lin En widened his eyes and subconsciously took a breath. This second level skill is really too amazing. Simply put, Lin can upgrade the customers who wear his clothes again. Those who upgrade to high-quality customers have a chance to improve their professional level. Tang Xuehui is of the epic, Ice bloodline. After being promoted to a high-quality customer, she may reach the level of myth or even legend. The same goes for Zhou Xiaocao and Lin Ning. It is already the highest grade mythical, Seraphim. Can it still be upgraded in grade? Could it be that above the mythical level is the ancient god level? There was nothing wrong with Lin En's idea. After all, apart from the regular professional grades, Lin En had only seen the ancient god level. Professional passive, joint improvement, activation. Gain 58,000 shared experience points from Tang Xuehui for killing the vampire mosquito. Gained 57272 shared experience points from Lin Ning for killing the vampire mosquito. Lin En was stunned for a moment. Were Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning teleported together? At the same time. The other side. Withered and corrupt. This was a cemetery without any sunlight at all. The surroundings were in a state of disrepair. Some rotten and decomposed maggots were even wriggling around with a green glow. It was obvious that they were not good things. Tang Xuehui's face was as gloomy as she looked at the huge red mosquito in front of her. It had 4 wings on its back, and its entire body was bright red. Its huge mouthparts were as thick and long as its forearm, but at this moment its body was sunken, blood plasma was oozing out, and it was deader than dead. Without a moment's hesitation, she lightly stepped forward and immediately headed in one direction. At this moment, a holy fire appeared in front of Tang Xuehui. Call! Tang Xuehui stopped in her tracks and turned her head. Don't look at me like that. Lin Ning said calmly, I'm just trying to stop you. Tang Xuehui was silent for a while. Why? Where are you going? Lin Ning asked calmly, that way? Of course, we're going to find the boss of this hidden dungeon. Tang Xuehui frowned, don't get in my way. When did I ever say I was bothering you? Lin Ning sighed, what I meant was, calm down first. I'm calm, so are you done? Tang Xuehui's voice was hurried. Although she tried her best to keep her voice calm, Lin Ning keenly caught the anxiety and boredom in it. Lin Ning raised his hands. Okay, you're calm. I understand. Do you know where the boss of this instance is? After hearing this, Tang Xuehui remained silent. Obviously, you don't know where the dungeon boss is either. Lin Ning continued, then you can't just wander around the dungeon like a headless chicken. The most efficient approach is for you and I to search in two directions. Tang Xuehui finally couldn't help herself, and now you're not only following me, you're also hindering me. You're anxious, aren't you? Lin Ning looked directly into Tang Xuehui's eyes, ignoring her doubts and saying to himself, you're anxious to find Lin En. Tang Xuehui pursed her lips. Although she didn't answer, the answer was obvious. Lin En, I will naturally go look for him, but I won't be like you, running around like a headless chicken. Tang Xuehui said solemnly, I only know that doing something is better than not doing it at all. The sooner we find the dungeon boss, the sooner we can go find Lin En. Lin Ning looked directly into Tang Xuehui's eyes and suddenly said, Tang Xuehui, you like Lin En? Tang Xuehui's face instantly showed a panic expression, her eyes began to dart around, and she began to mutter, Lin Ning, what nonsense are you talking about? Of course we have to go find Lin En now. He's a life-oriented professional. What if he gets into danger? You're still here talking about love. Besides, I don't like him. Lin Ning looked at Tang Xuehui and was speechless for a moment. The whole world knows that you like Lin En, but you are the only one who doesn't know your feelings? You are too. Lin Ning suppressed the urge to complain and grabbed Tang Xuehui's shoulders. Listen, Tang Xuehui, I care about Lin En too, and I want to stay by his side to protect him, but that doesn't mean we should panic at a moment like this. Lin En is very strong and has enough self-protection capabilities. Our top priority right now is to conquer this dungeon. Do you understand? After Tang Xuehui listened carefully to Lin Ning's words, the anxiety between her brows eased a little. It seems that this silly girl can still understand what people say. Lin Ning raised the corners of his mouth slightly, suppressing a smile and saying, you are so eager to get rid of me, I can only understand that you are afraid that I will snatch Lin En away, and you want to keep her all to yourself. I didn't. Tang Xuehui exclaimed, you're slandering me. You're slandering me. Nonsense, of course it's slander. Even if two people act separately, they will eventually break into the same place after cracking the copy. Lin Ning said this purely to tease Tang Xuehui. When they were in Shengcheng No. 1 middle school, Lin Ning didn't particularly like Tang Xuehui. They are all jokes, but Lin Ning has to maintain her elegance at all times and put on a smiling face for everyone. This is what a perfect school beauty is like. She greets everyone with a smile and at the same time pays attention to keeping a distance. Even those confessions, she would take them seriously and reject them seriously, without leaving any loopholes. In this way, a perfect school beauty with both good character and good academic performance was successfully created. But Tang Xuehui is not like that. She always hangs around her childhood sweetheart, and whenever someone confesses their love to her, she always rejects them on the spot without mercy. This also makes Tang Xuehui's reputation lower than Lin Ning's. This is probably how people's hearts are. Even though both of them are good-looking, Lin Ning has the temperament of a so-called school belle and is approachable enough, so Lin Ning is the No. 1 school belle of Shengcheng No. 1 middle school. But for some reason, Lin Ning envied Tang Xuehui, who could do whatever she wanted and like whoever she wanted. The education she received since childhood did not allow her to have such feelings. Everything she did was to climb to the highest point in her profession. That's why Lin Ning served Lin En as her master without any hesitation, because she knew that Lin En had such ability. But suddenly, Lin Ning began to envy Tang Xuehui. I really envy you. Chapter 77, Encounter, a professional from Zhongzhou. What? Tang Xuehui didn't hear clearly for a moment. Nothing. Lin Ning straightened his face, let's go and find the dungeon boss. At this moment, several footsteps suddenly sounded. The two women turned their heads at the same time and saw several people rushing towards them. Lin Ning frowned slightly. She recognized who the visitor was. The bad news was that they were from the same copy as Zhongzhou College. You also entered this hidden copy? Xian Sanxiang looked the two women up and down, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. We really are destined to be together. Who is destined to be with you? Tang Xuehui frowned slightly. Don't be so angry, Huangxiang's top student. Xian Sanxiang said calmly, we're all wanderers in the world, and our goal is the same as yours. We're getting out of this dungeon, so why don't we all be more rational? Who is irrational? Tang Xuehui had not forgotten that the people from Zhengzhou College in front of her had vowed to get rid of them, and it was they who injured the people from Jiangnan College. Just then, Lin Ning spoke. We have no intention of forming an alliance with you. Everyone will rely on their own abilities. Whoever kills the dungeon boss will take the prize. We will all go our separate ways. After hearing Lin Ning's words, Xian Sanxiang still narrowed his eyes and spoke in a neutral voice. Oh, what a pity! I wanted to be your flower protector. At the same time, he winked at the team members behind him. This dungeon is so dangerous, it's better for everyone to proceed together, don't you think? Tang Xuehui's heart tightened. Are these people really going to take action? Call. The sacred fire burst out instantly. Lin Ning, who had been silent all the time, moved. She walked up to Tang Xuehui and smiled, you're right. Trapped in a hidden dungeon, everyone separated from their team. It's natural to stick together when you encounter professionals. Well, that's a nice way to put it. If you could put away your malice, I would even believe it. Xian Sanxiang raised his eyes slightly, malice? I don't have any ill intentions. Oh, no harm done, you winked at your team members to surround the two of us? I have no ill intentions, why do you have such a strong murderous aura? The warm smile on Lin Ning's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a contemptuous sneer. Have you become stupid from eating so much, or have you regressed to the level of an ape? Xian Sanxiang didn't expect that Lin Ning, who had been silent all this time, actually had such a strong attack power. He widened his eyes, raised his hand, and pointed at Lin Ning, you. What do you mean by you? You're allowed to act all pretentious here, but I'm not allowed to expose your true Tang dynasty roots? Lin Ning said calmly, it's hard to imagine how stupid someone would have to be to say something like that. Generally speaking, if someone thinks others are stupid, their own IQ isn't that high. Damn, what a poisonous mouth. Even the professionals from Zhengzhou College felt a pang in their hearts. One can imagine how Qian Sanxiang felt when he was scolded in person. Even Tang Xuehui widened her bright eyes. She had never seen Lin Ning show such a side of her before. Xian Sanxiang just habitually said a few meaningless words when surrounding the prey. He really didn't expect that Lin Ning looked so holy and elegant, and her little mouth looked like it was filled with poison. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I wouldn't have said those two sentences. Xian Sanxiang snorted coldly, no longer pretending, his expression instantly becoming sinister, surround them. Afterwards, Xian Sanxiang was about to realize that he had really said those words in vain. Holy coming! Lin Ning was too lazy to use the highest power. Just one holy presence raised her holy fire to a higher level. The red gold flames swept across the entire venue and actually surrounded Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning. Those professionals who wanted to rush forward were forced back by the high temperature before they even got close to the holy fire. Xian Sanxiang snorted coldly, fire attribute, you are really unlucky. He clapped his hands, and a column of water appeared out of thin air, then slammed heavily onto the wall of fire formed by the holy fire. However, what Xian Sanxiang did not notice was that when the water column came into contact with the wall of fire, a look of pity appeared on Lin Ning's face. Boom! A large amount of water vapor rose up, and the temperature of the entire area seemed to rise instantly. At the same time, everyone's vision became blurred. What's going on? Don't worry. Wait until the steam clears and that bitch's wall of fire is broken. Xian Sanxiang sneered repeatedly, siege. He decided that after taking down the two women, he would personally tear Lin Ning's mouth apart. The next second, a strong wind blew up. Those professionals bared their fangs and the weapons in their hands shone brightly. The firewall has been broken, and those two top students from Hongxiang are lambs to be slaughtered. They all walked into the wall of fire. The next second, everyone was stunned. Hey, where are the people? Where did you go? Could it be that he escaped while the mist was thick? There was no sign of Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning in the wall of fire. Xian Sanxiang frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Something is wrong. Seraphim is a holy attribute profession? This is the holy fire. How could a wall of fire constructed by the holy fire be broken through so easily by a water column? Qian Sanxian was shocked and realized that something was wrong. Just when he was about to call his teammates to immediately attack the two women, a flame as thin as a hair suddenly stuck to his neck. The terrifying temperature instantly burned his neck and gave off a meaty smell. The water vapor dissipated. The person standing in front of Qian Sanxian was Lin Ning. Wait. From childhood to adulthood, Qian Sanxian swore that he had never been so scared, because he had never been so close to death. He had no doubt that if he was just half a beat slower, the thin thread made of holy fire would be cut without hesitation. By then, his life will be in danger. In an instant, Qian Sanxian's back was soaked with cold sweat. Let's talk it over. Qian Sanxian immediately raised his hands and smiled apologetically. We are all professionals from Xia country. He was about to say something when he saw a half smile on Lin Ning's beautiful face. If you say one more word, Lin Ning will probably take action. Qian Sanxian swallowed his saliva, closed his eyes, and made up his mind. Tell me, what do I have to do in order for you to let me go? It's very simple. Lin Ning smiled sweetly. If you don't have the ability to fight back at all, I'll let you go. As soon as he finished speaking, the professionals in Zhengzhou widened their eyes. What did you say? You just got lucky, and it really made you crazy. If you dare to touch Captain Qian, you won't be able to leave this dungeon alive. Chapter 78 Weird. Who gave you the order? Lin Ning sighed. Look, your team members said so. Qian Sanxian swallowed hard and immediately shouted angrily, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and put away your weapons. Don't you even listen to me, the captain? Before those Zhengzhou professionals could say anything, Lin Ning tilted his head. Why should they listen to you? Clam? Lin Ning raised a hand and counted on his fingers. If they don't listen to you, the worst that can happen is that you die, and they can still encircle and attack me. If they listen to you, they will also become lambs to be slaughtered. In other words, you can make them sacrifice their lives to accompany you to death with just one word? Captain Qian is so majestic. This woman. Qian Sanxian's eyes widened, realizing that Lin Ning's words were really poisonous. His heart was also poisonous. As early as the moment she threatened herself, she had already imagined the scene that would appear at this moment. Ah, bastard. Lin Ning. Just then, Tang Xuehui suddenly spoke. If she hadn't spoken, everyone present would have almost forgotten about Tang Xuehui. There was no way. After all, they besieged Lin Ning, and Lin Ning used some unknown means to break the encirclement and instantly took Qian Sanxian's life in no more than 2 minutes. At this moment, Tang Xuehui looked at Lin Ning and said angrily, have you had enough fun? We are in a hurry. Play? Silence, deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened. They were fighting to the death here, and this woman actually said they were playing. What a joke. Is she still naive enough to think that this is just an exchange between colleges? Unexpectedly, Lin Ning smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I've seen this kind of plot too many times in novels, and I've always wanted to complain about it. Lin Ning's tone was extremely relaxed. Don't you think they're hilarious? They haven't even figured out the strength of our respective sides, yet they brazenly want to eliminate us. Even with their lives at stake, the first thing they say is a threat, not a plea for mercy. It's like a program that has been programmed and is about to execute commands. She glanced at Qian Sanxian and said, or are these people just simple-minded idiots with underdeveloped limbs? This bastard woman. Qian Sanxian was angry but dared not speak out. Tang Xuehui lowered her eyes. It's up to you. I don't care. I just don't want to waste time. Lin Ning sighed, it will be soon, Sister Tang, don't worry. She waved her hand, and the shackles formed by the holy fire began to move towards Lin Ning. Qian Sanxian almost didn't react and staggered towards Lin Ning. After all, if he was half a step slower, his head would be gone. I ask, you answer, understand? Lin Ning's voice was cold, and Qian Sanxian nodded desperately. Is your behavior required by the academy, or is it your own initiative? Qian Sanxian half lowered his head and said, someone asked for it. The academy no, wait. Lin Ning suddenly frowned, tell me clearly, who asked for this? Teacher, Qian Sanxian said honestly, he provided us with a list of outstanding professionals from Jiangnan College and Hongshan College this year, and asked us to work together to eliminate the professionals on the list. This way, Zhengzhou College can rank among the top. However, this answer did not seem to satisfy Lin Ning. Teacher? Which teacher? To most people, this statement seemed like nonsense. Who else could it be? The teachers at Zhongzhou College. Could there be any other teachers from other colleges that would make them? Qian Sanxiang was suddenly stunned. Yes, yes. He opened his mouth but couldn't continue speaking. Lin Ning's eyes suddenly widened, staring straight at Qian Sanxiang's face, and asked sternly, which teacher? Is it Zhongzhou's teacher? No. Qian Sanxiang shook his head instinctively. If he's not a teacher from Zhongzhou College, then who is he? I. Qian Sanxiang's expression suddenly became confused. I don't know. He frowned. I forgot. Lin Ning sneered, have you forgotten? Killing professionals is such a serious violation of the law. How could you forget the teacher who issued the order? Now, even Tang Xuehui realized that something was wrong. You know, in Xia country, professionals are strictly prohibited from harming each other's lives, and there is no doubt that Zhongzhou College's actions have seriously violated the laws of Xia country. A professional from Zhongzhou College was carrying out such an important order, and the person who initiated the order was not actually a teacher from Zhongzhou College? What a joke! This is as ridiculous as referring to the opinions of a stray dog on the street when filling out your college entrance examination application form, which will determine your life. Lin Ning instantly untied the holy fire shackles on Qian Sanxiang's neck. Qian Sanxiang was a little confused, but he quickly retreated and shouted, catch her for me. In an instant, Qian Sanxiang's team. No, there were probably members of Shi Yinming's team among them. In short, the professionals in Zhongzhou picked up their weapons and rushed towards Lin Ning. Lin Ning's expression was extremely calm, and the snake-slaying sword appeared in his hand in an instant. Clang! The light of the snake-slaying sword flashed through the air, and then a crisp sound echoed throughout the entire copy. Crack! The fastest professionals who rushed to Lin Ning and were ready to attack saw a flash of light in front of their eyes. When they wanted to attack, they found that their hands became lighter. The weapon was cut in half. Lin Ning's expression was indifferent. Haven't you realized the difference in strength yet? After a while, he murmured again, is it really hypnosis? When Shenglin was activated, Lin Ning's waterfall-like black hair instantly turned red gold, and his pupils were the same color. Fiery judgment. A huge fireball formed in the blink of an eye, followed by an explosion. A strong and scorching storm swept through, and all the professionals were blown back. Tang Xuehui watched from the sidelines, frowning slightly. What a waste of time. It's really a waste of time. Lin Ning activated the Holy Presence state in order to strengthen the Holy Fire. She then used Ash Blast, but the strengthened Holy Fire was not used to explode. Instead, it formed a protective film in front of the group of professionals rushing over, protecting them from being killed on the spot by the violent explosion caused by the Ash Blast. This whole process seemed like Lin Ning was trying to intimidate this group of people. Thinking of this, Tang Xuehui suddenly blinked. It seems that this is what Lin Ning thought? Do you understand? The chasm of power between us. Lin Ning turned his head, and his slender white hands grasped the hilt of the snake-slaying sword, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at Qian Sanxiang, still with a half-smile on his face. She remembered a line from a comic she had read. If this doesn't wake you up, it means you're destined to suffer this misfortune. Chapter 79 I want to kill you. In an instant, all the professionals became obedient. They had no doubt that if Lin Ning had any murderous intention, what would be lying on the ground now would not be half of a weapon, but their heads. They had no doubts at all. It turns out that this woman had used the holy fire to fight against them just to tease them? If she had drawn the sword earlier, they wouldn't have had the illusion that they could defeat her. Not that stupid yet. Lin Ning looked around, and after seeing the expressions on the faces of these professionals, he began to understand a little. She turned her head, glanced at Qian Sanxiang, and said calmly, how is it, have you figured it out? Qian Sanxiang's face was pale, with beads of sweat oozing and dripping from his forehead. His eyes were dull and he kept mumbling something. Lin Ning frowned slightly and walked forward. What is he talking about? She walked over slowly. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. What? Lin Ning turned his head and met Qian Sanxiang's blood-red eyes. Qian Sanxiang suddenly revealed a strange smile, blood sacrifice to the blood god. After saying that, he clenched his teeth, then raised his hands, and the waves roared and rushed towards Lin Ning. At that moment, Lin Ning seemed to see a hint of dark red in Qian Sanxiang's mouth. She cursed inwardly, and a cold light flashed across the snake-slaying sword in her hand, and then the huge wave was cut in half. However, this was no match for Qian Sanxiang's attack. He opened his arms, his body trembling uncontrollably, and more water rushed towards Lin Ning. Such a huge amount of water flow is comparable to a full-scale half-trailer. The water flow all around is controlled by Qian Sanxiang, and any water flow that touches it will penetrate into the skin. From this perspective, there is no way to avoid it. Lin Ning took a deep breath, and his pupils instantly turned red gold. Fiery judgment. Sizzle. The moment the holy fire came into contact with the water, steam immediately rose up, but Lin Ning frowned instantly. Under the huge amount of water flow, the holy fire could not withstand the water that penetrated every pore. Lin Ning didn't hesitate at all. He clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, "Ashes explosion." The sacred fire was ignited instantly, and the violent explosion caused the water to form a vortex. All this was within her expectations. The holy fire was not an ordinary flame, and its holy attributes were even stronger. Fire was just a carrier, and it was rare, so it could not fight against such a huge water element. But what Lin Ning couldn't understand was that Qian Sanxiang's strength could explode so quickly in such a short period of time. Could it be that dark red thing? Lin Ning's mind was racing, but her hands did not slow down at all. She held the sword in one hand, with the tip pointing directly at Qian Sanxiang. The huge amount of water flow was an extremely powerful force that could even penetrate stone. At this moment, Lin Ning was also trying to find a way to get close to Qian Sanxiang. "If you need my help, just ask." Tang Xuehui's calm voice appeared in Lin Ning's ears. Lin Ning said calmly, "It's not your turn yet." Hearing Lin Ning say this, Tang Xuehui actually nodded, "Then call me when you're done." There was a reason for her calmness. Unlike Qian Sanxiang's change, the other professionals seemed to realize Lin Ning's strength after their weapons were broken, and it was this reason that made them wake up. In other words, that order was not very binding on those who were not team leaders. So, at this moment, it is a duel between Lin Ning and Qian Sanxiang. Lin Ning was extremely fast, with her golden hair flying in the wind. In contrast, Qian Sanxiang could only passively control the water column to chase Lin Ning's figure, while also having to form a water film around himself. At first glance, Lin Ning was completely crushed, but as time went on, Qian Sanxiang could control more and more water, and the entire space seemed to have turned into an ocean, leaving less and less space for Lin Ning to stand. Qian Sanxiang laughed ferociously and said, "Go to hell. You should be more obedient." The water column condensed in an instant, then stretched, turning into thin water lines. Water is very soft, but the softest thing can be turned into an extremely sharp killing weapon with just some external force. However, Lin Ning looked at Qian Sanxiang's attack and actually laughed. "You're wrong. You should be the one who's more obedient." She left these words and disappeared instantly. Full power. At this moment, Lin Ning turned on full power without hesitation, and the speed suddenly increased to a level that could not be captured by the naked eyes of everyone present. The next second, a long sword instantly pierced through Qian Sanxiang's abdomen. This was a killer move that Lin Ning had planned early in the morning. She did not flee aimlessly in the field, but kept shortening the distance between her and Qian Sanxiang, and then waited for the moment when Qian Sanxiang became anxious. That moment was the best time to attack. Puff! The tip of the sword pierced the flesh. Qian Sanxiang was stunned for a moment, and then immediately began to wail in pain. "Aga! It hurts so much. It hurts so much." "Does it hurt?" "It's okay if it hurts." Lin Ning sneered, "It hurts so much, but if I still can't wake you up, I'll just have to get rid of you. I hope you don't hate me after you go to hell." After saying that, she thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, just hate me if you want to. I can't stop you from hating me anyway." Cough, cough, cough. Qian Sanxiang took a deep breath and his body trembled. But at this moment, he was actually more normal than before. He no longer felt dizzy or blurry, and even his vision was much more normal. If you ignore the sword in his stomach. What's wrong with me? Qian Sanxiang gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and looked at Lin Ning. "In short, you want to kill me, and not only me, but also those professionals from Hongshan College and Jiangnan College. You also took a red pill. You are just feeling a little pain now. After the effect of the medicine has completely worn off, you will probably faint from the pain, right?" Lin Ning smiled and said something that sounded very scary. Sorry." Qian Sanxiang showed a grinning expression. "I don't know why it turned out like this." Seeing this, Lin Ning showed an expression of astonishment, and then said calmly, "Do you remember the details of that time?" Xian Sanxiang tried hard to recall, but found that all the information on this matter was very vague. Once he tried to think deeply about it, his head felt like it was about to explode. As expected, something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Lin Ning sneered repeatedly, "It's better not to think too much. You just need to know that you are being set up." Qian Sanxian was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and said, "You are right. Thank you for not killing us. We attacked first, and you could have killed us, but you showed mercy. We will always remember this favor." Chapter 80: The Demonic Alliance Invades the Dungeon. What's the point of remembering it? You can't cash it out. Lin Ning said lazily, "If you really want to thank me, show your sincerity." Xian Sanxian looked at Lin Ning steadily, then suddenly knelt on one knee. "Big sister." Puff. Tang Xuehui, who was standing by, was choked by the saliva and started coughing, which made Lin Ning frown. "Big sister?" Lin Ning narrowed her eyes. "Who is your big sister?" "Big sister, you saved our lives. From now on, if you say go east, we will never go west. If you say chase away the dogs, we will never chase away the chickens." Xian Sanxiang said in a loud voice, "Our lives were given to us by Big Sister." Seeing this, the professionals from Zhangzhou College all knelt on the ground. "Big sister." Okay. Lin Ning felt speechless. She had originally just wanted to extort a large sum of money from Qian Sanxiang, but she hadn't expected this guy to be so single that he would just surrender to her directly. But paying respects? Seems interesting. She is Lin En's bodyguard, but Lin En should not only have her and Tang Xuehui as bodyguards. If one wants to protect Lin En's safety to the greatest extent, the safest way is naturally to establish an organization. Perhaps this can be the first step. Lin Ning thought so and waved his hand nonchalantly. "Get up, I recognize you. From now on, I will be your big sister." "Yes, big sister." The voices were uniform. It had to be said that these professionals from Zhangzhou College were quite capable. "Now that you've had enough fun, can we get down to business?" Tang Xuehui said indifferently, "My patience has its limits." Lin Ning smiled slightly. "What's the rush?" After saying that, she turned around, glanced at Qian Sanxian, and continued, "We need to leave this hidden dungeon as soon as possible. I have a task for you, find the dungeon boss." Qian Sanxian was overjoyed. "I understand. Leave it to us." He immediately began to mobilize his troops. All professionals with exploration skills spread out and search in a crisscross formation. "Once you find any trace of the dungeon boss, immediately return here and report to me." As soon as the words fell, those professionals scattered. Lin Ning raised an eyebrow. "How is it?" Tang Xuehui didn't say anything this time. It seemed that Lin Ning was really more efficient. If she had been too lazy to kill these people, it would not only be a waste of time, but also no benefit. At the same time, off the court, Zhao Mingyuan looked at the ranking list calmly. The points of Lin En's team were still high. If nothing unexpected happened, the champion of this joint strategy match would definitely belong to their Hongxian. He had to admire Mr. Chen's keen eye for talent. Even at such a high price, he was determined to recruit Lin En. Now it seemed like it was an extremely correct decision. Just then, Zhao Mingyuan saw Mr. Chen walking towards him with a gloomy face. He stood up hurriedly. "Principal Chen. Be quiet, don't say anything, don't ask anything, just follow me." Mr. Chen's voice was so serious that Zhao Mingyuan shuddered subconsciously. The last time he saw Mr. Chen in this state was a long time ago. Zhao Mingyuan didn't dare to say another word and hurriedly followed Mr. Chen's pace. The two walked past several buildings and then saw a military green tent that seemed to have just been set up. When Zhao Mingyuan entered the tent, he was shocked to find that there were already several people in uniform with badges on their shoulders. Their level is not low. What could bring these people together? "Mr. Chen, thank you for your hard work." The man in the lead was about 50 years old, but his temperament was still as hard as iron. He had a square face and two thick eyebrows, giving people a very upright and serious feeling. "No need to waste time on unnecessary talk, let's get straight to the point." Elder Chen looked around. "The Demon Worship Alliance has infiltrated the joint offensive. Are you sure of this news?" "That's all." Zhao Mingyuan was extremely shocked. "The Demonic Alliance? The infamous Demonic Alliance?" Moreover, what Mr. Chen just said, that the Demon Worshipping Alliance infiltrated the joint strategy copy. Then wouldn't the students in that instance be The source of the information is absolutely reliable, Mr. Chen. I don't like to brag, but we are 99% sure of this information. I think everyone is familiar with the Demon Worship Alliance. Du Jun paused. The north of Yun country is the habitat of the demons. Although we have signed a non-war pact with the demons in recent years, this does not mean that they have disappeared from our sight. Elder Chen frowned slightly. I know there are still many people in Yun country who are friendly to the demons. The Demon Worship Alliance is a similar organization. Please tell me the key points first. Du Jun said calmly, as far as I know, Zhongzhou College was the first to be targeted by the Demon Worship Alliance. We found 2 bodies there. Both were professionals from Zhongzhou College. They were supposed to be formation masters who were involved in opening the dungeon entrance, but they died inside the college. The people who replaced them are now missing. Elder Chen frowned. Missing? To be precise, the investigation was interrupted after reaching a certain point. Du Jun said word by word, we suspect they entered the dungeon. According to common sense, the level limit for this dungeon is 40, so we initially speculated that the people from the Demon Worship Alliance who entered the dungeon were just at the level 40 threshold. But after our investigation, we found that the professional who did this was far above level 40. Elder Chen suddenly spoke up. You mean, they used some kind of item to enter the dungeon beyond the dungeon's limit? That's right. Du Jun nodded. Now I want to ask, can the joint offensive be stopped immediately? Elder Chen didn't answer immediately, but sighed, if possible, I'd also like to stop clearing dungeons. Du Jun was stunned for a moment. You said? The item that can stop the dungeon is gone. Du Jun was horrified. How is that possible? As far as I know, using ice jade crystal will only consume the essence. Why would I lie to you? Old Chen's eyes widened. I used the SS level copy in Shengcheng, and it was consumed. Du Jun recalled it, and it seemed to be true. But I heard that the SS level dungeon in Shengcheng was conquered. Could it be that there is also a case of false recognition of credit? Mr. Chen doesn't seem like the kind of person who would do such a thing. At this moment, Zhao Mingyuan cleared his throat and said, Senior Du Jun, Mr. Chen didn't lie to you. The ice jade crystal has indeed been consumed, but its consumption didn't have any effect, so the SS level dungeon was indeed successfully conquered. This is definitely not good news. Du Jun's face darkened. If that's the case, then, it's going to be really difficult. Chapter 81, Face the Dungeon Boss. At the same time. In the copy. Professional skills, jointly improved, gain 75,000 shared experience from Tang Xuehui. Professional skills, improve your skills together and gain shared experience from Lin Ning. Lin glanced at his career panel. Already level 27. While the 3 customers were working hard to upgrade, Lin's level also increased rapidly. And he hasn't even killed a single beast yet. What does comfortable mean? Drink. Charge and shoot. Zhou Xiaoqiao snorted lightly, and 3 arrows immediately appeared in his hand. After obtaining Linen's ancient god-level stockings, Zhou Xiaoqiao acted as if assisted by God. She killed all the strange beasts she saw along the way and slapped every dog that passed by. Although she didn't say much, Linen could see that she was actually very excited. At the same time, Zhou Xiaoqiao was still leveling up in the crazy hunting, reaching level 25, and obtained the second level skill of the elemental archer, the divine arrow volley, which can shoot multiple arrows at the same time, and the attributes of the arrows can even be different. Relying on this skill, Zhou Xiaocao's output is even more violent. At this moment, Linen roughly understood why the shooters in those games in his previous life were all fragile, because it was hard to imagine how perverted it was to have such a pure violent output machine with a very strong body. With Zhou Xiaoqiao joining in, Lin En became even more confident. It's not that he wants to play badly, but in this situation, Lin En is already forced to play badly. Lin En saw a strange beast from a distance, and before he could react, Zhou Xiaoqiao had already started drawing his bow and arrow, muttering something like "You are already a dead beast," and then he strung the strange beast into a candied hawse from a distance. In this situation, how do you expect Lin En to take action? This is definitely not an excuse for Lin to be lazy. We are very close to the dungeon boss. Lin En looked up at the sky. The thick purple lightning was still falling, and each lightning strike brought a huge thunder. Lin En and Zhou Xiaoqiao actually went straight into the dungeon boss alone. Zhou Xiaoqiao glanced at Lin En and pulled his sleeve. Question mark. Lin En was stunned for a moment. Zhou Xiaoqiao pointed to the place where the lightning and thunder were happening, and then pointed at himself. Lin En thought for a moment and said, You mean you want to take out that dungeon boss by yourself? Zhou Xiaocao's eyes lit up and she nodded. Lin nodded, no problem. It's more than no problem, Lin En is exactly what he wants. But why didn't Zhou Xiaocao speak? Lin En wondered, but didn't dwell on it too much. The further north they went, the slower Lin En and Zhou Xiaocao advanced. From time to time, high-level exotic beasts appeared in front of them, but they were eventually killed by Zhou Xiaocao. Maybe this time the battle will end easily? Lin En thought so. Just then. Boom! A giant purple lightning bolt that was unique and had never appeared before suddenly fell. Immediately afterwards, bursts of terrifying and high-pitched roars came from the distance. Roar! Lin En and Zhou Xiaocao looked at each other subconsciously, and they saw the meaning in each other's eyes. The dungeon boss has appeared. The next second, both of them rushed over. What's strange is that there were many strange beasts on the way here, but now that we are approaching the copy boss, we don't see even a single strange beast. They're afraid, Lin En said. The strength of that beast has driven all the other beasts away from the jungle. Their survival instinct keeps them away from this ferocious beast. Zhou Xiaocao nodded. It seems that there is a tough battle waiting for us, waiting for you. Zhou Xiaocao nodded. No, why don't you speak? Zhou Xiaocao was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lin En with a look of fear in her eyes. Ah, social phobia. That's not right. You were talking just now. Why are you silent now? Lin En was frowning, but now was obviously not the time to dwell on such matters. There was something in front of them, and the huge sense of oppression could be clearly transmitted to Lin En and the others even through layers of ancient trees. At this moment, a bolt of lightning pierced through several tree trunks and headed straight for Lin En's face. As soon as Lin En raised his eyes, a wall made of condensed wind appeared in front of him. Boom! The lightning and the gale collided fiercely. A murderous intent flashed in Zhou Xiaocao's eyes, and 5 wind attribute arrows instantly condensed on the bowstring. Charge and snipe, 5 seconds. In an instant, Zhou Xiaocao's aura changed. If Zhou Xiaocao without the bow and arrow was like a harmless little rabbit, then Zhou Xiaocao with the bow and arrow was like a leopard hunting. The arrow immediately flew off the string and flew towards the direction of the lightning. But then, Zhou Xiaocao's expression changed slightly. She subconsciously grabbed Lin En's hand and quickly retreated to the side. Half a second later, an extremely thick bolt of lightning shot out. So strong. Zhou Xiaocao was shocked. The attack just now was theoretically her strongest attack method at the moment. The dungeon boss was able to counterattack immediately after receiving such a strong attack. The strength of this dungeon boss should not be underestimated. Well, you can go deal with the dungeon boss and don't worry about me. Lin En's voice sounded in the girl's ears. Zhou Xiaocao then realized that she had been subconsciously protecting Lin En by holding Lin En's hand. Her face suddenly turned completely red, but because of the protection of the mask, Lin En did not see the girl's blushing face. He only saw that Zhou Xiaocao's ears were the color of tomatoes. I have a bit of an appetite. Zhou Xiaocao pointed here, pointed at Lin En, pointed in the direction of the copy boss, and pointed at himself. Lin En was a little speechless. You mean, you go fight the boss and I hide here? Zhou Xiaocao nodded. So why don't you speak up? Zhou Xiaocao shook his head, then took the bow and arrow and went straight to the dungeon boss. Lin took a deep breath. Lin Ning, Tang Xuehui, Zhou Xiaocao. He has indeed developed high-quality clients in accordance with the characteristics of his job. But now Lin En feels that the group gathered around him look like a group of problem children. Oh? Someone actually came to challenge the dungeon boss? To be able to cross the northern forest and dare to challenge the boss, he must be an excellent student. In a corner of the forest, 2 voices were talking. It's really interesting to see these talented people working so hard. What's so interesting about this? Don't forget our purpose. I can't forget that. I was just thinking about how desperate they must have looked when they killed the dungeon boss but found they couldn't teleport out at all. Chapter 82 Zhou Xiaocao vs. Annihilation of the Thunder-Roaring Lion. Defeat the dungeon boss? Another voice laughed sinisterly. You said before that with that demon seed, defeating the dungeon boss would be nearly impossible. I did say that, but geniuses always bring surprises. Otherwise, how could they be called geniuses? The voice paused. Besides, isn't the reason you and I are here just for insurance? That's right, another person continued. Crushing this kind of genius is exactly the fun I want to get from entering this dungeon. Somehow, Zhou Xiaocao felt calm. The oppressive feeling of that strange beast was really strong, and it definitely had some means of remote positioning, which could be seen from the previous attacks. But facing such a powerful enemy, Zhou Xiaoqiao was not panicked at all. Is it confidence? Zhou Xiaoqiao didn't know where this confidence came from. She could even feel her hand holding the bow and arrow trembling slightly, which was a sign of excitement. She took a deep breath and activated her skills immediately. Shadow attack. Zhou Xiaoqiao's speed suddenly increased, the wind around him became stronger, and as he passed through the giant trees, his vision suddenly became clear. What should have been a lush forest was now bare, perhaps due to frequent lightning strikes, leaving only a charred area. The strange beast just stood there motionless. It was as tall as a 7-story building, with its sturdy limbs imprinted on the ground. Its fur was golden with faint white markings, and its huge head was covered with a translucent mist that looked like a lion's mane. Lion. Zhou Xiaoqiao's eyes gradually became full of spiritual power. Legendary beast, destroy the thunder roar lion. She had learned about this strange beast in her textbooks, but that knowledge seemed to be invalid now. Zhou Xiaoqiao felt that there was no need to recall those things. Just by looking at this thing from a distance, he could feel the full sense of oppression coming from it. She advanced quietly in the shadow attack state and came behind the Annihilation Thunder Roar Lion. When she was about to enter the shadow attack state, the Annihilation Thunder Roar Lion suddenly turned its head, and its huge beast eyes stared at the ground where Zhou Xiaoqiao had just stood. Zhou Xiaoqiao was shocked and immediately gave up the idea and continued moving. However, the strange thing was that no matter how Zhou Xiaoqiao moved, the Thunder Roar Lion seemed to be able to see Zhou Xiaoqiao's figure, and its beast eyes were always locked on Zhou Xiaoqiao's figure. Snort! Zhou Xiaoqiao gritted his teeth and stopped pretending. He immediately entered the shadow attack state and drew his bow and arrow. Foncole, if you want to attack and annihilate the Thunder Lion, the best way is to use wind attribute arrows. Zhou Xiaoqiao did not accumulate strength for this arrow, but shot it straight out. But when Zhou Xiaoqiao entered the shadow attack state, the thunder roaring lion of annihilation roared, and a pillar of lightning descended from the sky. Crack! The lightning column failed to hit Zhou Xiaoqiao. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoqiao completed the attack, activated the shadow attack, dodged, and barely avoided the attack of the thunder roar lion. But at the same time, Zhou Xiaoqiao frowned. Why? It was obvious that the thunder lion could have locked onto her position all the time, but why did it have to wait until she lifted the shadow attack before launching an attack? Could it be? Zhou Xiaoqiao had a flash of inspiration and an idea immediately emerged in his mind. She took a deep breath and increased her speed again. At the same time, the shadow attack state is removed. The thunder roaring lion raised its head, and bolts of lightning struck Zhou Xiaoqiao madly. But these attacks were in vain again, because Zhou Xiaoqiao used the same trick again and avoided the attack of the thunder roar lion. Really? Zhou Xiaoqiao understood. The Annihilation Thunder Roar Lion could not see her position in the shadow attack state, but it could sense Zhou Xiaoqiao's movements through some ability. Zhou Xiaoqiao stretched out her hand, which was as white and tender as a catkin. There seemed to be something in the air, and Zhou Xiaoqiao felt a tingling sensation in her hand. Electric. Zhou Xiaoqiao confirmed this idea. The Thunder Roar Lion is a legendary beast. According to legend, it was born with thunder and lightning, and its flesh, blood, bones, and skin are all made of thunder and lightning. Its every breath carries a huge amount of electric current. It was these electric currents filling the air that allowed Zhou Xiaoqiao to be captured by the annihilating Thunder Roar Lion even when he was in the shadow attack state. This is unscientific, but it is very strange. Zhou Xiaoqiao also secretly took note of this point. Shadow attack was only in a latent state, not that the body had completely disappeared. She stopped moving, stood there, and began to think. Then, he drew his bow and put an arrow on it. The figure immediately emerged, but the Thunder Roar Lion of Annihilation did not launch a lightning attack at this time, because Zhou Xiaoqiao was right below the Thunder Roar Lion of Annihilation. The Thunder Roaring Lion raised its huge front paw and slapped Zhou Xiaoqiao hard. 5 wind attribute arrows appeared at once. Zhou Xiaoqiao closed his eyes and started charging. Facing the attack of the Thunder Roar Lion, Zhou Xiaoqiao actually began to accumulate strength, and the momentum of the arrow became louder and louder until it reached its peak. 5 seconds is not enough, otherwise this blow will definitely be enough to kill you. Zhou Xiaoqiao opened his eyes and the arrow was released. Boom! The wind arrow hit the front paw of the Thunder Roaring Lion of Annihilation, and the violent storm made the Thunder Roaring Lion of Annihilation unstable. The wind attribute cuts off the electricity you arranged in the air. You won't be able to find me this time. Zhou Xiaoqiao muttered to himself and activated shadow attack again. Sure enough, this time the Thunder Roar lion was like a headless fly. Its huge head kept shaking around, but it could no longer catch sight of Zhou Xiaoqiao. It realized that the tiny human in front of it did have the ability to hurt it, and the arrows shot at close range were even more powerful than the previous attacks, but there was no sign of Zhou Xiaoqiao in its field of vision. Hey! Zhou Xiaoqiao suddenly said, look at this. This time, it was a close range, 5-star chain with full power. Go! Zhou Xiaoqiao's face was obviously a little pale. The charged sniper shot and the volley of divine arrows consumed his physical strength, and then there was the 5-fold enhancement. After firing this shot, Zhou Xiaoqiao felt all the strength in his body being drained away. But it was all worth it. She delivered the most fatal blow in the right place. Roar! The thunder-roaring lion of annihilation roared, but this time it did not attack Zhou Xiaoqiao, but instead concentrated lightning on itself. Obviously, it also realized how destructive power Zhou Xiaoqiao's attack contained. But Zhou Xiaoqiao held it tightly. She observed and found that even if it was to annihilate the Thunder Roar lion, the strength of the accumulated lightning was different. It could not make powerful lightning appear at any position instantly, and the weakest place to control lightning was the abdomen. Boom! The storm shattered the thunder and lightning, and with unparalleled sharpness, it pierced straight into the belly of the Thunder Roar lion to annihilate it. Roar! The Thunder Lion roared in pain. Chapter 83 Reinforcements arrive. A large amount of blood instantly flowed out of the abdomen of the Thunder Roar lion, and lightning as thick as buckets struck down madly, as dense as rain. Zhou Xiaoqiao succeeded in his attack, but his expression under the mask remained as calm as before. Shadow Strike. Her figure disappeared again, gracefully and quickly dodging one lightning bolt after another, while observing the annihilation of the Thunder Roar lion. Right there! Zhou Xiaoqiao's eyes lit up. Only at that moment could the Thunder Roar lion be unable to attack her, and it was also the best time for her to launch an attack. Zhou Xiaoqiao held her breath and concentrated, drawing her bow and arrow. At this moment, the world stopped, everything around her disappeared, leaving only the bow and arrow in her hand. Charged sniper shot, 5 times the power. Boom! The wind arrow instantly shattered the lightning, and then pierced through the abdomen of the Thunder Roar lion, destroying it. Zhou Xiaoqiao didn't hesitate at all, and drew his bow and arrows again. 5 flaming arrows condensed in an instant. The Thunder Roar lion was already exhausted, its body was seriously injured and it was unable to cope with Zhou Xiaoqiao's attack. New wounds kept appearing on its body, and blood stained its light yellow mane. Finally, under Zhou Xiaoqiao's last arrow that was fully charged with strength, the huge body of the thunder-roaring lion collapsed. It's done! Zhou Xiaoqiao clenched her fists, subconsciously turned her head, and looked at where Lin En was. Zhou Xiaoqiao didn't know why she looked at him, she just instinctively wanted to share the joy of this moment. Lin En smiled. He really did not choose the wrong person. Zhou Xiaoqiao had excellent fighting ability and character. He could even deal with the dungeon boss single-handedly. How about I do some more interior decoration? No. She doesn't know tailors well yet. She might get beaten for making such a request. At this moment, Lin suddenly frowned. Strange, it seems like there is something I have forgotten. What on earth is going on? Lin En frowned in thought, his eyes subconsciously glancing at Zhou Xiaoqiao. At this moment, behind Zhou Xiaoqiao, the Thunder Roar lion that should have fallen down suddenly had a flash of red light in its huge eyes. Oh no! Lin En's heart trembled, and he finally remembered what he had forgotten. There are also some strange beasts in this copy, which can be resurrected in a stronger form after death. How could he forget this? Lin En shouted, "Be careful!" Zhou Xiaoqiao was stunned in the distance. Be careful? What to be careful about? The dungeon boss has been defeated, and they will be teleported out next. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoqiao suddenly felt a huge pressure coming from behind. Not good. Zhou Xiaoqiao's heart sank. An attack from behind. Get out of the way quickly. Start shadow attack. Zhou Xiaoqiao's mind raced as she activated her shadow attack skill. However, even though she reacted as quickly as possible, the pressure seemed to be even faster than her movements. Sudden. A beautiful figure appeared above Zhou Xiaoqiao. She raised her long legs and kicked down hard. Martial God's powerful kick. Boom! There was a loud noise in his ears, and Zhou Xiaoqiao turned his head. Tang Xuehui appeared in front of her, smiled, and said, "Are you okay?" "I." "No need to answer, just focus on dealing with it first." Tang Xuehui pursed her lips, and Zhou Xiaoqiao followed her gaze and saw the annihilating thunder roar lion slowly standing up. Its eyes were red, it was drooling, and its whole body was trembling. Its aura was even more intimidating than before. Zhou Xiaoqiao couldn't help but be surprised. I've seen this state before. I've seen that too. Tang Xuehui said, it's like a resurrected ghost, very difficult to deal with. Lin En originally wanted to save the situation with the Earth Dragon Greatsword, but he felt relieved when he saw Tang Xuehui coming. A fragrant breeze suddenly appeared beside him, and golden hair appeared before his eyes. Sorry, Master, we're late. Lin Ning smiled gracefully. We entered a hidden dungeon, and it took some time to find the boss. Lin En also smiled and said, it's not too late if we catch up. Really? Lin Ning blinked and glanced at the translucent gray stockings covering Zhou Xiaocao's round legs. Why do I feel like it's a little late? If it's any earlier, I won't be able to see that. Before Lin En could say anything, Lin Ning chuckled and walked forward, taking 2 steps at a time, until he stood between Tang Xuehui and Zhou Xiaoqiao. How about the 3 of us take it down? Zhou Xiaoqiao nodded. Tang Xuehui snorted, I would do it without you telling me. Cold shadow step, martial god's powerful kick. Her figure was so fast that the road she walked on was frozen. When she reappeared, she was already behind the thunder roar lion. Roar! The thunder-roaring lion of annihilation raised its head and roared. A red lightning emerged from its body and blasted straight towards Tang Xuehui. When they were about to make contact, Zhou Xiaocao's 3 wind arrows instantly flew in front of Tang Xuehui, offsetting some of the power of the red lightning for her. Tang Xuehui was stunned for a moment, then she noticed the stockings Zhou Xiaoqiao was wearing, and suddenly an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Thank you very much. Tang Xuehui pursed her lips and kicked the thunder-roaring lion again. Bang! A dull crashing sound was heard, and the thunder-roaring lion's body only trembled slightly. Tang Xuehui's eyes widened, so hard. Her martial god kick, with the support of equipment and attributes, is already quite powerful. Even the boss in the hidden copy was defeated by Tang Xuehui. But this kick on the thunder-roaring lion of annihilation only made it tremble slightly. Zhou Xiaocao's eyes narrowed slightly, it's stronger. She had seen it with her own eyes, so she was very clear about Tang Xuehui's attack power. It was definitely not something that the Annihilation Thunder Roar Lion could easily block. But the furious Annihilation Thunder Roar Lion in front of them was probably not a creature of the same level as the one she had dealt with before. Humph, no matter how strong it becomes, it must be destroyed. Lin Ning took a deep breath, clasped her hands together, and a ball of condensed and burning holy fire gathered in her palms. The master is watching. Zhou Xiaoqiao widened her eyes. Master. Does wearing Lin En's equipment mean I have to call him master? Isn't this too shameful? We are all the same age, why are you guys so extravagant? A picture suddenly appeared in her mind. It was the picture of herself in front of Lin En, calling Lin En master. No, absolutely not. What are you standing there for? A sweet cry pulled her out of her fantasy. Zhou Xiaoqiao realized something was wrong. At this moment, Tang Xuehui was fighting with the huge thunder-roaring lion of annihilation. Lin Ning, who was beside her, was controlling the holy fire, but at this moment he was pinned to the ground by the red thunder in the sky. Humph, this beast is really capable. Lin Ning raised his chin, divine blessing. Chapter 84 appears, the demon-worshipping alliance. The holy fire shrank strangely, Lin Ning's delicate body trembled slightly, and her eyebrows wrinkled. Using the divine protection in the holy state puts a huge burden on Lin Ning's body, but in return he gains powerful combat power that can be seen with the naked eye. Lin Ning screamed, and the red thunder that was pressing on her head was torn apart in an instant, and red arcs of electricity danced strangely in the air. Her pair of scarlet gold pupils stared directly at the thunder-roaring lion of annihilation, Tang Xuehui, and the people from Jiangnan College. Hold it, I need 3 seconds. Zhou Xiaoqiao nodded, I understand. 3 seconds? Tang Xuehui narrowly avoided the slap of the annihilating thunder roar lion and curled her lips. You really know how to make things difficult for me. Lin Ning smiled maliciously, if you can't do it, just tell me, and I'll change my strategy immediately. Tang Xuehui snorted, who said I can't do it? She twisted her body in an instant, dashing forward with an extremely low center of gravity, her stride short and swift. She gathered strength in her right leg and pushed off the ground, accelerating instantly. Her body rushed forward like an arrow to the front of the thunder roar lion, and her body rotated counterclockwise half a circle. Her right leg swept across the thunder roar lion's front paws like a whip. Boom! The thunder roaring lion of annihilation had not yet finished its move, and Tang Xuehui's attack at this moment took advantage of the gap in its body that was not fully controlled. A powerful kick from the god of war directly kicked the thunder roaring lion of annihilation, causing it to lose balance and its huge body fell to the ground sideways. Zhou Xiaocao's eyes lit up, and the 5 wind attribute arrows in his hand, which had already been filled with power, flew out from the bow. The arrows flew through the air, making sharp and piercing sounds. The tip of the arrow went straight to the pupil of the thunder-roaring lion. For any living creature, the eyes are extremely fragile organs, so when the eyes are about to be traumatized, all living creatures will subconsciously protect their eyes. It would not be surprising to annihilate the thunder roar lion. It roared and accumulated red lightning. If this attack was launched, it would not only crush Zhou Xiaocao's attack, but could even directly attack Zhou Xiaocao and Lin Ning. However, Tang Xuehui obviously would not give it such an opportunity. She stepped lightly on the ground with her toes, and her whole body became agile. She kicked the thunder roar lion's head hard with a powerful kick. Boom! This blow instantly nailed the thunder lion's head to the ground and also interrupted its attack. The thunder roaring lion of annihilation struggled to get up, and red lightning began to appear around it, blocking Zhou Xiaocao's attack. Now is the time. Lin Ning, who had been watching, suddenly had his eyes light up. This could be said to be the best opportunity to annihilate the thunder roar lion, whose body was suppressed by Tang Xuehui and was still tiredly dealing with Zhou Xiaocao's attack. She pointed to the sky with one hand and touched her chest with the other, and her expression instantly became holy and noble. The snake-slaying sword in Lin Ning's hand floated up, and the sword body began to absorb the light golden energy in the air. Then the whole sword turned light golden, and the sword body began to swell and expand. Zhou Xiaocao's eyes twitched suddenly. She suddenly felt a dangerous aura from Lin Ning. That aura not only threatened her life, but also made her feel an urge to kneel down. Holy judgment! The huge golden sword expanded to almost the same size as the thunder roar lion. Lin Ning waved his hand, and the sword went straight towards the thunder roar lion. But at this moment, the thunder roar lion had no time to deal with Lin Ning's attack. Lin Ning looked at him with a hint of pity in his eyes. After the second transformation, you are still the first beast to take my attack. Boom! A violent explosion sounded. The thunder roar lion of annihilation let out a painful and crazy wail, but this could not withstand the attack it was now suffering. The sword of holy judgment pierced straight into its body, and it would bleed profusely if it struggled even a little. Then, Lin Ning suddenly clenched his fists, and the sword of holy judgment exploded instantly. Buzz! Zhou Xiaocao and Tang Xuehui who were present even thought they had lost their hearing for a moment. The huge body of the thunder roar lion was destroyed and fell down instantly. There is a towering tree not far away. 2 figures stood in the tree, watching with their arms folded. Hey, this class of freshmen is quite interesting. They can even deal with the demon-strengthened thunder roar lion of annihilation. It's a waste of demon seeds. I might as well just deal with it directly. That's what makes it interesting. They are all uncut gems, future top professionals. Such geniuses can be crushed to death by my own hands. Ha, interesting, so interesting. The next second, the 2 figures disappeared at the same time. Solved? It's solved. Lin Ning took a deep breath, his face turning pale. In fact, neither the first level skill of Seraphim, Holy Blessing, nor the second level skill, Holy Judgment, would cause Lin Ning to have such a huge consumption. The problem lies in Lin Ning's equipment additional skill, Holy Presence. Turning on the Holy Presence state is equivalent to overclocking Lin Ning's entire body. She becomes stronger and faster. It can only be said that there are gains and losses. Tang Xuehui patted her ears and glanced at Lin Ning. What did you say? I say. I heard it. Hey! Lin Ning widened his eyes. After getting familiar with Tang Xuehui, this girl seemed to be getting harder and harder to tease. Finally solved it. What is this red thing? Tang Xuehui frowned slightly. She had never seen such a strange beast before. We'll report it after the instance is over. Lin Ning nodded. The condition of these strange beasts is definitely not normal. But then again, aren't there too many abnormal situations in this dungeon? First there's the mad necromancer Chang Zizai, and then there are these resurrected beasts. Or is it that this copy itself is so weird? I'm sorry, little kids, you may not have the opportunity to report this. A strange voice appeared in the ears of several women. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui raised their heads almost immediately. Who? Then they saw a thin, haggard old man walking slowly towards them. The old man's entire face was covered with age spots, and his withered skin looked almost like a rotten, dry tree trunk. Just one look at him could give people goosebumps. Tang Xuehui frowned. Who are you? Lin Ning sneered. Is that even a question? The only people who could enter this instance could be from our class. He looks like that, so he's definitely not from the same class as us. So, he is a strange beast in human form. Tang Xuehui? Zhou Xiaoqiao? Old man? Ha, little kid, you're quite interesting. The old man's voice was like a broken hairdryer, occasionally making a ho-ho sound. Although you don't need to know my name, I am a kind person and I can't bear to see you die in vain. He smiled coldly. I am Lu Qi from the Demon Worship Alliance. And you are the target of my hunting this time. Chapter 85 Lu Qi. Tang Xuehui frowned slightly. You are so arrogant. Etc. Just when Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning were about to step forward, Zhou Xiaoqiao, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. She seemed a little nervous and looked at Lu Qi warily. The Demonic Alliance. I thought you wouldn't dare to touch the Joint Raiders dungeon. After hearing Zhou Xiaoqiao's words, Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui were both stunned. It sounded like Zhou Xiaoqiao knew this demon-worshipping alliance. In that case, she might have her own reasons for asking the two of them to stop. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui looked at each other and gave up the idea of attacking, but they were still ready to fight. After hearing this, Lu Qi smiled. How is that possible? This annual joint attack is when all your major universities send their top talents into the dungeon. It's such a grand event, how could we not join in the fun? Zhou Xiaoqiao said in a deep voice, I thought you had been wiped out by the Xia State Security Bureau. No, you've totally misunderstood us. Lu Qi laughed heartily. As the saying goes, even a centipede dies but remains in its limbs. I think you'll be a scourge that will live on forever. Zhou Xiaoqiao said with murderous intent, many skilled warriors in my Zhou family have fallen at your hands. Zhou family. After hearing this, Lu Qi's eyes lit up. He didn't care about the murderous intent in Zhou Xiaoqiao's words at all, and looked at Zhou Xiaoqiao with great interest. I see, so you are from the Zhou family. I understand, you are the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. Great. I'm so lucky. I can hunt such a genius. Lu Qi looked like a madman, and Lin Ning and the other two girls even subconsciously took a step back. Zhou Xiaoqiao took a deep breath. Be careful. He's from the Demon Worship Alliance, an evil organization that Xia Nation is focusing on cracking down on. They worship the demons and believe that they are supreme. They believe that the development of the human race is challenging the status of the demons, so they like to hunt so-called human geniuses like they are doing now. Lin Ning was a little confused when he heard this. He's not human? How could a human worship the demons? On Blue Star, there are not only humans, but also demons. Textbooks also record the history of wars between professionals of the human and demon races, but due to the huge casualties, humans and demons have almost never interacted with each other since ancient times. Unexpectedly, the demons did not attack the human race, but instead the human race itself committed a traitor. Then I don't know. Zhou Xiaoqiao said seriously, Father said that the people in the Demon Worship Alliance are all a bunch of lunatics, and you can't guess the thoughts of lunatics with the way normal people think. Crazy? Ha 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 ha. Lu Qi started laughing as if he heard a funny joke, and the laughter was shrill and creepy. Seeing this, Lin Ning looked at Tang Xuehui, and they both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Tang Xuehui had no expression on her face, but she secretly took a step forward. Lin Ning also quietly grasped the hilt of the snake-slaying sword in his hand. Lu Qi seemed completely oblivious to the two women's actions, still talking to himself, you are a bunch of idiots who don't understand reality. Ever since professionals appeared in this world, humans can no longer be the darlings of this world. You think of yourselves as the most intelligent creatures in the world, but compared to the demons, humans are as ignorant as unenlightened apes. He waved his hand, and a layer of frost instantly formed on Tang Xuehui's feet. She was frozen in place, unable to move. Asshole. Lin Ning widened her eyes. She could see clearly that it was the professional ability of the ice bloodline. Don't get excited yet, little one. Professionals of your level, I can easily crush you to death. But, you did give me an excellent performance. You guys are probably the best geniuses of this class. If I only kill you, maybe you can complete my mission this time. So, don't get excited yet. I'm not excited yet. Lu Qi smiled slightly. Do you know how professionals came about? Lin Ning was stunned for a moment. At this critical moment, they have already started fighting, but Lu Qi still asks them such questions? Lu Qi chuckled. Your expressions are so easy to guess. You're thinking, this person is crazy, why would he ask such a stupid question? Professionals naturally go through the job transfer ceremony. But I tell you, you're wrong. Professionals are a gift from heaven. This gift was originally given to the demons. Humans simply stole a portion of this gift by accident. Professionals should never have been born into the human race. Lu Qi became more and more excited as he spoke. Think about it, if humans didn't have professionals, the existence of so many strange beasts would be enough to destroy humanity. And the demons should be the purgers of the world, they are the true professionals, and humans should be the species enslaved by the demons. We have stolen God's authority, yet we still do not revere the gods. What a blasphemous act this is. I understand. Lin Ning sighed. In short, you are a lunatic, saying these irrelevant and stupid things. We are fools, listening to you talk for so long. She instantly entered the state of holy presence, and the holy fire condensed from the fierce judgment suddenly blasted towards Lu Qi. Boom! A frost suddenly burst out from Lu Qi's body, and countless ice crystals blocked Lu Qi's way, blocking all of Lin Ning's holy fire. Lin Ning snorted coldly, holding the snake-slaying sword in his hand, and rushed towards Lu Qi at an accelerated speed. The snake-slaying sword danced in the air and slashed straight at Lu Qi's neck. Clang! The snake-slaying sword actually slashed at Lu Qi, but Lin Ning widened his eyes. The snake-slaying sword did not cut off Lu Qi's head. He did nothing, just stood there, as if he had no reaction to his own attack, but Lin Ning's sword just stopped. So hard. This was Lin Ning's first reaction. Little kid, you're so anxious. I was just talking about something interesting. Lu Qi turned his head strangely. The sword was still across his neck, but he was not afraid at all. He looked directly at Lin Ning and grinned. However, since you want to die so badly, I can also grant your wish. After all, I said. Lu Qi stretched out a hand, grabbed Lin Ning's snake-slaying sword, and swung it violently. Lin Ning instantly felt an enormous force coming from her sword, and before she could react, she was thrown heavily into the sky. Oh no! She subconsciously condensed the holy fire, but Lu Qi's ice cone instantly broke through the defense of the holy fire and nailed Lin Ning's abdomen. Lu Qi smiled slightly. I told you I am a kind person. If you want to end this quickly, then I won't keep you here. Boom! The strong wind hit Lu Qi. It was the maximum power output from Zhou Xiaoqiao. 5 wind attribute arrows shot towards Lu Qi at different angles. Are you okay? Chapter 86, Lin An is in crisis? Leave quickly? Lin Ning flew backwards, and Zhou Xiaoqiao subconsciously asked anxiously. I'm fine. Lin Ning took a deep breath and looked down at his abdomen. At that moment, the ice cone instantly penetrated Lin Ning's holy fire, but if it were not for the protection of those flames, Lin Ning had no doubt that this blow would have penetrated her abdomen. Ha! Lu Qi touched the stubble on his chin and looked at Lin Ning with interest. Kid, you are a seraph, right? Lu Qi became more and more excited as he spoke. Since you're from Hongshan College, you should be the seraph. But why is your flame so strong? What level are you? Lin Ning remained silent and held the snake-slaying sword. How interesting. The intensity of this flame must be at least level 40. Are you a third-level cultivator? No, that's not right. Even if you were a mythical professional, it's impossible to reach level 40 in such a short time. Lu Qi's eyes gleamed. Kid, answer my questions and I can make your death more painless. He rubbed his hands and narrowed his eyes. I have countless ways to make you live a life worse than death. Believe me. Lin Ning took a deep breath and said with a smile, do you think you're going to win now? Lu Qi raised his eyebrows. What else? Then you think too much. Lin Ning's eyes instantly became extremely sharp, and the holy fire in his hand bloomed. Right now, Sister Tang. The one who moved along with the holy fire was Tang Xuehui, who was supposed to be frozen. The cold shadow step left an icy path, and her figure instantly appeared behind Lu Qi. Martial God Flying Kick. This speed, no, what is this skill? Lu Qi was a little surprised. But what surprised him even more was Tang Xuehui's attack power. Facing the flying kick from the God of War, Lu Qi instinctively stretched out his hand to block it, but he flew backwards the next second. At the same time, Lin Ning's snake-slaying sword wrapped in holy fire came slashing down instantly. Puff! The snake-slaying sword instantly penetrated Lu Qi's skin and opened a gash on his shoulder. Lin Ning's red gold eyes flashed with coldness. Die! She gathered her strength again, wanting to press on with her victory. But at this moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Lu Qi's lips. Zhou Xiaoqiao instinctively felt something was wrong, and the bow in his hand shot out instantly, heading straight for Lu Qi's head. Lu Qi's eyes lit up. Facing the coordinated attack from three parties, he was not panicked at all. Instead, put your hands together. Varied. At that moment, Lin Ning, Tang Xuehui, and Zhou Xiaoqiao all felt a little stunned. Something happened, but they didn't see it at all. They just felt a gust of cold wind, and then the three of them flew backwards. A huge iceberg appeared where Lu Qi was originally standing. You must have a secret. Lu Qi glanced at Lin Ning and the other two. You are only at the second level, yet you have such abilities. How did you do it? The three women remained silent. Lu Qi smiled slightly. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. Once I catch you, I will naturally find 10,000 ways to make you speak. Suddenly, Lin Ning said, You think you can wipe out all the professionals in our Zhengzhou region with just one person? You are too arrogant. They knew that Lu Qi's strength far exceeded theirs, and his level definitely exceeded the limit of the copy, but they didn't know what method he used. Who said I was alone? Lu Qi shook his head and said with a smile, There is a professional hiding in the forest. My companions went looking for him at the beginning. As soon as the words fell, the three women's expressions changed in shock. You! In an instant, Lin Ning was filled with murderous intent. Tang Xuehui even revealed a look of worry. Oh? You know him? Lu Qi raised his eyebrows. It's okay. My companions will probably bring him over soon. Seeing how worried you are, he must be very important to you. If you dare to touch him, you will definitely regret it. Lin Ning said in a cold voice, I promise. You promise? Kid, what can you promise? Lu Qi spit out a large amount of ice cubes from his left hand. The ice cubes squirmed strangely like gushing magma, and piled up on each other to form a huge hammer. It was a hammer as big as a hill. Icefall. Tang Xuehui instantly used Icefall to counter the large amount of frost emanating from Lu Qi. You also have ice bloodline? Lu Qi tilted his head and looked at Tang Xuehui. Strange, a person with ice bloodline possessing such powerful melee abilities. You guys are really weird and interesting. Go see him. Lin Ning spoke to Tang Xuehui in an almost imperceptible voice. Tang Xuehui was stunned. What? Now only you can escape. Lin Ning's voice was extremely calm. She was not good at speed, and Zhou Xiaoqiao would be hindered by the frost. Now the only one who could not suffer a loss in speed was Tang Xuehui. Go to his side, we'll take care of this side. This won't work. Tang Xuehui thought about it and directly rejected Lin Ning's proposal. Even though she was very worried about Lin En, she also understood that the enemy before them was definitely not one that Zhou Xiaoqiao and Lin Ning could deal with alone. If she left, the already fragile balance of power would instantly fall apart. Tang Xuehui was worried about Lin En, but that didn't mean she wasn't worried about Lin Ning and Zhou Xiaoqiao. Lin Ning was her comrade in arms. They had disliked each other before, but now they had a bond. She couldn't just watch Lin Ning face such a powerful enemy. You have no choice now. Lin Ning's voice suddenly became louder. You only have 1 second. As soon as she finished speaking, a fierce holy fire burned on Lin Ning's body, and the golden flame almost dyed her entire body with a layer of divine glow. Walk. Holy presence, divine protection. With both skills activated, Lin Ning even felt that the whole world had slowed down, and the ice crystals flying in the air seemed to have slowed down. She lowered her body, tapped the ground with 1 foot, and disappeared from the spot in the next second. Fiery judgment. Lin Ning held the snake-slaying sword in his left hand and the flaming sword condensed from the holy fire in his right hand. The two swords slashed at Lu Qi and the ice crystal at the same time. Lu Qi sneered, It's useless. I suggest you give up resistance. You're so long-winded. Lin Ning sneered even more. Whether it works or not, you'll know once you take this blow. The snake-slaying sword came out first and stabbed the ice crystal fiercely, but the snake-slaying sword, which could usually cut through iron like mud, was blocked by the ice crystal and only caused a tiny damage of 10 centimeters. But Lin Ning didn't hesitate at all, and directly sent the flaming sword over with his other hand. Ash blast. The long sword formed by flames instantly emitted a violent buzzing sound. Boom! It seems that there is only a small part of the holy fire, but the flaming sword condenses a large amount of holy fire. This attack was no less powerful than Lin Ning's previous full-strength attack. Chapter 87. You actually defeated him? Feng Shi arrived at the right time and presented fireworks to Lin Ning's huge attack. But Zhou Xiaoqiao just closed her lips at this moment, with a hint of unwillingness in her eyes. Seeing this scene, she realized one thing deeply. Even if I have the same capital as them, my strength cannot reach their level. Obviously she also. But why is there still such a gap in strength? Tang Xuehui took a deep breath, and after seeing Lin Ning's attack, she turned around and left without hesitation. This was the opportunity that Lin Ning had paid a huge price for her to leave. She could hesitate about the choice she was going to make, but she could not waste the opportunity created by Lin Ning. But the next second, just as Tang Xuehui activated the cold shadow step and was about to rush to find Lin Ning, a huge figure appeared in front of her. Tang Xuehui's pupils suddenly shrank. This is an ice puppet. When was he summoned? Zhou Xiaocao's eyes widened as well. After receiving that blow, you still have such a quick reaction? To be precise, it's an ice giant. A familiar yet annoying voice appeared in the ears of the three women. The three of them were all shocked. Tang Xuehui stopped instantly. Zhou Xiaocao's hand that was drawing the bow paused. Lin Ning, with sweat all over his forehead, gasping for breath and his chest heaving violently, was stunned on the spot. I don't think you'll mind if I correct your mistake. Lu Qi made a hoarse sound and said slowly, besides, you misunderstood. That attack just now wasn't difficult for me to defend against. Lu Qi saw the astonishment and shock on the faces of the three women in front of him, and grinned, revealing a mouthful of big yellow teeth. I don't think I've formally introduced myself yet. My name is Lu Qi, I have epic ice bloodline, and I'm a level 57 professional. Level 57. Lin Ning, the highest level present, was only level 27. The number 57 instantly weighed on the three of them like a mountain. The three girls knew that Lu Qi must have bypassed the dungeon restrictions through some means, but they never expected that the other party's level was so high. For professionals, level is the generation gap. High-quality professionals will be higher than low-level professionals at the same level, but the gap will not exceed 5 levels. Level 30. Even if the opponent is an ordinary level professional, he is still stronger than everyone else. I know you're level 57, so? Lin Ning slowly recovered his strength and said word by word, I don't know how you bypassed the restrictions and entered the dungeon, but this doesn't affect the result. And, if I'm not mistaken, you're not in your prime right now. This sentence slightly dispelled the haze in the hearts of the three women, and they came to their senses. If the opponent was really a level 57 professional in full condition, they would not have been able to fight with him for so long. The difference of 30 levels was enough for Lu Qi to crush the three women like crushing a group of ants. Lu Qi smiled and nodded after hearing this. Yes, you are right. I did use some unconventional means to enter this dungeon. As a result, my current attributes are only around level 40. But what about you guys? If I'm not mistaken, your physical strength is almost exhausted, and your mental strength is also running low, close to depletion. And I just casually moved my hands, and you relied on your extraordinary performance and burned yourselves to tie with me. But how long can you maintain this state? Lu Qi stared at Lin Ning intently. Seraphim, are you nearing your limit? Lin Ning's face darkened and he said nothing. What Lu Qi said was absolutely right, and she didn't even have the energy to refute it at this moment. But Lin Ning still stared at Lu Qi, the fighting spirit still burning in her pupils. Lu Qi suddenly scratched his head, a look of disgust on his face, and spoke to himself, how annoying. I finally understand why I hate you geniuses. You think yourselves are destined for the future. You work hard, strive for progress, and fight for your life. You think you can do anything as long as you put in the effort. Little do you know that this is the biggest joke. Human power has its limits, and yet you keep daydreaming, imagining that you can do it all. Foolish, ignorant, and arrogant. How annoying. The look in your eyes, geniuses, really annoys me. Even in this desperate situation, you never thought of giving up. He. Lu Qi's eyes were red as he shouted, first, dig out your eyes. Just when Lu Qi rushed towards Lin Ning madly, a heavy sword shot out from the woods and stabbed straight in front of Lu Qi. Boom! Lu Qi was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked in the direction where the sword was flying. You. Who are you? At the same time, the three women showed expressions of great surprise on their faces. Lin En seemed to have been through a battle. There was still some dust on his body and his clothes were slightly torn, but that was all. In terms of the degree of tragedy, the three women looked more like they had just experienced a great war. He raised his head and looked at Lu Qi calmly. Are you also here to cause trouble? You said, what? Also? Lu Qi showed a hint of surprise, thinking that he had heard it wrong. He stared at Lin En intently. From Lin En's words, he suddenly realized a fact that he absolutely could not accept. Lin En frowned slightly and asked, besides you two, is there anyone else? Yes, he heard it right. The boy did say also. The other party knew that the two of them came in. Could it be that Wang Xian was defeated by him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Xian clearly went hunting you. Lin En blinked. Wang Xian, are you referring to this troublemaker? He dragged a figure out from the bushes. There was not a single piece of healthy flesh on the man's body. It was obvious that he had been injured by a sharp weapon and looked very miserable. Lu Qi froze in place instantly. His expression was uncertain. Kid, I don't know how you did it, but, to be able to defeat Wang Xian, you definitely aren't a freshman this year. Who are you? Lin En sneered, how can I not be a freshman? You just denied my freshman status with just one sentence? How awesome are you? Are you even more awesome than our school's principal, Chen? Impossible. Lu Qi roared, not because he was angry, but because he couldn't accept it. A freshman, defeating Wang Xian? What a joke. Although Wang Xian is only level 55, he is a genuine epic level, shadow swordsman, a melee professional. But Wang Xian's wounds directly showed that he was defeated head-on by Lin En in close combat. A freshman can do this? Lu Qi now feels that the whole world has gone crazy. Chapter 88 I ask, you answer. Humph, Wang Xian is dead, I have no intention of pursuing my own right or wrong. Lu Qi's eyes flashed with a cold light, then you die too. Lu Qi disappeared from the spot in an instant, and his speed shocked the three women present. It turned out that when fighting with them, Lu Qi hadn't even used his full strength. At this moment, Lu Qi's speed was so fast that they could not catch it with their naked eyes. They only felt the ground shaking slightly, followed by gusts of strong wind. Zhou Xiaoqiao had just drawn his bow and arrow when he was stopped by Lin Ning next to him. Zhou Xiaoqiao looked at Lin Ning with some doubt, but saw Lin Ning said lightly, well, he doesn't like this very much. What? Zhou Xiaoqiao didn't understand for a moment. The master never likes to fight. If he does, it means the enemy before us is beyond our ability to handle. Lin Ning paused, we just need to be a dutiful spectator here. Zhou Xiaoqiao just felt it was ridiculous. She knew that Lin En had very good strength, but even so, it was too fantastical to ask Lin En to fight against a professional who was at a cheating level that even the three of them could not defeat together. However, even Tang Xuehui did not take any action. She just found a perfectly shaped tree stump and sat on it obediently, hugging her legs. It seemed that there was only Lin En in her eyes. Zhou Xiaoqiao put down the bow and arrow in his hand with some doubt. Lin En was seen standing there relaxedly, holding the Earth Dragon sword. This kid is full of flaws. Lu Qi kept moving at high speed while observing Lin En's movements, his brows slightly furrowed. Can such a person really take down Wang Xian? He snorted coldly, put his palms together, and a biting cold current burst out instantly. Even the air was frozen, and the cold current did not form an ice waterfall until it was launched. It was the biting cold current that condensed the water in the air into frost. This kind of cold air was more terrifying than actual ice. It left no trace, but once it touched, large areas of skin would instantly die. Lin En raised the Earth Dragon sword in his right hand, and a bright white light suddenly shone on the sword. Heavy sword slash. One slash, and nothing happened. Then the storm raged. Call. This slash directly neutralized Lu Qi's attack, shocking Lu Qi so much that he frowned. This attack was actually broken by a large sword? Lu Qi's expression became more serious. At this moment, he was close to Lin En. He opened his arms, bent his hands like eagle hooks, and went straight to Lin En's throat. Even if Lin En has some tricks, there is one thing that is a natural barrier between low-level professionals and high-level professionals, and that is attributes. Even if low-level professionals possess some powerful skills, their attributes limit their upper limit. Even if they have a variety of output methods, if they can't hit, see, or touch, it will be useless. Lu Qi grinned. Even if Wang Xian made a mistake, you shouldn't underestimate me like that. Clang. As imagined, the scene of Linen's throat being pierced did not appear. The Earth Dragon's sword lay between the two of them, and above the sword was Linen's cold gaze. Who did you say made a mistake? Who underestimated you? Impossible. Lu Qi was completely stunned for a moment. This was almost fatal for a professional fighter, as every moment could determine a completely different direction. How can he keep up with my speed? Lu Qi roared in his heart. But Linen didn't give Lu Qi any chance to react. He took a deep breath and poured all his strength into the sword in his hand. Heavy sword slash. Sizzle. Lu Qi acted instinctively, and ice crystals burst out instantly. However, after those ice crystals touched the sharp edge of the Earth Dragon sword, they were like tofu cut by a kitchen knife. Not even a little bit could be blocked. Lu Qi's alarm bells rang instantly. He quickly moved and dodged the Earth Dragon's sword that was coming to cut him in half. This kid! He growled, Ice Giant. A huge giant made of ice roared and crashed to the ground. Its body is so huge that even without any skills, just smashing its heavy body to the ground has considerable power. Bang! The ground trembled slightly. Lu Qi breathed a sigh of relief, although even he himself didn't know why. But the next second, his eyes widened. Where did that kid go? After the frost giant fell, there was no trace of Lin on the ground. Who are you looking for? Looking for me? Why don't you look behind you? Lu Qi turned his head suddenly and found Lin and still above him in mid-air. Heavy sword slash. Brush. The blow was powerful and heavy, and it cut Lu Qi's arm. Lu Qi's figure flew backwards in an instant, and endless blood mist floated in the air. That's it? Linen played with the Earth Dragon greatsword in his hand and said, I thought it was so powerful, but this is it. He said he was a level 55 professional, and you said you were a level 57 professional. If you ask me, if all high-level professionals are as decadent as you, then professionals should just disappear from the world as soon as possible. Lu Qi had a sinister look on his face as he hugged his arm. One of his arms was covered in blood, with the wound so deep that the bone was visible. He endured the pain and froze the wound with ice. The piercing pain made him frown repeatedly, but Lu Qi still had to do it, otherwise the huge amount of blood loss would cost him his life. You know nothing. Lu Qi growled. Our strength has already been greatly reduced since we entered this scenario. Otherwise, how could a young boy like you possibly be my opponent? Before he finished speaking, Lu Qi saw Linen's figure disappear from the spot in an instant. Oh no, he is attacking. But, where did he attack from? Lu Qi looked panicked. He couldn't find Linen at all. His eyesight couldn't even keep up with Linen's speed. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Go talk to my heavy sword. Linen raised his sword and swung it out. Ugh! Lu Qi vomited blood and fell heavily to the ground. Who are you? Lu Qi's vulgarity and calmness completely disappeared, replaced by full of fear and confusion. He didn't understand how a professional who had just reached the second level could have such strength. He had only seen this kind of genius among the demons. Linen said calmly, You don't need to worry about who I am. Now I win and you lose, so I ask and you answer, okay? At the same time. Outside of the copy. Mr. Chen, we currently have two solutions. Du Jun looked around and said in a deep voice, forcibly interrupt this instance, or send some high-level professionals into this instance. Why didn't you tell me earlier if you could interrupt it forcibly? Elder Chen frowned, they even sent high-level professionals in. By the time they find the troublemakers, the situation will be irreversible. Chapter 89 The copy is over? Du Jun was choked by Chen Lao's words and gave a bitter smile. It's not that we don't want to cancel this dungeon immediately, but we don't have items of the level of Ice Jade Crystal. If we want to cancel the dungeon, we can only summon a large number of formation masters to crack the dungeon, and it will also consume a lot of items. Then do it. Elder Chen said in a deep voice, if we were a second late, someone in the dungeon might have died. Du Jun nodded, I understand. The formation masters and props are ready. The rescue operation will begin immediately. On the square. Dozens of formation masters gathered here, with many blue diamonds placed in front of them. The diamonds were breaking precept stones, each of which was an epic quality item, and they were piled up here as if they were free. Behind him were a group of teachers, all with serious expressions. What happened? You're still asking? You don't even know? The Demon Worship Alliance invaded this joint attack. Ah? The Demonic Alliance? They're still active? I heard that the Demon Worship Alliance sneaked into Zhongzhou College this time, disguised themselves as 2 Zhongzhou College teachers, and sneaked into the dungeon. Why didn't you tell us about such a big thing earlier? Those lunatics specifically targeted talented young humans. They caused a lot of trouble 6 or 7 years ago. Why are they secretly operating again now? I don't know the details. I just hope that the students who participated in this trial can return safely. While the teachers were communicating with each other, the formation masters stood in a neat row, took out their staffs, and spoke with great confidence. Afterwards, one by one, the stones that broke the precept suddenly lit up and quickly melted away, turning into specks of starlight that continued to rise into the sky and merge together. Elder Chen looked at this scene and sighed. How long is the estimated time? If everything goes well, this instance will be forcibly terminated within an hour. Elder Chen frowned slightly. What if it doesn't go well? That depends on the original structure of the dungeon. The formation master consumes the breaking stone to break the dungeon, which is essentially decompiling the dungeon. If the deconstruction process isn't smooth, it could take over 5 hours. Old Chen frowned, and his already serious face was filled with solemnity. Zhao Mingyuan, who was standing by, knew why his principal had such an expression. 5 hours. By the time they crack this copy, I'm afraid the benefits will be gone by the time they're done. Those who are qualified to enter this copy are all geniuses from various academies. If they really die in it, it will be a serious blow to the entire daxia. However, at this moment, buzz. The entrance to the dungeon emitted a buzzing sound, and then a brilliant light burst out from it, and countless translucent particles flew around. Afterwards, groups of professionals appeared on the spot. So fast? Zhao Mingyuan was stunned. Wasn't it said that the fastest time would take an hour? It was less than a minute and the copy was forcibly cancelled? No. Old Chen frowned. That's not forced cancellation. This is clearly the appearance of a dungeon being conquered. Zhao Mingyuan suddenly realized, I see. I was wondering, I've seen many dungeons forced to be broken, but this is not the case at all. Zhao Mingyuan shut up halfway through his words, because all the scenes of forced termination of the copy he had seen were done by Old Chen using the Ice Jade Crystal. But now the Ice Jade Crystal is gone, and if he continues to say such words, it would be like stabbing Old Chen in the heart. That's not important. Boss Chen waved his hand. What are you standing there for? Go count the casualties. Zhao Mingyuan was as if he had been pardoned. Yes, Mr. Chen. The other side. On the square, professionals gathered here. Most of them were covered in dust and looked like they had been through a tough battle, and some had even suffered serious injuries. Perhaps because the copy ended too abruptly, most people looked confused at this moment. Sister, you're okay? Zhou Xiaohua looked around hurriedly, and only felt relieved when she saw Zhou Xiaochao. I'm fine. Zhou Xiaocao's voice was gentle. I'm so glad you're okay. I'm fine, but Wang Di, he sacrificed himself. Zhou Xiaochao was stunned for a moment. What? Zhou Xiaohua began to describe what happened after she separated from Zhou Xiaochao. Their luck was not too bad. Although they were separated from Zhou Xiaochao, the other 4 members of the team entered the same hidden copy. They began to advance slowly, and everything went smoothly along the way. Finally, they found the dungeon boss. After a hard fight, Zhou Xiaohua's team successfully defeated the dungeon boss. However, their happiness did not last long, as the dungeon boss stood up with red eyes, just like when the team attacked the dark gold claw tiger before. However, at that time, Zhou Xiaohua's team had been fighting for a long time, was already injured, and had consumed a lot of physical strength, so they were unable to confront the dungeon boss head-on. He was the most seriously injured. We didn't let him go in the first place. When that beast pounced on me, Wang Di pushed me away. If it were just this, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself. He risked his life to attack that strange beast, creating an opportunity for us to attack. Zhou Xiaohua's eyes were red. I saw him get slapped away by that beast with my own eyes. His body couldn't withstand that kind of damage anymore. Zhou Xiaochao said in a deep voice, you don't have to blame yourself so much. If this dungeon hadn't been planted with demon seeds by the Demon Worship Alliance, you should have been able to teleport out the first time you defeated the dungeon boss. Zhou Xiaohua was stunned for a moment as she was plunged into grief. What? What, the Demon Worship Alliance, demon species? Zhou Xiaoqiao tried to explain to Zhou Xiaohua everything that happened in the copy in a calm tone. After Linen captured Lu Qi, he used some very gentle and loving methods to make Lu Qi reveal some information. One of them is the demon species. According to Lu Qi, the demon seed is a prop produced by the demons, a seed. After being planted, it can affect the monsters in the entire copy, especially the leader level and boss level monsters. The demon seed will inject the demonic vitality contained in its seed into the body of the monster. When those monsters die, the demonic vitality will be activated and they will come back to life again. Due to the peculiarity of the demonic vitality, the revived beasts have been strengthened instead, becoming more brutal and powerful. It can be said that this is a perfect prop that can threaten all professionals who enter the copy. The Demon Worshipping Alliance? The Demon Worshipping Alliance. After learning all this, the sadness in Zhou Xiaohua's eyes disappeared instantly, and was replaced by immense anger. Assholes, you bastards! Damn it, give me back my brother! Zhou Xiaohua pulled out the mace, and just as he was about to hit Lu Qi and Wang Xian, his arm was grabbed. Brother Lin? Zhou Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. What are you doing? Stop you! Lin En said calmly, they shouldn't die. Chapter 90. What on earth are you going to do? Zhou Xiaohua's eyes widened. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? They killed my brother. His voice was a little hoarse. If it weren't for them, Wang Di wouldn't have died. He should have survived. Now you're trying to make excuses for these two bastards. Zhou Xiaohua took a deep breath, and a hint of disappointment flashed through her eyes filled with grief and anger. Brother Lin, I originally thought you were a fellow traveler. I admired you very much, but you turned out to be this kind of person. I, Zhou Xiaohua, misjudged you. When did I say I was going to exonerate both of them? Lin blinked and spoke slowly. Zhou Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. He subconsciously asked, what did you say? You're the one who's making excuses for them. Lin En said calmly, you want to kill them? No, wait a minute. Zhou Xiaohua suddenly stopped being angry and sad. He felt a little overwhelmed. What on earth was Lin En talking about? Why couldn't he understand? Zhou Xiaohua took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Brother Lin, my brother died because of them. I want to kill them now to avenge my brother. Lin En spoke again, revenge for your brother, okay, then why kill them? After hearing Lin En say this, Zhou Xiaohua was completely stunned. Brother Lin, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Lin sighed. Don't be anxious, don't be anxious. How can I not be anxious? Look, the two of them disrupted the joint attack, leading to the current casualties, including members of your team, correct? Right. Zhou Xiaohua's mind began to race, so now I want revenge and kill them. Then you shouldn't have killed them. Lin En said seriously, they shouldn't die, they should live. They don't deserve to die. Zhou Xiaohua's voice suddenly rose. They deserve to die the most. Why are you defending them? People like this, besides endangering other people's lives, what else do they have? Zhou Xiaohua didn't expect Lin En to be so saintly. He was already immersed in the pain of Wang Di's death. Now hearing Lin En trying to stop him, Zhou Xiaohua even wanted to beat Lin En together. They still feel pain. Lin En said seriously, they really shouldn't die. But, No, Zhou Xiaohua wanted to say something, but suddenly realized that something seemed to be wrong. He put down the mace in his hand and said, Brother Lin, what you mean is? Letting them die like this would be too easy for them. If it were me, I could kill them for 7 days without killing either of them. If I had a way to recover, I could kill them for a month. After hearing these words, all the professionals present shuddered subconsciously. This is too fucking. Can they really listen to such restricted language? Just kill them, but what do you mean you can kill them for a month? The scene is terrifying just thinking about it. Lin En said seriously, when you wanted to attack just now, I was almost about to take you down. Me? Zhou Xiaohua's brain completely froze. No, why? Because you want to free them. Lin En paused. At a time like this, the more someone wants to kill them, the more suspicious they become. I was wrong. Zhou Xiaohua clasped her hands together and gave up. I'm such an idiot. I didn't think too much about it. He decided not to argue with Lin En about this matter at all, because he realized that the Lin En in front of him did not seem to be a pure sunny handsome guy. The words that came out of his mouth made his spine cold and sweaty. What do you mean he shouldn't die? He still feels pain? What on earth are you talking about? Cough, cough, cough. Du Jun cleared his throat. All the professionals looked at him. He's right. These two have the information we need. They are very valuable. We can't let them die so easily. That would be too easy for them. Du Jun glanced at Lin En and said, "Young man, you did a great job." He muttered to himself, "This man looks young, but his methods are so experienced, he is definitely a good seedling for the Xia State Security Bureau. Let's talk to Mr. Chen someday and transfer this young man over here, right?" The things said in those words made even this veteran of many battles tremble. Chen Lao, who was standing by, said at the right moment, "Did you clear this dungeon with your strategy?" Lin En nodded. "Yes, these two used some tricks in the dungeon, and I found out through questioning." "Did you ask that?" "He's a lunatic from the Demon Worship Alliance. All he wants is for all of you dungeon raiders to die. How can he honestly answer a question like that?" "How did you ask that?" Everyone present knew that some things did not need to be said in person. Du Jun sighed, "It's just that the timing is a bit awkward. If you could have finished the dungeon 5 minutes earlier, you wouldn't have to use up those breaking discipline stones." Elder Chen narrowed his eyes suddenly as he listened. "So those breaking discipline stones were consumed?" "Yeah." Du Jun felt a little painful. Even the Xia Country Security Bureau couldn't afford such a huge waste. If they relied on these breaking the precept stones to rescue the students, then no matter how much they consumed, it wouldn't be a waste. Now this thing is taken out just for fun, and it's set off like fireworks, and no one would feel good about it. Elder Chen laughed heartily. "It's all right. After all, this proves your hard work. Just use up some of these breaking discipline stones." Du Jun was completely confused. Why was Mr. Chen so happy when his things were gone? Why did he feel that Mr. Chen seemed to be gloating? 5 minutes. Lin En thought for a moment, these two are really stubborn. It seemed like it was as long as my index finger. No one cares what you were doing at that time. That's enough, stop talking, it's just too much. Ahem. Du Jun coughed madly. I know. It's okay, classmate. You've done a great job. At this moment, Lu Qi, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly opened his eyes, and a pair of hands covered in mud and blood grabbed Du Jun's legs tightly. "Humph, you, the demon-worshipping alliance, are truly a scourge that has plagued us for thousands of years." Du Jun said murderously, "Every one of you deserves to die." "I deserve to die." Lu Qi's eyes shone. "I deserve to die. I really deserve to die. I know you. You are Du Jun from the Xia National Security Bureau. Kill me now. I beg you." After saying this, Lu Qi closed his eyes, his neck stiffened, and he fainted again. Quiet. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone is curious about one thing. "Lin, what the hell did you do to them?" Wrong. Although they are curious, they definitely don't want to know. Chapter 91 Award Ceremony. Du Jun quickly coughed twice, stood up and looked at Lin En. "Leave these two to me, we will handle them." "Oh." Lin En nodded. He had no objection to this. He originally wanted to squeeze some information out of these two people, but Du Jun should also have corresponding means. Afterwards, Lu Qi and the other man were taken away by Du Jun's men. At this moment, Zhao Mingyuan on the side hurriedly said, "Everyone, with such a serious situation, should the joint strategy ranking still be taken into account?" "Yes, of course it should be taken into account." Boss Chan waved his hand. Although invaders from the Demon Worship Alliance appeared in the dungeon, the ranking of the dungeon must still be calculated normally. Normal calculation? But such a big thing happened in our Zhangzhou College. A teacher from Zhangzhou College couldn't help but say. Elder Chen glanced at the man and asked, "What's the purpose of the joint strategy ranking?" This sentence choked the teacher who was speaking. He subconsciously said, "Of course, it's to distinguish the strength of the professional teams of each academy." That's right. Elder Chen said calmly, "Although the Demon Worship Alliance has invaded the dungeon, have they affected the various professional team strategies for the dungeon?" Zhao Mingyuan finally understood. So, although the Demon Worship Alliance invaded the dungeon, they were eliminated. Essentially, they didn't have much impact on the strategy of this joint dungeon. So, is the ranking of this dungeon sufficient to reflect the strength ranking of the professional teams from each academy? Not bad, you are worthy of being my student, you are quite smart. Elder Chen laughed heartily. So everyone, this is the situation. Do you have any objections? No one spoke again. Now that things have come to this, how dare they object? The one ranked first in love is not from your college. In the huge dungeon points ranking list, the first place is Lin Team. Linen's team triggered the hidden copy teleportation of the rock giant. Tang Xuehui and Linen each hunted the hidden boss. Linen also hunted the copy boss. The points he obtained had already far surpassed other professional teams. Therefore, although the teachers of each college were still somewhat indignant, they really did not dare to raise any objection since Linen's team could come up with such a level of points. On the square, professionals who participated in the joint attack stood up one after another. Mr. Chen stood in front of the podium and looked around. You are all the best professionals in my Xia country. There were indeed some unexpected events during this joint attack, but you still delivered the best possible performance. Some professionals looked confused. They had no idea what Mr. Chen was talking about. Some professionals showed a hint of fear in their eyes. Those monsters that stood up again and became more powerful became their lingering nightmare. According to the rules, I will award prizes to the top 10 professional teams. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion among the crowd. The ranking has not been announced, so no one knows what their exact ranking is. Even if they are not ranked first, maybe they can still make it into the top 10? Every time a joint hunt takes place, each academy pays out of their own pockets and picks out a few pieces of equipment or props from their treasured treasure houses and gives them to the top 10 professional teams. Now, the team whose name I called out will come up to the stage to receive their award. 10th place, Zhengzhou College, Tan Chang Team. Points, 756. 9th place, Hongxiang College, Zhaopeng Team. Points, 778. 8th. Old Chen read out the names slowly, and the teams whose names were called stepped forward. The professionals around them immediately looked at them with envy. They probably knew that the points achieved by those professional teams were something they could not achieve even if they tried their best. 3rd place, Zhengzhou College, Qian Sunxiang Team. Points, 1525 inch. 2nd place, Jiangnan College, Zhou Xiaohua Team. Points, 2031 inch. 1st place. Who is it? Most of the professional teams present were unaware of the battle situation in the dungeon. After all, this was an S-level dungeon, and the situation inside the dungeon was complicated. Most of the professional teams had to try their best just to survive in the dungeon. However, this did not prevent them from watching the award ceremony with great interest. To a certain extent, this also represents the strengths and weaknesses of each vocational college. Elder Chen paused, his eyes scanning the entire audience. Team Lin N, points, 5,337. The whole audience was silent for a moment. Then, everyone gasped. How much? Did I hear correctly? 5,337? If I remember correctly, the second-ranked professional team only has over 2,000 points. The second and third place combined only have half the points of the first place. This is going to be a blast. A group of professionals couldn't help but start complaining. They could probably guess that the first place was most likely from Hongxiang College. But they never guessed that the first place team, Lin N, would have such a high score. They even suspected that there was something wrong with the rankings, but this idea was quickly dismissed. They had only heard of people making mistakes, but had never heard of rankings making mistakes. But this number is really too shocking. There were nearly 100 professional teams present, and most of them couldn't even reach 500 points. And Team Lin N has more than 5,000 points. This means that the number of exotic beasts they hunted in the dungeon was 10 times the number of kills. The points gained from more powerful beasts are of diminishing returns. For example, if the combat value of a beast is quantified, assuming that a beast with a combat value of 100 can bring 100 points, then a beast with a combat value of 500 can only bring 400 points at most, and a beast with a combat value of 1000 can only bring 700 points. Even if the strange beasts hunted by Lin N's team were cut into pieces and placed in front of them, they might not be able to defeat these strange beasts before the end of the copy. Mr. Chen cleared his throat and said, "Silence. Teams of 6 to 10 professionals can receive 2 pieces of epic equipment and 3 pieces of rare equipment. Teams of 4 to 5 can receive 3 pieces of epic equipment and 2 pieces of rare equipment. The top 3 teams will receive 1 piece of epic equipment, 2 pieces of legendary equipment, and 2 pieces of rare equipment. The second place team will receive an extra epic item, and the first place team will receive 2 extra epic items. Later, I will open the entrance to the treasure house. What equipment you can get depends on your luck. Old Chen waved his hand, and a formation master immediately stepped forward, took out a scroll, and immediately began to activate the formation engraved on the scroll. After saying this, Mr. Chen was about to leave the stage. As he passed by Lin En, his lips moved slightly. Go to the innermost part, there are many good things inside. Chapter 92, The Furious Old Wang. Only Lin En heard what Mr. Chen said. He was a little amused and confused. Is this considered cheating? Lin Ning blinked and whispered to Lin En curiously, did Mr. Chen talk to you just now? Lin En raised an eyebrow, did you hear all this? After the second transformation, the attribute bonus brought to Lin Ning by the Seraphim profession was even greater. Lin Ning actually heard some slight movement, but she didn't hear it clearly. Even Lin Ning, who was standing so close, couldn't hear it clearly, let alone others. Yes. Lin En smiled and leaned close to Lin Ning's ear. Mr. Chen said there are a lot of good things in it. Tang Xuehui, who had leaned over to listen, also heard Lin En's words. She immediately widened her eyes and whispered, wow, this is blatant cheating. Lin En quickly covered her mouth and said, okay, don't say anything more. This is human nature. After all, this cheating is for him, so it should not be made public. However, Lin En was still somewhat grateful to Mr. Chen for protecting his son. And the other side? Cheating openly? It's human nature? Humph, this brat even said bad things about me behind my back. Old Chen's thick eyebrows raised from time to time. Not only did Lin En's team defeat the dungeon boss, they also took down the invaders from the Demon Alliance. These achievements weren't even counted in the points. He wanted to double Lin En's team's reward on the spot. Think about it, what would happen if there was no Lin team? It is estimated that the entire professional team in the copy will be killed. It can be said that Lin En saved the lives of this generation of professionals in Zhengzhou domain with his own strength. It's not too much to give more benefits. Even Mr. Chen felt that it was too little. It's too little, it's really too little. Old Chen muttered to himself and made a phone call. Hello? Lao Wang. Don't call me, I'm not here. An old voice suddenly rang out from the other end of the line. Old Chen, you're calling me, it must be bad news. Great news. Calling you this time is a truly auspicious occasion. Elder Chen chuckled. I have some good news for you. Our academy has recruited several talented students this year. Ha ha. Academy for geniuses? You, Old Chen, rely on the reputation of Hongxiang Academy. Every year, you recruit the best students in Xia country? Every year, geniuses flock to you. Old Wang said impatiently, you definitely didn't call me about such trivial matters. Come on, if you have something to say, just say it. This time is different. This time, the students are truly talented. Elder Chin chuckled. Do you still remember the Demon Worship Alliance? There was a sudden silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then a much duller voice came over, those bastards are showing up again? Not only that, they wanted to make a big move as soon as they returned. This year, 2 members of the Demon Worship Alliance sneaked into the joint raid of the Zhengzhou Region Academy. What a bunch of brainless bastards! Lao Wang cursed, then quickly asked, what happened next? What did they do? They used a certain item to enter the dungeon at a level higher than the required level, and were eliminated by my students. Oh my god. When the person on the other end of the phone heard what Mr. Chen said, his attitude immediately changed a lot. Mr. Chen felt that the other party's reaction was reasonable. A dungeon with a maximum limit of level 40 has had professionals at level 50 sneak in, which is a dimensionality reduction attack on all professionals in the dungeon. Even if high-level professionals are weakened when entering the dungeon, the professional skills and attributes they possess are not something that low-level professionals can contend with. Being able to defeat them shows that you have real skills. But, as for the joint attack, the various colleges just give out some junk equipment as rewards, so it's just average, I think. Old Chen, I knew it was no good when you called me. Lao Wang's voice became a little exasperated, you really are thinking about the good equipment in my warehouse. Hey, I'm going to criticize you for this. Old Chen said sternly, those equipment are the heritage and wealth of my Hongxiang Academy. How can they be considered yours? Bullshit. Those are wartime reserves. Lao Wang cursed for a long time. In short, no. Not even one? Not a single one. Old Wang on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. One. A smile appeared on Chen Lao's lips. Okay, it's settled. 2 pieces of mythical equipment. You submit the report and I'll approve it. Hey, old Chen, you old fool, you were talking about 1 piece of equipment. And you didn't mention mythical equipment. Hello? Mr. Chen hung up the phone early, and old Wang was so angry that he cursed wildly at the busy tone. You rascal, you bandit. Chen Xingxuan, the fact that you can become the principal of Hongshan College is a real loss to the entire Xia nation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin En looked around curiously. Everything was very new to him. The scroll lights up, indicating the entrance is open. As he spoke, the formation master distributed crystals to each team. The formation master gave instructions to the top 10 teams of professionals. You can only take the rewards that your team deserves. You won't be able to take anything that exceeds the quantity and quality. This thing is both the key for you to enter the treasure house and the proof for you to pick up your equipment. The pure white crystal has a smooth texture and feels surprisingly good in the hand. Lin holds the crystal in his hand. Then, the scroll lit up. A burst of light enveloped everyone. Lin En only felt a slight flash of light in front of his eyes, and then he felt dizzy. When he opened his eyes again, Lin immediately raised an eyebrow. It seems like an endless starry sky here, with countless stars gathering at the horizon. In front of Lin En, countless light balls of different colors appeared. These light balls are equipment. Tang Xuehui's voice sounded at the right time. From low to high quality, they are white, blue, purple, yellow, and red. Lin En was a little surprised. You know all this. I have something similar at home. Tang Xuehui smiled shyly. Most businesses related to professionals have a treasure house like this to prevent those professionals who specialize in thieves from stealing. Lin En nodded. It's indeed very safe. But what about the others? They are in a different space from us, even though we pick the same things, Lin Ning explained. It's amazing, isn't it? Indeed. Lin En looked around and said, let's pick out the equipment first. If you're slow, the good equipment will be picked up by others. Really? Lin Ning glanced at the countless small balls floating in the air. There are at least 1,000 pieces of equipment in here. Pick first. Chapter 93, Choose the reward and return the ring. Lin En and others continued to walk deeper into the treasure pavilion, passing by countless small balls. As we go deeper, the number of small balls is obviously less, but the color is darker. Recalling what Old Chen said before, Lin En had a guess. These equipment should be piled up in a certain room. The place they entered with the help of the formation master and the crystal should not be the real treasure house. And the equipment obtained is not real equipment. Lin En guessed that, to some extent, what they got should be item numbers, and the equipment would be delivered to them only after they left the treasure pavilion. It seems that the formation is truly mysterious. Lin picked up a small red ball. Insufficient permissions, unable to view. It is true. He put down the red ball and picked up a yellow ball. Poison Saint Necklace. Quality, Legend. Accessory, possesses skills, Poison Saint Body, Poison Saint Origin. Poison Saint Body, passive skill, greatly reduces poison damage. Poison Saint Origin, passive skill, greatly increases the damage of released poisons. Lin En couldn't help but be amazed. Any legendary equipment was so powerful. It seemed that Zhengzhou Domain Academy was really rich. He began to check the yellow balls of light one by one. After all, you can choose 2 pieces of legendary equipment. If you like one, just take it. But after choosing for a long time, Lin En's eyes were almost dazzled, but he still didn't find what he wanted. To be honest, Lin's requirements for equipment are quite high. It can't be an elemental amplification skill, because Lin En has no elemental attack means at all. By analogy, it cannot be a skill enhancement type. After all, Lin En is a tailor. How can a tailor have attacking skills? After all, the Earth Dragon Greatsword in Lin En's hand is simply the equipment that suits him best. The attack power is calculated based on the superposition of various attribute values, which is perfect for a weak player like Lin En. Unless he can find a damage skill with the same attribute blessing type. Most of the other types of protective equipment are just icing on the cake and are far from being a timely help. Lin En felt that since there was such a good opportunity, he naturally had to find a piece of equipment that best suited him. Given his personality, if he didn't make a profit, he would lose money. After all, Lin used to be in business. But there are slight differences between the two. If you don't make money from business, then at best you won't have any income at all. If a professional doesn't make money, then he is definitely not strong enough, and when he encounters a crisis, he will be helpless. Lin En was choosing when his eyes caught a piece of equipment. The equipment was of epic quality, shrouded in purple light, standing alone, without even a piece of equipment next to it, looking very strange. Lin En became curious and walked over. Return the ring. Quality, epic. Hand accessory, with skill, gold return. Gold return, an active skill. When activated, it increases defense and speed for a short period of time. The increase is based on the damage dealt by the wearer 3 seconds ago. This is a very interesting description. Lin narrowed her eyes and read it again carefully. Simply put, this is a ring that can increase defense and speed, but the way it increases is very interesting. It actually calculates the amount of damage caused to the wearer within 3 seconds, and then uses this as a basis to determine the extent of the improvement. This judgment is not about hitting the enemy, but about the damage caused. Lin En could just use his heavy sword to chop the ground he was standing on to get the bonus of gold return. If Lin En could penetrate the blue star within 3 seconds, he would be able to withstand attacks that were powerful enough to penetrate the blue star in the next short period of time. This equipment is very suitable for me. Lin was overjoyed. Returning ring is very suitable for Lin En, it can even be said to be the strongest. Judging from the description, it is a very good equipment for all burst-type professionals. But when it comes to explosions, Lin En has never seen an explosion more terrifying than the heavy sword slash. Think about it, when a person cuts you, it is already scary, but the next second his speed is even faster and his defense is even stronger. This is not fun at all. Moreover, why is it said that this ring of return is the most suitable equipment for Lin? For general explosive professionals, their super high explosive power comes at a price, either extreme consumption of mental energy or extreme consumption of physical energy. In other words, even if they got the boost from gold return, they only exchanged it for their own physical strength. But not Lin. Heavy sword slash is an extremely high damage that is completely dependent on the blessing of attributes. For Lin En, the consumption of physical strength is equivalent to an ordinary slash. That's it. Lin En held the ball of light and went looking for Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui. After finding the two women, Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui each held a purple ball of light in their hands. No, change it. Lin En saw through Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui's plan with just one glance. Each of you choose a legendary piece of equipment. Why? Tang Xuehui's eyes widened as she glanced at the purple ball of light in Lin En's hand. I can just take the epic one. Lin, you're the captain, you should get 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Lin Ning was stunned after hearing Tang Xuehui's words. 2? What about me? You? Tang Xuehui blinked. How about you take 2 rare grade equipment? Lin Ning's eyes widened. Okay, Sister Tang, you're not this partial. Seeing the 2 sisters about to quarrel, Lin En just sighed. Stop arguing, both of you. I'm the team leader, listen to me. Can. Onar. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui wanted to say something, but Lin En raised his hand to stop the 2 women. I didn't choose epic equipment out of modesty. I spent a long time choosing, and this is the only piece that suits me. The other legendary equipment wouldn't offer much of an improvement for me. Lin En paused. If there was a suitable legendary piece of equipment, I would have taken it long ago. After listening to Lin En's words, Tang Xuehui blinked and said, I remember that I seem to have set my eyes on a good legendary item. Go get it. Lin En smiled slightly. This first place was won by the 3 of us working together. It's the reward you deserve. Actually, I really can't find a suitable one. Lin Ning blinked. Master, how about you pick a legendary one? Still being modest? No. Then come with me. I found a piece of equipment that will suit you. After hearing this, Lin Ning immediately grabbed the corner of Lin En's clothes and said with a sweet smile, then let's go. Chapter 94, Huai's Collapse. Lin En took Lin Ning to a place and picked up a yellow ball of light. Holy Cross. Quality, legend. Part, necklace accessory. Equipment requirements: agility greater than 900, spirit greater than 600. Moderately reduce the rate of mental energy consumption. Active skill: glowing light, absorbs the wearer's holy attribute attacks, converts them into healing, and heals the wearer. The conversion efficiency increases based on the spiritual attribute. After Lin Ning looked at it carefully, his eyes widened. This really suits me. Not only does it have healing abilities, but it also reduces mental energy consumption. Lin Ning was overjoyed, and the next second he hugged Lin En. Master, thank you. Lin En was pondering what Lin Ning had just said. Healing ability. The treatment methods of professionals can be said to be extremely poor, and those teams without healers are actually having a miserable time. In order to ensure that the ancient god-level creations do not leak out, Lin En has been carefully developing his own team. It's time to find a healer for the team. But, where can I find it? At this point in time, most of the professionals in Hongxiang Academy should have already formed their own teams. He couldn't just poach other people's players, that would be bad. Well, let's talk about this after we get back to school. Master, what are you thinking about? Lin Ning stretched out her white fingers and waved them in front of Lin En's eyes. Let's go find Sister Tang. As soon as Lin En and Lin Ning walked back, they saw Tang Xuehui looking at him quietly. It's strange, why do I feel guilty? Don't look at it, I didn't do anything bad. Lin En sighed. Xuehui, let me help you pick one too. Good. Lin En finally picked a legendary equipment for Tang Xuehui. It was an equipment that was very suitable for Tang Xuehui. It purely increased attack power, purely for combat, and purely for fun. Afterwards, Lin En and the other two left. Looking at Lin En's back as he left, Zhou Xiaoqiao seemed to want to say something. This equipment, hey, blocks a shot. Zhou Xiaohua was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling, but when she saw that her elder sister's expression was not right, Zhou Xiaohua was stunned for a moment. Following her sister's gaze, Zhou Xiaohua saw Lin En and others walking and talking, and she was shocked. Is it possible that my sister has blossomed? And my sister is wearing those things called stockings from the Lin brothers. She said she was buying it, but how could a buyer and seller have such a look? When Hua Yi realized that something was wrong, he was shocked. That was Zhou Xiaoqiao, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, the genius buckwheat cold noodle beauty Zhou Xiaoqiao. How could she, a violent and icy person who has always been cold and violent, actually fall in love with a man? It's over, the sky is falling, it's the end of the world. Zhou Xiaohua took a deep breath and felt dizzy. No, calm down. Zhou Xiaohua walked up to Zhou Xiaoqiao and asked, Sister, are you busy? Ah. Zhou Xiaoqiao woke up as if from a dream. I didn't look at Lin En. Oh. Zhou Xiaohua's heart twitched. He had always thought that his sister was very smart, so why did she look a little silly now? Zhou Xiaoqiao seemed to realize that her words were problematic, and a blush crept up her face. We must become close friends with this Tang Xuehui. Oh, Zhou Xiaohua pretended not to understand, but that Tang Xuehui is just an epic. How can you judge based on her professional rank? Zhou Xiaoqiao frowned slightly. Tang Xuehui? There's nothing wrong with Tang Xuehui. Zhou Xiaohua chuckled. Then shouldn't we also get to know Lin Ning better? That's right, Lin Ning is a mythical professional. He will definitely achieve great things in the future. As a descendant of the Zhou family, you should have this level of thinking. Zhou Xiaohua nodded. Yeah, I see. As for that, Brother Lin, I don't think there's any need to make friends with him, right? As he spoke, he deliberately observed Zhou Xiaocao's expression, deliberately putting on a look of contempt, and said, I think he is just a showpiece supported by some equipment. He doesn't have much potential. Zhou Xiaoqiao raised her two beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows and stared at Zhou Xiaohua. What nonsense are you talking about? How can you be so short-sighted? Lin En is the team leader, he's the one we should be most close to. Have you forgotten all the ways of dealing with people that I taught you? As he spoke, Zhou Xiaoqiao twisted Zhou Xiaohua's ear fiercely. Hiss. Hua Yi took a deep breath. His sister's ear twisting was more powerful than the bite of the dark gold claw tiger. He quickly said, I know. Zhou Xiaoqiao sighed, do you really know? Of course, I know everything. Zhou Xiaohua said this, but she started to think about it in her heart. I belittled Brother Lin a little, but I didn't expect the sister to react so strongly. There is something going on here. Zhou Xiaohua felt a bit of a headache when she thought of Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui beside Lin En, both of whom were top beauties. If my sister goes there, she'll be the fourth mistress. Isn't this a good idea? If his elder sister was Xiaoxi, he wouldn't be able to call her brother-in-law. If he spoke, wouldn't he be killed instantly by the look in his wife's eyes? Thinking of the looks in Tang Xuehui and Lin Ning's eyes, Zhou Xiaohua felt a headache. At the same time, Old Chen stood at the gate of Hongshan College, looking at Lin En and the other two with a smile. You're back? How was your selection? It's quite suitable. Lin En thanked him honestly. Mr. Chen, thank you for your reminder. Hey, I didn't do anything. Old Chen laughed. In the collection room, the best things are usually at the back. This is common sense. I was just giving you a little reminder. You did a really good job on this joint attack, so the Academy is planning to give you a reward. Lin En was a little surprised. The Academy will also give individual rewards? Of course. Hongshan College has a long history and strong capital. It's just 2 rewards, no problem at all. Old Chen suddenly recalled Old Wang's broken face and cursing, then cleared his throat. Well, but, do you want this reward now? The choice is yours. After hearing this, Lin En was stunned for a moment. The choice is mine? Elder Chen nodded. Yes, the choice is yours. He glanced at Lin En and the other two. After this dungeon is over, you 3 should have reached the 2nd level, right? That's right. Once you reach the 3rd level, it's time to replace the equipment you're wearing. Lin Ning and Lin En were stunned for a moment, while Tang Xuehui on the side showed an expression as if it was natural. After entering the academy, you should be able to learn the relevant knowledge quickly. Elder Chen smiled and said, have you heard of inscribed weapons? Chapter 95, Speak more quietly, is it glorious? Elder Chen continued, although you will soon learn about inscribed weapons, it's not a bad idea to learn about them in advance. Its usage is very demanding. At the very least, a professional must reach the 3rd level before it can be used. Elder Chen said calmly, the 3rd level is just the lowest point. Inscribed weapons have extremely strict attribute requirements for professionals. Lin Ning asked subconsciously, strict requirements on attributes? That's right. To use inscribed weapons, the minimum attribute requirement must reach 8,000 points. Now, all 3 of them were shocked. Attribute requirement of 8,000 points. Lin En, who has the highest attribute value here, has a single attribute point of just over 2,100 points. And this is because Lin En has extremely bug ancient god level professional attribute points. For a normal professional, the single attribute value at around level 30 would be just over 1,000. The level of the 3rd transformation is level 40. Among professionals who have reached level 40, there are not many whose single attribute can reach 2,000. But the inscribed weapon actually has an attribute value requirement of 8,000 points. No wonder Mr. Chen said that the 3rd level was only the minimum standard for using inscribed weapons. In the eyes of the 3, professionals with the 3rd level were not qualified to use inscribed weapons. That's why schools don't teach it, because most professionals in this world don't have the qualifications to use it. Elder Chen sighed, the attribute value requirements alone are enough to eliminate quite a few people. And this is just the minimum requirement for using inscribed weapons. Among 100 inscribed weapons, I'm afraid only 2 or 3 have such low attribute requirements. But at the same time, the benefits of inscribed weapons to professionals are truly remarkable. You may have some good equipment, but compared to inscribed equipment, it's like the difference between the scorching sun and the bright moon. Lin En seemed to understand when he heard this. Mr. Chen, are you saying that we can choose 2 pieces of inscribed equipment? That's right, Old Chen's face immediately lit up with a teachable expression. You successfully won the Joint Attack Championship, and also repelled and captured the Demon Worship Alliance who entered the dungeon to disrupt order. With these 2 achievements combined, you are more than qualified to select inscribed equipment. But if you want to get equipment now, you can still go to Hongshan's treasure pavilion to choose. But forget about the inscribed equipment. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the affirmation in each other's eyes. Since Mr. Chen has said so, I will give up this opportunity. Lin En smiled. If I want it, I want the best. Yes, you are indeed my students. Old Chen looked at the 3 of them with satisfaction. Professionals can be said to be living on the edge of a knife, which also leads to the fact that most of them have to care about the small profits in front of them. After all, no one knows whether they can see the sun tomorrow or die under the claws of some strange beast. Elder Chen suddenly became curious. In this competition, the first place winner gets 2 extra items to choose from. I'm curious, which item did you choose? Lin En said honestly, we picked out 2 recovery items. Mr. Chen suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Lin En and the other 2 really lack the ability to recover, which can even be said to be the biggest weakness of their team. Although it is difficult for Lin En and the other 2 to be seriously injured with their strength, there are always unexpected things, and there is nothing wrong with being more prepared. Lin En thought for a moment, Mr. Chen, my team only has 3 people now, and there are 2 spots left. As you can see, we are very short of recovery methods. I really want to find a professional with recovery abilities, and one who is not too weak. What should I do? Keeping your troubles in your heart will not help you solve them. It is always better to speak them out and let more people help you find solutions. Sure enough, after hearing Lin En's words, Mr. Chen also frowned. This is indeed a difficult matter. After all, school has already started for such a long time, and most of the freshmen have joined the professional teams. The previous classes have already been fixed. Old Chen rolled his eyes and said, ahem, but there is a solution. Lin En's eyes lit up, really? However, according to the regulations, I shouldn't tell you about this. Old Chen sighed, as the principal of Hongxiang, I can't be the first to violate the regulations. Lin En patted his chest and said, Mr. Chen, you are highly respected. From now on, I will go through fire and water with just one word. Go away, little brat, how old are you and you're already flattering me? Old Chen scolded with a smile, there's no need to go through fire and water. Just go through a few more dungeons and level up, and you'll win honor for Hongxiang. Lin nodded, I understand. But? Old Chen cleared his throat, I have a difficult matter on my hands. In the professional competition in a month, one of the team that was supposed to participate was seriously injured. For the sake of his career, he will need to recuperate for at least 6 months. Elder Chen chuckled, Lin En, how about your team give it a try? Professional competition? It's a special competition. The participants are teams, but it's no longer a joint raid, but a ring competition. Old Chen looked straight ahead, if you agree. Lin En smiled slightly, Mr. Chen, look at what you said. Even if you don't help me, I should still participate in this kind of competition for the academy. Ah, good, I like students like you who are aware of the situation. Elder Chen chuckled and whispered, according to the rules, professionals who want to leave a team only need to report it to the school. They don't need the consent of the other members of the team or the team leader. Therefore, some professionals who are not doing well in the team will choose to find other teams. However, most teams are full, so no one is aware of this. Good job. Lin En raised his eyebrows. He finally understood why Mr. Chen was so cautious. Isn't this just poaching? This is the meaning of keep your voice down, is it glorious? Lin En's mouth twitched slightly, Mr. Chen, I'm going to dig up all the girls from Hongxiang, aren't you afraid? Hey, look at what you're saying. Aren't you the excellent professional team leader of my Hongxiang? Besides, reinforcements are just human nature. Lin En almost couldn't help laughing, I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Principal. Chen Lao played dumb, what? Oh, we didn't say anything. Mr. Chen suddenly admired Lin En very much. He was very reliable in what he said and did. Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui, who were standing by, almost had their eyes popping out of their heads. Although they didn't discuss anything particularly bad, why do they always feel that this is not glorious at all? Chapter 96, Looking for Reinforcements. We'll take a break for the next few days. Lin En said to the 2 women, the joint hunt has consumed a lot of energy. Our team will not be entering the dungeon for the time being. You can go do what you want to do now. Lin En said this, and he himself was ready to do what he wanted to do. Find quality customers. Because of the joint attack, Lin En's original plan was disrupted. He had been planning to find more high-quality clients in places like Hongxiang where there were many talented people. Ever since Lin En reached the 2nd level, his desire to find clients has become even stronger. The experience point requirement for an ancient god-level tailor actually increases exponentially. If Lin En had not developed Zhou Xiaoqiao, his upgrade speed would have been left behind by Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui. As a boss, your rank is not as high as that of your customers. Is this right? How can this be right? Faced with Lin En's words, Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui were not as happy as they had imagined. But Lin didn't notice this at the moment. D level. B level. A level. C level. University is indeed a place full of beautiful girls, but this is just the average level, and there is indeed a huge difference between girls who know how to dress up and those who don't. But unfortunately, identification skills don't look at how good your makeup is. They only score based on the most basic facial features. Otherwise, Lin En only needs to let a group of people wear deception clothes that increase their stats, and then hire a top makeup artist. In this way, Lin En can mass produce SSS level customers. Those makeup artists are all professionals. Professional makeup artists are different from those who painted on Lin En's face in his previous life. They really have the ability to turn decay into magic. But the ancient god-level tailor would definitely not let him take advantage of this loophole. Gain 12,000 shared experience from Tang Xuehui for killing the giant swamp snake. A line of words suddenly popped up on the career panel, which made Lin En stunned. Tang Xuehui, I clearly told you that you can rest these few days. Lin En smiled helplessly and instantly knew what Tang Xuehui was planning. Gain 15,000 shared experience from Tang Xuehui for killing the swamp poison frog. Gain 14,000 shared experience points from Lin Ning for killing the dark flame direwolf. Gain 7,500 shared experience points from Zhou Xiaoqiao for killing the frost falcon. I didn't listen to any of them. Lin En sighed. He even saw Zhou Xiaoqiao's experience sharing. It seems that Jiangnan College is also quite competitive. Forget it, if you didn't listen, then you didn't listen. Who allowed him to receive experience points? Suddenly, Lin had an idea. Yes, there must be more professionals in the dungeon hall. I should go there to find clients. Lin En was a little annoyed that he didn't react in time. It would definitely not work to grope around in such a huge campus like Hongxiang. He walked towards the dungeon hall. If he was lucky, he might even catch Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui sneaking out of the dungeon. At this moment, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the corner, and then Lin En felt a darkness in front of him, and a figure appeared in front of him, and the two of them bumped into each other, but nothing happened. Lin En quickly dodged to the side, then reached out and grabbed her wrist. Ah! The girl screamed in surprise. Without Lin En's support, she would have fallen headfirst to the ground. Are there any professionals from Hongxiang who are so clumsy? The girl in front of him was wearing loose gray clothes that looked tattered, like clothes an old man had thrown into the trash can. Her hair was messy, and she wore big black framed glasses on her face. Her thick bangs covered her entire forehead, and her face was dirty. It's not easy to find girls who look sloppy in college. Although we are all professionals and aim to upgrade, dressing up nicely is not a waste of time. Dressing up nicely will improve your mood, which is fine. Sorry. The girl raised her head, gave Lin En an apologetic smile, and then ran away quickly. What a weird person, but her eyes are bright. Lin En subconsciously used his skills on her back. Eye of Aesthetics. Client, Suyu. Appearance, 94. Body type, 100. Temperament, 92. Comprehensive score, SSS. 100% return on materials and 100% return on experience. Wait a minute. Sees the young master? Lin En's eyes widened instantly. It was really a subconscious action. He would open his eyes of aesthetic appreciation when he saw every female professional. It had almost become an instinctive reaction. But Lin En never expected that the sloppy girl was actually an SSS level big client. This rating, is it correct? Lin tried hard to recall the fleeting glimpse he had just had. Oily hair, black framed glasses, thick bangs, dirty little face, old man's shirt. The only thing that Lin En thought was good about her was her bright eyes. Boo dui. Lin frowned. With a dirty face, thick bangs, and big black framed glasses, even if Lin Ning and Tang Xuehui came, they would just be indistinguishable from the crowd. And the figure. To be honest, Lin En felt that no matter how good a person's figure was, wearing that loose and baggy gray old man's shirt would only cover it up. Thinking about it this way, the girl named Suyu might really be an SSS level customer. Where did she go just now? It seems to be a dungeon hall? Lin walked quickly. Suyu. Zhao Qian frowned. Suyu, why are you so slow? Don't you know we're planning to conquer the A-level dungeon today? His brows were filled with impatience. If you weren't an epic life mage, I wouldn't bother to take you into the team, Zhao Qian thought to himself. Sorry. I'm sorry. Suyu lowered her head. I have something that can't delay our actions. Zhao Qian said coldly, we are a professional team, so we naturally have to act centered around the team. Everyone has their own private affairs, so what's the point of forming a professional team? Suyu didn't get angry at all when Zhao Qian scolded her, even though being late this time really wasn't her fault, because she didn't even have a cell phone. When they received this news, the other team members had already known it 3 hours ago. Suyu pursed her lips and tugged at the corner of her clothes with her hand. Zhao Qian said calmly, "Alright, I'll forgive you this time, but it won't happen again." But before Suyu could smile, Zhao Qian's next words struck her like lightning. "You will hand over all the profits from this raid to the team." After hearing this, Suyu widened her eyes and said, But what's the but?" Zhao Qian said impatiently, "You've wasted our precious time. You deserve some punishment." Suyu finally lowered her head. Chapter 97, CPU Master? Zhao Qian rolled his eyes and took Suyu aside. He said earnestly, "Suyu, look, I've taken good care of you. With your level, no other team would want you. You have to perform well and satisfy me. You at least can't disappoint my expectations of you, right?" Suyu widened her eyes and stammered, not knowing what to say. Zhao Qian sighed, "Alas, it turns out that the healer who wanted to join us is a holy light priest. He not only has healing skills, but also damage output. Look at you again. You're a life mage, a purely supportive class. When we were raiding dungeons, we always kept you well protected. I don't ask for your thanks, I just want you to behave well." Suyu slowly lowered her head. I understand." Lin En on the side frowned. He didn't expect to meet such a pure PUA after traveling through time? Who says support jobs are inferior to damage-producing jobs? Support jobs are the most popular. People cannot have everything. A profession that takes into account both output and support is actually a relatively useless profession. Unless the grade reaches legendary, the result is that the output means are not good and the support strength is not enough. Pure auxiliary professions have diverse methods and sufficient stats, and most teams treasure them. As a result, Suyu is actually disliked by her team members? Is this some kind of international joke? The most important thing is that Suyu seems to have been really intimidated by her captain. Such a silly girl. Lin narrowed her eyes and sighed subconsciously. I feel bad about being invited into the team. At this moment, Zhao Qian actually walked in front of Lin En. Brother, are you here to form a wild team? Our team is trying to conquer an A-level dungeon with a level limit of 30. Zhao Qian continued, I'm a freshman in Hongxiang's class. My name is Zhao Qian, and I'm level 21. Lin En. Lin En thought for a moment, I can team up with you to conquer the A-level dungeon. Zhao Qian was overjoyed. In that case, how about we split the threshold fee for the strategy dungeon? Wait a minute. What? When Lin En heard Zhao Qian asking for money, his eyes widened. Hongxiang Academy does have quite a number of dungeons for professionals to upgrade and gain experience, from small C-level to large S-level dungeons. However, the development and maintenance of these copies have costs, so they are not open to the public for free. It costs money to enter a copy. The entry threshold for the A-level copy, which is limited to level 30, is 5 million. It sounds like a lot, but the output of an A-level dungeon is conservatively estimated to be 10 million. If you are lucky and the dungeon boss drops equipment, the profit will be even higher. So the entry threshold of 5 million is not expensive. The problem is that Lin En was alone in a wild team with 5 of them, and Zhao Qian actually wanted to go AA. They really treated him as a sucker. Lin En laughed angrily, but he still suppressed his discomfort and nodded, okay, no problem. After selling Zhou Xiaocao's equipment, Lin En became a wealthy man. That's great. Zhao Qian was delighted. Brother Lin, let's take care of each other and conquer the A-level dungeon. Excuse me, what is your occupation? That's so presumptuous. Lin En complained silently in his heart, then said, Moon-slashing swordsman, level 26. He didn't tell the truth. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Qian's expression changed when he looked at Lin En. The moon-slashing swordsman is a legendary melee attack profession. Lin En can also cause it with the Earth Dragon Greatsword. That's great. With you joining us, we should be able to conquer the A-level dungeon quickly. Zhao Qian hid his surprise and said with a smile. Level 26 itself is the second level, which is higher than the level of everyone in Zhao Qian's team, so Zhao Qian had to take it seriously. You are the one just now. Suyu widened her eyes and looked at Lin En in surprise. Zhao Qian raised his eyebrows slightly, do you know each other? She almost fell just now, and I helped her up. Lin En smiled, I didn't expect you to come to the dungeon hall as well. Zhao Qian's eyes turned and he looked at Suyu. You are a professional after all, why are you walking so nervously? Brother Lin, thank you for your help just now. Quick, apologize to Brother Lin. I'm sorry for what happened just now. Suyu's voice was as soft as a mosquito. This Zhao Qian is quite interesting. Lin En appeared calm on the surface, but in fact he heard every word Zhao Qian said clearly. This Zhao Qian is really a master of CPU, and he never misses any opportunity to visit Suyu in KTV. Okay, it's almost time, we should enter the dungeon. Zhao Qian looked at several people, and several team members took out a card from their personal space. Suyu lowered her head in embarrassment, her face flushed red. At first, Lin En didn't understand what Zhao Qian was going to do. It wasn't until Zhao Qian started to transfer money from every card that he realized it. Good job. It's AA. The entrance fee for an A-level copy is 5 million. Lin En has to pay AA with Zhao Qian's entire team, which means each side has to pay 2.5 million. Zhao Qian actually wanted to split the 2.5 million yuan with his teammates. You guys are forming a good team. Judging from Suyu's expression, she probably didn't pay. After all the calculations, Zhao Qian spent 1 million just to enter an A-level copy. Let's go. Zhao Qian brought a few people with him, and Lin En followed beside them. Everyone came to the entrance of the dungeon. Zhao Qian took out a card and said, we are going to enter the A-level dungeon, title Forest. The staff member took the card and swiped it on the machine, which immediately showed that the deduction was successful. Then she handed Zhao Qian 6 crystals. You can enter the A-rank dungeon, title Forest. Here is your key, please keep it safe. Everyone immediately entered the dungeon. Lin En felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and the familiar feeling of dizziness came again. The copy crystal allows you to enter the copy, and you can use the crystal to force your way out of the copy. It sounds like an excellent life-saving item, but in fact it is something that can only be produced in a copy that has been conquered. Its function is just an insurance. After all, no one will take the risk, take the initiative, and spend money to enter a copy that threatens their life. But although it may seem useless, it can actually save your life in critical moments. It's a bit like the left and right brain fighting each other. Lin En was holding the crystal in his hand, and Suyu beside him suddenly looked over. No. It's okay, don't be nervous. Suyu smiled, if you are injured, I will treat you. She looked at Lin En's expression and thought that Lin En was a little nervous about entering the A-level copy. In fact, Lin En was simply complaining about the effect of the crystal. Lin smiled and said, thank you. You should worry about yourself. Chapter 98, What a Mess of Cooperation. Another team member, Lu Chang, suddenly spoke up, you're a support class, just protect yourself and don't cause any trouble for us. I understand. Suyu lowered her head again. Lu Chang, don't say that. Zhao Qian frowned slightly, as members of the team, we should be more united and friendly. Lu Chang was stunned for a moment, sorry, Captain Zhao. Good guy, really good guy. Lin was too exhausted to complain. He looked around and found that the environment of this copy was a classic jungle environment, with trees growing tall and all kinds of mosquitoes flying around. In a place like this, you never know when a strange beast might jump out and attack. Lin En put away his playful thoughts and began to focus on capturing any unusual movements around him. The boss of the vast sea forest dungeon is the forest titan, which usually lives in mangroves. Our current location is rather vague, so we can't tell where to go to the mangroves. Zhao Qian had obviously done his homework and was quite familiar with the copy of the Hanhai forest. At this moment, Lin frowned. Roar! A roar came from above their heads, and everyone subconsciously raised their heads, but their vision was not clear under the glaring sunlight. A huge earth dragon sword instantly appeared in Lin En's hand, and he swung it towards the figure. Clang! The sharp claws of the strange beast collided fiercely with the sword edge, making a teeth-grinding friction sound, and then it used the force to jump back. It was not until this moment that everyone saw clearly what it was. It is brown all over with light green patterns painted on it. It's a jungle leopard. Be careful, its claws and teeth are extremely poisonous. Zhao Qian took out his sword and shield, form a formation. With Zhao Qian as the center, the team members started to move. Suyu stood behind Zhao Qian, and next to her was Lu Chang, who was dressed as a hunter. On Zhao Qian's left hand was a tall and burly man holding an extremely large shield, and on his right was a tall and thin man holding 2 daggers. From this perspective, Zhao Qian's team combination is really reasonable. He himself is a knight who was good at both offense and defense. The strong man is a shield master. The one on the left should be an assassin. The hunter is responsible for the long-range defense, and Su Yu, the life mage, is responsible for the assistance.
Here comes the problem. What about me?
Lin En held the Earth Dragon Greatsword and stood aside like an outsider, although he was an outsider to begin with. But in this situation, outsider is not a good word.
That represents the jungle leopard's choice of attack target.
One is a 5-man formation that looks like an iron barrel, and the other is a lonely lone person. Not to mention the jungle leopard, even a fool knows which attack to choose.
It lowered its body and let out a dull animal roar. Just as Lin En blinked, the jungle leopard moved.
It rushed forward at an extremely fast speed, like a gust of wind, but this wind was sharp and poisonous, extremely dangerous.
Roar!
The jungle leopard roared angrily, and a stream of emerald green venom suddenly spurted out of its mouth. It was obvious that the creature was very dangerous. Lin En jumped away easily, and the moment he landed, the jungle leopard was already behind him. It grabbed Lin En with one claw. Seeing this scene, Su Yu's heart was gripped. The jungle leopard is a very smart hunter. It is very good at capturing the movements of living creatures and will launch a fatal attack on the opponent at a faster speed when the creatures have not yet finished their previous moves and cannot adjust their posture. Its venom attack was not really intended to attack Lin En, but just to expose a flaw in Lin En's body. I have to say that the jungle poison panther is really smart. If it were any other profession, they would have to at least take one of the attacks head on, but...
Whoosh! Lin En stomped his feet on the ground and quickly retreated.
The jungle leopard was already very fast, but its claw attack still missed.
This is a gap in attributes.
At this moment, the strong man raised his shield and stood directly between Lin En and the jungle leopard.
Come on! Lin En frowned and instantly put away the earth dragon sword he was holding.
The jungle leopard roared and charged forward. The strong man raised his shield and snorted coldly, "A mere jungle leopard, don't even think about breaking through my defense."
Clang!
The claws were also helpless against the heavy metal shield. Then Zhao Qian stepped forward and raised the sword in his hand. Critical slash.
The jungle leopard roared and retreated, putting some distance between itself and the crowd.
Zhao Qian smiled at Lin En and said, "It was really dangerous just now.
If I hadn't asked Chen Tianxiong to take the lead, I'm afraid you would have been injured by the jungle leopard." Chen Tianxiong should be the name of the shield master.
But what the hell is Zhao Qian saying? If Chen Tianxiong had not stepped forward and blocked Lin En's attack route, this jungle poisonous leopard would have been killed by Lin En with one sword. Lin En put away his stance, and it looked like he wouldn't have to take action this time.
Zhao Qian and Chen Tianxiong had been holding the jungle leopard back from the front.
The beast also noticed that Zhao Qian and Chen Tianxiong's defense was very tight, so it paced anxiously, hunched its body, and looked for opportunities to attack. But it was looking for an opportunity, and Zhao Qian's team was also looking for an opportunity to attack. The tall and thin man who was hiding in the shadows at first was waiting for an opportunity and slowly approached the jungle leopard.
Just then, Zhao Qian's eyes lit up. "Do it!"
Before he spoke, he disrupted the formation, rushed to the front of the team, and engaged in a head-on fight with the jungle poisonous leopard.
Clang!
Zhao Qian stretched out his shield to block the jungle leopard's claws, but the jungle leopard still injured Zhao Qian's leg, leaving a green scar oozing with venom on his leg. Zhao Qian cried out in pain. Just then, the tall and thin man arrived. He held the dagger in reverse, accelerated, and stabbed straight at the jungle leopard. In order to hurt Zhao Qian, the jungle poisonous leopard couldn't hold back its attack and was directly hit by the stab, with blood flowing out. Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and he stepped forward, brandishing his sword. Critical slash. A knife chopped the jungle leopard's neck, and the jungle leopard died.
Phew, luckily it's solved.
Zhao Qian grinned, "Su Yu, come quickly and treat me." While receiving Su Yu's treatment, he smiled and said, "Fortunately, I know enough about this jungle leopard, otherwise we would not have suffered such a simple loss."
Yes, the captain's command is really good. Know enough? The price of simplicity? Lin En had never heard of this before. In his opinion, Zhao Qian made 3 mistakes in his command. First of all, Chen Tianxiong should not have been allowed to rashly step into the area where he and the jungle poisonous leopard were fighting. At that time, Lin En had just dodged the attack and was ready to attack. With a command from Zhao Qian, Lin En was unable to attack the jungle poisonous leopard directly. And Zhao Qian's rash step forward afterwards was useless. He could have waited for the assassin to strike first and cause damage before taking action, but he ended up being greedy for merit and rushing forward, and ended up getting injured. With such a messy cooperation, you still have the nerve to take all the credit for yourself? Chapter 99, A Flock of Strange Birds Cracking the Rocks. Zhao Qian looked at Lin En again and said, "What you did just now was too aggressive. You should have cooperated with us." "Is it me who doesn't want to cooperate with you? Aren't you the ones blocking me?" If Lin En was replaced in Zhao Qian's position and asked to command, he would definitely not let Chen Tianxiong forcefully stand in front of Lin En just because Chen Tianxiong was a shield master. Professionals are not chess pieces in a war chess game. The situation on the field is ever changing, so they must retain a certain ability to read the situation and give others room to display their skills. In other words, Zhao Qian's command ability is only second-rate. Lin En was too lazy to argue with Zhao Qian. After all, it was too troublesome, and he was not the type to teach others. Suyu on the side seemed to want to say something, but after hesitating for a long time, she still didn't open her mouth. She just obediently treated Zhao Qian's wound. The group continued to explore deeper into the forest. On the way, they encountered some low-level strange beasts. If it were Lin En, he could easily solve them, but Zhao Qian always made his presence felt to the maximum and directed the entire team to carry out the attack. There were quite a few delays along the way, but fortunately everything went smoothly without any problems. The deeper you go into the forest, the taller and stronger the trees become. There seems to be movement in the distance. Hunter Lu Cheng did some scouting and then said, "There seem to be traces of strange beasts ahead. Should we go around them?" Zhao Qian thought for a moment and said, "There's no need. We entered this dungeon to hunt. There's no reason to go around. Let's go straight in." Everyone explored forward. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking wind sounded above their heads. Whoosh! Zhao Qian shouted, "Meet the enemy." He stepped forward and held his shield high, blocking the flying rocks. Then, more stones fell down at the same time. Chen Tianxiong. The burly and strong Chen Tianxiong jumped up without saying a word, raised a huge shield that was nearly 1 person tall, and blocked it above everyone's heads. Those sharp stones hit the huge shield madly, and some stones even fell down, forcing everyone to dodge frantically. Wu Yong, the assassin in the team, looked up while dodging the attack, and then his expression changed. "Captain, that's the rock-splitting bird in the sky." After hearing this, Zhao Qian's expression instantly became serious. "Rock-cracked monster bird? This is troublesome." The rock-splitting bird is a strange beast with powerful flying ability. It has Earth attribute attack methods and can summon Earth bombs to launch fierce attacks downwards. It is a strange beast with good strength but very difficult to deal with. Rock-cracked monster birds, and there's more than one. Wu Yong's voice trembled a little. "It's a flock of rock-cracked birds." At this moment, the expressions of all the team members changed. One rock-cracked monster bird was troublesome enough, but a flock of rock-cracked monster birds was simply a nightmare. No wonder the attacks from the sky were so intensive. It turned out to be a flock of rock-cracked monster birds. Lin En looked up and roughly estimated that there were nearly 30 rock-cracked birds in the group. "Everyone, don't panic. Follow my command. Our team has been in danger more than once, and we will definitely be able to escape this time." Zhao Qian said coldly, "Brother Lin, this time you must obey my command and don't advance rashly." Lin nodded without comment. "Be careful, the second wave of attack drugs is coming." Lu Cheng spoke at the right time. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth. "Contract the formation, Chen Tianxiong." Chen Tianxiong said nothing and raised his shield, and Zhao Qian did the same. The two tried their best to protect everyone. The rock-cracked bird's earth bombs are not pebbles falling from the sky, but cannonballs. Chen Tianxiong's strength attribute is definitely not weak, and he is fully equipped, but it is still a little difficult to resist the rock-cracked bird's attack. What's more, his giant shield couldn't actually cover everyone. Ah! In front of Suyu, a streak of earth and dust hit her feet. Under the violent impact, the streak of earth and dust exploded in all directions. Suyu's calf was instantly scratched and a wound appeared, and blood was flowing out. "What are you standing there for? Hide quickly." Zhao Qian was very disappointed. "Hide well?" Lin En looked at the huge shield above his head and then looked around. Except for Zhao Qian, Lin En, Chen Tianxiong, Suyu, Lu Cheng and Wu Yong were all squeezed under the small shield. The shield could not cover them completely. Half of Suyu's head was exposed outside, making him a sitting duck. Lin En sighed, pulled Suyu under the shield, and turned to leave the protection range of the shield, relying on his eyesight and speed to avoid the attacks of the rock crackbird. Zhao Qian frowned instantly, but continued to command, "Prepare to attack." After releasing the Earth Stream Bomb, the rockbird will dive and attack. That is the most dangerous move of the rockbird. Its huge body and the impact force brought by the dive are enough to crush the hardest stones like tofu. The rock-cracked monster bird spread its wings more than 10 meters as it swooped down. The black spot in the sky gradually grew larger until its original appearance was revealed. The rock-cracked bird is covered in brown feathers, has huge claws that are sharp and dangerous, and a long beak that is like the tip of a spear. The first rock-crack monster bird instantly rushed into the formation. Zhao Qian roared angrily, and then slashed at the first rock-crack monster bird with a sword. Clang! The imagined solution of one blow did not appear in this attack. Zhao Qian's sword was stuck firmly on the huge beak of the rock-crack bird. It clamped the sword in Zhao Qian's hand, its pupils fixed on the human in front of it. Its size is even larger than the other rock-cracked monster birds that swooped down. Yes, in group hunting, the one who rushes to the front is usually the leader. This is just the leader of the rock-crack bird. It has been aiming to eat Zhao Qian alone from the very beginning. Zhao Qian was shocked and a look of horror appeared on his face, but the leader of the rock-crack bird was obviously faster. It turned its head and shook off the sword in Zhao Qian's hand, flapping its huge wings, and a small earth bomb instantly condensed in its mouth. Whoosh! The earth-moving bullet instantly hit Zhao Qian's chest. He could even hear the sound of his bones breaking, accompanied by severe pain. The attack from the rock-splitting bird leader was not a full-strength attack, otherwise the earth-moving bullet would have pierced a hole in his entire body. But even so, it would not be pleasant to take this blow head-on. Zhao Qian felt a sweetness in his chest and immediately spat out blood. Hurry, come on! Zhao Qian stared at the leader of the rock-cracked bird in front of him. Protect me! I'm injured! The remaining people immediately rushed towards Zhao Qian. Suyu reacted quickly and immediately grasped the healing spell in her hand. This is the most powerful skill of the Life Mage, which can be cast remotely for treatment. After receiving treatment, Zhao Qian looked better. But the crisis is not over. Due to the movement of several people, the previous iron barrel formation was broken instantly, and Suyu and others were suddenly exposed to the siege of a group of rock-cracked monster birds. Suyu's face turned pale. Oh no! Chapter 100. What do you mean I was wrong? Surrounded and blocked by more than a dozen rock-cracked monster birds, even though Chen Tianxiong fought hard in the front and Wu Yong attacked the rock-cracked monster birds frantically, there were still too many of them. Lu Chang roared and shot an arrow through the eye of a rock-cracked bird, but he soon regretted it. After this arrow, the rock-cracked bird seemed to determine that he was the strongest among these people, so they surrounded him. The situation suddenly became extremely bad. Zhao Qian fought against the rock-splitting bird leader alone, but he was no match for it at all. So he made a forced mistake under tremendous pressure, causing his team members to abandon the relatively safe encirclement and turn to support him. This has led to the entire team being in crisis. And just at this moment, Lin moved. He rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and his target was the leader of the rock-crack bird that was fighting with Zhao Qian. Lin En took a deep breath and slashed with his heavy sword. A pale white light immediately appeared on his Earth Dragon sword, and all his strength seemed to be drained away by the sword in his hand in an instant. At the same time, the light on the sword became brighter and brighter. This sword slashed directly at the head of the rock-cracked monster bird. The leader of the rock-cracked bird let out a strange cry and realized that it could not escape Lin's lock. Lin's speed was too fast. It had no choice but to raise its head and use its hard beak and sharp claws to meet Lin's attack. But swish! The imagined fighting scene did not appear. Lin En's heavy sword strike directly shattered the beak and claws of the rock-cracked bird leader. At the same time, a burst of light appeared on Lin En's body. That light came from the active skill of the return ring, Return of Gold. At this moment, Lin En's speed increased by nearly twice. He leaned forward slightly, made a fake move and disappeared in front of the leader of the rock-cracked bird, and slashed the back of the rock-cracked bird with another knife. Slurp! The leader of the rock-cracked bird let out a wail, and then its internal organs were shattered by the Earth Dragon sword in Lin En's hand. Slurp slurp! The moment the leader of the rock-cracked monster birds fell to the ground, the rest of the rock-cracked monster birds also spread their wings, raised their heads, and kept making sharp strange howls from their mouths. This is why Lin En chose to rescue Zhao Qian first. This is usually the case with social beasts. Once they lose their leader, they will immediately become confused, just like a professional team losing its captain. It was because of this that Chen Tianxiong and his 4 companions were able to break out of the encirclement. Otherwise, they would have been pecked to a bloody pulp by the long beak of the rock crackbird. At this moment, Zhao Qian seemed to have recovered from the crisis just now, and quickly added, form a battle array. Without Zhao Qian saying anything, Lin En had already subtly led the formation of Chen Tianxiong and the other 3. He rushed to the front. Chen Tianxiong and Wu Yong were on the left and right wings, one withstanding the attacks while the other moved around to harvest the lives of the rock crackbirds. Lu Chang and Su Yu fought and retreated, gradually moving to a safer position. Zhao Qian gritted his teeth and followed Lin En into the herd of rock crackbirds. The rock-cracked birds that lost their leader fell into panic for a short period of time. Lin En and others took advantage of this time to annihilate the remaining rock-cracked birds, leaving only a few that fled in panic, and no one cared about them. After all, they walk on the ground, and they are unable to catch up with those who have 2 wings and fly in the sky. Brother Lin, you're amazing. Su Yu looked at Lin En, somewhat surprised. You killed such a huge rock crackbird leader in just a few moves. But then again, this battle was really dangerous. Wu Yong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Their team almost paid a heavy price. At this moment, Zhao Qian, who had been silent, spoke. This battle is certainly dangerous. He looked around at everyone and saw that their eyes were all on him. Then he cleared his throat and said seriously, because of someone's mistake, our battle has become so difficult. As soon as the words fell, everyone was stunned. Although there were some mistakes at the beginning, Lin En killed the leader with thundering means, which made the battle much simpler. After all, the group of strange beasts was easily solved, but Zhao Qian seemed a little dissatisfied. Zhao Qian looked at Lin En and frowned. I reminded you before the battle to follow our team's rhythm. Why did you disrupt our formation? Lin En was stunned after hearing this. He tried hard to recall where he was and when he had disrupted the team formation. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered. What the hell, what Zhao Qian was talking about was the very beginning. At that time, the group of rock crackbirds had just locked onto the position of Zhao Qian and others, and earth-moving bombs were falling like raindrops. Lin En judged at the time that Chen Tianxiong's shield could not protect everyone, so he took the initiative to give up the protection and hid in the bushes nearby. Could his actions at that time have actually disrupted the formation? Wasn't it Zhao Qian's self-absorbed fight with the rock-splitting bird leader that caused the formation to become chaotic, and then irresponsibly called his teammates to help? This Zhao Qian. Lin En knew that Zhao Qian was a bad cook, but he didn't know that Zhao Qian was actually that bad. It would have been fine if he was just a bad cook, but he was also stubborn and tried to put the blame on Lin En. At this moment, Lin couldn't muster up even the slightest desire to refute. Zhao Qian was right, because he had already said such words and he was like this, so Lin En simply chose to obey. Sometimes in life, one cannot be too petty, such as arguing with a fool about who is right and who is wrong. At this moment, Su Yu's voice suddenly rang out. I think, Brother Lin just saved us, so we should be, okay. As soon as she said this, Zhao Qian looked at her with dissatisfaction. The girl was so scared that she quickly lowered her head, looking at her nose with her eyes and her heart with her nose. If our formation hadn't been disrupted, there wouldn't have been a series of chain reactions that followed. Zhao Qian frowned. You have to be extremely careful when hunting exotic beasts. Even the slightest wrong step could lead to a complete loss. Lin En glanced at the members of Zhao Qian's team again. Except for Su Yu, who was hesitant to speak, the others all looked as if they had suddenly understood something. Lin En sighed, just pretend I don't exist. I'll explore the dungeon alone. Zhao Qian raised his eyebrows. He really didn't want to let Lin En go. From the moment he killed the leader of the rock-cracked bird, Zhao Qian realized that Lin En's strength should be the strongest among them. If they were to deal with the rock-cracked bird, it would probably require the cooperation of him, Chen Tianxiong and Wu Yong to take down the leader of the rock-cracked bird without any injury, and it would definitely not be so easy. This is the legendary back to the drawing board. But given Zhao Qian's personality, he obviously wouldn't say that. He frowned. I was just pointing out your mistake, but we still have to explore the dungeon together eventually. Lin En spread his hands and said, I have no objection. Chapter 101. No, you can't laugh yet. Zhao Qian frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with Lin En's reaction. In his opinion, Lin En should have thought about it again and again, and then suddenly realized his mistake and praised Zhao Qian's skills and tactics. But Lin En's attitude made him feel a little uncomfortable, as if the other party didn't take his words to heart. Of course, Lin En really didn't take Zhao Qian seriously, Although you hunted the rock-splitting birds together with us, your mistake this time was truly catastrophic and nearly wiped out our entire team. Therefore, you will not receive a share of the spoils this time. Zhao Qian said calmly, "What do you think, Brother Lin?" "No problem." Lin En put it very bluntly. He didn't like these things in the first place. The leader of the rock-cracked birds died, and the deaths of 3 or 5 rock-cracked birds only resulted in 2 pieces of equipment and some materials. Lin En didn't think much of these things. There was no need to conflict with Zhao Qian over a few small amounts of money. This was Lin En's decision. Because he knows that some idiots are best at dragging other people's IQ down to the same level as theirs, and then using their own experience to defeat them. So Lin En didn't argue with Zhao Qian. It was useless and annoying. Afterwards, the team moved forward for a distance and found a stream with relatively clear water, so they began to rest. Lin washed her hands and began to walk along the stream. Putting aside the strange beasts that threaten people's lives, the environment in many places in the copy is actually quite good. Just then, Lin En saw Suyu walking towards him. "What's wrong?" Suyu pursed her lips and said, I want to say that you were really amazing just now. If you hadn't intervened, we would have been in for a tough fight." "Still, thank you." Lin En raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that Suyu was not so stupid as to make people despair. Zhao Qian's KFC level was quite high. Speaking of which, those who could NFC others mostly had a self-consistent and complete logic. People with a slower brain could easily be led astray. "You're welcome." Lin En said calmly, "When did you join this professional school team?" "Well, when school started." Suyu found a clean, flat stone block to sit on and began to count with her fingers. She came from an ordinary high school in Linhai. Because she awakened an epic life mage and performed well in the exams, she was admitted to Hongxiang College. After all, the grades of auxiliary professionals are generally not high, and the epic grade is already considered quite excellent. Afterwards, Suyu arrived at Hongxiang College in advance. She was an introvert by nature and was unfamiliar with the place, so she couldn't even join a team. Later, she was noticed by Zhao Qian. Hearing this, Lin En felt a little toothache. Captain Zhao Qian allowed me to join his team, but my level wasn't enough to make me a full member. I worked hard in the joint raid dungeon, and only then did Captain Zhao Qian allow me to become a full member. The corners of Lin's mouth twitched slightly. The joint raid dungeon we had was also an A-level dungeon. Suyu suddenly thought of something, it's just that the A-level dungeon looked a little simpler than this one. Lin En suddenly realized that the joint attack he participated in was not attended by all freshmen. No wonder Suyu and Zhao Qian seemed to not know him at all. Professionals of the same class did not take the exam and enter the school at the same time. When Lin En was taking the exam at Shengcheng No. 1 Middle School, some professionals had already finished the exam and entered Hongxiang. This is Lin's habitual thinking. Lin En thought about it and decided not to start poaching immediately. It was not because Lin En felt guilty, but because he still felt that the matter could be discussed later. After the rest, Zhao Qian's team set off immediately. Hunter Lu Cheng first explored the road and found the relatively safest path. Along the way, no one encountered any particularly difficult beasts. This direction is equivalent to walking along the stream. When they reach the end of the stream, everyone suddenly stops. Further ahead is the habitat of the leader-level monster Yaoyang Giant Lizard. "Get ready." Zhao Qian's expression became serious. This strange beast is quite difficult for us to deal with. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Lin again. Lin En immediately spread out his hands. "I won't interfere with your battle." He simply sat on a tree stump to show that he was not going to take any action at all. Zhao Qian frowned. He actually didn't want to give up Lin En, who was ready to fight, but since Lin En said so, he really had no reason to force him to join the battle. Zhao Qian's team began to prepare their killing moves. The Yaoyang Giant Lizard was lying in the water, letting the stream wash its body. It is 8 meters long and nearly 3 meters high. Its skin shines with golden light. There are 2 holes on its head, which spew out white steam from time to time. The Yaoyang Giant Lizard is an elite-level monster with the ability to spit out high-temperature water vapor. The battle process. In Lin En's opinion, it was extremely boring. Zhao Qian actually started to arrange tactics seriously for this strange beast that could be kicked to death with ease. This is not the point. The point is that Zhao Qian spent a long time planning the tactics. In Lin En's opinion, it was to let Shen Tianxiong, the shield master, stand in the front. He would continue to output, and then the assassin would look for opportunities to cause damage. There was nothing technically demanding that could be discussed for a long time, which Lin En admired. A quarter of an hour later, the huge body of the Yaoyang monitor lizard fell to the ground with a loud bang, deader than dead. The noise woke Lin up. He rubbed his eyes and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Is it over? Then he saw Zhao Qian with an angry look on his face and Suyu with her head down. I've said this many times before. As a support professional, if you don't have the ability to fight, don't rush forward. But Suyu pursed her lips. The water vapor of the Yaoyang monitor lizard is too dangerous. I also want to protect you from death. Life Guardian, a professional skill of the Life Mage, is released on a single target and can enhance the various resistances of the recipient in a short period of time. Zhao Qian frowned, but you are too reckless. If it weren't for protecting you, Chen Tianxiong and I wouldn't have been beaten away by the Yaoyang giant lizard. If Wu Yong hadn't shot through its eyes under my arrangement, we would have been in danger this time. After saying that, Zhao Qian glanced at Lin En, and a hint of dissatisfaction seemed to flash in his eyes. Lin roughly understood what had happened. To sum it up, Zhao Qian is passing the buck. Suyu neither destroyed the formation nor advanced rashly. The duration of the enhancement skills had ended, and she should have continued to make up for it. The fact that Zhao Qian was blown away by the Yaoyang giant lizard was simply because he was too weak and overestimated his own abilities. He thought he could withstand the Yaoyang giant lizard's full-force attack like the Shield Master. The result was that he was kicked to the side of the road like a wild dog, and when he woke up he barked at his teammates. Lin almost couldn't help laughing. I don't see how strong he is, but he's getting faster and faster at passing the buck. Zhao Qian is really a weirdo. No, I can't laugh. If I laugh, I'll be questioned again. Chapter 102, Are you really going to trade your life for your physical strength? Zhao Qian didn't really make Lin En angry, but Zhao Qian's behavior was really like a clown. Lin En just treated it as a clown show. The only difficulty was how to hold back his laughter and the desire to complain. At this moment, a roar resounded throughout the forest. Roar! The sound even shocked the hearts of everyone present. Zhao Qian's expression instantly became very solemn. This roar is the roar of the Jungle Titan. Jungle Titan, the boss of the vast sea forest dungeon, an epic beast. Then, the ground began to tremble. Boom boom. The source of the tremor seemed to be heading in this direction. Lin narrowed his eyes and recalled the information about this strange beast. Jungle Titans like to occupy the entire forest as their territory and rule over all the exotic beasts within it. When a leader-level monster dies and the place of its death is less than 1,000 meters away from the Jungle Titan will know the death of its subordinates and start hunting down the hunter. Lin's eyes widened instantly. This Zhao Qian is awesome. Without even checking whether there was any Jungle Titan within 1,000 meters of the Yaoyang monitor lizard, he just killed the Yaoyang monitor lizard without saying a word? With the strength of Zhao Qian's team, they had already consumed a lot of energy after hunting down the Yaoyang giant lizard. Now it seems that they have to fight the dungeon boss in a row. Lin En was speechless for a moment. He had seen stupid people before, but he had never seen anyone as stupid as this. Didn't he say that he had investigated this copy? Prepare for battle. Zhao Qian growled, I don't know why, but that Jungle Titan is coming towards us. Lin En blinked. At this moment he really wanted to say, you really don't know? At this moment, a loud noise came from the ground, and the next second, a huge figure fell from above. The Jungle Titan actually has such powerful jumping ability. Spread. Everyone dispersed. Lin En was standing far away, so he could see the shape of the strange beast clearly. The Jungle Titan is over 4 meters tall, like a gorilla, but it has no hair on its body. It only has a shell that is so hard that it is almost calcified. It looks like a suit of armor. Its pupils are red, and its thick arms and thighs are full of muscles. Roar! It roared angrily, took a look at the corpse of the Yaoyang giant lizard, and then rushed directly towards Zhao Qian and others. Chen Tianxiong, push forward! Zhao Qian roared, and Chen Tianxiong also roared, holding a huge shield in his hand, gritted his teeth and pushed forward. Boom! Chen Tianxiong actually withstood the Jungle Titan's charge, but the price was a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Zhao Qian waved his hand, pay attention to the formation. Why would anyone even care about formations? With the shield masters already deployed, Zhao Qian should have the hunters and assassins harass the enemy while he carefully engaged the Jungle Titan, buying time for Suyu to heal Chen Tianxiong. If he had paid more attention to the formation, Chen Tianxiong would have been smashed to pieces by the jungle titan. But the captain's order seemed to be more important than anything else. Chen Tianxiong held up the shield with pain, carefully watched the jungle titan, and continued to retreat to form a so-called formation with Zhao Qian. Fortunately, Suyu reacted very quickly. She quickly shortened the distance between her and Chen Tianxiong, raised the staff in her hand, pointed at Chen Tianxiong and released a healing skill. A light green energy penetrated into Chen Tianxiong's body, and Chen Tianxiong's expression immediately eased a little. She also released enhancement skills to Zhao Qian and Chen Tianxiong at the same time. Because of this, Chen Tianxiong was able to withstand the next few attacks from the jungle titan. Lin En grinned, and he couldn't help but start to complain, hiss, using the shield master as a shield? You're a warrior, why don't you just go for it? Why are you always thinking about your B formation? The jungle titan is already squaring off against your shield master, why don't you just go for it? Why are you using the shield master's health bar to drain the jungle titan's stamina bar? As expected, no matter how thick a shield is, there is always a limit. Boom! Chen Tianxiong was exhausted and could no longer maintain his posture. Under the heavy hammer of the jungle titan, he flew backwards. Oomph, take my blow. Zhao Qian snorted coldly. He didn't attack until Chen Tianxiong could no longer bear it. He delivered a critical blow that directly hit the jungle titan's hard bone armor. The long sword left a deep mark on the armor. Zhao Qian was delighted, it seems this shell is not as hard as I imagined. Then he frowned instantly, Wu Yong, Lu Chang, what are you still standing there for? Keep attacking. After hearing the order, the two immediately launched an attack on the jungle titan, while Suyu began to quickly treat Chen Tianxiong. Lin was stunned. Chen Tianxiong used half of his life to create a weakness for the jungle titan for you, but you ended up cutting the jungle titan's armor with a knife? Are you awake? Lin En suddenly felt like the sky was falling. He thought that any dog could be the captain. Jiang Shui had no problem letting Chen Kai be the captain. However, what stunned Lin En was not only that, after the three professionals launched an attack on the jungle titan, Zhao Qian actually asked everyone to retreat, and let Chen Tianxiong, who had just been treated, take the lead. The scene is reproduced. But this time Zhao Qian's luck was obviously not so good. The jungle titans cleverly realized that they were the main output and reserved their strength to fight against the attacks of Zhao Qian and the other two. It stretched out its hand and used the hardest arm bones to block Zhao Qian's slash. Then it grinned, grabbed Zhao Qian's arm, swung it and smashed it directly at the assassin Wu Yong who was roaming behind. The two of them flew backwards in an instant. It slapped the ground with both hands, and strands of wood whiskers rose up one after another, gathering energy on them and shooting out, aiming directly at Lu Chang. Lu Chang's abdomen was pierced instantly. In an instant, the only three combat-capable professionals on the field were repelled, and Suyu and Chen Tianxiong, who was receiving treatment, were instantly exposed to the jungle titan. Oh no! Suyu was frightened out of her wits. However, even in such a critical situation, she still did not stop treating Chen Tianxiong. Although, the jungle titan is already within reach. However, at this moment, Lin moved. He took a step and his figure disappeared instantly. When he appeared again, he was in front of Suyu. Suyu was stunned for a moment and subconsciously shouted, "Be careful! The jungle titan takes action." But Lin En didn't look panicked at all. He just raised the earth dragon sword, swung the sword horizontally, and actually blocked the jungle titan's fist directly. Boom! Dust flew and a dull sound was heard. Lin, still motionless. Everyone present was stunned, including Zhao Qian who had just been defeated. They knew that Lin En was very powerful, but they didn't expect that Lin En could withstand the attack of the jungle titan so easily. Chapter 103, Lin En takes action. Lin En glanced at Zhao Qian and asked, "My move doesn't count as disrupting your team's formation, right?" What? After hearing Lin En's words, everyone was stunned. He was facing the dungeon boss alone, and was still talking to Zhao Qian? Suyu couldn't help but say, "Brother Lin, be careful." Another fist of the jungle titan came crashing down. Lin En didn't even look at the jungle titan. He exerted force with one hand and pushed the jungle titan's fist aside. Then, he kicked the jungle titan. Boom! The huge body of the jungle titan was kicked back by Lin En. Lin En still stared at Zhao Qian. "Speak up, Captain Zhao, can I take action now?" Zhao Qian's expression darkened instantly. "Okay." Lin En smiled and said, "That's good. I thought you were going to say that my attack disrupted your formation." The jungle titan seemed to be irritated by Lin En's relaxed attitude. It kept roaring and pounding the ground with its two huge fists. At the same time, yellow-green vines kept emerging from the ground and wrapped around the jungle titan's arms. The next second, it jumped high. Lin En narrowed his eyes. He had to take the blow head-on. If he dodged, Suyu and Chen Tianxiong behind him would have no chance to dodge and would be smashed into a paste. He took a deep breath and activated the gold return. Heavy sword slash. This slash was actually directed at the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble, and Lin En's body was instantly covered with a layer of golden light. At this moment, the jungle titan was about to touch Lin En. Lin En held up the earth dragon sword and actually took on this powerful attack. Boom! A sharp explosion sounded instantly, and everyone present couldn't help but cover their ears. The jungle titan stared with its huge red eyes, not understanding why the skinny human in front of it could possess such powerful strength. But it obviously shouldn't care too much about this matter, as Lin En has raised the earth dragon sword again. Heavy sword slash. Swish. The attack was so swift that it directly cut off half of the jungle titan's arm. Lin took a leisurely look at the jungle titan and then looked around. At this moment, both Chen Tianxiong, who had been blown away earlier, and Zhao Qian and others had stood up again. You, come. Lin En signaled Chen Tianxiong to stand up, so Chen Tianxiong actually stood up. He was a little confused and didn't know why Lin En called him at this time. He felt that with the strength Lin En had shown, it was natural for him to get rid of the jungle titan within half a minute. Get to the front, Lin En gave a simple command. That hunter and assassin, are they both capable of moving? Wu Yong and Lu Chang looked at each other and nodded. Keep your distance from the jungle titan and circle around to get behind the two of us. Lin En continued, Suyu, buff everyone you can reach. You can calculate the time yourself, but only give the healing to Chen Tianxiong. Suyu nodded, I understand. Although Chen Tianxiong didn't know what Lin En wanted to do, he still stepped forward. The jungle titan became noticeably more violent after being injured, and having half its arm cut off did not affect its powerful punches at all. Chen Tianxiong gritted his teeth, took a lunge stance, and waited for the heavy attack to fall on his shield. However, the imagined huge force did not appear, and the attack was actually caught by Chen Tianxiong. Chen Tianxiong was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously raised his head and saw the jungle titan looking at his side with a serious expression. Lin En is here too? Lin En raised the earth dragon sword and swung it casually. When the jungle titan attacked Chen Tianxiong, Lin En stepped forward and the tip of the sword instantly cut through the jungle titan's body, leaving a trail of blood. While supporting Chen Tianxiong, Lin En turned to Wu Yong and said, Go around behind the jungle titan and attack it from the front and back with the two of us. But be careful to keep your distance and only appear behind it. Wu Yong was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Holding two daggers in his hands, he stealthily and quickly went behind the jungle titan, keeping a distance of 10 meters from it. The jungle titan was panting and was about to pounce on Wu Yong when Lin En slashed again, hitting the jungle titan's back. Roar! The jungle titan seemed to be unable to bear it anymore. It let out a roar and raised its huge arms. Seeing this, Lin En immediately stepped back. Push forward. Push forward. This sentence was said to Chen Tianxiong, and Chen Tianxiong immediately understood. He took a step forward and raised the shield in his hand, almost raising it to the face of the jungle titan. This is just a very simple detail of the battle. Large-scale attacks are generally quite powerful. If you want to reduce this power, the best way is to get as close as possible so that the opponent does not have enough space to move. Bang! Chen Tianxiong did a good job of paying attention to details, but the jungle titan's power was still too great, and one blow made Chen Tianxiong's eyes go black. Lin En immediately said, Suyu, give him treatment. Suyu raised her staff at the right time, and the light green light penetrated into Chen Tianxiong's body. After this set of coordination, everyone suddenly felt that their movements were smoother. Chen Tianxiong and Lin En pushed forward, constantly causing trouble for the jungle titan, and Wu Yong could also make a sneak attack at the right time. The light in Suyu's eyes also became brighter. Roar! The jungle titan suddenly let out a roar that was completely different from before. Lin En narrowed his eyes and said, Chen Tianxiong, follow me and fight it. After saying that, he took the lead and stabbed the tip of his sword straight at the jungle titan. Ah! Chen Tianxiong roared and stood in the front. The jungle titan continued to attack Chen Tianxiong, but this also led to it being stabbed several times by Lin En. While attacking the jungle titan, Lin En said, Lu Chang, attack it with all your might. Don't worry about me. Lu Chang was right behind Lin En. He was afraid of hurting Lin En by mistake, so he never moved the bow and arrow in his hand. Hearing what Lin En said, Lu Chang hesitated, raised the bow and shot the arrow. The moment the arrow left the string, Lin En turned his head slightly, then jumped high in an instant. 2 arrows shot in succession hit the jungle titan, and he roared. The next second, Lin En's attack from above arrived. Puff! The tip of the greatsword pierced into the jungle titan's shoulder, and it immediately let out a violent howl. Wu Yong's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity for him to attack. The 2 daggers crossed and stabbed into the jungle titan's body, and piece of flesh and blood was cut off in an instant. Bang! The jungle titan hit Chen Tianxiong's shield again, but Chen Tianxiong felt that the blow was very light. The jungle titans have reached their limit. Chapter 104 exploded. No wonder. With the continuous and effective output of Lin En, Wu Yong and Lu Chang, it would be a miracle if the jungle titan could still maintain sufficient physical strength. From beginning to end, Lin En did not show any of the super speed and terrifying attack power that he had just demonstrated. It's like he deliberately kept his strength at Zhao Qian's level. There was no need for any unnecessary effort. The 5 of them simply relied on cooperation to trap the jungle titan in their woven formation and let it die a slow death. So smooth. Such an idea suddenly appeared in Su Yu's mind. She remembered that every time she wanted to remedy Zhao Qian's so-called formation, she was severely criticized by Zhao Qian. But without her repeated remedies, the entire team would definitely suffer casualties. Su Yu knew that doing so would destroy the formation, but she also knew that the consequences of not taking action would be more serious. Under Lin En's command, she clearly had more freedom to operate, but her movements were smoother, as if they were natural. Su Yu is not a girl who likes to refute others. On the contrary, her original family made her more accustomed to obeying orders rather than thinking. But her excellent grades in school taught her what is right and what is wrong. Su Yu didn't say it explicitly, but Lin's command was more comfortable. This was the thought in Su Yu's mind. After Lin took precautions against the jungle titan's dying counterattack, the jungle titan no longer had any chance of winning. Its huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and then turned into specks of light and dissipated. Afterwards, Zhao Qian's team and Lin and 6 people were all enveloped by a white beam of light. The next second, everyone returned to the dungeon hall. "I'm sorry, Captain Zhao Qian." Lin En smiled and said to Zhao Qian, who had been left aside and even unable to participate in the subsequent battle, "It was my fault for calling your team members without permission." Zhao Qian's face had turned completely dark. He stared at Lin En intently, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something. Finally, Zhao Qian gritted his teeth and said, "It doesn't matter, as long as we defeat the jungle titan." "That's right." Lin nodded again. Zhao Qian gasped for breath several times, and finally couldn't help but said, "Brother Lin, your strength is truly unfathomable. If it were me, I would never be able to cut off half of the jungle titan's arm. However, your subsequent command was still a little immature." "Oh, is this starting to become a yin-yang thing?" Lin En has lived 2 lives, so he is very adept at dealing with kids like Zhao Qian who haven't even grown all their hair yet. The meaning behind Zhao Qian's words was quite obvious. You are a 2nd-level master, and you are awesome, but the battles you command are also based on your ability to chop off half of the jungle titan's arm with one sword. Lin En didn't get angry or annoyed, but simply nodded. "Yes, so I feel really sorry for letting you witness such a childish, immature, flawed, and low-level command. But Brother Zhao, you are really too kind. My strength is not that good either. After a series of battles, my physical strength has been exhausted and my strength has declined significantly." When Lin En said this, he was neither blushing nor out of breath. "All your energy exhausted? The strength has declined significantly?" This guy obviously did it on purpose. Zhao Qian's face turned completely dark as he realized that Lin En's textbook-like smooth command was deliberately shown to him. Bastard, bastard. Zhao Qian felt unwilling. He is actually a smart person. Most people who can app others are smart people. Stupid people don't have the ability to GPT at all. That's why Zhao Qian could see through Lin En's thoughts at a glance. Lin En, in front of Zhao Qian, used strength similar to Zhao Qian's to demonstrate a battle that was much smoother than Zhao Qian's command. Zhao Qian is a smart and thoughtful man, but he has to admit that Lin En's command is better than his. This cannot be denied in any way. Lin's judgment of the situation and control of overall coordination are terrifying, so the jungle titan will be tortured to death by the attacks of the members of the team he leads. This is also a kind of talent, a talent that Zhao Qian does not have. But Lin En didn't say anything. Lin En did not explicitly say what was wrong with Zhao Qian's command, or how well his own command was. But every word Lin En said seemed to be denying Zhao Qian's ability. Seeing Zhao Qian's sullen expression, Lin En's mouth corners slightly raised. He considers himself not a gentleman and will not wait 10 years to take revenge, so he will do it on the spot. Su Yu, standing by, was filled with joy. Captain, Brother Lin is really good at commanding. My coordination has become smoother. I think we should learn more from Brother Lin, so that our team's future ceiling will be higher. Shut up! Zhao Qian shouted softly, interrupting Su Yu's words. The sudden roar shocked the little girl so much that she stood there in a daze, not daring to move. Zhao Qian looked directly at Su Yu and sneered, Su Yu, you have to thank me. If I hadn't taken you in, with your level, which team would want you? Yes, Lin En is a second-level professional, better than us. Then go with him. Zhao Qian growled, if word gets out about a fickle professional like you, I wonder which team would want you. Su Yu was stunned. Her lips trembled slightly, Captain, that's not what I meant. She didn't understand why Zhao Qian was so angry. Zhao Qian acted as if he hadn't heard Su Yu's words and said coldly, I usually treat you well. Do you know how much damage you have brought to our team? Many times, our injuries are caused by you not following orders and acting recklessly. With your level, are you qualified to question me? Su Yu, I think you really don't know what's good for you and don't know how to repay a favor. I really misjudged him. I'm blind. Lu Cheng beside him also sighed, Su Yu, the captain keeps scolding you because you did something wrong. The captain corrected your mistake, you can't keep holding a grudge against him for that, right? Wu Yang nodded. If that's the case, you've really disappointed us. I am not like that. Su Yu wanted to cry but was also confused. Why? She just thought Lin En's command was great. She just felt that their team would become even more powerful after learning the combat mode under Lin En's command. But, now, why is everyone starting to blame her? Was there anything wrong with what she said? I don't think Su Yu knows how to repay a favor, but you're using it to repay a favor, right? Lin En stood in front of Su Yu and said calmly, Captain Zhao Qian, 3 grown men randomly accusing a little girl, wouldn't it be even more shameful if this got out? Zhao Qian's face was as gloomy as water. Lin En, this is our team's business. It has nothing to do with an outsider like you.